Chapter 1. Beginning. Time bears scars, yet it also radiates brilliance. In my eyes, mountains and rivers stretch endlessly. What fear do I hold for the chill of autumn? In the year 2630, one of the Douluo calendar, two time travelers appeared in this world. One was destined to become a future sea cucumber. The other was soon to become the prey of the Gale demon wolf. The nameless demon wolf, having spent a day in indifferent existence, was returning to its lair when it spotted a little darling hanging from a tree near its den. It immediately crouched down, executing the quintessential hunting stance. Grateful for the beast god's grace, it was an unexpected delight to find such a surprise on its way home. Shaoyun, suspended in the tree, had a clear view of the demon wolf from above. Standing over 1.5 meters tall, its dark blue fur bristled, with erect ears and round, dusky yellow eyes. Not bad looking, quite handsome, she remarked. Drool dripped as Shaoyun calmly assessed the demon wolf's appearance, seemingly indifferent. Is that bad breath I smell? Ugh. Her delicate face contorted into a grimace of disgust. The demon wolf, cautiously testing the surroundings and confirming a lack of danger, leaped instantly, its jaws wide open to bite at that petite, slender foot. A voice, as melodious as divine proclamation, resounded. First soul skill divine wind slash. Adding a wu la ba seemed quite fitting. She wondered if the ability index had surpassed 10,000. Shaoyun drifted into thought, curious about who had arrived, but fatigue swept over her, leading her into slumber. Oh, boss, there's a little radish here. How could there be a baby in such a place? Could it be a humanoid soul beast? Shall we kill it to find out? Let's take it with us. We'll discuss it after completing this job. Little 4, we've picked up a child. Let's see if you can feed it. Are you kidding me? I'm still a youthful beauty. How could I have milk? What? You're over 30 and still. A playful jab of friendship. Cough. Then let's get some beast milk. 3 years later. AMU. We received a new job. You better behave. Since she was found under a large tree, they casually named Shaoyun MU. Shaoyun was rescued by a 4-member soul hunting team, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman. The leader, with a wind eagle martial spirit, was a level 58 agility type soul king. The others included the second, a level 54 strength type with a standard quality bear martial spirit, the third, a level 49 defense type with an iron shield, and the fourth, a level 48 support type with a fragrance martial spirit. Primarily, they undertook soul hunting jobs for the first 4 rings, occasionally accepting less dangerous tasks involving 10th ascendier soul beasts if a significant client came along. At present, they had received a job involving a 4th soul ring fox-type soul beast. The 4th member pinched Shaoyun's plump face, which appeared well-nourished, and carefully advised her. Got it, Old Hua. Old Hua's surname was Hua, and her real name was Hua Xiangxiang. She seemed to be from the Xingluo Empire, age 32 this year. She was merely 3 years older than Shaoyun in her previous life, making it awkward to call her sister 4. Thus, the relationship between Shaoyun and the 4 was more akin to that of older friends and younger companions. I think I didn't hear. Clearly, could you repeat that? Sister. Good. If I get the chance, they'll find you some of your favorite deer milk. Shaoyun, who adored beast milk, lamented that at her age, she could not lift 100,000 pounds or possess a turtle shell imbued with profound truths. Leaning against the window, Shaoyun observed the bustling street below. This was a soul-hunting town situated 100 miles from the Stardo Great Forest, perpetually vibrant. Upon crossing into this realm, Shaoyun felt neither joy nor sorrow. In her past life, there was little of significance, and in this world, there was currently no compelling motivation for exploration. However, those infatuated young women filled with romantic notions might make for good friends. Or perhaps, engaging in some profoundly friendly interactions would also be delightful. With that thought, she summoned her personal interface. It possessed no extraordinary functions. For now, it was merely a personal game system. Dimensional Reality Games Soul Player. Shaoyun. Age, 326. Strength, 1.6. Stamina, 4. Agility, 2. Intelligence, 9. The standard 4-dimensional attributes of a game, easily comprehensible. Strength pertains to attack power. Stamina relates to endurance and resistance to abnormalities. Agility concerns reaction speed, while intelligence encompasses mental acuity and learning capacity, among others. Currently, she possessed nothing, only 3 task options: daily tasks, weekly tasks, and quarterly tasks. Daily tasks yielded modest attribute points and a small amount of game currency, while weekly tasks offered free attribute points, game currency, and various items. Quarterly tasks provided treasures. 3 years ago, shortly after being rescued from the forest and regaining consciousness, Shaoyun sensed the existence of her golden finger, but to date, she had only completed a few meager daily tasks. Most daily tasks involved jogging around the town for exercise, which her small body could hardly endure. The few times she accomplished them were merely trivial endeavors, like skipping stones or mingling with other children her age. There was no need to consider weekly or quarterly tasks. I should be able to attempt some exercise tasks next year, she mused. At 4 years old, it should be feasible. Yet, Shaoyun suddenly recalled some fitness enthusiasts she had seen in her past life use with muscular builds who, due to excessive training, had stunted their growth. This thought made her hesitate. However, this was not an ordinary physical world, it was fantastical, and one could thrive here. After washing up, she stepped outside. Today, she had once again drawn a daily task involving playing with children. Task: King of Children. Children are treasures, lead the kids around you to have fun all day. Reward: 50 coins, 0.1 stamina points. At this age, children were still innocent, even a simple day of running about could bring them immense joy. Shaoyun contemplated taking them to the riverbank to play in the mud, molding various shapes. There were 6 or 7 children in total, crafting figures of their parents, imagined monsters, and peculiar, indescribable objects. AMU, what is this you made? This? Shaoyun glanced at a snot bubble perched atop a head of hair, with a towering cannon and 2 rounded ammunition stores at her feet. This is a powerful weapon that can send people to the heavens. It's called the Armstrong Rotating Acceleration Jet Armstrong Cannon. 2 days passed, and the soul hunting team had yet to return. Shaoyun was not concerned about starving. They had stored soul coins at a nearby restaurant, allowing her to dine there in their absence, adjusting the payment accordingly. 3 more days went by before the weary quartet reappeared in the soul hunting town. Clang clang, look, AMU, what is this? Huo Yuhao emerged from behind, holding a bamboo tube filled with white liquid. This is milk from the Lioli 7 Xian deer, aged over 5,000 years. Little one, your favorite. Shaoyun took it and glanced at her Xiangxiang's once meticulously maintained long hair was now cropped to just past her ears. Old Hua, your hair. 2 task. It's nothing. I bumped into a fire ape while searching for targets and got singed a bit, so I thought it was a good opportunity for a new hairstyle. Who knows, maybe a strong and handsome expert will take notice of me. As she spoke, she confidently tossed her bangs. Taking a gentle sip from the bamboo tube, the fragrance of bamboo mingled with the creamy liquid, and Shaoyun casually remarked, "It tastes delightful." Raising an eyebrow, Xiang vigorously pinched Shaoyun's face. "Ungrateful little rascal. I sacrificed my beautiful hair just to bring you this. And this is how you repay me?" Shaoyun struggled to keep the deer milk from spilling, replying coolly, "You wouldn't listen even if I told you. If I say something, you want change. So what should I say? This time you lost your hair. But what if next time you encounter a Titan great ape?" What a rather awkward expression of concern. "Keep arguing, I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep for a day and a night. AMU, don't disturb me, or beware your backside will become 4 pieces." After delivering an ominous threat, the second member, with dark circles under his eyes, trudged into his room. "Old 3, little 4, rest for now. Tomorrow, we'll replenish our supplies. AMU, you can entertain yourself for now." Shaoyun nodded. "Then you all should hurry and sleep, especially you, Old Hua. Lack of sleep can lead to dull skin, acne, hormonal imbalances, and so on. If you don't catch up on your rest, your condition will only worsen. You little brat, let me take a bath and freshen up. It'll show you what true beauty looks like." Shaoyun bit the bamboo tube and waved her hand to shoo her away. Go. The next day, Shaoyun accompanied the 4 others to replenish their supplies. As the largest human settlement near the Starry Forest, the town not only offered food and lodging, but had also spontaneously developed a bustling trade street, providing various venues for relaxation and entertainment. Although it was not his first visit, Shaoyun still sat on the second elder's shoulder, curiously surveying his surroundings. Even a place like this has a branch of the Spirit Hall. The influence of the Spirit Hall had indeed penetrated the farthest corners of the continent. Suddenly, Shaoyun posed a question. "Second uncle, what are your thoughts on the Spirit Hall?" The eldest brother turned around in surprise, gazing at Shaoyun, wondering how such a profound question could come from a mere 3-year-old. The second and third brothers, along with Huo Yuhao, shared their opinions without overthinking it. The second brother remarked, "It's not bad." The third brother concurred, "The second brother is right." Huo Yuhao chimed in, "The current pope is my idol." Shaoyun then turned his attention to the eldest brother, who had been silent. "Uncle, what about you?" "Ambitious," he replied, casting a meaningful glance at Shaoyun. As they stepped into the trade street, the cacophony of sounds instantly escalated several notches compared to other areas. There were shops and roadside stalls aplenty. The second brother tightened his grip on Shaoyun slightly. On this street, one could never tell whether the person they bumped into was a formidable opponent. Provoking a vindictive individual could lead to considerable trouble. Thus, most visitors exercised caution, maintaining a respectful distance from others, while those who strutted about were either newcomers or blissfully unaware of the potential dangers. The eldest brother, I need to acquire some mandala snake venom glands, ghost vine sap, and vine flower pollen. Xiang requested items essential for crafting unique perfumes due to her spirit master abilities, which could be amplified when used in conjunction with soul techniques. The eldest brother nodded. Understood. Let's see if we can find them at the street stalls. If not, we'll have to head to the Seven Treasures Glazed Pavilion. Similar to the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pavilion had established a business presence in nearly every reachable area. However, unlike the Spirit Hall, which had branches even in remote villages, the pavilion's presence was more solidified. After browsing the stalls, they ultimately needed to visit the Seven Treasures Pavilion. Fortunately, there were no-click scenarios of unscrupulous merchants deceiving them. The wealth of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pavilion was such that they no longer needed to resort to such shabby tactics. The current leader, Ning Fengji, focused on maintaining a good reputation to attract more talented individuals. Nevertheless, fine goods came at a steep price, and they spent half of their recent earnings at the Seven Treasures Pavilion, prompting a sigh from the second brother. While the goods at the Seven Treasures Pavilion are undoubtedly excellent, I always leave considerably poorer. Shaoyun tugged at his ear. Second uncle, don't you have any storage soul guide devices? Huo Xiangxiang chuckled softly. You little rascal, how dare you say that? We're just an ordinary soul-hunting team. How could we possess such precious items? Storage soul guides are primarily held by major sects, and those that occasionally appear on the market are exorbitantly priced. Besides, we wouldn't have any use for them. Perched on the second brother's shoulder, Shaoyun looked down at Huo Xiangxiang, sensing a hint of envy in her words. As they neared their lodgings, Huo Xiangxiang suddenly broke away from the group, heading off in the direction of clothing shops. Once inside, Shaoyun dragged a stool to the entrance, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at the dark yellow flames illuminating the sky. How frustrating, can't they generate some simpler tasks? He complained about the daily task refresh. Huo Xiangxiang returned, casually picking up Shaoyun and bringing him inside. After dinner, the four of them retreated to their rooms to cultivate and rest. They were not ordinary parents and lacked the time to play with Shaoyun. If the soul hunting team did not possess sufficient strength, they risked losing business to others. Shaoyun shared a room with Huo Xiangxiang. Come here, Mu. Huo Xiangxiang beckoned from her spot on the bed. Periodically, she would use her soul power to refine Shaoyun's body as a support-type soul master. Her energy was notably gentle. Employing a method Shaoyun was unaware of, she checked his pulse while murmuring, if this continues until the awakening of your spirit, perhaps a Mu will awaken innate soul power above level 5. That night, Shaoyun dreamt of two large, soft balloons that left him breathless, prompting him to push against them with his hands. A year later, whoosh whoosh, it will be over soon. Shaoyun attempted to complete one of his daily tasks for the first time, jogging a lap around the soul-hunting town. Upon returning to the starting point, he slumped against a stone by the roadside, feeling as though his short legs were no longer his own. He earned 50 game coins and 0.1 strength points. After resting for over half an hour, Shaoyun stood up to tackle the other two daily tasks. Delicious encounters in a foreign world. Prepare a dish according to the provided recipe. Reward 50,100 coins, 0.11.0 constitution points. Final rewards depend on the dish's completion. Ultimate wisdom. Read any book, reward 50 coins, 0.1 intelligence points. Amu, why are you up so early today? The second brother, having risen early to cook, stepped into the kitchen and noticed a small figure at the counter. What are you doing? He inquired, seeing Shaoyun lost in thought. I'm cooking. Shaoyun replied matter-of-factly, returning to his contemplation of the game-provided recipe, almond tofu. It wasn't particularly difficult, just slightly troublesome. The second brother watched with keen interest as Shaoyun busied himself, his eyes widening in surprise. Not bad. I didn't expect a Mu to have such culinary skills. Not long after finishing, the others woke up, and the third brother took the first bite, savoring the sweet flavor that was utterly delightful, causing Huo Xiangxiang's eyes to sparkle with excitement. It's indeed quite good. After breakfast, Shaoyun proceeded to complete his third daily task, reading a popular account of soul masters, filled with boundless fantasies and grievances against sect powers. It seemed to be a form of self-expression from a commoner soul master. He read quickly and finished. Congratulations on completing your first daily task. 3. Achieving the accomplishment. The first step to power is not overexerting yourself. Reward. 1 bronze treasure chest. Note, the contents of the treasure chest are full of possibilities. Another treasure chest? Shaoyun hesitated, contemplating whether to perform a cleansing ritual and offer sincere prayer. However, he soon decided against such superstitions, realizing that rules like spending money can be life-saving were more pragmatic. How to express one's appearance. Opening the box. Congratulations on obtaining the 9-in manual, along with a finely crafted long sword. The 9-in manual? Such a treasure emerging from a bronze chest is indeed astonishing. After all, according to the typical tiered classification of treasure chests, bronze represents the most rudimentary level. Could this be a beginner's reward? That seems plausible. Only by providing ample incentives for novices can one cultivate a desire to continue playing. As I open my hand, a book with a blue cover, inscribed with the 4 characters 9-in manual in simplistic script, landed in my palm. What is this mass-produced martial arts manual style from a certain online marketplace? The exterior is inconsequential. The essence lies within. Soon, I perused the text and confirmed it was indeed the entirety of the 9-in manual as I remembered, and it even included a thoughtful translation of the Sanskrit summary, making it easily comprehensible. However, understanding does not equate to proficiency. It is akin to possessing a treasure mountain yet being unable to access its riches, a source of anguish. For the present, the only recourse is to memorize the contents diligently and tackle it head-on. I plan to find time to study human anatomy at the medical clinic. That should prove beneficial. How wonderful it would be if someone could provide me with a diagram illustrating the human energy pathways. All I see are words. One fateful night. Half a month later, the 9-in manual fortuitously crossed my path. It was not merely the time spent at the medical clinic that bore fruit, but rather the act of Huo Yuhao using her soul energy to refine my body. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within me as I silently recited the incantation for the Beta Dafa. The soul energy imparted by Huo Yuhao, guided by my mental focus, effortlessly completed a cycle of energy flow, marking my initiation into the practice. The Beta Dafa, as delineated in the first section of the 9-in manual, serves as the foundational mental framework for mastering numerous superior martial arts. Upon awakening the next day, I was so eager that I neglected my daily tasks and rushed to the well, drawing a bucket of cold morning water to commence my training. With the initial awareness of energy coursing through me, I naturally delved deeper into the practice. According to the translated instructions from the 9-in Shingong, I must seek a location imbued with significant yin energy at the 4 critical times of the day: midnight, noon, dawn, and dusk. Sitting facing north with my 5 hearts directed skyward, I must cultivate tranquility, clearing my thoughts, and concentrate on my dantian. Once the initial stirrings of yang energy commence, I should bring my palms together at my chest, fingers pointing forward, guiding the energy from my dantian along the governing vessel and allowing it to return to the dantian via the conception vessel. This process must be repeated for 36 cycles of the minor circulation, gradually increasing speed. Once the energy has returned to my dantian, I extend my palms forward, fingers pointing skyward, and then swiftly retract them, placing my left palm over the sea of qi and my right palm over the Mingmen point, allowing the true energy to spiral into both locations and converge in my dantian. I must maintain this focus for the duration of a fragrant incense stick. Once I have cultivated a certain level of power, allowing me to control energy with ease and withstand cold, I may advance to the second level. After completing 36 cycles of the minor circulation, I distinctly sense the energy sensation cultivated through Huo Yuhao's soul energy blossom within me. The cold aura of the well water merged with my breath, entering my body. Maintaining a tranquil mindset, I transitioned to practicing the overarching principles of the manual. The overarching principles aim to harmonize yin and yang, rectifying the excessive yin tendencies of the 9-in manual. Only through their union can one achieve the highest realm. Rumors suggest that the 9-yang divine skill is derived from the overarching principles of the 9-in manual, claiming that Wang Chongyang once wagered with a monk who realized the teachings after studying the manual. Skill acquired. 9-in divine skill LV1. This entry allows for the consumption of game currency to accelerate progress. Every 150 coins accelerates by 24 hours. So, this is the purpose of game currency. Currently, I possess approximately 1250 coins, permitting 8 accelerations, equating to 8 days. This indeed facilitates rapid advancement. Character profile. Name: Shaoyun, the sole player in the dimensional reality game. Age: 4, 26. Strength: 16 stamina, 21 agility, 14 intelligence, 20. The first layer of the 9-in divine skill has directly enhanced each of my attributes by 10 points, alongside the accumulated rewards from completed tasks, culminating in my current statistics. According to the game system's data, the typical 4 attributes of a healthy adult in Douluo continent should range between 30 to 50, while Soul Masters start from 60, with slight variations based on their roles. Regardless of the game's authenticity, the treasure chest I opened has undeniably invigorated my motivation to explore this continent further. Now, I await the awakening of my martial soul to decide whether to align with our sea cucumber or to boldly pursue my own path. Thus, I diligently complete daily tasks and engage in training, leading a fulfilling existence. However, the game currency remains woefully insufficient. Beyond the 9 divine skill, I require the cultivation of other abilities, such as the I Jin and Duan Gu techniques, which will undoubtedly aid in absorbing soul rings across different epochs. Additionally, there are the 9 Bone Claw and the Heart-Crushing Palm, both of which do not necessitate profound internal skills. I can approach them from an external martial arts perspective. There are also the Golden Bell Shield, a supreme defensive technique, which is not merely a form of physical conditioning as rumored, but rather a refinement of Huang Chang's superior internal techniques. On this day, the time for daily, weekly, and quarterly tasks has arrived. The daily tasks total 150, while the weekly begins at 100 and the quarterly exceeds 1,000. If I complete them all, it will result in a bountiful harvest. Firstly, the 3 daily tasks are simple: fitness, interacting with the townsfolk, and fetching water for laundry. The weekly task, dubbed King of the Children, requires me to engage with my peers and lead them in playful merriment, rewarding 100,500 coins. The quarterly task, Be King, involves cultivating and commanding various bees based on the secret techniques provided by the system, promising a reward of 1,000,1500 coins and a bronze treasure chest filled with rare medicinal materials. The connection between the 9 manual and beekeeping is hard to ignore. Is this destiny calling me to cosplay as a certain character? Furthermore, do these treasure chests come with specific categories? Taking action, I embark on my morning exercises. With insufficient coins, I must rely on my own efforts. I dedicate an hour each to internal energy circulation, I Jin and Duan Gu techniques, and then another hour to combining the 9 Bone Claw and Heart-Crushing Palm. With my companions absent, our soul-hunting team finds itself idle. As idleness equates to a lack of business, without gains, we cannot survive. Most of our time is spent in the Stardow Forest, where our leader has reached level 59 and may soon attain 60. I swiftly complete the 3 daily tasks and then gather the local children, for the weather is splendid. I intend to take them to play in the mud. To prevent any mishaps, I lead them to a riverside where the water is shallow, barely reaching their calves. Observing the peculiar shapes of the mud blocks and the splashes adorning their clothes, I nod approvingly. Amu, what is this? A child with a spiky hairstyle pointed at my creation, his innocent laughter ringing out. The enigmatic expression of Shaoyun, continuing to engage. The weekly tasks of the Ultimate Child King yielded 260 gold coins and 1 point of freedom attribute. However, the maximum value is not attained. Some children, upon returning home, swiftly transformed from joy to sorrow, having traversed a complete childhood. There remains the quarterly task Be King. After 3 days of contemplation, Shaoyun resolved to commence his undertaking. According to the guidelines provided by the system's Bee Mastery technique, a series of preparatory steps were required. This included the construction of a beehive and the selection of suitable flowers, among other essential tasks. First and foremost, it was imperative to locate a freshly established beehive, or a queen bee that had yet to lay her eggs. Subsequently, one would need to concoct a special nectar utilizing the methods outlined in the secret technique, supplemented by the blood of the practitioner for nourishment. Finally, by employing the fundamental essence of the 9 scriptures along with the soul transference chapter, one could influence the queen bee, thereby enabling the summoning of new bees through sound waves or specific gestures. In the span of 3 days, Shaoyun discovered a relatively suitable beehive situated 10 miles from the town. This location was nearing the periphery of the starry forest, where the presence of wild beasts was increasingly palpable. Sean approached the treetop, gradually drawing near to the tree hollow, where hung an oval, gray-brown object the size of a fist. It bore crimson fur, golden compound eyes, and triangular wings, reminiscent of the 10-year-old fire jade bee. The 4 members of the Soul Hunter squad often shared information about Soul Beast with Shine. However, this sensation, was it a regression? The bees flitting in and out exhibited no significant differences from ordinary honeybees. Pondering this, Sean retrieved a specially crafted incense stick from her pocket and ignited it. This unique incense was designed to repel bees without causing them harm, allowing other bees to return after the harvest. She inserted the incense into the entrance of the hive and patiently waited for about a minute, during which most of the bees vacated the nest. Shaoyun then extracted a blade to ascertain the position of the queen bee, swiftly slicing through the hive to divide it in half. Cautiously, she set it aside and searched for traces of the queen. She discovered the royal cells excellent. Not only had they not yet laid eggs, but they were also still in the competitive phase. There were a total of 7 viable eggs that could produce a queen. The true queen would emerge from these 7 eggs, and the first to hatch would command the other drones and worker bees to eliminate the remaining less fortunate eggs. This hive seemed to meet all the requisite criteria. Once the incense had successfully driven off the bees, Shaoyun gathered everything and prepared to leave. The road ahead was clear, and I walked down the center. The art of bee manipulation appeared to be quite effective in the hands of the little dragon girl, yet in this realm of Douluo, it seemed to hold little promise. Shaoyun fell into a contemplative silence. Unless he was holding a soul beast of the bee variety that had existed for 100,000 years. Behind him, a cloud of dust arose, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves and rolling wheels. He hastily stepped aside. Such hurried travelers typically showed little regard for the lives of pedestrians. Holding his breath, he employed the technique of breath control to avoid being choked by the swirling dust. As the carriage passed, Shaoyun noticed the emblem of the spirit hall emblazoned on it. Oh dear, has trouble arrived? Given the usual circumstances, it was highly probable that the carriage carried a high-ranking official from the spirit hall, who would likely encounter him in the town, recognize his genius, and insist that he join the spirit hall, or perhaps initiate some inexplicable conflict, marking the beginning of enmity with the spirit hall. How clitchy. To avert such a possibility, Shaoyun resolved to remain indoors until the return of Huo and the others. He would assess the situation before deciding whether to continue with his daily tasks. Clutching the beehive, he strode briskly into the town. 3 days later, the 4 returned, their faces weary and exhausted, immediately retreating to their respective rooms for a deep slumber. Huo didn't even offer her usual greeting. "Amu. Quickly bring out that tofu you made last time. After so long in the forest, our rations have become stale," Shaoyun heard Huo call during morning exercises. Their expedition had lasted nearly a month. He replied without opening his eyes. Later, at breakfast, Shaoyun inquired, "Uncle, why were you gone for so long? Have you not yet reached level 60? The leader consumed his meal swiftly, finishing his portion in a few hearty bites, and, holding a cup of hot tea, remarked leisurely, "This time, our employer sought a shadow leopard over 5,000 years old, adept in concealment and swift assaults. We exerted considerable effort to secure it safely. As for reaching level 60, he sighed, my innate soul power is only at level 4. Achieving my current level is already commendable." According to Shaoyun's understanding, innate soul power is categorized by level 5 as a threshold. Those above level 5 generally harbor hopes of becoming a titled Douluo, while level 7 and above are even more formidable, with level 10 signifying complete innate soul power akin to divine status. Below level 5, from 1 to level 1, one might remain a great soul master, like a certain unnamed master. Levels 2 and 3 correspond to soul respect and soul sect, while level 4 signifies soul king. Among the 4, Huo possessed the highest innate soul power at level 6, yet as a support-type soul master, her training speed was inherently slow. "I'm utterly exhausted from this trip. I need 2 months of rest before venturing out again." Huo stretched lazily, eyeing the leader, who nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall resume our business 2 months hence. Take these days to recuperate." Huo then playfully pinched Shaoyun's cheek. "Amu, for the next 2 months, I shall accompany you. Are you not overjoyed? You've lost weight. Your face no longer has any firmness to it. I'll fetch you some deer milk. Children should be a bit plump to look appealing." Resistance was futile. Shaoyun allowed her to have her way. The second member spoke up, "I must visit the blacksmith. My gauntlets are damaged." The third added, "I will go train." The quarterly task of the Bee King stretched on for an entire month before finally concluding. Fortunately, no external factors impeded their progress, and Shaoyun received a full reward: 500 gold coins and a bronze treasure chest containing medicinal materials. Hesitation would lead to loss. He decisively opened the chest. "Congratulations! You have obtained 10 first-tier herbs, condensed cold twig, 10 first-tier herbs, jade fat hibiscus, 10 first-tier herbs, Lingshan immortal, and 10 first-tier herbs, starry vine. Consuming these will enhance the corresponding occupational soul master's qualifications, regardless of level." Although the levels were somewhat low, many of the herbs were undoubtedly valuable. However, they held little utility for his current self, who had yet to awaken a martial soul. Distributing them among the 4 without an explanation would be problematic. He decided to add them to breakfast the following day. The next day, Shaoyun incorporated the herbs into the porridge for breakfast, as there were no specific restrictions on consumption methods. Watching them consume it, he inquired, "Do you feel anything? Feel anything?" Wuxiang responded curiously. "What more should we feel, AMU? You haven't dosed us with anything, have you?" There is, however, a peculiar fragrance. The other three nodded in agreement. They only noticed a strange yet subtle floral scent. There was no other sensation. Shaoyun remained silent, realizing that the mention of trace enhancement truly referred to something minimal. Never mind. 2 years later, according to the news from the town's Spirit Hall branch, the day for the awakening of martial souls for the eligible children was merely a week away. Shaoyun had spent 6 years in Douluo. At this time, the hunting team received new business. "I say, are you all heading out for a mission at this time?" Wuxiang raised her hand, feigning sorrow as Shaoyun gently brushed it aside. "Alas, children grow up and become disobedient," the leader remarked indifferently. "Fear not. This time the employer's request is straightforward. Soul beasts of tiger variety aged between 800 and 1200 years. We shall surely return in time to accompany you for your awakening." The second member clapped Shaoyun on the shoulder, speaking solemnly. "We await your awakening of a supermartial soul, which will surely astonish us." A week passed, and the next day arrived, marking the day of martial soul awakening. Yet the hunting team had still not returned. Shaoyun had no choice but to prepare himself and head to the Spirit Hall branch in the hunting town. After adjusting his attire, he opened the door. Sunlight streamed through the gap, blinding him momentarily as he instinctively squinted. Walking down the street, he called out to either side. Soon, 3 children of similar age emerged. "AMU, Big Brother." The 4 of them made their way to the Spirit Hall branch. The bishop of the branch was a soul king of a level comparable to the leader, and at that moment, he stood idly to the side. "Your Grace, we have yet to receive any news regarding the presence of those soul beasts. Many hunting teams have not made any discoveries either. It may still take some time." 2 figures occupied the main seats, one shrouded in black mist, surrounded by ghostly apparitions that howled, emanating a low, hoarse voice. "How much longer will this take?" The bishop wiped his cold sweat. According to the temple's records, their peak activity occurs in September and October each year. It may take over a month. "Then we must hasten. What is that ruckus outside?" The bishop hesitated for a moment before hurriedly replying, "Your Grace, today is the day for the awakening of martial souls for eligible children, hence the commotion. If it displeases you, I shall immediately postpone it for 2 days. No need. It is an opportune moment to observe if any prodigies emerge who might join our Spirit Hall for their awakening." "Yes, I shall attend to this at once." The bishop promptly turned and exited. Though internally he harbored some grievances, such a matter could easily be delegated to a great soul master under his command. Yet here he was, compelled to take action. However, he dared not voice any complaints, for the one speaking was a titled elder. The figure enveloped in ghostly mist rose, accompanied by a young girl, and they proceeded to the awakening chamber. Within the awakening chamber, 12 6-year-old children awaited, 7 girls and 5 boys. The process of awakening martial souls was a simple task for a soul king. However, due to the watchful gaze of the elders, he felt compelled to portray the Spirit Hall as benevolent. Although he harbored great discontent within, he diligently sought to reassure each child awakening their powers. "Do not be anxious. Fear not, it is all right. Come, step into this circle of stones." The children in front swiftly completed their awakenings. They manifested a selection of common weapon and beast spirits, with 3 of them possessing soul power, 1 at the 4th level and 2 at the 2nd level. Shaoyun stepped forward, observing the awakening stone ascend once more, transforming into a luminous halo. He felt an overwhelming force within him, as if something was about to erupt. Extending his left hand, he gazed at his palm, finding no peculiar markings. Instead, a droplet, crystal clear and perfectly shaped, manifested in his hand. As he assessed his soul power, Shaoyun was not particularly inclined to directly join the Spirit Hall. With the game system in place, he could thrive anywhere. His hand pressed against the crystal ball, and the soul power was effortlessly drawn in. The 9 divine skill had already reached its first layer's pinnacle, allowing him to control it with ease. However, due to certain constraints, he could not break through to the 2nd layer. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Shaoyun found little interest in entangling himself in the schemes of others. Moreover, with diligent practice, becoming stronger was surely achievable. Although he held a fondness for the beautiful Pope, it was likely she would not accept male disciples. Thus, discretion was advisable. Later, the bishop, with a warm demeanor, inquired whether the few children who had successfully awakened their innate soul power wished to join the Spirit Hall. Apart from Shaoyun and another child, the others expressed eagerness to join. Ultimately, Shaoyun received a Spirit Hall certificate, Weapon Spirit, Water Droplet, registration date, Douluo calendar, June 17, 2637, registration location, northeastern 100 miles. Soul Hunting Town branch of Star Do Great Forest. Upon returning to his residence, Shaoyun summoned his martial soul and took a moment to carefully perceive its essence. He discovered that it was not merely a simple water droplet martial soul. Shaoyun could manipulate it to form water spheres, to differentiate into smaller droplets, mist, and even invisible water molecules. This was the water element martial soul, pure elemental martial soul. It could be considered quite formidable. Based on Shaoyun's limited memories and speculations about this world, it seemed that pure elemental martial souls were exceedingly rare, as most were associated with elemental powers in the form of tools, beasts, or mutated martial souls. Moreover, Shaoyun found that his martial soul was particularly adept. It possessed the ability to assist by supplying hydration and exhibited a degree of purification capacity. It also held potential for control-type development, as water is ever-changing. Additionally, it laid a strong foundation for offensive capabilities. Shaoyun could enhance the weight of the water using his soul power and launch it as an attack. Currently, it appeared to lack potential for agile offensive development. However, that was inconsequential, as he possessed the Spiral 9 Shadows, surpassing ordinary agile attack-type soul masters. Nevertheless, the complexity of his martial soul's abilities posed a challenge, especially regarding the selection of the first soul ring, which was of utmost importance. Shaoyun desired all three directions, but could not immediately think of a soul beast that could perfectly provide the necessary soul ring. What soul beast could simultaneously possess strong attack, control, and support abilities? According to numerous precedents, the formation of soul rings and soul skills is controllable. If the essence of the soul beast exceeds that of the martial soul, the resulting soul skill tends to lean towards the capabilities of the soul beast itself. Conversely, if the soul beast's essence is inferior to that of the martial soul, the resulting soul skill will automatically extend from the martial soul, aligning more closely with its development. However, these considerations could wait until later. He would continue to cultivate and gather experiences. Once the four companions returned, they could embark on a hunt for the first ring. Name, Shaoyun, the soul player. Age, 6-26, strength, 39 stamina, 60 agility, 45 intelligence, 41 gold, 66 items, forged steel longsword, a full set of bronze-level ropes, a pair of white silk gloves identical to those of the little dragon girl, and a set of first-tier herbal medicines too. These were the accumulations from the weekly and quarterly tasks completed over the past 2 years. After waiting for 10 days without the return of his companions, Shaoyun inquired with other familiar soul-hunting teams but received little useful information. He only learned that the last known location of the four was towards the inner circle of the forest. The inner circle? Was it not stated that the target for this venture was merely a spirit beast of 1,200 years? Could it be that the uncle had broken through to level 60? This was the only possibility that would explain why they ventured towards the inner circle, where 10,000-year soul beasts roamed. Recalling the knowledge shared by the four, Shaoyun gathered some supplies, packed medicines and food, and took along his cultivated little bees to seek out the whereabouts of his companions. The little bees could lead him to their location. As the protagonist, how could he begin his development without sacrificing his teammates? Towering trees obscured the sky, and a gentle breeze caused the deep green waves to ripple. The midday sun pierced through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light, akin to sacred swords of light slicing through the darkness. In the distance, the horizon appeared to be a fierce beast, seemingly ready to devour anyone within its sight. The soul-hunting town lay a mere 100 miles away, and aside from his initial arrival, this was Shaoyun's first return to this place. It took him an entire day to hitch a ride with the soul-hunting team as cart. "Amu, why don't you wait a bit? We could gather information while we move," one suggested. Waving his hand, Shaoyun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Wang, for the ride. I will seek out information myself from here on." With that, Shaoyun organized his belongings. Although the game system provided storage space, it only accommodated items produced by the system. He proceeded forward, soon vanishing into the shadows. Uncle Wang shook his head, taking no further action, though acquainted with Shaoyun. The adopted child, he had no intention of neglecting his own business. A child was just a child. It was common for soul hunters to be away for 10 days or even half a month. After traveling a distance, encountering a spirit beast would likely send him scurrying back. If he did not return, it was of no consequence to Wang. They were not family. Having ventured a distance, Shaoyun exhaled, slightly relaxing his tense heart. He opened the bamboo tube containing the little bees. The scents here are so complex. I hope you can help me find the precise location. 6 or 7 little bees buzzed out of the tube, circling around Shaoyun a few times before darting off in a specific direction. They moved swiftly. Shaoyun had to exert all his effort and lightness skills to keep up. So swift, I hope you haven't discovered some flower's core. In the midst of it all, Shaoyun instructed the bees to halt, catching his breath before proceeding. Since entering the forest, they had spent over 4 hours in total. It was only due to the clear guidance of the bees that they had made any progress. Had Wei Xian resorted to other methods, by the time he found the others, it might have been too late. However, it was already too late. All they found were 4 bodies, ravaged by soul beasts, and they were not even located in the same lair. Based on his rudimentary knowledge from watching numerous detective dramas, he estimated that the time of death was likely the same day they awakened their martial spirits. From Huaxiangxiang, Shaoyun discovered a letter soaked in blood. If anyone finds this letter, please deliver it to number 37, 4th Avenue, Soul Hunting Town. The specific reward can be claimed from AMU. Below is the main text. AMU. I'm sorry. I cannot know what super martial spirit you awakened. All along, though you never referred to me or the boss as your parents. We all understood you were a unique child. You were very considerate, never a burden to others, always possessing your own opinions. I have often pondered. If you truly were my child, no, you're my child. The boss said not to seek revenge for us, but AMU, I cannot accept this. I have yet to witness you grow into adulthood, nor see you bring home a girl you adore. We encountered a monster who tested his soul bone techniques on us. The letter's final lines became increasingly scrawled. No, AMU, you need not seek vengeance for us. You must live well, endure. Gathering the remains of the 4, Shaoyun stood silently, yet did not feel sorrow. Long ago, in his past life, he felt somewhat cold-blooded. Witnessing his grandmother's passing before his eyes did not evoke sadness. Only a sense of disturbance at the noise of the funeral. Yet, he would see her figure in dreams. Now, it was akin to that time. Death arrived so abruptly. He had thought they would survive until after the Divine War. Rest assured, old Hua, I will avenge you. Although Huaxiangxiang's letter did not specify any names, Shaoyun had already formed a fitting target in his mind. Residual Dream, a sadistic maniac. He likely had just acquired the illusionary wisdom soul bone that would allow for courier services. He had 2 clear locations, Songhui Academy and the Soul Master competition 7 years hence. Using the materials at hand, Shaoyun constructed 4 wooden frames, cremating the bodies and burying the ashes in a picturesque location. He then departed from the Stardow Forest. For his first soul ring, Shaoyun did not intend to hunt here. Regarding the development of his martial spirit, he planned to capture strong attack, support, control, and defensive soul beasts for the first 4 rings, while aiming for attribute enhancement capabilities for the latter 4, aside from the true martial spirit techniques. This was his tentative development plan. Next, Shaoyun intended to head to the frozen forest of the far north. If all went well, he could acquire an ice-type soul technique there, granting him a dual ability of strong attack and control. Moreover, the breakthrough conditions for the second layer of the 9 divine skill required extreme cold. Mere deep well water would not suffice. Furthermore, if he could procure the ice essence, the soul coins left by the 4 would be sufficient to support his journey to the far north and hire a soul hunting team for a century-old soul ring, with some remaining. As he drew closer to the north, the changes in climate and terrain became increasingly evident. The temperature dropped, and the likelihood of encountering snow rose, until he fully entered vast expanses covered in ice and snow, marking his true arrival in the north. Upon entering the city, bolstered by his internal strength and soul power, Shaoyun felt little discomfort from the cold. He sought a tavern to rest, suddenly realizing another issue. He knew nothing of the soul beasts in the frozen forest. Huaxiangxiang and the others had never ventured north, and their discussions had only been based on hearsay regarding the legendary 10,000-year soul beasts, which were beyond Shaoyun's current considerations. Should he first find a Soul Master Academy and study there for a while? Without a general understanding of the frozen forest, any lack of clear objectives would lead to a significant waste of time. The entities possessing information on soul beasts included the Spirit Hall, sects, various academies, and soul hunting teams. The first 2 were not under consideration for now. If he sought a Soul Master Academy, he was currently in the north. But his martial spirit certificate was registered near the Stardow Forest in the soul hunting town. Traveling across half the empire to enroll in the north would undoubtedly attract attention. The most renowned academy in the northern region was the Tianchu Academy, which did not accept male students, and the other smaller academies did not appeal to Shaoyun either. Thus, he could only consider the option of joining a soul hunting team. However, this would likely require a significant expenditure, and the soul coins left by the four would scarcely suffice. A day later, Shaoyun set out once more. He arrived at the camp where most soul hunting teams gathered outside the frozen forest, leveraging his youthful appearance to gather information on the soul beasts. When faced with those unwilling to share, he offered soul coins as compensation. From this moment onward, I shall embark on a new journey. Before formally entering the frozen forest, Shaoyun submitted a task. Congratulations on completing the quarterly task, 1,000 li in small steps. Reward, 1,200 gold coins and a bronze treasure chest of items. This task had refreshed while he was still in the town, searching for the whereabouts of the four. Since there was a treasure chest, he decided to open it first. He obtained an item, a trading card, one-time use, can search for characters across multiple universes for a single transaction. The results depend on the player's capabilities. Oh, this item seems intriguing. Returning to the tavern, he utilized the trading card. It floated into the air, expanding into a visual representation. From a first-person perspective, it seemed to be from the sky, allowing him to gaze down upon an endless stretch of forest. The camera quickly zoomed in, landing within the woods, revealing a young boy engaged in a struggle with some creature. The animal resembled a baboon, standing about a meter tall, with brownish-yellow fur and long arms ending in sharp claws. A baboon and a boy. Could it be the near-god-slaying wind baboon and the unfortunate son-in-law of the Tang family? Regardless, it would be prudent to offer assistance first. Although Shaoyun's combat experience surpassed that of the boy in the scene only marginally, dealing with the creature in the image would not pose a challenge. In a parallel world, Huo Yuhao gripped a white tiger coin, his breath labored. Having spent 5 years cultivating his main martial spirit eye to level 10. Due to innate deficiencies and prolonged malnutrition, his physical condition was poor. Had it not been for the dynamic vision granted by the spirit eye, he might have formed a heart-to-heart bond with the wind baboon in an instant. Crouched down, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears, prompting Huo Yuhao to instinctively lower himself. The wind baboon's sharp claws swiped past. The voice continued, roll to the right. Counterattack. Infuse your soul power. With a swift strike guided by Shaoyun, Huo Yuhao ultimately dispatched the renowned wind baboon from the annals of Douluo with his white tiger dagger, executing the deadly technique known as 1,000 Years of Kill. After narrowly escaping peril, Huo Yuhao slumped against a tree and discovered an enigmatic window before him, through which a child appeared. Who are you? He inquired. I am merely passing by, seeking to exchange certain items with you. As his breath steadied, Huo Yuhao gazed curiously at the scene. The child's tone bore no resemblance to that of an innocent youth. Thank you for aiding me in vanquishing that soul beast. However, I possess little of value. This dagger was bequeathed to me by my mother, and I fear it holds no worth for exchange. Shaoyun was not entirely acquainted with Huo Yuhao's tale. He had only gleaned a fragment of it initially, with the subsequent events recounted by others. He knew only that Huo Yuhao was a most unfortunate soul, tormented profoundly by the sea cucumber lord. Presently, he appeared devoid of any significant trading value. Yet, that notion was flawed. It was precisely Huo Yuhao, at the cusp of his journey, who possessed the highest probability of successful exchange. Soon, he would encounter the catalyst of his ascent, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm and the necromancer. Ilex. Without Ilex's divine consciousness, the arcane arts of necromancy would remain inaccessible, while heavenly dream was of paramount importance. I can offer you a cultivation technique. You must have heard of the Xuanian Gong, which accelerates training in the Tang sect. What I propose is even superior. In the near future, you shall confront a soul beast and a formidable entity. In exchange, I request your assistance in posing a question. Inquire about the precise location of Heavenly Dream from a millennium ago in the far north. Huo Yuhao felt enveloped in confusion. Yet the impending appearances of Heavenly Dream and Ilex filled him with astonishment, as the child had indeed foretold this. Shaoyun has secured the location of the Heavenly Dream, along with an additional method for refining mental strength from the elixir of life. Uncertain of when the next trading card will appear or if he will encounter Huo Yuhao again, Shaoyun has conveyed all his limited memories and the information he has gathered to him, hoping to instigate a shift in his life's trajectory. However, this necessitates a modification of his original plan. He had initially intended to hire a soul hunting team to traverse the periphery of the frozen forest in search of a first soul ring. Now, he must embark on this journey alone. It remains unclear whether the Heavenly Dream at this moment is evading the pursuit of the Ice Emperor or has already succumbed to slumber. Regardless, that locale undoubtedly harbors an abundance of 10,000-year ice essence, perhaps even profound ice essence, which is far more beneficial than celestial herbs for water and ice attribute soul masters. although the first layer of the 9 divine skill possesses considerable cold resistance. Delving deeper into the realm of the heavenly dream is not entirely secure. Thus, Shaoyun has prepared additional cold-resistant supplies and ample provisions before commencing his trek. He steps into the frozen forest, swiftly advancing along the route he has gleaned, employing the breath-holding technique to conceal his presence. With a clear objective and determined pace, he reaches the boundary indicated on the map after several days. Beyond this point lies a domain accessible only to a select few formidable individuals. Shaoyun hesitated over whether to acquire his first soul ring before proceeding with his next course of action. In recent days, he had encountered 3 soul beasts that particularly caught his eye. Securing the initial ring and subsequently advancing the 9 divine skill to its second tier would bestow him with greater assurance in reaching the location of the heavenly dream. This game lacks depth, he mused inwardly, and fails to provide a comprehensive map, yet claims I am the soul player. After solidifying his resolve, Shaoyun retreated to seek out the soul ring. He triggered a special quest, the Genesis of the Strong. Life is merely a humble term for the powerful, while luck serves as an excuse for the weak. To confront death is to embrace life. That which does not destroy you will render you more formidable. The regions ahead await you, adventurer. The quest rewards consist of 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins and a silver treasure chest filled with items. A temporary map has now been unveiled. As he contemplated this patch, new functionalities emerged before him. Shaoyun harbored grave suspicions that someone was lurking in the game's back end, awaiting their moment. All right, leave a positive review. Let us set off. The snow-capped peaks of the towering cliffs loomed as a ferocious blizzard howled and raged. Across the boundless snowy plains, a herd of snow elephants was making its way to their habitat. Suddenly, a human head emerged from behind the last snow elephant in the line. Shaoyun exhaled a puff of white breath, assessing the route before taking a deep breath. Were it not for the herd of snow elephants, he might have found himself struggling to make any headway through the raging blizzard. He tugged at the long, soft fur beside him, wrapping himself more snugly. After journeying through the night, he noticed that the path taken by the snow elephants diverged from the markers on the game map, prompting a bittersweet farewell to the majestic creatures. He fashioned a pair of rudimentary skis and, seizing the opportunity as the storm slightly abated, pressed on with his journey. Several hours later, the tempest fell silent, and daylight broke through the clouds, though the transparent sunlight offered no warmth. Gliding on his skis, Shaoyun suddenly felt his pupils constrict. He hastily leaped off his skis and plunged into the adjacent snow, striving to stifle his breath. In the next moment, a colossal, snow-white snowcock descended from the sky. Shattering his skis with a single claw, curiously surveying its surroundings with soft coos, bewildered by the disappearance of its recent meal, it prodded around with its sharp beak before reluctantly taking flight. After a minute of tense silence, Shaoyun cautiously peeked out. Life and death had hung by a thread in that fleeting instant. The bird's beak had nearly pierced his face, a truly exhilarating brush with danger. With renewed vigor, he removed several pieces from his pack to assemble a new pair of skis and continued onward. For over 2 months, he had moved with trepidation, skillfully evading the attention of countless ancient soul beasts by relying on his breath-holding technique. At last, he approached the crevice that Huo Yuhao had inquired about from the Dream of Heaven during their previous transaction. Without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss. He tumbled and slid for what felt like thousands of meters before finally regaining his footing. Dazed, he sat cross-legged to recuperate, gathering his strength to survey his surroundings. Contrary to his expectations, the cold was not as biting as he had imagined. A gentle warmth lingered in the air. Could it be that this Dream of Heaven had consumed all the ice marrow? Shaoyun held little hope for the Dream of Heaven to offer a sacrifice for a wisdom soul ring, as he was not a spirit-type soul master. Instead, he sought to discover some ice marrow for his cultivation. Above him loomed a deep, dark blue ice layer, with light filtering through, albeit insufficiently. As he ventured further into the hollow, after walking for over 10 minutes, fatigue began to set in, though accompanied by the 9 true qi. Prolonged exposure to this underground space proved uncomfortable. After a brief respite, he pressed on. Eventually, he stumbled upon a semi-transparent crystal that seemed to emit a faint chill, resembling ice marrow, albeit in a peculiar shape. Could it be the excrement of the Dream of Heaven? It surely could not be. Ice marrow was a pure energy. Ice attribute compressed substance. Standing before this odd formation, Shaoyun found himself in a quandary. If it had taken another shape, it would have been more acceptable. But this one truly resembled frozen excrement from a silkworm. Shaoyun, my esteemed self, what did you rely on to attain divinity? A chunk of excrement. The thought of how he might be portrayed in future chronicles made him vigorously shake his head. For the time being, he decided to leave it be, planning to revisit it only if he could find nothing else. Suddenly, he felt a mental intrusion. His thoughts racing, he discerned the source of the attack. Gradually halting his steps, he stood still, his gaze losing focus. A round, lustrous head emerged, its surface as white as jade, shimmering with a soft glow, and its eyes clear as a starry sky reflected. It was none other than the dream of heaven. As fate would have it, Shaoyun arrived just as Tianming had completed its digestion and awakened, intending to take a stroll. Suddenly, it sensed the presence of an unfamiliar being, causing a momentary fright that instinctively made it want to flee. However, upon detecting the other's remarkably feeble energy, it realized there was no real threat, which piqued its curiosity. Before being captured by Emperor Tian and others to serve as a source of energy, Tianming was quite innocent, harboring a peculiar infatuation with the Ice Emperor. It pondered why an ice silkworm would be enamored with a scorpion. Leaning closer to Shaoyun, Tianming observed with intrigue, questioning, "What kind of soul beast are you? Why do you look so peculiar? Both your body and spirit seem so frail." After examining for a while without any significant findings, Tianming began to hypnotize Shaoyun, attempting to interrogate him. "What beast are you? How did you enter here?" Due to the existence of the game system, Shaoyun's consciousness was safeguarded. Although his spiritual values at that moment did not provide direct immunity against Tianming's hypnosis, the system effectively isolated Shaoyun's awareness, rendering his body in a vegetative state. Initially, this would have prevented Tianming from gleaning any information. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, Shaoyun voluntarily released fragments of his memories, including descriptions of his eventual union with the Ice Emperor a millennium hence, along with some information about Tianming itself, interspersed with elements of modern informational pollution. As Shaoyun gradually regained consciousness, he beheld a striking figure seated cross-legged before him, adorned in a pristine white robe, with golden hair and eyes, and encircled by 10 golden rings. The handsome man wore an expression of existential doubt. "I shall forego introductions. Human, you undoubtedly recognize me. Are those thoughts within your mind authentic?" Nodding slightly, Shaoyun observed the humanoid form of Tianming and quietly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was Tianming, a being whose primary pursuits were eating and sleeping, making him relatively easy to persuade. Upon witnessing Shaoyun's nod of affirmation, Tianming sighed deeply, his face a portrait of sorrowful resignation. "Behold your Tianming, dashing and gifted. Who would have imagined I would become a mere supplement for others? Yet, in the end, being with my beloved Bingo makes it all bearable." As he contemplated this, a foolish grin spread across Tianming's face. Though foolish, his striking visage rendered him remarkably handsome. Had he possessed a less appealing countenance, he would have appeared utterly deranged. "Young human, your Tianming can assist you in becoming that so-called wise soul ring. But you must promise me, within a millennium, a millennium, aid me in capturing the Ice Emperor." Despite being tempted by Tianming's offer, Shaoyun knew he must tread carefully. "Are you certain? My martial spirit is not of the mental attribute. Fear not. With your Tianming by your side, anything is possible. Your water martial spirit is suitable. I can infuse a portion of my essence related to ice into your being, transforming your water martial spirit into an ice martial spirit. As for the mental essence, do you not possess a technique for refining mental strength? A century of cultivation here should suffice to bear it. At that point, your Tianming will perform a perfect compression. Could you perhaps refrain from pairing that perfection with such a gesture?" Shaoyun sat down in silence, lost in contemplation. A century was simply too long to wait. By then, one might fear even the angels would have vanished. With a gaming system at hand, however, the realm of possibilities was boundless. Perhaps at any moment, one might acquire something capable of directly transforming the ethereal dream. A special quest, the initiation of a formidable challenge, had been completed. He had obtained 3,000 gold coins and a treasure chest of items, as a task triggered by a temporary patch. The chest was highly likely to yield an item that could perfectly resolve his current predicament. Opening the chest, he anticipated a golden legend. Yet, what emerged was not what he hoped for. Instead, a black pill emerged, exuding a foreboding aura. An exquisite elixir, the 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill. As the name suggests, consuming it allows one to return to life, not once, but up to 9 times. With this pill in hand, the world is at your fingertips. With it, rising from the dead is no longer a mere fantasy. It empowers one to live and relive. No longer need one fear the consequences of overindulgence. Those who have used it sing its praises. Indeed, what a considerate gaming system this was, delivering precisely what one desired. He nodded in approval. Without hesitation, he addressed the ethereal dream. No need to wait any longer. I summon both the essence of spirit and the essence of ice. I possess a treasure that can withstand it. Are you certain? The ethereal dream inquired, her voice laced with skepticism. Shaoyun nodded earnestly, his expression grave. If he were to fail, it would not matter to you. You could simply seek him out a millennium later. Indeed, that was true. And thus, he arrived. In an instant, Shaoyun felt his entire being filled, a sensation of swelling and pain, before losing consciousness. He overlooked one critical detail. The current Tianming was not the larva that had been absorbed for an extended period, but rather the fully powered version of the Tianming Ice Silkworm. Even in its incomplete state, Tianming possessed the capability to easily shatter a tidal-level existence. Shaoyun, on the other hand, was merely a novice at the innate 10th level. In a daze, he felt as if his soul were being crushed and ground into powder, only to be poured into a mold and reshaped repeatedly. Unaware of the passage of time. Hey, young human, are you still conscious? Do you have any awareness left? The earth gradually awakened. A ray of dawn pierced the stillness of the night. From the depths of the abyss came a celestial melody. Suddenly opening his eyes, Shaoyun gasped for air. As though he had just emerged from drowning, nearly succumbing to death. 9 cycles of rebirth had been completely exhausted. And he would never wish to endure such an experience again. He cleared his mind, seeking to calm his emotions entirely. Originally, I intended to grant you a second martial soul, but unfortunately, despite being a million-year soul beast, my inherent species, the Ice Silkworm, lacks formidable abilities. The position for the second martial soul is reserved for my beloved Bing Bing. However, I must admit, I did not expect you to endure so well. When I sensed your spiritual essence shattering, I nearly lost my composure. Listening to Tianming's ramblings, Shaoyun opened his personal information panel. Name, Shaoyun, unique player. Age, 626. Strength, 115. Constitution, 120. Agility, 95. Intelligence, 290, 100,000 sealed. Why is it so little? The fundamental data had only increased by approximately 50 or 60 points. It was far too meager. Then he checked his soul skills. A white soul ring emerged, revealing 4 soul skills. 1. Spiritual Mist. Deploys a fog imbued with spiritual energy that can suppress the minds of all beings within, obscuring their vision while allowing perception of all movements within the mist. 2. Refraction of Water. Utilizes droplets and spheres formed by water molecules to observe beyond one's field of vision. 3. Water Defense. Establishes a barrier of water infused with spiritual energy, capable of diminishing physical attacks and completely defending against spiritual assaults. 4. Interference. Casts a stream of water imbued with psychic disruption to confuse the target's movements. Since Shaoyun did not possess a spiritual attribute martial soul, Tianming's psychic specialties could only be manifested through water. Additionally, Tianming's source of ice did not transform Shaoyun's martial soul into an ice martial soul, but rather endowed it with an ice form. In essence, Shaoyun could freely switch his martial soul between water and ice. If Tianming's essence were of the utmost attribute, it might have fundamentally altered Shaoyun's martial soul attributes. However, it appeared that the source of the water element martial soul surpassed Tianming's ice source. Did you not form a soul bone? No. Do you still desire my soul bone? It's fine. The soul bone of the Ice Silkworm may not hold much value anyway. This was the truth, and Tianming had nothing further to add. Well then, let us proceed. I shall take you to witness the human world. Tianming showed little interest, persistently inquiring about when Shaoyun would seek out the Ice Emperor. Rest assured, I shall not forget you. Once I feel capable of self-preservation under the Ice Emperor, I will certainly return to find her. Let us postpone that for now. A mere encounter might result in being frozen to shards. Given the circumstances, Tianming could only acquiesce, fully aware of the Ice Emperor's temperament, having been pursued for some time. He ceased his chatter. Utilizing a fraction of the remaining ice marrow from Tianming, Shaoyun advanced his 9 divine skill to the second layer. Under Tianming's guidance, he packed away the most potent energies before departing the underground ice cavern. Retracing his steps, this time, with Tianming's psychic concealment, he traversed much more swiftly, saving 2/3 of the time, finally reaching the human-occupied vicinity of the frozen forest. Shaoyun did not exit the forest directly. Instead, he continued to meander within, searching for his second spirit ring. Although Tian Dream had severely compressed its essence, the energy he provided propelled Shaoyun to approximately level 18.5. By utilizing some ice essence, he successfully advanced the second layer of the 9 divine skill, naturally reaching level 20. Regarding the selection of the first 4 spirit rings, Shaoyun's initial strategy encompassed offense, control, agility, and support. With Tiandream's first ring perfectly bestowing control abilities, he now needed to focus on the remaining 3 options. For the second ring, Shaoyun chose a spirit beast renowned yet obscure within the spirit master realm, known as slime, which was only slightly superior to blue silver grass. This creature sustains itself by absorbing decayed matter and the sap of certain plant-type spirit beasts, capable of splitting, morphing, and expanding, consuming spirit power for self-replication. Though its abilities appeared promising, its strength and speed were exceedingly feeble, making it an uncommon choice for a spirit ring due to its lackluster enhancements. However, Shaoyun was particularly fond of its transformative abilities, which harmonized splendidly with his water element martial soul. According to the theories of numerous predecessors in the realm of fan fiction, the formation of spirit skills is intrinsically linked to the essence of spirit beasts and martial souls. Consequently, Shaoyun effortlessly acquired the abilities of splitting and morphing, ultimately naming his second spirit skill water form. Its age was 2,400 years. With Shaoyun's current physique at an impressive 120 points, this was achieved with ease. Tiandream refrained from commenting on Shaoyun's choice, knowing that once he unsealed the essence of life, all spirit rings would bloom vibrantly like the mountain peony. Upon returning to the city, Shaoyun took a few days to rest and clear his mind, engaging in daily routines. After some hesitation, he decided against visiting the spirit hall to update his spirit master ledger. A 7-year-old, 2-ring spirit master would undoubtedly attract attention. Historically, only one individual had achieved such a feat, Qianren, who was born at innate level 20. It was somewhat regrettable to miss out on the monthly gold spirit coin subsidy. If memory served correctly, a great spirit master received 10 coins per month, resulting in the forfeiture of a minor goal. Is this truly the world of humanity? AMU. It seems rather dull. Without those who care, the entire world appears less than beautiful. Tiandream's enthusiasm waned. I'm going to sleep now. Call me if there's anything. He then fell into a deep slumber. Shaoyun shook his head, continuing to diligently complete small tasks and accelerate the training of his coin-gathering skills in different regions. 2 weeks later, a weekly quest suddenly filled him with a sense of melancholy. The weekly task, Memories of Perfume, required him to concoct any fragrance according to Huo formula, offering a reward of 150, 350 coins and 6 free attribute points. In the past, Huo had shared numerous perfume recipes with Shaoyun. Her martial soul was, after all, perfume. It was time to embark on a journey to Tsanghui to ascertain whether Shinian was present. If the opportunity arose, he intended to settle accounts and take revenge for his 4 companions. However, before departing, there was another destination he wished to visit, Tindo Academy. Although the allure of the angel was undeniable, the Ice Phoenix was equally tempting. A talent like himself might just have the capability to defy the stringent rules of Tindo. Tindo Academy, among the 4 elemental academies, with Xiangzhou Academy merely filling numbers, had notoriously strict admission criteria, accepting only water and ice attribute female students. Thus, despite its prestigious reputation, the total number of faculty and students was the smallest among the elite Soul Master academies. However, due to this exclusivity, Tindo Academy maintained a long-term open enrollment office. Any young girl who believed she met Tianxue's requirements could participate in the tests, and upon passing, gain admission to the academy. When Shaoyun arrived, there were 10 other young girls in the office, all aspiring to enter Tianxue. Not a single one of the 10 girls succeeded. When it was Shaoyun's turn, despite his youthful appearance with rosy lips and pearly teeth that bore a slight resemblance to a girl, the admissions officer, seasoned by numerous encounters, discerned at a glance that Shaoyun was not human. No, he was not a girl. Nevertheless, the teacher remained exceptionally patient and offered a gentle consolation. I am sorry, young one, but our academy does not admit boys. Shaoyun can make one final effort to showcase his extraordinary talent. 10. Speechless. This teacher, a super genius at the age of 7 with 2 rings, have you not given it a thought? The teacher is astonished. Little one, are you certain? Shaoyun nodded with a touch of arrogance, prompting an immediate evaluation of his abilities. It was undeniable that he possessed remarkable talent, a prodigious genius of the likes not seen in a millennium. This left the teacher in a quandary. Should such a genius be overlooked, the dean's wrath would surely follow. Yet, the long-standing rule of Tianxue forbidding the acceptance of male students was unyielding. established by the Academy's founders who declared that this regulation would remain unchanged unless the very existence of Tianshui was at stake. Caught in this dilemma, inspiration struck her, a flawless solution. She would persuade the dean to accept the boy as a disciple, thus embracing the genius without contravening Tianshui's regulations. Child, please wait a moment. I shall seek out the dean post-haste. After a considerable delay of over half an hour, she reappeared, her expression fraught with difficulty. Observing her demeanor, Shaoyun surmised the situation. The dean was likely unavailable. Very well then. If fate decrees this, I shall take my leave, he stated, turning to depart. Watching Shaoyun walk away, the teacher was torn. Alas, as the head of admissions, she lacked the authority to alter Tianshui's established rules. Shaoyun harbored no trepidation about the potential consequences of his brief encounter with Tianshui, for he had left no name behind, ensuring that as long as he concealed his abilities, others would find it impossible to trace him. With his connection to Tianshui concluded, it was time to set out for Zhonghui. As a prestigious academy for soul masters, Zhonghui was not difficult to locate. Nestled within the borders of the Agendaz kingdom, it enjoyed direct support from the kingdom's Ministry of Education. While its reputation may not have been stellar, it far surpassed that of Shrek Academy. The institution boasted formal and comprehensive facilities, occupying a substantial area, with a faculty and student body threefold that of Tianshui. Upon arrival, Shaoyun realized he had most likely missed the enrollment period. The next opportunity was still over half a year away, with admission not anticipated until the following year. He had no intention of drawing undue attention to himself, as his goal in Zhonghui was merely to bide his time. Furthermore, lacking a diploma or recommendation from a junior soul master academy, direct admission to Zhonghui would necessitate financial strategizing. Perhaps he could fabricate a document or procure one through other means. In a secluded corner of the city, he rented a modest courtyard, dedicating himself to intensive training. Each day followed a routine of 3 tasks. Fitness training and reading became a staple, while the third task refreshed randomly. This time, it was fishing. With 0.3 attribute points and 150 gold coins acquired, he continued his methodical training. All his gold was invested in acceleration, speeding up his progress. His skills included 9 Divine Art LV2 acceleratable, Spiral 9 Shadows LV3 acceleratable, Heartbreaking Palm LV3 acceleratable, 9 White Bone Claw LV1 acceleratable, and Golden Bell Shield LV1 acceleratable. Additionally, he practiced a myriad of martial arts documented within the 9 manual, transforming them into skills. Gold coins felt perpetually insufficient. He lamented, how can one ever have enough? With the coins depleted, Shaoyun could only rely on sheer determination to advance. Indeed, this game might well be titled The Life of a Tireless Cultivator, where gold coins served merely as sustenance for the soul. Before long, more than half a year had elapsed. Shaoyun's soul power has ascended by 1 level. He harbors concerns that the energies bestowed by Tianming may be overly ephemeral. For the past 6 months, he has primarily endeavored to refine his soul power through the method of compression. He has also contemplated honing his skills through continuous combat. However, the scale of the soul fighting arena in Zhonghui is rather limited, and there exists a risk of exposing his identity. As the enrollment period for Zhonghui approaches, Shaoyun casually approached a prospective student and replicated their junior graduation certificate, thus gaining entry into the testing cohort. Just to confirm, Tianming, you possess the ability to hypnotize the admissions officer, correct? Shaoyun inquired. In the realm of the Sea of Consciousness, Tianming languidly responded, of course, hypnosis is a trivial matter. A mere 4th-ring human is no challenge at all. If you wish, I could even shatter his psyche, rendering him an imbecile. Let's avoid that path. Shaoyun replied with a chuckle. By the way, your memories are quite fascinating. They contain an array of intriguing concepts. During their time in the icy caverns of the extreme north, Tianming had gleaned numerous insights while hypnotizing Shaoyun. Yet, once integrated into the Sea of Consciousness, unless Shaoyun relinquished his restrictions or Tianming unleashed his full potential, little could be extracted. The admission criteria for Zhonghui are considerably more lenient than those of Shrek, requiring only that one be a 1st ring before the age of 14. The age limit for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent is merely 25. Well then, the hypnosis is complete. I shall return to slumber, Tianming declared. Following the hypnosis, Shaoyun successfully passed the test, registering as a 10-year-old 1st-ring soul master, while deceptively inflating his age by 3 years to conceal his 2nd ring. Thus, Shan became an ordinary student at Songhue Academy. A week elapsed, and the weekly refresh commenced. The weekly task posed the question, is it the turtle or the overlord? Dominate the academy and become the foremost, with rewards of 150, 350 gold coins and 2 free attribute points. Shaoyun relinquished the task at hand. Shinian, it seemed, was the vice president of Songhue, yet there appeared to be no news regarding him whatsoever. After a week of investigation, Shaoyun found himself utterly devoid of information about Shinian within Songhue. At this juncture, it seemed that Shinian had yet to join Songhue. As he proceeded to attend classes, his interest waned swiftly. In terms of cultivation, he possessed the 9 divine skill, the heavenly dream, and Ice Essence. The concepts of soul techniques discussed by the teacher were already commonplace among the seasoned practitioners. Within the entirety of Songhue, only a few records about soul beasts held any significance for Shaoyun. The practice commenced with the first pair, Shaoyun versus Bai Weiqi. Shaoyun was Shaoyun's alias. He had no intention of remaining in Songhue for long, thus adopting a pseudonym for ease of movement. Even if he were later deemed a malevolent soul master due to Shinian's affairs, he could simply adopt another name without a hint of suspicion. Shaoyun, although you are younger than I am, do not expect me to go easy on you, declared Bai Weiqi. His first soul technique, Shockwave, was unleashed. Bai Weiqi, age 12, wielded a thick and thin iron rod as his martial soul, boasting a soul power level of 14. As for Shaoyun, he employed water escape and the water flow whip. His disguised martial soul manifested as a whip of water, both controllable and formidable. Bai Weiqi charged at Shaoyun, swinging his large rod, only to collide with the water whip, sending rippling shockwaves across its surface. Yet, he was utterly unable to destabilize the whip's steady form. How could this be? Bai Weiqi was taken aback. This move of mine can shatter 10-centimeter thick rock. How can I not break a mere water whip? Indeed, the disparity was glaringly evident. Shaoyun scratched his head, initially contemplating employing a technique from the white python whip method as a soul skill, but this. With a forceful tug, the water whip yanked Bai Weiqi's martial soul from his grasp, wrapping around his neck and tightening slowly. Shaoyun wins. The supervising teacher, Yi Zhiqiu from the Academy's Foreign Affairs Department, promptly issued the command. Shaoyun smiled shyly, expressing gratitude for the guidance. However, Bai Weiqi remained seated on the ground, his face a pale mask of despair, unwilling to accept the harshness of reality. Before joining Songhue, he had been renowned as a prodigy throughout the surrounding countryside. Yi Zhiqiu shook his head, instructing the other students to drag Bai Weiqi away. Shaoyun stood to the side, preparing for another practice match in the winner's bracket. Students who secured 2 victories would be transferred to other classes, the so-called advanced and elite classes. In the second practice match, Shaoyun feigned defeat, lamenting his loss. The 3 iron bonds of life classmates, iron bars, and brothels were not what he wished to cultivate at Songhue. He planned to wait another 6 months. If there were still no news of Shinian, he would depart for Tindo City. Time was still on his side, and it was essential to foster a strong bond with the angels while they were young. Delaying until they began their divine examinations would be too late. Perhaps due to the setting, the weekly quests that emerged during this period were all related to Songhue, unlike before when anything could be requested. If one were to argue, the weekly quests did not yield significant rewards. However, the quarterly quests were similarly unsatisfactory, which was frustrating. The quarterly quest required him to dominate Songhue Academy, making it submit to his will, truly becoming the overlord of the school. The reward was 15,000 to 35,000 gold coins and a silver treasure chest filled with items. The silver treasure chest had previously yielded a 9-turn soul revival pill, allowing him to resurrect 9 times and successfully transform heavenly dream energy. Yet, Shaoyun was reluctant to undertake this task and chose to forego it painfully. Moreover, he believed that his ambitions should not be dictated by a game system that would mean the game was playing him rather than the other way around. He should do what he wished and refrain from what he did not desire. Why complicate matters? The leisurely half-year slipped away swiftly, aside from completing daily tasks. He scarcely glanced at the weekly and quarterly quests. Still, there was no news of Shinian, prompting Shaoyun to contemplate leaving Songhue. After all, that individual would undoubtedly appear in Tindo City during the elite competition, and he could address matters then. At that time, he could utilize molecular manipulation to form a Barrett or cannon for a devastating long-range assault, leaving his opponent bewildered about their demise. Although Shaoyun had only a rudimentary understanding of firearms from memories of dismantling toy guns in his childhood, that was inconsequential. There was ample time for trial and error. It was improbable that Shinian would suddenly attain an illustrious title or transform into a divine being. As night fell, Shaoyun quietly departed, casting a glance back at the academy shrouded in darkness, frowning slightly. The headmaster of Tsanghui, who could accept someone like Shinian as deputy head, could not be a person of good character. Unfortunately, he had not encountered him in the past 6 months. Having acquired a donkey, which he temporarily named Xiao-san, Shaoyun reclined upon its back as it ambled towards Tindo City. Should he take a detour to Nanning City? At this hour, Lord Heishan would likely still be at the blacksmith shop. Gazing at the imperial map, Shaoyun's mind wandered aimlessly. Eliminating Tang San at this moment would allow him to pursue the angels undisturbed, though it might provoke a brutal retaliation. Even if successful, he would have to worry about whether Tang San would invoke the traditional powers of the Tang clan's reincarnation. Reincarnating into another world would be acceptable, but he feared the possibility of reappearing in some corner of this continent, where he would lose all control, unless he could eliminate the Azura god now, thereby preventing the possibility of the Tang heir's reincarnation. But that was merely a fanciful dream. He decided to check it out, contemplating the allure of the 100,000 year blue silver emperor spirit bone. He understood the revival power associated with the spirit bone, given its connection to the blue silver emperor. However, he could not comprehend how a mere plant could possess the ability to fly. Xiaosan brayed softly, dutifully carrying Shaoyun toward Nodding City. More than half a month later, Shaoyun arrived at Shanghun village, ultimately deciding to see if he could acquire that coveted 100,000 year spirit bone. He casually stopped a villager, inquiring about the legendary blacksmith known for his exceptional skills. Unfortunately, he was not present. Tang San had already left home, having returned for his first semester in Nodding. After circling Shanghun village without locating any signs of the blue-silver emperor's cultivation, Shaoyun concluded that Tang Hao must have relocated it nearby in the blue-silver forest. Thus, it was apparent that Ain was the true love, while Xiao San was merely an accident. The donkey, mistaking Shaoyun's call, responded with a couple of brays. Shaoyun patted its head, directing it towards Nodding City. Nodding City was relatively small, yet as the economic hub of several surrounding villages, it thrived in a unique geographical position between two great empires, making it more vibrant than its size suggested. Shortly after entering the city, he encountered the future Lord Heishan and the teacher who would profoundly influence his life. The combination of a weary middle-aged man with a stoic expression and a bright-eyed boy was unmistakable. Yu Xiaojiang was aptly described by those two terms. At this moment, Tang San appeared quite ordinary, the sort one could easily overlook in a crowd. Yet his eyes, sharpened by the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes, radiated an impressive vigor, leaving a lasting impression. Initially, Shaoyun did not recognize them. It was the game system that triggered a quest. A unique task was activated, and once a player chose to forego it, there would be no chance for reactivation. The task was titled Bonds. The child of destiny has appeared. Establish a reliable bond with him. Become his steadfast and trustworthy companion, supporting him on his journey beyond the heavens. The rewards included 100 free attribute points, 50,000 to 100,000 gold coins, a diamond treasure chest filled with items, a diamond treasure chest containing herbs, and 2 silver treasure chests filled with items. This was, to date, the most richly rewarding task, truly enticing. Who would want to forge a steadfast bond with Tang San? That would be madness. What benefit would come from forming bonds with someone capable of severing his own daughter's soul, indifferent to blood ties? What could a mere bond of partnership signify? Perhaps it would be better to side with Dai Lauda in the early stages and Mu Bai in the later stages. As if to underscore the importance of this task, the system highlighted a countdown in vivid red within Shaoyun's field of vision. Shaoyun feigned indifference as he silently dined, allowing the countdown to reach its conclusion. The special task gradually faded from his mind. However, in the blink of an eye, a new special task emerged. Long-term special task, archenemy. If you do not wish to be the companion of the destined one, then become his lifelong adversary. Let him exist forever in your shadow, pursuing your silhouette and footsteps for eternity. The mere thought of your name should send shivers down his spine. The rewards are as stated. This task appears quite appealing. I shall accept it. Thus, the first shadow beckoned, elegantly wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. Shaoyun exited the restaurant and untied the donkey's reins. He called out loudly, "Xiao San, we must be off." Not far away, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang turned simultaneously to discover who was calling for Xiao San. Upon seeing Shaoyun tugging at the obstinate donkey, Tang San felt a twinge of discomfort. Rest assured, I shall find you a beautiful female donkey in due time, ensuring your donkey life is complete. Now, let us depart. Xiao San, 12, codename. To his astonishment, Tang San realized that he shared a name with the donkey. His face contorted as he watched the child, nearly his size, lead the donkey away in the opposite direction. This child has already charted a path to his demise. Xiao San? Yu Xiaojiang called out. It's nothing, master. Let us return. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me. White dragon horse, who's facing west, carrying Tang San. Ugh. This phrase felt utterly out of place. Xiao San the donkey was not a white dragon horse, and he himself was not Tang Xing. The Grand Mage had achieved enlightenment while remaining single. Shaoyun had no desire to repeat the journey. Traversing through the Fastnuo province and heading north, there lay another kingdom before entering the realm of the Heaveno Empire. If the map scale was accurate, with the current pace of Xiao San the donkey, it would take a full 4 months to reach their destination. Startled from his reverie, Shaoyun thought, to ride a donkey for 4 whole months? How can one endure such a fate? Xiao San the donkey. It seems our fates are intertwined only to this extent. Upon reaching the nearest town, he resolved to sell the obstinate donkey. Perhaps to join a caravan or hire a carriage straight to Tindo City. Haagen-Dazs Royal City? I wonder if they sell ice cream. Glancing up at the grand characters above the city gate, he led the donkey through the entrance. After inquiring about the local markets, Shaoyun directed Xiao San the donkey to the agricultural trade market's livestock area. Negotiating with the livestock stall owner, he agreed on a price of 20 copper soul coins. Sir, let us strike a bargain, Shaoyun implored earnestly. I can offer you 5 coins. And I promise to find this donkey a beautiful female companion to fulfill its donkey life. I hope you can accommodate this request. The owner, taken aback, nodded subtly. Very well. Shaoyun returned 5 coins to his boss and greeted the little donkey. Donkey, I am leaving. The little donkey merely grunted, showing no interest in Shaoyun. Shaoyun turned and departed, making his way towards the 7 Treasures carriage shop, casually brushing off 2 3-handed creatures along the way. He mused to himself that it was high time for a storage soul guide device to manifest in the game, considering he had been at this for nearly 8 years. Carrying a burden during his travels felt rather beneath him. However, the game system remained unresponsive. Upon arriving at the carriage shop, he inquired of the proprietor. What is the fare for hiring a carriage directly to Tindo City? The owner, lacking enthusiasm, pointed towards the sign. Luxury carriage, 100 gold soul coins. Comfortable carriage, 10 gold soul coins. Ordinary carriage, 1 gold soul coin. Shaoyun's entire fortune now barely exceeds 100 soul coins, with the remaining funds being the share from the 4 members of the soul hunting team, which he has been utilizing until now. Gritting his teeth, he procured a modest sum to hire a low-grade ordinary cart. The proprietor picked up a brass bell and gave it a gentle shake, casually stating, We shall depart at 1:30 this afternoon. The 2nd floor offers a resting area and complimentary tea. You may take a moment to relax. This unexpected display of hospitality was noteworthy. Ascending to the 2nd floor, Shaoyun found 4 or 5 individuals already present. Silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited the appointed time to embark. Observing the surroundings, he noticed small compartments and decided to step inside for a brief respite. Shaoyun's biological clock is remarkably punctual, rousing him at the appointed hour. The carriage awaits, manned by a courteous coachman who nods warmly in acknowledgement. However, past experiences have taught Shaoyun that it is best to refrain from mingling expressions in an employer-employee relationship characterized by social disparity. He responds with a faint acknowledgement before boarding the carriage, setting off immediately. Upon reaching Tindo City, several days have elapsed, having changed carriages once along the way. As one of the 3 great powers of Douluo continent, the capital city of the empire, Tindo City, requires no elaborate description of its splendor. A blend of ancient Chinese and Western styles offers a refreshing contrast, distinct from the steel jungle of modern cities. Yet at this moment, Shaoyun is preoccupied, pondering how to establish a proper connection with both the angels and the crown prince. Should he boldly approach the prince's residence and proclaim, I wish to serve you? Although Xue Qinghe does not reside within the Eastern Palace like in ancient times, he is still within the imperial city, where access is not granted to just anyone. Despite the presence of Tian Reem, which would allow Shaoyun to approach the prince's residence stealthily, he recalls that 2 titled elders are likely lurking nearby. Although Tian Dream possesses formidable spiritual abilities, facing those 2 elders would undoubtedly jeopardize Shaoyun's physical well-being. According to gathered intelligence, the only royal residing just outside the imperial city is Prince Xuexing. However, Xuesheng is not only cunning but also possesses intricate schemes. And Shaoyun is disinterested in engaging with such a person. More importantly, Xuesheng is an adversary of Xueqinghe, and aligning with him would likely provoke hostility. This is not a childhood prank intended to garner attention from girls, and such methods are best avoided. What of joining the Royal Academy? It appears that most of its recruits are noble offspring. Moreover, Shaoyun is unaware of the route to the Royal Academy amidst the numerous hills, leaving him uncertain as to which are under its jurisdiction. After much contemplation, it seems that relying on serendipitous encounters may prove the most dependable. He envisions a chance meeting with Xueqinghe while she is out and about. As per the persona he has crafted for her, which would likely lead her to frequently appear in public, managing her reputation. Such an encounter should not prove difficult. Yet, should fate conspire against him and she does not appear in his vicinity, lacking this destiny, would it not be a mere daydream? Considering the odds of this occurrence, it is quite plausible. To ensure a sustainable narrative, authors often employ this device to stretch the word count, scripting hundreds or even thousands of near misses. However, there seems to be another method, one that is brief in duration yet swift in effect. Shaoyun gazed upon the colossal dome-shaped edifice in the distance. If one were to achieve renown within the Soul Arena, it was only natural to attract the attention of Xueqinghe. Ultimately, it was unavoidable to partake in the spectacle of the Soul Arena. The Soul Arena, Sea God Island, and the City of Slaughter, these are the quintessential destinations that nearly every traveler must visit. From afar, the grandeur of the Heaveno Grand Soul Arena was already apparent. Standing at the main entrance, one could scarcely discern any other structures. "Greetings, welcome to register for the Soul Arena," announced the receptionist with a practiced smile, extending a form. "Please provide your name, age, martial soul, and place of birth. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, and additionally, kindly select a code name." Shaoyun falsely reported his age as 12, while all other information remained authentic. When it truly captures Qian Rengxi's attention, her investigation will inevitably reveal the truth, leading her to regard Shaoyun as even more of a prodigy. As for the code name, Shaoyun initially contemplated names like Holy Angel or Heart of the Angel, but they seemed incongruous with his martial soul. After a brief moment of reflection, he settled on a more casual choice, Water God. "May I register for the soul battle immediately?" he inquired. "Certainly." The attendant glanced over Shaoyun's information and nodded. "I will arrange that for you right away. Please follow the staff for a soul power test." Within a minute, the attendant had adjusted the control panel behind her and handed Shaoyun a metal badge, which bore his newly chosen codename on the reverse side. 13. Soul Battle Arena 1. Upon testing, it was determined that Shaoyun currently possessed a soul power level of 23. A new attendant approached to escort Shaoyun. "Your soul battle will take place in Zone 4, Arena 14. Please follow me. You may adjust your state in the resting area first." The resting area was a secluded room, and after guiding Shaoyun to a spot, the attendant added, "When your code name is called from outside, you may take the stage to commence the soul battle. If you require anything else, I will be just outside. Feel free to summon me." Bending slightly, the attendant's alabaster skin was rather eye-catching, prompting Shaoyun to wave his hand dismissively. The attendant maintained her slightly bent posture, retreating a few steps before gracefully turning to leave. "Now, let us welcome the Water God and the Iron Pestle contestant to the stage. Both are newcomers to the Soul Battle Arena. Water God, with a martial soul of water droplet, is a young genius who has achieved a soul power level of 23 at the tender age of 12, while the Iron Pestle contestant, at 17, possesses a soul power level of 25. Whom will fortune favor?" The audience eagerly anticipates the outcome. Perhaps the enthusiasm of the audience for each soul battle directly influences the host's remuneration. Despite both being novices, the host endeavored to elevate the atmosphere. However, the audience's response was tepid. The host and referee continued to enthusiastically announce, "Now, both sides, please release your martial souls." The Iron Pestle's martial soul appeared as a pitch-black short staff, measuring over 60 centimeters in length, uniformly thick, adorned with 2 yellow, century-old soul rings. The contestant wore a deep blue, agile outfit. Shaoyun thought he resembled someone who pounds rice cakes. Shaoyun's release of his martial spirit stirred little commotion. A smooth droplet of water hovered before him, and he could hardly be bothered to raise a hand. The white spirit ring elicited a scornful expression from Taichu. Yet the emergence of the purple spirit ring left him utterly perplexed. The audience was soon engulfed in a wave of restlessness, with many initially suspecting a malfunction in the soul power testing of the arena, believing they were witnessing a soul sage rather than a mere 2-ringed soul master. A sudden hush fell over the crowd. Someone approached the host, and whispered a few words, to which the host nodded and swiftly worked to rekindle the atmosphere. Wow. Our water god contestant has achieved the remarkable feat of a second ring after a millennium. Truly a prodigy of youth. What splendid performance might he unveil in battle? Let us eagerly await the commencement of the soul fight. You little rascal. Though I cannot fathom how you managed such a spectacle to capture the crowd's attention, Shaoyun arrived here with the intent to swiftly establish his reputation, rather than to endure the trivialities of others' chatter. He directly raised his hand toward the iron rod, forming a fist, and unleashed his second soul skill, water form. This ability allowed him to manipulate water molecules at any location, shaping them into any desired structure. Upon witnessing the 1,000-year soul ring of his opponent illuminate, the iron rod was taken aback and instinctively retreated. Suddenly, he realized that his head was enveloped in a water sphere. He hastily attempted to grasp it, but to no avail. Soon, he succumbed to oxygen deprivation and lost consciousness. Although the battle was not particularly extravagant, it could be regarded as a swift victory. A scattering of gasps arose from the audience as Shaoyun quietly exited the arena. He earned 20 gold soul coins, both his own and his opponent's, accumulating a point. Over the course of 10 days, maintaining a pace of 1 battle per day, Shaoyun achieved 10 consecutive victories, each time utilizing a water sphere to incapacitate his opponent through asphyxiation, causing them to collapse. Within the realm of Turing soul masters, this technique rendered him invincible. Only those capable of externalizing their soul power could shatter the water sphere, or alternatively, a fire-based soul skill could evaporate it. His soul points reached 55, and with another victory, he would ascend to the rank of Copper Soul Fighter. He had begun to garner a modicum of fame, albeit still limited, circulating only among certain spectators and personnel within the soul fighting arena. On the 11th day, he once again subdued his opponent with the water sphere. Shaoyun handed his badge to the attendant for an exchange for the Copper Soul Fighter badge, while simultaneously making a request. I would like to register for tomorrow's competition, but please arrange for me an opponent of the Soul Sovereign level. The attendant, holding the badge, paused in astonishment. You wish to challenge beyond your rank? Shaoyun nodded. I will report your request promptly. Please hold on. The waiter conveyed Shaoyun's request to the supervisor of the 14th Division. Above the supervisor is the manager responsible for the entire Heavenly Fighting Soul Arena, and above the manager is the owner. Shaoyun's current status only qualifies him to be attended by the supervisor. Instances of individuals challenging the hierarchy are rare, prompting the supervisor to inquire further. Is it the water deity of the millennial second ring seeking to bypass the protocol? The waiter affirmed with a nod. After a brief consideration, the supervisor agreed. He arranged for the water deity's needs while also designating a healing soul master to be on standby, aiming to ensure that the water deity perceives the arena's goodwill. If a rapport could be established, the supervisor speculated that he might glean the secrets of the millennial second ring from this water deity, potentially paving the way for his ascension to the managerial position. Shaoyun's reputation has yet to spread far and wide, a result of his deliberate control over it. It is often best for one to savor their victories alone. As long as one can maintain control, they will reap the greatest rewards. After the server departed, the supervisor also vacated the office, heading towards the registration area. Judging by Shaoyun's performance in his first 10 matches, he intended to arrange for an opponent strong enough to inflict damage upon him, yet not severely injure him. Once Shaoyun faced defeat and injury, he would make his entrance with a healing spirit master. This connection would surely solidify their camaraderie. The following day, in the soul fighting arena, our young prodigy, the water god, applied for a challenging battle. With an impressive record of 11 consecutive victories, he undoubtedly earned the right to do so. Thus today, the water god would face a soul master of the soul respect level, specifically, a formidable 36th level assault type soul master named Xiongyu. With a current record of 17 wins and 17 losses, his martial spirit is the Fire Fox, possessing considerable fire attribute power. Could he possibly end the water god's winning streak? The battle commenced. It appeared to be a carefully orchestrated match. Within a single night, an opponent with fire attributes had been arranged. The 13th level disparity in soul power could bridge the gap of a millennium's worth of soul rings, compounded by elemental advantages. Shaoyun seemed to have little hope of victory. Yet, he remained unfazed. Xiongyu, though appearing formidable, spoke with a gentle demeanor. Young brother, compared to us, you are undoubtedly a true genius. However, challenging beyond your level is no trivial matter. You are still young. There is no need for such aggression. Although one should not strike a smiling face, Shaoyun had no desire to engage in idle chatter with a stranger. He initiated the fight with a water sphere. Upon reaching the 30th level, one could begin to project their soul power externally. At this moment, Xiangyu attempted to counter the water sphere with his own external soul power. However, the water sphere remained undisturbed. Realizing his attempt was futile, Xiangyu quickly changed tactics. Channeling his martial spirit, flames engulfed his hands as he struck towards his head, creating a hissing sound and rising steam. If Shaoyun so chose, he could instantaneously manipulate the water to invade Xiangyu's nasal and auditory passages, delivering a lethal blow. However, this was merely a friendly competition, not a life-and-death struggle. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from such an action. It was time to unveil a new ability. Although termed a new ability, it was, in fact, a second soul skill, merely a new manifestation of water elements. Xiangyu's pupils constricted. Second soul skill, Fox Flame. With a swift motion, Shaoyun appeared before Xiangyu, standing atop the spiral 9 shadows. A colossal hammer of water element manifestation struck head-on. How can this kid possess such incredible speed? Xiangyu's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, he lowered his body, his martial spirit manifested with fox ears and tail, a line of fire igniting along his back and extending to his arms. Rather than advance, Xiangyu retreated, clashing against the water hammer. There was no sound. The audience merely witnessed the flames extinguished as Xiangyu was sent flying. Ejected from the arena. In the shadowy corner, the supervisor, who had intended to assist Shaoyun, wore a look of disappointment, his mouth slightly agape. This water god had truly managed to overcome a 13th level disparity in soul power and a millennium soul ring to defeat a soul respect. Disheartened, he turned to leave. The situation was no longer within his control. It would not be long before this extraordinary battle reached the manager's ears, and the buzz surrounding the water god would spread throughout the arena's periphery. With the wager he had placed before the match yielding 2,000 gold soul coins, Shaoyun pondered silently on his way back to the hotel. After this battle, his reputation would surely flourish. But to have it reach her ears would likely take some time, far too long. Shaoyun could not contain his desire for a more intense and sensational spectacle. He envisioned a gambling duel, akin to what Master Y had done, boldly proclaiming, "I shall take on 10 challengers." The wager would be the secret of transcending levels to absorb soul rings. However, at that moment, he realized he lacked any formidable backing. If he were to propose such a wager, the first to strike would likely be the Spirit Arena, where the value of a replicable secret of level absorption outweighed that of a mere youthful genius. The reason the Spirit Arena had yet to engage with him was perhaps their uncertainty regarding whether his Millennium Level second ring could indeed be replicated. If it could not, provoking hostility would contradict the Spirit Arena's usual principles. Conversely, once it was confirmed that replication was possible, the consequences would be unpredictable. Recently, the task chest had yielded nothing substantial to serve as a trump card. After waiting a few moments, the gaming system did not provide any special task of "I shall take on 10. With a sigh, Shaoyun muttered to himself, "Never mind. I must proceed with caution." Having completed the daily tasks for the following day, Shaoyun prepared to return to the Spirit Arena when the gaming system issued a new task. A quarterly challenge, "I shall take on 10. He was to defeat 10 opponents of higher level within a limited time frame, with greater rewards for swifter victories. 15,000 to 150,000 gold coins, along with treasure chests of various qualities, bronze and gold, and boxes of medicinal herbs, bronze and gold. This seemed to be the system's way of expressing its displeasure and defiance. "I am no mere puppet for your amusement," he scoffed. "Very well, I shall take on 10. Upon arriving at the Spirit Arena, the attendant swiftly reported to the supervisor, who hesitated, unsure of his ability to handle the situation. "Let the water god wait a moment. I shall consult the manager immediately." The supervisor rushed to the manager's office, where the manager was just learning about Shaoyun and perusing the water god's profile. At 12 years old, he was already a 23rd level Grand Soul Master, with a water droplet spirit, possessing both 10-year and Millennium Soul Rings. Oldly has long warned you, the supervisor's authority has limits. Do not entertain the notion of meddling in other affairs. If it were not for this little fellow disrupting your plans, and if the supervisors from other districts discovered this, how do you think I should deal with you? The manager's tone was devoid of any particular emphasis, utterly commonplace. Yet the supervisor trembled slightly, lowering his head. "Rest assured, I will not make the same mistake again." Without the position of supervisor at the Spirit Arena, he would revert to being a mere grassroots soul master, lacking anyone to assist him in hunting soul beasts or in upholding justice. "Since you have made such a promise, I shall grant you another chance. The water god has emerged from your district. You may proceed with the arrangements. Remember, when dealing with such an arrogant young genius, is it not better to engage sincerely rather than with deceit?" Indeed, you are correct. Exiting the manager's office, the supervisor breathed a sigh of relief and promptly made his way to the registration desk, retrieving the information of today's participants for the spirit battle at the Duke level. He selected 10 individuals and personally informed them. Upon hearing that they would face a 2-ring Grand Soul Master, the 10 were initially displeased. But upon learning that the wager involved the secret of transcending levels to absorb soul rings, their interest was piqued. A slender man, reminiscent of a serpent, stepped forward first. In that case, I shall not hold back. The allure of transcending levels is undeniable. Let that young fellow experience the full extent of my poison. He was a 39th level control system soul master known as the Green-Eyed Serpent. Humph, a mere worm dares to boast, declared another. A 39th level assault system soul master wielding the flame blade spirit. Additionally, there were 8 other soul masters in the room, all but one exceeding 36 levels in soul power. The remaining individual, while at 35 levels, possessed a spirit with some water attributes, a lakefish spirit. Allow me to wish you all great success in your martial endeavors. Should anyone manage to extract the secret of transcending levels from the water god, the spirit arena would be more than willing to negotiate. The supervisor hinted that they could engage and trade upon victory. Previously, he had attempted to negotiate with Shaoyun, but the proposal had been gently declined. Otherwise, when Shaoyun had requested a transcending challenge, the supervisor would not have arranged for a strategically advantageous opponent to teach him a lesson before extending a favor, a stick followed by a date. Regrettably, the approach had been superficial and the allies chosen were rather inadequate. The manager remarked that this was the reason for his own shortcomings. If one intended to teach a lesson, it should be decisive. A mere soul master could accomplish little, as the spirit arena had no shortage of enforcers. To challenge a 2-ring Grand Soul Master with 10 opponents was indeed a rarity within the spirit arena. Shaoyun ascended the grand stage of the central arena. Prior to his appearance, the host meticulously set the atmosphere ablaze, and as Shaoyun emerged, he was immediately met with an uproar of cheers. Water God, Water God, Water God. The noise was deafening, reminiscent of a rainstorm at a concert by the rain god. The youth of today are indeed remarkable. Soon, the first contestant took the stage, but Shaoyun merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to the audience, searching for any notable figures in attendance, such as a certain unnamed sect master of the pagoda. Regrettably, he found none. Instead, the audience consisted mainly of affluent commoners, with a small contingent of soul masters. Before long, several other performers made their entrance. A collective hush fell over the crowd as they held their breath, with those placing their bets on the water god anxiously speculating about his performance, while those who had wagered against him stared wide-eyed, as if already envisioning the water god's dismal defeat. Shaoyun suddenly spoke, causing 10 people to pause in confusion. I apologize for everything I am about to do to you. The host shouted. The soul battle begins. In an instant, dazzling soul power erupted, with 6 or 7 soul techniques manifesting. However, 3 or 4 individuals chose to maintain their distance, adopting a more reserved strategy. The audience witnessed Shaoyun's first white soul ring bloom, enveloping the entire arena in a layer of white mist. This was one of the 4 soul techniques of Tianming, the mist of spirit. It served to perceive and suppress. The spectators could only catch glimpses of flickering lights within the fog, accompanied by the dull thuds of physical collisions. One by one, individuals were hurled from the mist, crashing against the protective barrier of the arena, rendered unable to rise again. First, vision was obscured, then spirits were suppressed, followed by the spiral 9 shadows and the crushing heart palm. One strike, total annihilation. Even 237 or 38 level soul masters, known for their defensive prowess, showed no signs of resistance. The crushing heart palm possessed an effect akin to striking from a distance, targeting the internal organs. Had Shaoyun truly unleashed his full power, their vital organs would have been shattered. Yet, for now, they merely suffered fractures, losing their ability to fight. Although the audience could not witness the specific details of the battle due to the white mist, the outcome was sufficient to incite their cheers. Water God. Voice breaking, particularly those who had wagered on the water god shouted with fervor. Now, my reputation should soar. With his mood lightened, Shaoyun responded directly to the audience for the first time. His expression remained stern as he brought his left hand's index and middle fingers together, brushing against his temple. In his previous life, some reckless youths might have thought this gesture cool. However, it varied by individual. Naturally, it appeared more charming when executed by someone handsome. As he stepped out, Shaoyun took the opportunity to claim his task rewards. Special task, I must defeat 10, completed. Time taken, 1 minute and 13 seconds. Rewards included 1 silver treasure chest of items, 1 silver treasure chest of herbs, and 3,000 gold coins. Was that all? From a distance, he spotted the supervisor approaching with others, prompting Shaoyun to hurriedly open his treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received 1 one-time teleportation card, 1 return city card, and 1 trading card. The trading card was self-explanatory. The teleportation card allowed travel to any location within Shaoyun's memory, without any restrictions, as long as his recollection was sufficiently clear. The return city card complemented the teleportation card, facilitating a return. The herbal treasure chest yielded second-tier herbs, with 10 of each variety for every profession. Adding Spring Breeze before the original names turned them into second-tier herbs? How casually done. As for this item, shouldn't it have been a title experience card or something akin to a hero's arrival card? A true protagonist would dominate the heavens, the earth, and the very air itself. This felt beneath him. The supervisor approached with a beaming smile, his expression blooming like an old chrysanthemum. Oh my, congratulations, young brother water god. You have achieved an unprecedented feat in the history of the Soul Battle Arena. We have decided to inscribe your accomplishments on the monument at the entrance. What do you think? Shaoyun glanced at him, signaling indifference. If his system were something like a prestige system, he might have entertained the idea. Seeing Shaoyun turn to leave, the supervisor hesitated, sighed, and abandoned his thoughts of a transaction. Brother Tianming, Brother Tianming. Shaoyun roused Tianming from his slumber. When there was a matter at hand, he would address him as brother, but in the absence of urgency, he simply referred to him as Tianming. Let me tell you, little Yin, you are truly one of a kind. Very well, Brother Tianming. If you could please assist me in scanning for any potential followers or individuals within a 500-meter radius who could pose a lethal threat to me. Hold on. From the assessment of soul energy, there are a total of 27 individuals who could easily overpower you. Among them, 13 are at a considerable distance. So no need for concern. However, the remaining individuals are all trailing behind you. I sense 4 of them emanating a searing heat. Likely fire attribute soul masters, 3 soul kings and 1 soul zone. Gripping the teleportation card, Shaoyun hesitated to utilize it. This item may prove invaluable at a more critical moment, thus it seemed prudent to conserve it. The highest soul king can be managed. He mused as he turned and entered a narrow alleyway. Employing his second soul skill, transformative mimicry, 3 spheres of water emerged from the ground, twisting and contorting until they mirrored Shaoyun's current form. One by one, they surged out of the alleyway, successfully diverting 9/10 of his pursuers. Shaoyun burst forth from the narrow alley, employing the Spiral 9 Shadows technique, swiftly maneuvering through several buildings to shake off his pursuers. It seemed he would need to relocate once more, a wasteful expenditure. The prepaid rent was, of course, non-refundable. For the next 3 days, Shaoyun abstained from participating in the soul arena, allowing the situation to simmer. Disguising himself through the art of shrinking bones and simple facial alterations, he assumed a different identity, observing from various vantage points in the audience to identify any notable figures present. He spotted representatives from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, though they appeared to be of lower managerial status. Members from the Spirit Hall were also in attendance, likely of captain rank, as well as individuals from the Prince's Palace. Seemingly not there on official business, but out of personal interest. Other families and academies were also present, but Shaoyun found no inclination to analyze them further. After 2 more days, he resumed his participation in the Soul Arena, engaging in yet another 10 versus 1 wager battle, inevitably claiming victory without suspense. Upon concluding the match, Shaoyun refrained from his usual departure, patiently awaiting overtures from various factions. He neither accepted nor outright refused, skillfully conveying his yearning for the great powers while feigning indecision. However, the representative from the Prince's Palace did not approach him. How perplexing! It felt as if he were a donkey, being led along yet not moving forward. Such lack of discernment and failing to recruit talent for their master was disheartening. After this outing, he found himself trailed by even more formidable pursuers, necessitating a return to his previous tactics, aided by some of the Dream of Heaven's power to evade capture. Troublesome and exhausting. Yet all these trials were essential for achieving his ultimate goal, rendering them worthwhile, albeit frustrating. After searching for new accommodation and contemplating for over half an hour, he resolved to create another sensation. If that failed, he would have to be forthright. He decided to issue a challenge beyond his current level, targeting the soul sect with aspirations to surpass 2 soul rings. The opponent arranged for him in the soul arena was a level 43 power-type assault soul master. To exhibit greater ease in combat, Shaoyun employed one of the 4 techniques from his first soul ring, the water barrier. He stood firm, allowing his opponent to unleash first soul techniques before neutralizing them and engaging in close-quarters combat. Utilizing the 9 Divine Arts Flying Cotton technique, he demonstrated remarkable skill in deflecting force and employed the Hand of 5 Strings, deftly manipulating his opponent's movements. Ultimately, he dispatched his adversary with the heart-crushing palm, showcasing the prowess of a 24th-level Great Soul Master, effortlessly vanquishing 10 Soul Venerables with a defense impenetrable even by a level 43 power-type assault sect. It should have been evident to even the most obtuse observer that Shaoyun's worth extended far beyond the mere absorption of soul rings. At that moment, he truly captured their attention, becoming a genuine target for recruitment. The Spirit Hall possessed intelligence that directly revealed Shaoyun's true age, over 7. Nearing 8 years old, such terrifying combat prowess. Was the deacon of the soul-hunting town's branch utterly incompetent? How could they have allowed such a talent to slip through their fingers? Sorales berated the individual responsible for awakening Shaoyun and his pure souls. If such a genius were nurtured without early demise, he would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of any significant force. Without hesitation, Sorales promptly dispatched a message to the Spirit City, simultaneously preparing to recruit Shaoyun. Other factions, observing Sorales' actions, attempted to follow suit. However, due to Sorales' measures to conceal Shaoyun's information, they could only access the registration forms from the Soul Arena. Though these factions harbored intentions of recruitment, the individuals they sent were still insignificant in Shaoyun's eyes. What was this? While other protagonists seemed to encounter prominent figures like Ning Fingxi or Dugyubo at every turn, Shaoyun had been performing for over a month. Yet all he attracted were mere minnows. Shaoyun was somewhat irritable, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, expressing his desire to reconsider before departing the scene. Some individuals inwardly cursed the impudent youth for his lack of respect and insatiable greed. However, those with discernment perceived the true signal conveyed by Shaoyun. He was a valuable asset awaiting the right offer, urging them to have their leader personally intervene. Soon, Salas received a reply directly from Bibi Dong. Recruitment was permissible. Should it fail, they were to ascertain his stance towards the Spirit Hall. If there were any signs of him aligning with other factions, appropriate measures would be taken. Qibao, having not visited Tindo City for some time, was intrigued by the emergence of such an interesting young man. Uncle Gu, he inquired, shall we pay a visit tomorrow? Humph, merely an arrogant brat. In the Blue Lightning clan, the leader, Yu Yuanjin, was in seclusion, leaving Yu Luongin to handle the matter. They planned to make another attempt at recruitment. If unsuccessful, they would bring him in forcibly. The steward of the Crown Prince's residence finally reported this situation to Xue Qinghe. I am aware, he replied softly once the steward had departed. Uncle Shi, please retrieve the relevant documents from Salas. A few minutes later, a detailed investigative report was placed before Xue Qinghe. The various factions were subtly shifting. Shaoyun utilized a transaction card, seeking a change of scenery. The scene appeared somewhat familiar, amidst falling snow. A disheveled child clad in a tattered overcoat rummaged through a garbage bin, uncovering a piece of bread, only to find himself in a struggle with a stray dog. After vanquishing the dog, several wobbly puppies appeared beside it. The child, displaying an unexpected kindness, divided the bread, offering half to the defeated dog before venturing into the swirling snow. Are you named by? A mere half a loaf could scarcely satisfy his gnawing hunger. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, prompting the child to whirl around, yet he found no one in sight. Shaoyun sent over a steaming bowl of noodle soup. Eat first. We can converse afterward. The aroma of the food enticed the child, who lunged forward, devouring it ravenously. Once satiated, he expressed his gratitude with a polite bow. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. Are you Bai? Yes, sir. My name is Bai. It was indeed him. Do not address me as sir. I am of a similar age to you. I can provide you with new clothing and ample food, but in return, I require a portion of that power which controls ice. Do you agree? If you wish, you may take it all. That power had transformed his once revered father into a stranger, turned familiar villagers into demons, and subjected his unfortunate mother to suffering. If given a choice, he would choose to forego it. Shaoyun was not one for verbal gymnastics. He firmly believed in the path of strength. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Strength itself bears no definitive meaning, while it may sometimes lead to calamity and suffering. Possessing strength enables one to seek the purpose of existence and to forge one's own happiness. For instance, had you possessed strength in the past, you could have silenced your father and quelled the frenzy of those villagers. If the adults desire me to behave like a delicate porcelain doll, then I shall pursue strength. After succumbing to rage and eliminating both his father and the villagers, Bai lost sight of his own purpose. Now, with the arrival of the first individual who affirmed his existence, he began to rediscover direction in life. No, no, no. My intention in finding you is merely to acquire that unique ability you possess. Beyond that, you need not act on my behalf. You are your own master, not a tool for anyone else, and your life must be governed by your own choices. The vocabulary may seem somewhat lackluster, yet this was the extent of Shaoyun's expression. He lacked the profound eloquence that could stir the soul through mere words. Ultimately, Bai consented to the transaction of the Ice Escape bloodline. In return, Shaoyun offered only a few warm meals, ample provisions, some clothing, and a portion of the 19 scriptures to aid Bai in mastering his powers swiftly. Then, Bai. Until we meet again by fate. As the scene gradually faded, Bai knelt in a grand gesture, remaining in deep contemplation. With the newfound power of Ice Escape, his second soul skill's mimicry became increasingly refined. After a brief experiment, his perception of water molecules and control over ice forms elevated to a new level. With minimal energy expenditure, effortlessly, he manipulated water molecules to shape a water sword, severing a corner of a table with astonishing smoothness. Though this ability may not match the formidable prowess of Tianming, it served to enhance Shaoyun's current capabilities perfectly. The transaction with Bai consumed a considerable portion of the night, primarily spent teaching him the remnants of the 19 scriptures, which wasted some time. After a brief rest, Shaoyun continued towards the soul arena. Casting a glance at the distinguished spectator seats, Shaoyun exhaled deeply. At last, the moment had arrived. The long wait was worthwhile. It was an opportune time to test his newly acquired abilities as a grand entrance. This match involved a formidable challenge against a soul zone, wielding a blue-black long knife, boasting a level 45 strength. Seizing the moment during the host's lengthy introduction, the opponent suddenly remarked, "I have observed several of your battles and discerned a flaw." Raising an eyebrow, Shaoyun gestured for him to elaborate. "Your strategy relies heavily on taking the initiative. Hence, I dare to predict that should you falter at the outset, you will find yourself in a disadvantageous position." Shaoyun nodded. "Indeed, there are indeed some factors in this regard." The opponent smiled. "Furthermore, your soul power level is a significant flaw. Therefore, as long as we engage in a war of attrition, your chances of defeat are exceedingly high. Can your martial soul sustain you in a battle of endurance against me?" With a single statement from Shaoyun, his expression darkened. Although he discerned the flaw, he lacked the stamina to engage in a war of attrition with Shaoyun. His martial soul, the Azure Cutting Blade, primarily possessed wind attributes with a subtle infusion of water attributes. A variant martial soul of minor deviation, it favored a swift assault strategy. He preferred to take the initiative, fighting in a manner strikingly similar to Shaoyun's style. Engaging in a battle of endurance seemed rather daunting. With a sigh, he acknowledged the impossibility of the situation. Recalling Shaoyun's previous overwhelming move, the enveloping white mist, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "Here is your chance." With the arrival of significant figures, Shaoyun's spirits lifted, and he smiled. "In this match, I shall only employ this against you. Feel free to give it your all." A blade of deep azure slowly materialized from Shaoyun's palm. Compared to a sword, he had a preference for blades. They required merely a cutting motion, while swords demanded more intricate maneuvers. "May I serve His Highness the Crown Prince?" This was a taunt, verging on insult. He was a soul master of the soul sect, already occupying a mid-tier status within the realm of soul masters. Yet a mere great soul master dared to look down upon him so brazenly. However, he had no choice. His opponent was a formidable anomaly. Taking a deep breath, he sought to steady his emotions. Upon hearing the signal from the host, he immediately launched an aggressive assault. Second soul technique, Celestial Slash. A strike of blue-black energy cleaved through the air, splitting into 3 paths aimed at Shaoyun. Simultaneously, he moved in an arc, propelling himself toward Shaoyun at full speed. Although the 9-in manual lacked sword techniques, he had gleaned some rudimentary moves from his extensive training, sufficient to handle the current scenario. The water blade emitted a fleeting shimmer, severing the 3 arcs of blade energy, which dissipated against the arena's barrier behind Shaoyun. His opponent approached, skillfully angling an attack from Shaoyun's left rear blind spot. In this position, Shaoyun had no time to defend with his right hand. His only options were to pivot left or maneuver backward or forward. His subsequent counterattack was prepared. Any movement from Shaoyun would trigger it. Yet, Shaoyun remained still, merely raising his left hand, seemingly intending to meet the blade with his bare palm. There was something amiss. The opponent retreated rather than advancing, actively avoiding Shaoyun's left hand and instead aiming for his lower body. Shaoyun leaped, placing his blade beneath his foot, and swept the water blade toward his opponent's shoulder. In an instant, the ground beneath Shaoyun gave way, as his adversary abruptly canceled the martial soul summoning, only to resummon it to block Shaoyun's attack. This was quite unexpected. The individual had mastered the ability to cancel and resummon in an instant. Impressive. Yet it ended there. The azure cutting blade pierced directly through the water blade in the astonished gaze of his opponent, as though slicing through genuine water. However, the blade struck him, leaving a profound wound extending from his right shoulder to his left waist. The outcome was clear. The azure cutting blade wielder faced a regrettable defeat, dragging his battered form away to seek the healing of spirit masters within the arena. Shaoyun did not depart from the arena, since those eminent figures had already arrived. He felt no need to continue concealing himself. Ladies and gentlemen, should you wish to engage my services, I shall be awaiting you in the lounge. With that, Shaoyun made his way directly to the lounge. The room was devoid of any occupants. Upon hearing Shaoyun's voice, the supervisor promptly cleared the lounge to make space for the distinguished guests who were about to arrive. Shaoyun poured himself a glass of water, patiently waiting. Ning Fengxi, Bon Douluo, Prince Xueqinghe, Salis, and the manager of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon were present, along with other individuals. However, upon seeing these prominent figures, many halted their steps to observe, deciding to wait and see if these influential leaders could secure Shaoyun's allegiance before making their own moves. It was unexpected that the Crown Prince and the leader of the Ning sect would find leisure to visit the Soul Arena. It seemed that both the Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were quite relaxed, Salis remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Rong snorted disdainfully, exchanging glances with Ning Fengxi, who replied gently, urging Salis not to worry, as sect affairs would not take much time. Xueqinghe merely smiled, perhaps contemplating finding someone to deal with Salis later. Meanwhile, the managers of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the prince's estate dared not speak, nor even stand together. In the presence of such powerful figures, the door was slowly pushed open by a waiter, and Shaoyun greeted the arriving guests with a cheerful smile. Once they were all inside, he directly stated, "Esteemed seniors, please lay your cards on the table so that I may consider them carefully." To avoid any disruption caused by seating arrangements, Shaoyun had rearranged the chairs before their entrance. He also awakened Tianming, inquiring if he could see through Xueqinghe's disguise. Although Tianming sensed something unusual about Xueqinghe's aura, he could not discern his true form. At this moment, Qian Rinxue was only equipped with a soul bone aged over 90,000 years, yet it was part of the angel goddess inheritance set, containing divine power. As the party settled, none dared to speak first. The two managers, feeling the pressure, gestured for Blue Lightning's manager to proceed. "If you join us at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, we shall take responsibility for your future soul ring hunts," he said, his words devoid of allure. The manager from the prince's estate made a similar offer, sweetening it with a few golden soul coins. Just as Ning Fengxi was about to speak, Salis interjected. "I am Salis, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Shaoyun, should you choose to join the Spirit Hall and provide a method for cross-level absorption, His Holiness the Pope will personally send an elder to accept you as a disciple, tailor a training plan for you, select rare soul beasts, and directly provide you with 1,000-year soul bone. Such a grand offer, with the promise of an elder to take him on as a disciple and a soul bone, was undeniably enticing." Gu Rong scoffed. "Salis, you certainly speak boldly." His words provided Shaoyun with a timely excuse for hesitation. Grateful for the bishop's generosity, "I would still like to hear the offers from the other two," Shaoyun replied. Ning Fengxi smiled warmly. "Young brother, listen to me." This tone and manner of address immediately evoke a sense of goodwill. "I am Ning Fengxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Should you choose to join our sect, we will provide for all your cultivation needs henceforth, including but not limited to various medicinal herbs and equipment. I will ensure that we seek out the perfect high-age soul bones for you, and I shall directly grant you 1 million golden soul coins, along with the option to select a lady of your preference from our sect." Gu Rong suddenly spoke up. "If you wish, I or the Sword Master, Sword Douluo and Xin, will gladly take you as a disciple." Ning Fengxi introduced. "This esteemed elder is known as Bone." Ignoring Gu Rong, Shaoyun curiously inquired, "I have long admired sect leader Ning's name. When you say any lady, does that include the sect leader's daughter?" A hint of killing intent flickered from Gu Rong, but Ning Fengxi merely chuckled. "If my daughter is willing, then it would not be an issue." Given Shaoyun's displayed talents and abilities, it was likely that if Ning Rongrong herself were willing, Ning Fengxi would not object. However, Shaoyun then turned his gaze to Xueqinghe. Feeling that Salis and Ning Fengxi had presented overwhelming offers, Xueqinghe, while maintaining a similar smile to Ning Fengxi's, still felt the odds of winning Shaoyun over were slim. "Little brother, should you wish to join the Empire, I can offer you royal gardens for raising soul beasts and ensure your cultivation needs are met. His conditions were not much different from Ningfengji's, lacking only the enticing prospect of an elder accepting him as a disciple. It was a pity he did not have a cane to emphasize his determination. After a few moments of contemplation, Shaoyun feigned indecision, taking a deep breath. I am willing to serve His Royal Highness. Qingyi was taken aback, while Salas turned and left abruptly. Congratulations, Qingyi. I hope we can exchange more in the future, Ningfengji remarked, referring to the cross-level absorption method. Feel free. My young brother, the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect will always welcome you as a guest. In a show of respect, Qingyi immediately took Shaoyun back to the princess estate, also to ensure his safety from potential assassination. She promptly instructed that a room be arranged for him. Little brother, what made you choose to accept my invitation? She inquired, genuinely curious. Aware that although her offer was generous, it paled in comparison to those made by Salas and Ningfengji. Shaoyun exhibited an utter lack of vigilance, exuding a familiarity that was almost disarming. Well, I find His Highness the Crown Prince quite handsome. There's a certain affinity, he remarked. The younger brothers just drew a smile of benignity upon Qingyi's face. Shaoyun responded with a chuckle, it's merely a jest. In truth, I have two conditions, and I fear only His Highness can assist me in fulfilling them entirely. The first is that I wish for you to help me locate an individual by the name of Shinian, whose martial soul is referred to as Nightmare, and who is nicknamed the Broken Dream, positioned between Soul Emperor and Soul Sage. This condition is rather simple. Even Ningfengji and Salas could accomplish it. Thus, the crux lies in the other condition. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Qingyi's eyes. The other condition, Shaoyun said, locking his gaze directly onto hers, is that when the time is ripe, I desire the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. This stipulation was indeed a challenging one for Salas and Ningfengji to acquiesce to, as only an empire at odds with the Spirit Hall could effectively navigate such matters. Could this fellow possibly be a lecher? Or perhaps, Hulaina bears some grievance against him? From Salas's investigative findings, it seemed that prior to this, he should have had little to no interaction or conflict with the Spirit Hall. A myriad of thoughts flitted through her mind, yet Qingyi outwardly acquiesced. That can be arranged. As for locating the Broken Dream Shinian, I shall promptly issue orders to dispatch someone for the search. Regarding the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, may I inquire what precisely you desire? Shaoyun smiled without responding, granting her the freedom to imagine. All right, that works too. If the timing is right, I can assist my little brother. By the way, there's no need for my little brother to be so formal and continue addressing me as His Highness. You may simply call me Brother Shui or Brother Qingyi, and I shall refer to you as Brother Yun. Very well, Brother Shui. By the way, you may call me AMU. I have yet to turn 8 this year, she replied, feigning an expression of shock. To her surprise, Brother Yun, AMU, was indeed exceptionally talented. Thus concluded their initial encounter. The term Saintess never once crossed her mind in relation to herself. It is no wonder, as only a select few were aware of her existence. Tindo Royal Academy. After Shaoyun revealed his true age, he was naturally arranged by Qingyi to enroll here. The 3 committee members were astonished after reviewing his information, wondering how such an extraordinary talent could exist. Nonetheless, under Qingyi's instructions, Shaoyun's enrollment went unnoticed, quietly slipping into the academy. However, it did not escape the watchful eyes of Qingyi. The Emperor Shui held the title of Honorary President of the Royal Academy. But Qingyi wielded some power himself. He aimed to gather the geniuses within the academy to counterbalance the ruthless Qingyi and safeguard the life of Xuebing. Upon discovering Shaoyun's enrollment, he hesitated but ultimately decided to take no immediate action. Once Shaoyun matured, regardless of his affiliations, he would hold significant importance for the entire empire. Nevertheless, he instructed Xuebing to befriend Shaoyun, attempting to shape him into a reflection of Xuebing. Even if that failed, maintaining a good relationship would be beneficial, ideally enabling them to glean some insights into Qingyi's movements through Shaoyun. Based on Shaoyun's performance in the soul-fighting arena, he had already outpaced most students in the academy and was directly placed into an advanced class. At this point, the Royal Academy of Tindo had yet to finalize the team candidates for the competition, still in the preliminary selection phase. With the advanced class gathering 2/3 of the academy students, including Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling. Upon shedding his disguise, the seemingly youthful Shaoyun appeared out of place, piquing the curiosity of others. It was now time for the teacher. From today onwards, Shaoyun will be a student in our advanced class. Let us all get along well. Shaoyun, please introduce yourself. Looking silently at these individuals, he found little meaning in interacting with anyone other than Du Guyan. With no desire to recruit followers, he casually spoke, "Hello, I am Shaoyun. And I am 8 years old." With that, his self-introduction concluded. The teacher couldn't help but marvel at the disparity between geniuses and ordinary individuals. The classroom had many empty seats, allowing Shaoyun to choose freely. He promptly took a seat in the legendary protagonist's spot, second to last row by the window. As the interlude ended, the teacher resumed lecturing. Shaoyun listened intently to the theoretical knowledge about soul masters, realizing his own considerable gaps in understanding. Although with Tianning by his side, he could directly perceive soul power intensity and accurately gauge the age of soul beasts during hunts. His knowledge in other areas was severely limited, mostly gleaned from the personal experiences of Huo Yuhao and her companions. Other topics like soul beast research, soul skill combinations, and martial soul studies left him in utter darkness. The various predecessors in his mind could only serve as fanciful musings when it came to researching soul skills. The existence of self-created soul beasts in this world remained uncertain, such as the sword bamboo of the sword god Old Jack or those mythical dragons. After class, Shaoyun headed straight to the cafeteria. A nearby boy, who had initially intended to greet him, awkwardly withdrew his hand. The brothers from the Sure family exchanged quips. "This little brat is a bit too arrogant, isn't he? After all, he was just a child." Osro, hands in his pockets, remarked. "It's normal to feel scared when suddenly thrown into an unfamiliar environment. Weren't you two more arrogant than him? One of you even covered your head when the other was absent. Like a turtle retreating into its shell. Haha. Oh, come on, a sneak attack?" He laughed, only to be simultaneously kicked out the window by the two brothers. "Yanzi, are you going to the cafeteria today?" Yu Tianhing extended an invitation to Dugu Yan. "No, I have matters to attend to with Lingling." The dining experience was far more luxurious compared to what Shaoyun had previously consumed. After all, it was an imperial academy, with most students being nobles. So they would not be lacking in food or clothing. The few without a background, like Shaoyun, were also exceptionally talented, and the academy would not neglect them. However, Shaoyun merely tasted the food, intending to head directly to the library afterward. Meanwhile, in a corner of the cafeteria, someone was quietly observing Shaoyun from a distance, Shuebing, the fourth prince. Upon hearing Shui Xing's description of the potential scenario of winning Shaoyun over, he was eager to make contact. Yet, he managed to suppress his restless emotions, since Shaoyun had just arrived. Making his presence known would be tantamount to declaring to Shui Xing, "I've been pretending all these years. I'm not a fool. Come and eliminate me." He needed to create a perfectly suitable opportunity for their first encounter to unfold naturally. The library was quite empty, with only a few students scattered about. Most did not find any significance in being there, and those sitting in pairs seemed to be seeking some thrilling activities in the quietude. Shaoyun found a secluded corner, using condensed water to clean the desk and chair before settling down with a copy of Chronicles of the Continent, Folk Tales and Anecdotes, and Soul Beast Compendium. He quickly finished the Chronicles, which were dry and dull in their historical accounts. The Folk Tales and Anecdotes were far more engaging, filled with imaginative tales about prominent figures in the world of soul masters, with the most riveting being the incident of the Haoyan hammer smashing the Pope. Perhaps it had been embellished by some skilled storyteller, as it was narratively compelling. Among the tales were rumors about the current Pope, beginning with grandiose claims before suddenly shifting focus. It was said that the current Pope, upon his ascension, was embroiled in a scandal. The original story was likely left incomplete, as the author had probably vanished without a trace. The Soul Beast Compendium was quite thick, yet with Shaoyun's current mental power, he managed to absorb the information with a mere skim. Just as he was engrossed, the water molecules alerted him that someone was approaching from behind. He looked up to see a classmate from his advanced class. The student was startled and withdrew his hand. "This afternoon is practical class. The advanced class students are gathering at playground number 7. You might not know the location, so the teacher sent me to inform you." "Thank you." Shaoyun closed his book, rose to return it to its original spot, and spoke warmly. "Shall we go?" The classmate touched his face, feeling a strange sensation. "How odd." "Yes, just a newcomer, yet I feel a bit intimidated." He was subconsciously affected by the natural aura of Shaoyun's mental power. As Shaoyun's mental energy was somewhat active for imprinting the data from the Soul Beast Compendium, the classmate experienced physiological discomfort upon getting too close, as their mental wills were drastically mismatched. "Nice to meet you for the first time, Shaoyun. I am the practical class teacher for the advanced class, Qin Ming. You can call me Teacher Qin." He was a staunch ally of Shrek, known as the fiery wolf Qin Ming. It seemed he was referred to as the youngest Soul Emperor in history, being in his 30s. In the original work, he was mysteriously absent, while in the anime. He met his demise at the hands of malevolent forces. Now, he was a Soul King at level 57. He possessed both talent and a good character. With a hint of nostalgia, what a pity. Hello, Teacher Qin, Shaoyun replied nonchalantly. Geniuses often carry a certain arrogance, believing themselves unparalleled in the world. And Qin Ming was well aware of this. I have a slight understanding of your situation. You are indeed one of the rare talents across the continent. You have every right to be proud. Hearing this, Shaoyun wondered if the teacher intended to challenge his pride. Did I display any arrogance? I don't believe so. Shaoyun did not perceive pride within himself. He merely exhibited his abilities as a matter of course. In the eyes of Qin Ming, however, this was interpreted as arrogance. Nevertheless, Shaoyun's understanding was somewhat askew. Qin Ming did not intend to resort to direct confrontation or intimidation to bring Shaoyun to his senses. Had he been the person who had just departed from Shrek Academy, he undoubtedly would have subjected Shaoyun to an exhausting series of runs to deplete his energy and spirit. Yet, after spending considerable time navigating the continent and conducting thorough research upon joining the Tindo Royal Academy, he had come to realize that the Shrek methods, to put it mildly, were not universally applicable. To be blunt, they were rather ineffective. In simpler terms, he stated, Shaoyun, I wish for everyone to gain an understanding of your capabilities so that you may better integrate into our collective. Do you have any objections? Oh. So it seems he intends to arrange a collective challenge. No objections. Do as you please. Shaoyun raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming chuckled softly, finding the boy to be quite amusing. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a clear voice, in this lesson, there is but one objective. You may form teams at your discretion or engage individually in combat with Shaoyun. Duguyan furrowed her brow and remarked bluntly, Teacher, are you quite all right? Even if he is a prodigy, what strength could a child of his age possibly possess? Yet he has effortlessly vanquished 10 soul masters of level 35 and above in the soul arena, and has triumphed twice in battles against Soul Zone. Despite the disparity in levels, Qin Ming maintained an expression of calm, concealing a hint of envy and admiration within. Oblivious to the reactions of these so-called geniuses, Shaoyun found himself lost in thought, preoccupied with other matters. He had been expecting Snow Qinghe to inquire about the secret of the elevated soul ring absorption, yet her silence left him at a loss. The carefully crafted responses and strategies he had prepared were rendered unnecessary. He could only lament that Qin Rinxue was obstinate, obsessive, and cunning. Had she not been constrained by circumstance, she would undoubtedly be the most formidable genius in the annals of Douluo's history. Before long, the students had formed their teams. Not all were convinced by Qin Ming's assertions, more than half opted for solitary combat. Duguyan, however, teamed up with Yilingling, while the Shurjia brothers and Osro formed a unit of their own. Yu Tianhing stood alone at the forefront, asserting confidently, then I shall go first. The practice match commenced. Shaoyun directly caught the lightning emitted by Yu Tianhing, uttering a phrase he scarcely comprehended. Pure water is non-conductive, my brother. He swiftly administered pressure points, subduing his opponent and casting him aside next to Qin Ming. The seductive serpent and the healer engaged in a few additional rounds of combat. During his initial exploration of his martial soul, Shaoyun discerned that it possessed certain purifying and consumable properties. Although its purifying ability was relatively modest, it sufficed for dealing with the currently ineffectual seductive serpent. Before acquiring a soul ring to enhance his purifying capabilities, Shaoyun refrained from prematurely confronting Dugubo. He afforded Duguyan a modicum of respect, sparing her from immediate defeat. The combat of others was not elaborated upon. Ultimately, Shaoyun vanquished all the students from the advanced class. Qin Ming was taken aback. Despite the numerous participants in the wheel battle, none posed any challenge to Shaoyun. This child evidently harbored other secrets. His soul power regenerated at an extraordinary rate. Accompanied by that remarkable agility and ability to dissipate force, was it a self-created soul skill or a heritage from a sect? The comparison between individuals is inherently flawed. He recalled his own struggles through wind and rain, now seeing a child wielding abilities beyond his imagination. Qin Ming was filled with a sense of nostalgia yet harbored no intentions of usurpation. Observing the dejected and existentially doubtful reactions of the others, he called out, Is this it? After one defeat, do you believe your lives amount to nothing but failure? I stated from the beginning, team up. After delivering a critique, Qin Ming turned back to the composed Shaoyun. Shall we have another go? He sought Shaoyun's consent rather than issuing a direct command, earning a hint of goodwill from Shaoyun. Very well. The practice resumed, pitting Shaoyun against over 20 individuals. This time, he encountered some difficulty. Each participant selected for the advanced class was evidently grounded in solid fundamentals. and the intertwining clash of soul power compelled Shaoyun to navigate his output carefully, so as not to eliminate them outright, which posed a challenge. He needed to attentively discern each individual's position, movements, and trajectories of their attacks. Despite the pressure, Shaoyun welcomed the challenge, as it offered an opportunity to hone his perception and control, facilitating the cultivation of more intricate techniques in the future. The entire combat session lasted over half an hour, during which Shaoyun employed only 3 techniques: Water Barrier, Mimetic Water Blade, and Spiral 9 Shadows. The Water Blade lacked the sharpness exhibited during the Soul Duel, resembling more a flat stick used for striking. Nevertheless, the other students ultimately succumbed, exhausting their soul power while Shaoyun emerged with merely disheveled hair and unaltered breathing. The 9 divine skill allowed his vital energy to recover sufficiently, unaffected by such combat expenditure. As night fell, Xueqinghe returned from her duties at Shuiyi, greeted by news of Shaoyun's impressive feats at the academy. Your Highness, this is the information regarding Shaoyun's accomplishments within the Royal Academy. She waved her hand, dismissing others, and took her time to peruse the details alone. Interesting, she mused. What Qi Ming could discern, she would certainly not overlook. Was this a display of greater worth, or an attempt to draw me closer? From their initial encounter, she had already concluded that Shaoyun was far from the simple facade he presented. His maturity belied his age. Nevertheless, she resolved to allow Shaoyun some time, awaiting a moment when both parties were prepared to negotiate their respective stakes. Yet, prior to that, she had a few questions she wished to validate. Uncle Shi, please send back all the information on Shaoyun as well as the conditions he proposed that day to the Pope's palace. I wish to ascertain whether that woman seeks to unveil secrets to empower her subordinates or if she values the little girl more. Though she had never overtly expressed it, she felt a tinge of jealousy towards Huo. If Huo were absent, might there be a faint possibility that the woman would? The voice of the serpent spear Douluo interrupted her contemplation. Given the Pope's modus operandi, we anticipate she will send someone to abduct Shaoyun. Young master, you may not receive a definitive answer. Just send the message back, she instructed. Shilong fell silent, adhering to Qian Rinxue's directive to convey the message, while the matter of security was entrusted to the porcupine. Months passed. Just as Shilong predicted, Qian Rinxue had not received the answers she sought. There had been no actions from the Pope's palace, as if her messages had gone unnoticed. With no regard for the potential repercussions Shaoyun's secrets could pose for the Spirit Hall. Although Bibi Dong was unaware of Qian Rinxue's precise intentions behind her correspondence, it was evident that she was intent on maintaining her own composure, leading her to disregard the matter. As for the secrets surrounding Shaoyun, there would be more opportune moments to deliberate. However, Shaoyun could no longer endure the wait. Taking advantage of the Academy's break, he returned to the prince's residence. Your Highness, you truly possess extraordinary patience. It has been so long without a word from you. Xueqinghe smiled. Amu. The party that can maintain their composure in a transaction ultimately reaps the greatest rewards. Very well, who could be other than you? Shaoyun raised her hands in exasperation, while Xueqinghe furrowed her brow slightly, pondering, why does this statement feel rather peculiar? Suddenly, she recalled the affectionate demeanor Shuiyi displayed towards Princess Xueku on those snowy nights. It was as if she had encountered a phantom. This little devil dares to speak to me in such a tone. Could it be that he? Shaoyun was uncertain about her psychological state and continued speaking. As far as I know, there are currently 2 methods that can effectively replicate and absorb spirit rings beyond one's level. One method involves a gelatinous substance found in the brain area of whale-like spirit beasts in the ocean, known as whale gel. Consuming it can enhance a spirit master's physical attributes, thereby allowing for the absorption of spirit rings beyond their level. However, it must be melted with extremely pure fire attribute energy during consumption, and the aftermath can result in an overwhelming heat throughout the body, igniting intense desires that may even obliterate rational thought. The specific effects vary depending on the age of the whale gel and the mental fortitude of the spirit master. Initially, I had no intention of revealing the side effects to her, as I planned to take advantage of the situation when Qian Rinxu used it. However, once she consumed the whale gel, it was highly likely that either Shilong or Ci Tun, or even Qian Dalu himself, would be present to safeguard her, leaving Shaoyun with no opportunity. In light of the potential benefits, the side effects could be tolerated. What about the other method? Xueqinghe inquired curiously. Shaoyun's bright eyes sparkled. We shall wait until my elder brother, the prince, truly opens his heart to me. The tone was rather distasteful, sending a chill down Shaoyun's spine. She then said earnestly, I will speak of it when Brother Xue truly trusts me. Had I not yet truly gained the trust of my younger brother Amu? Xueqinghe feigned a sigh and then asked, What must I do, or how must I act, for my younger brother AMU to genuinely trust me? That would be when we meet with complete sincerity, Shaoyun replied with a smile. This matter lies with brother Shui, not with me. Shui Qinghe pretended not to understand and shifted the topic. It's getting late. You should rest early, my younger brother AMU. Some truths, when stated too plainly, lose their charm. We are all intelligent individuals. Shaoyun glanced at the clear blue sky outside, feeling speechless, and turned to leave. Today, a new weekly task had refreshed, and Shaoyun intended to give it a try. Weekly task: lovesick men and wronged women. Select a pair of lovesick men and wronged women to help them untangle their emotional knots. Reward: 1. 5 free attribute points and 150, 300 gold. Upon the emergence of this task, Shaoyun instinctively thought of the love triangles that permeated the Douluo continent. She, he, and she, she, and he. Hammers and grass. Angels, foxes, and rabbits competing for a single blade of grass, and so forth. Someone might be deeply enamored with such scenarios and orchestrated numerous plots. It was difficult to define the lovesick man. But the wronged woman closest to Shaoyun was that mother Tyrannosaurus. Following the methods of many esteemed predecessors of fanfiction, Shaoyun also had a way to alter her impression of the lovesick man. However, after nearly 2 decades of accumulated grievances, the image of the lovesick man had already been deified in her continuous recollections. If Shaoyun were to suddenly interject with a few contradictory words, given her temper, she might be directly struck down without the need for a teleportation card. It is challenging to awaken someone who is lost in self-absorption unless one resorts to a direct confrontation. As Shaoyun wandered aimlessly through the streets, he hoped to encounter a quest NPC by chance, while also absorbing the myriad expressions of humanity that adorned the thoroughfare, which, in turn, would benefit his understanding of the foundational principles of the Nine Manual. For the first time, I forgive you. The second time, I remain silent. But this marks the 3rd time I have caught you. Our relationship is over. Please, Hua, I have merely erred as any man in the world would. Grant me another chance. Suddenly, an NPC made an appearance. With keen ears, Shaoyun swiftly made his way to the designated location. A small crowd had gathered in a loose circle, at the center of which stood a man and a woman. At first glance, the man appeared strikingly handsome, however. Upon closer inspection, one might conclude that his refined features were almost tailor-made for the archetype of a pretty boy. His skin was remarkably fair, evoking envy in most women, and his physique was elegantly slender. The woman, in contrast, seemed rather ordinary. As Shaoyun approached, he observed the man's demeanor and stepped into the fray. Let us conclude this tangled fate. Allow me, the arbiter of emotions, to guide you, to avoid being labeled a lunatic by Shui Qinghe later on. Shaoyun first altered his appearance. He turned to the woman, his eyes radiating sincerity and his tone earnest. Observe his fingers. The nail beds exhibit a faint purplish hue, a side effect of prolonged use of a potent aphrodisiac derived from the scales of a formidable creature. Reflecting upon his earlier actions during your struggle, the force he exerted was inconsistent, his footing unstable. Shaoyun beckoned her closer. The man attempted to retreat, but a single finger from Shaoyun rendered him immobile. As she inhaled, a faint fragrance emanated from him. It seemed to be a singular scent, yet in reality, over 7 distinct aromas lingered upon him. From the previous day until an hour ago, he had evidently mingled with 7 different women, indulging in fleeting pleasures, concealing his true prowess and identity. Behind him, the unrestrained roars of women echoed, and Shaoyun had silently slipped away. The task was accomplished, and the reward had been granted. 1. 5 attribute points were secured. Strolling leisurely, she passed by Tindo Academy, intentionally meandering past Yuexian and traversing the Qibao Pavilion. As dusk approached, she returned to the prince's residence. During dinner, Shui Qinghe did not make an appearance. Shaoyun strolled past the study, where the lights were ablaze, and the sounds of heated debate suggested some fiscal issues within the empire. Such matters did not warrant her concern, so she turned and retreated to her room to rest. The following morning, after completing her exercises, she spotted Shui Qinghe still lingering in the study. Following a serving maid delivering breakfast, Shaoyun stepped inside. To her surprise, Shui Qinghe's desk was impeccably tidy, devoid of any clutter. Neither Qian Rinxuan nor Shui Qinghe would permit Shaoyun to meddle in the empire's internal affairs, at least. Not at this moment. Brother Shui, no matter how hard you work, you must remember to rest. Your health is the foundation of your endeavors. Come, eat this bent flying snow swallow's nest to warm your stomach, she urged. The maid, awkwardly balancing the tray, hesitated, unsure whether to leave or stay. Only upon receiving a glance from Xueqing did she feel relieved enough to bow and exit. Once the maid departed, Xueqing turned to Shaoyun, who was poised to take a bite of the swallow's nest. Did I make a mistake in bringing this fellow into the prince's residence? He pondered. Brother Amu, I am still perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I do not require assistance in feeding, he retorted. What a pity. Shaoyun replied with a click of her tongue, placing the delicacy back on the table. Brother Shui, I shall now return to the academy. I will visit again when I have the opportunity. Focus on your training within the academy. You are in a crucial phase of strengthening your abilities. Do not squander your time on trivial matters. Should you require anything, approach the 3 committee members directly. If they cannot resolve your issues, then come to me. But unless necessary, refrain from visiting me. It becomes bothersome. Brother Shui, it was you who invited me into the prince's residence. Yet now you find my presence bothersome? I did not expect you to be like those ordinary folk, seeking novelty. Alas, it seems I misjudged you. Until we meet again, Brother Shui? Xueqing mused. Is it possible this fellow truly has some sort of defect? With that, Shaoyun returned to the academy. Shaoyun returned to his rigorous training regimen. The enhancement of his soul power was a certainty, based on the current progress of the 9 divine skill, factoring in the time compressed for training. It would take just over a year and a half to break through to level 30, averaging approximately 3.5 levels per year. Additionally, with game currency at his disposal, he could expedite his training through means deemed less than honorable. However, honing his combat prowess proved to be a more formidable challenge, as none among his peers could serve as worthy adversaries. Consequently, he found himself compelled to seek assistance from his instructor. In light of proximity, it was evident that Qi Ming was the most convenient choice. As a member of the Firewolf clan, he possessed both the elemental power of fire and the swiftness and strength of a wolf. His cultivation at the Soul Emperor level was sufficient to overwhelm the current Shaoyun. Yet, considering that Qi Ming would eventually join Shrek Academy, Shaoyun hesitated, reluctant to reveal too much of his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to take advantage of Qi Ming's prowess. Even if Qi Ming were to discover his abilities, it mattered not. He was invincible. In the arena, the clash of red and blue figures resonated, sparks and mist dissipating intermittently. Shaoyun was indeed a prodigy, operating on an entirely different level than his peers. Students from the advanced class gathered to observe the duel between Qi Ming and Shaoyun. Qi Ming had already deployed his first 3 soul skills: flame amplification, long-range flame jet, and close-range incineration. Meanwhile, Shaoyun consistently relied on the water barrier and water mimicry, occasionally employing the spiral 9 shadows to evade unavoidable attacks. Shaoyun, let's call it a day, Qi Ming declared, sensing that the training had reached its peak, and abruptly ceased his assault. Shaoyun also halted his movements and nodded in agreement. Very well. Gradually calming his breath, Qi Ming reflected, your barrier is remarkably strong. It takes considerable effort for me to breach it, truly not indicative of a mere 10-year soul ring. Who knows, Shaoyun replied. Perhaps it is a variant soul beast. Shaoyun waved his hand dismissively, knowing that revealing his million-year spirit ring in a sealed state would only invite disbelief. Shaoyun, I challenge you. Yu Shenheng stepped boldly before him. The surrounding classmates erupted in raucous laughter. Here it comes again. The customary spectacle of our practical training class. Young Master Tianheng challenging a formidable foe. Let us wager on how long our blue lightning tyrant dragon prodigy can last this time. I bet 1 minute. 30 seconds. Instant annihilation. Duguyan interjected sharply. Silence, everyone. Faced with her formidable presence, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances instead. As he listened to the chatter behind him, Yu Shenheng's gaze remained fixed on Shaoyun. As the designated heir of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, he was indeed a prodigy, yet he had never encountered such setbacks. Since Shaoyun's enrollment, he had challenged him over 20 times, only to suffer defeat each time. Initially, he was irked, feeling overshadowed and frustrated. However, this gradually transformed into a desire to validate the blue lightning tyrant dragon's legacy, to affirm his own worth, and to hone his abilities through Shaoyun's prowess. Shaoyun was also willing to cooperate with him, yet his intention was to explore an imagined technique. He contemplated electrolyzing water to extract hydrogen gas, and then triggering a nuclear explosion. After all, there are numerous instances of time travelers in alternate realms utilizing hydrogen manipulation to dominate their surroundings. Unfortunately, The two of them struggled to achieve a flawless synergy. Yu Tianheng's control was excessively erratic. He approached the matter with a mindset focused solely on maximum power, neglecting the intricacies of refined manipulation. Moreover, the notion of altering the shape and nature of soul techniques seemed to elude the vast majority of soul masters. It appeared that only a mere tenth of them contemplated the transformation of soul techniques, while the rest merely honed their skills for proficient usage and energy conservation. Among that select group, even fewer delved into the creation of unique soul techniques or the fusion of skills. Shaoyun did not remind Yu Tianheng, who was currently consumed by thoughts of how to defeat Shaoyun and restore the illustrious reputation of the Blue Lightning. He was unwilling to heed any advice from his adversaries. In a few more years, or perhaps with the guidance of Dugu Yin to mature him into a man, he would likely gain some wisdom. In the prince's mansion, a distinguished guest was received. Recently, His Majesty had entrusted me with numerous responsibilities. I hope my esteemed teacher can forgive my lack of formal welcome. Before the guest arrived, Xueqinghe's voice resonated from afar. This is a positive sign, indicating that His Majesty holds you in increasingly high regard. Ning Fengji rose to greet him. Although he bore the title of a nominal teacher, he had his own agenda. It was better for Qinghe not to resent my interruption. Not at all, teacher. Since you have come, Qinghe welcomes you wholeheartedly. After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Fengji got straight to the point. In that case, Qinghe, I shall speak candidly. Rongrong is nearing level 20. I wonder if you have acquired the method of absorbing soul rings beyond one's level from Xiaoxiaoyu? Xueqinghe's expression faltered. This. If there is a requirement, please feel free to speak. Teacher, if it pertains to Qinghe's matters, then it is certainly permissible. However, this is Shaoyun's secret. I believe it would be more appropriate for you to communicate directly with him. What do you think? If that is the case, might I request Qinghe to facilitate an introduction? Despite his outward smile, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow internally. Did Qinghe's reluctance to comply directly suggest some underlying complexity? Of course. Teacher, please wait a moment while I dispatch someone. Given the necessity, it would indeed be best for him to go in person. How about Qinghe accompany you on this journey? Ning Fengji did not allow Xueqinghe to finish his sentence and decisively made a choice in line with his usual style. That would be perfectly acceptable. Thus, Xueqinghe, along with a companion, and Ning Fengji with Chen Xian, formed a party of 4 and proceeded to the Royal Academy. Shaoyun is currently engaged in a game where he faces the entire class. Oh dear, can't you manage? You almost hit me. Put in a little more effort. If you manage to strike me, I shall treat you all to grilled sausages. From the sidelines, Qin Ming's voice rings out. I have met His Royal Highness, the esteemed Ning's own lord, Your Majesty. Oh, the little angel has arrived, and she even brought along an ATM. Shaoyun feigned a stance. His sword pointed at his chest, and with an air of bravado, proclaimed, halt. Instantly, countless droplets coalesced into azure threads, ensnaring everyone present. Save for the defenseless Yi Lingling and the 2 auxiliary soul masters, Kun Zhongding and Lu Rini. Apart from Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, along with the inherently aloof Yi Lingling, the others cast reverent glances towards Chen Xian, who stood at the pinnacle of soul masters. Xueqinghe sought a tranquil spot, where Ning Fengji elucidated his intentions. Shaoyun, not responding immediately, glanced at Xueqinghe, puzzled as to why she did not simply convey the message to Ning Fengji, but instead brought it to him. Given the passage of time, it was certain that the spirit hall had already verified the efficacy of the whale glue. He cast another glance, his confusion deepening. What did this woman intend? Was she to bestow it upon me, or withhold it? Ning Fengji observed the silent exchange between Shaoyun and Xueqinghe with a furrowed brow. His curiosity piqued. While he patiently awaited clarification, Chen Xian exhibited little patience, discontent that they had lingered so long without knowing what mischief the old bones might concoct before Ning Rongrong. The sooner they resolved this matter, the sooner they could return. Any conditions could be freely proposed. Suddenly, an echo of swordplay filled the air, prompting Shaoyun to disregard Xueqinghe and address Ning Fengji. I can divulge the method to you, Sect Master Ning. However, I require a promise in return. Ning Fengji encouraged him to continue. As for the specifics of this condition, I have yet to contemplate them. I shall approach you to finalize it when the time arises. I wonder if Sect Master Ning would acquiesce to this arrangement? This young rascal is rather greedy. Chen Xian, his eyes suddenly opening, was about to speak when Ning Fengji had already granted his consent. Very well. With the ability of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, they would undoubtedly procure the whale glue without difficulty. As they departed, Shaoyun immediately turned to Xueqinghe, questioning, "Why did you not directly relay the method to Sect Master Ning?" She smiled in response. "If I were to convey it directly to the master, wouldn't my younger brother Amu lose this opportunity?" Shaoyun, brimming with joy, exclaimed with a radiant smile. "I never anticipated that Brother Shui would be so considerate of me. How about tonight? We two brothers share a bed and ponder life's mysteries together." Meanwhile, a twitch of irritation crossed Jianren Shui's face as he inwardly cursed. He feigned sorrow, saying, "I had thought that, perhaps, my younger brother would be so moved as to reveal another method to me." Shaoyun, suppressing her emotions, casually remarked, "This simply will not do, for after all, it is a family heirloom that can serve as a foundation for one's livelihood. Let us wait until Brother Shui agrees to share a bed with me. By the way, during this lengthy period, Brother Shui should have conducted some experiments, shouldn't he?" She nodded thoughtfully. Shaoyun inquired once more, "Are you not planning to utilize this in the academy?" Xueqinghe replied nonchalantly, "I have dispatched individuals to procure and hunt for whale oil, but the yield has been meager. I intend to apply it to the soon-to-be-established academy's combat team, in hopes of bringing glory to the empire." This did not surprise Shaoyun. "Brother, I shall return to my lessons. I have matters to attend to," he stated, seemingly aware of an ominous presence trailing behind. She even utilized her soul power to hasten her departure, swiftly vanishing from the office. "Isn't it merely sharing a bed? What difficulty lies therein? Can't we simply rest in modesty?" Lu Huashu managed to forge numerous friendships through such simplicity. If this cannot be achieved, how can one hope to govern an entire empire? 2 years later. Name, Shaoyun, the soul player. Age, 10 years, 26, strength, 499 stamina, 499 agility, 365 intelligence, 521, 100,000 sealed items. 1 fine steel longsword, 1 dustless self-cleaning garment, 1 disposable teleportation card, 1 disposable return card, 1 pair of ice silk gloves, similar to those of the little dragon girl, 1 breakthrough scroll, to be used after attribute values reach 500. Skills, 9 Divine Art LV2, acceleration possible, Muscle Refinement Technique LV4, acceleration possible, White Python Whip Technique LV2, acceleration possible, Spiral Technique. Over the course of 2 years, averaging 3.5 levels of soul power per year, Shaoyun finally attained level 30. Though the pace of cultivation appeared somewhat languid, Shaoyun consciously regulated his progress, compressing his efforts during training. The purity of Shaoyun's soul power approaches 3 times that of other soul masters of the same rank. Currently, speed remains my Achilles heel. Thus, it appears that I must focus on enhancing my velocity with the soul beasts of the 3rd ring. Regrettably, the agility attribute points accrued from daily and weekly tasks have been woefully insufficient. Over the past 2 years, I have not encountered any valuable quests, with most being rather mundane. However, I have obtained several treasure chests containing medicinal materials, which I have completely utilized to accumulate my current data panel. My physical attributes are likely very close to that of a Soul King. Originally, Xueqinghe had provided a portion of whale glue, yet Shaoyun declined it. Firstly, there was no desire to provoke any side effects, and secondly, Shaoyun could not recall whether this substance possessed a tolerance, such as being usable only once. If one must use something, it should be of the highest quality, such as the essence found within the brains of the evil demon tiger whale king and the deep-sea demon whale king. Generally, soul beasts that enhance speed are predominantly of the flying type. However, should my water element martial spirit absorb such beasts, it is highly probable that I would not attain the desired soul skill. Over these 2 years, in an effort to augment my speed, Shaoyun has contemplated various unconventional methods. For instance, the white magic mirror ice crystal, reminiscent of a similar soul skill witnessed in the original text during the Soul Master competition employed by Dai Mubai's brothers team, which allowed movement through space, showcasing exceptional speed capabilities. Yet, despite my research, I have yet to unlock its mysteries. Conversely, my control over ice attribute abilities has significantly improved, likely due to the training I have undergone during the experimentation process with the Ice Escape bloodline. Additionally, I sought assistance from Yu Tianhing in utilizing lightning to activate cells, but the minuscule amount of lightning he possessed proved ineffective. Shaoyun had also harbored hopes regarding treasure chests of the item variety, wondering if they might yield something akin to the flying cloud boots, yet there has been no indication of such fortune. In the realm of soul masters, solutions can only be found through the methods of soul masters themselves, particularly in the pursuit of soul skills. It is noteworthy that the candidates for the Soul Master competition team have been finalized. The first team consists of Shaoyun, Yu Tianheng, Douluo, Yi Lingling, the Shijiao brothers, and Ice Luo, with Shaoyun serving as the captain. Although the latter members have all surpassed the 30th level long before him, they could not contend with Shaoyun, thus yielding the captaincy to him. Concurrently, Shaoyun also holds the position of captain for the second team. The first team is a seed team, exempt from the preliminary rounds and directly qualifying for the finals. The second team will showcase the Empire's strength during the selection process. Had I not completed the fateful quest involving the sea cucumber, I would have been disinclined to engage, yet it is a necessary task. To ensure that the sea cucumber harbors sufficient psychological trauma, Shaoyun's involvement throughout its growth must be substantial. To return to the matter at hand, I have contemplated 2 potential locations for my third soul ring, the extreme north circle and the ocean. Ultimately, I have decided upon the ocean, as it houses a greater abundance of water attribute soul beasts. After making this preliminary decision, Shaoyun made his way directly to the prince's residence. You intend to hunt sea soul beasts? Indeed, your martial spirit is well suited for this. There is also a small team from the Royal Knights searching for whale glue in that area. Take my token, and you may command their assistance. Xueqing handed Shaoyun the prince's token. Shaoyun was placed within the soul guiding device. It resembled a white bracelet, a storage soul guiding artifact with approximately 15 cubic meters of storage space, a gift bestowed upon him by Xueqing a year prior. Brother Xue, it has been such a long time. Have there been any updates regarding the remnants of that dream? Shaoyun began to harbor doubts about whether she had truly sought assistance on her behalf. Could it be that the vast power of the Empire could not locate a mere individual named Shinian? It seemed rather implausible. Emu, my younger brother, Xueqing replied helplessly. If the majority of the Empire's intelligence network and personnel are still under the control of our father, then I possess only a fraction of that power. Then eliminate him, and let Brother Xue ascend the throne. Xueqing, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he spoke sternly. Emu, that is my father, my bloodkin. Such treasonous words should not be uttered again. Shaoyun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, while Xueqing had deftly shifted the topic. My people have indeed uncovered some news regarding his recent whereabouts, but it appears he is aware that someone is searching for him. Surely, this old fellow isn't hiding away? Where then shall I seek him? After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyun replied nonchalantly, in that case, Brother Xue, please exercise a bit of restraint so as not to startle him. I shall take my leave for now and will bring back some local specialties from the seaside. With a wave of his hand, he turned his back on Xueqing and gradually walked away. Once Shaoyun's presence had completely faded, Xueqing leaned over the desk to continue his work, yet he spoke aloud, Uncle Shi, let us not hesitate to trouble Elder Siju this time. Elder Siju, please inform the branch in Hanhai City to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of little brother Amu. It would be best to ensure he encounters no peril. In the shadows, someone departed. Over the past 2 years, although Shaoyun's angelic strategy had progressed rather slowly, it had yielded results. He frequently expressed his desire to assist Brother Xue in vanquishing the tyrant Xueyi, or engaged in trivial matters that stirred her emotions significantly, often checking in on her during early mornings or late nights. The obsessive and affection-deficient Qian Rinxue gradually began to regard Shaoyun as a mischievous younger brother. Although he had not yet ascended to the status of a beloved sibling, it marked a commendable beginning. A talent like Shaoyun, who could be regarded as a trump card by the Academy, could not operate independently. This journey was personally accompanied by the chief of the Education Committee, the Level 85 control system Douluo, Mengshenji. Upon arrival, they would be joined by the Royal Knights to embark on the search for soul beasts. Thank you for your trouble, Meng, Shaoyun expressed. Not at all, Mengshenji replied, a multitude of wrinkles forming on his smiling face. Little Yun, you are the hope of our students, and in 2 years' time, you will be the hope of the entire village. Here, take the finest sword from the village, and let us embark on our journey. Shaoyun shook his head. Unfortunately, Mengshenji suddenly sighed. If His Royal Highness had discovered you earlier, you would not have had to acquire a 10-year soul beast as your first soul ring, thus unnecessarily sacrificing a portion of your potential, which is particularly crucial for the initial soul ring. Accompanied by the grandeur of the Tindo Royal family, a luxurious carriage adorned with the swan emblem awaited at the academy gates for Shaoyun and Mengshenji to embark. As they prepared to depart, Shaoyun turned and inquired, does anyone wish to visit the seaside? No one shared this sentiment. Yu Tianheng expressed his desire to return home, while Douluo mentioned that her grandfather had matters to discuss with her. The others felt the need to continue their training. With an extraordinary captain like Shaoyun, they were reluctant to feel oppressed and preferred to secretly enhance their skills in his absence, aiming to astonish him later. Oslo passionately called out, Captain, take your time. Be sure to select carefully and return only after finding a goal that truly satisfies you. Shoyun extended his hand through the carriage window, giving a dismissive gesture. Once the carriage was out of sight, the team collectively exhaled in relief, grateful for a moment's respite from the unsettling presence. Young Master Sho and Chief Iming, we are faced with two routes, one by boat along the border directly to Hhi City, and the other overland through the Starry Forest. Which path do you prefer? Without engaging in pleasantries, Shoyun replied directly, by boat. It saves time, allowing for an earlier return, thus preventing any decline in the Angel's strategic progress. As the carriage proceeded, Shoyun casually retrieved a book, fulfilling one-third of his daily reading quota. By the way, Chief Iming, if I recall correctly, your martial soul is known as the Black Demon, is it not? Indeed. Iming New Jersey nodded, a hint of pride in his demeanor. It possesses both psychic abilities and some physical attack capabilities. Alas, compared to you, my talent is rather mediocre. It has been quite some time since I achieved a breakthrough, and I wonder if I shall ever attain a title in this lifetime. Previously, the herbs obtained from the treasure chest had been consumed to enhance his constitution beyond 500 points. Otherwise, he could have shown Iming New Jersey a few to observe their effects. In retrospect, the first batch of herbs from the treasure chest, given to Hu Xiangxiang and her companions, was not without merit. It merely took longer to manifest results. It was only after the old man broke through to level 60 and ventured into the inner circle of the Starry Forest to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts that he encountered the renowned figures of the year. All of this was Shoyun's fault. Chief Iming, I would like to trouble you with a request, Shoyun said. Iming New Jersey gazed at him with a smile. Speak freely, young master. Is it possible for you to simulate a battle using only psychic energy? True masters can engage in a virtual duel with their opponents through their spirit. This idea was indeed intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, Iming New Jersey shook his head. I cannot achieve that at present. For the effect you describe, both parties must synchronize their psychic energies to perfectly manifest their own spirit. This is akin to the understanding of martial soul fusion techniques. Aside from the complementary nature of both martial souls, the most crucial aspect is the synchronization of their spirits. Once he finished speaking, Shoyun continued, in that case, let us set that aside. Closing the book, he pondered for a moment. Since I have some idle time, might I request you to exert your psychic energy upon me for the purpose of pressure training? Would that be permissible? A trivial matter, certainly, Iming New Jersey replied. Sitting cross-legged, Shaoyun closed his eyes, directing his 5 hearts towards the origin as he unleashed his martial soul. Let the dream begin, he murmured, urging for increased intensity without concern for shattering his spirit. Under the protection of the dream, the prowess of the dream mechanism was insufficient to breach its defensive barrier. However, the carriage driver and the horse pulling the cart bore the brunt of the residual energy. Despite Shaoyun and the dream mechanism endeavoring to contain the effects within the confines of the carriage, any unintended surge would inevitably startle both the driver and the horse. Thus, the tedious journey was spent in the pursuit of cultivation. Upon boarding the ship, Shaoyun suddenly sensed a slight acceleration in his training pace. The vast ocean presented an ideal environment for his cultivation, brimming with water elements. Typically, at the academy, Shaoyun would practice by the lakeside, near pools, or in the baths. Tailoring his training to the characteristics of his water element martial soul, he had devised a method for prolonged summoning of his martial soul. In essence, this allowed his martial soul to remain in a summoned state for extended periods. With sufficient mastery, this technique could significantly enhance the refinement and recovery speed of his soul power. Similar to the constant state of the breath of a demon slayer, Shaoyun had achieved the ability to summon his martial soul continuously for 24 hours, rendering the method less effective for him. He passed this knowledge on to the other members of his team. Currently, Yiling's duration was the longest at 13 days, followed by Du Guyin at 9 days. Yu Tianhing approaching 9 days, the Shijiao brothers at 6 days, and Aesiluo slightly over 4 days. Although their abilities could not compare to Shaoyun's, they still reaped considerable benefits. After departing from Tindo City for 6 days, they arrived at Hanhai City. Upon locating the station of the Tindo Royal Knights, Shaoyun presented the prince's token. The third squad of the knights, both upper and lower ranks, complied with the summons. Captain Su, no need for formalities. We all serve the Empire. I merely request that while you procure whale glue, you also keep an eye out for 3 specific soul beasts. Shaoyun meticulously described the appearances of the sailfish, electric eel, and electric ray. Among these, the sailfish is renowned as the fastest fish in the ocean, capable of reaching speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour. In contrast, the electric eel and electric ray piqued Shaoyun's interest primarily due to their unique ability to discharge electricity. Regarding the elemental power of water, these three spirit beasts could not surpass Shaoyun's water element martial soul. The probability of acquiring their special abilities, namely, the speed of the sailfish and the electrical discharge of the eel and ray, was not a mere chance, but rather a 90% likelihood. With the ability to discharge electricity, Shaoyun could independently explore the technique of hydrogen escape and great explosion, no longer needing to rely on Yu Tianheng for coordination. Over the past 2 years, Lao Deng had yet to master a perfect combo with Shaoyun and had gradually lost interest in challenging him, instead focusing more on Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin, in these 2 years, had undergone significant transformation. What was once a somewhat unremarkable presence had blossomed into a striking beauty with long legs and a slender waist. Perhaps it was the innate similarity between dragons and snakes that allowed the two to connect, akin to a turtle meeting a green bean. However, it was rumored that Dugubo and Yu Yuanjin held mutual disdain for one another, one critiquing the other's reliance on electricity, while the other viewed the first as weak. Captain Su received his orders and departed, leaving the other venue in silence. The Dream Teaching Committee, having traveled extensively, should take a moment to rest. Tomorrow, we shall truly appreciate the splendor of Hanhai City. In Wuhuan City, Qian Rinxue's command regarding the Wuhuan Temple of Hanhai City reached Bibi Dong, who was now the legitimate pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Aside from the Elder Hall and the Offering Hall, all other institutions of the Wuhuan Temple fell under Bibi Dong's jurisdiction, although Qian Rinxue held a special status. Any manipulation of the branch temples required Bibi Dong's approval if Qian Daolu did not intervene. Without obstruction, Bibi Dong cast a nonchalant glance and deemed it unnecessary to engage in trivial matters with that bastard. However, having perused the intelligence reports, she felt it prudent to send someone to observe Shaoyun closely. "Summon Hulaina to see me," she commanded, her staff striking the ground. And someone promptly departed to locate Hulaina. Upon receiving the summons, the little fox immediately set aside her tasks and rushed to the Pope's hall. "Master, you called for me. Laina, do you still remember that Shaoyun?" Bibi Dong's tone softened considerably in addressing Hulaina, reflecting a certain paternal regard. "Shaoyun," after a moment's thought, Hulaina recalled, "You mean the one who boasted about taking me as his own? He has left the Tindo Royal Academy and is currently in Hanhai City. I need you to observe him closely." Hulaina's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean by closely observe? Surely, Master wouldn't mean." Yet, she could not refuse Bibi Dong's order. "I understand, Master." "Yes," Bibi Dong nodded slightly. "It is best to ascertain his attitude towards the Wuhuan Temple and determine whether there is a need for recruitment." Realizing the nature of the task, Hulaina breathed a sigh of relief and affirmed once more. "Additionally, please collect high-quality whale glue. The previous experiment has nearly succeeded, and aside from some residual effects, there are currently no issues. You may also use it." "Understood, Master." Upon returning to her quarters, Hulaina hastily prepared for her departure. "Where are you going?" Yin noticed her movements immediately and instinctively inquired. Realizing her tone might have been inappropriate, she softened it. "Aren't we supposed to be training together? As comrades?" Yin was quite agreeable, but as a partner, Hulaina felt no particular attraction to the clumsy red-haired boy and responded dismissively. "The Master has entrusted me with a task that requires immediate attention." "The Pope's task?" Yin was momentarily speechless. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Xiaoyu raised his head. After contemplating for a moment, Hulaina shook her head. "No, this is a task assigned to me alone by the Master." Yin gazed wistfully as Hulaina's carriage vanished from sight. Xiaoyu, expressionless, cast a glance at him before resuming his training. Recognizing that Yin was stubborn but resolving to let him be as long as it did not interfere with Laina. Having spent over half a month at the Royal Knights Lodge in Hanhai City, Shaoyun felt that his mental strength had advanced by 2 points with the aid of the Dreaming Divine Machine, yet he had received no news regarding the spirit beasts. Shaoyun has come to understand that whenever he embarks on the quest to capture soul beasts, the initial stages are invariably fraught with difficulties. His previous search for the Dream of Heaven was no exception, had it not been for the incessant murmurs that compelled the game system to generate a temporary mission map. He might have perished in the icy wasteland without ever discovering the entrance to the underground ice cavern of the Dream of Heaven. However, circumstances have changed. The game system has since undergone numerous patches, rendering even the most persistent murmurs futile. "Captain Su, is there truly no sign of discovery? We have indeed come across some soul rings aged a century or a decade, which surely do not meet Brother Shaoyun's criteria. The second ring has existed for a millennium. It would be foolish to regress to the selection of soul rings aged merely a century or a decade. Nonetheless, I implore Captain Su to continue the search. I shall also place a separate bounty for a soul hunting team specifically skilled in capturing sea soul beasts to ascertain whether there are any concrete leads. Taking advantage of the location of the vast sea Great Soul Arena, Shaoyun placed an advertisement, offering 5,000 gold soul coins for information regarding those 3 types of soul beasts that are over 1,000 years old. If someone provides an accurate location, the reward will be increased to 10,000 gold soul coins. An opportunity has arisen. Upon reaching the vast sea city, Huo observed Shaoyun from a distance several times. Her first impression was of a gentle youth, as fluid as water. At merely 10 years of age, Shaoyun's height already approached that of an average 16-year-old. In terms of appearance, he was above average. She felt quite favorably towards him. She gathered a few unfamiliar faces from the vast sea branch, who rarely made public appearances, and temporarily formed a soul hunting team to pursue Shaoyun's bounty. The 3 types of soul beasts he sought had already been documented by the Martial Soul Hall. Shaoyun engaged in a friendly spar with a soul master of the martial spirit sea swallow, who possessed a technique known as water feather shot, which resonated perfectly with Shaoyun's inclinations. Your Excellency, the water god, the bounty you issued has already been claimed. They are awaiting your descent from the arena in the lounge. Shaoyun raised an eyebrow. So soon? It has scarcely been half an hour since I posted it. Could it be a ruse? Perhaps an attempt to lure me into a trap for robbery? I shall observe further. Pushing open the door, Shaoyun swiftly surveyed the room, noting 7 individuals, 2 women and 5 men. These are the 7 who responded to my bounty? Huo discreetly signaled and feigned the role of a deacon from the spirit hall. Greetings, esteemed sir. We, the Lehu team, came across your bounty a couple of days ago while wandering the seas. Nodding, Shaoyun approached and seated himself. Isn't it rather swift of you to arrive? I posted it only half an hour ago, yet my own people have searched for over half a month without success. He fixed his gaze intently on the individual who appeared to be the leader. The deacon, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, "What is so remarkable about that? We merely happened upon the opportunity. Moreover, how many coincidences exist in this world?" The voice of Tianming echoed in Shaoyun's mind, confirming, "Indeed, my young friend. This individual is lying. There is no need for concern. The strongest among these 7 possesses soul energy that merely reaches the level of a soul emperor among humans, posing no lethal threat to you. That settles it. Besides, we also have the dream god machine at our disposal." Shaoyun immediately donned a different expression, laughing heartily. "Just a jest," he said. "What the captain remarked is indeed true. Life is a series of coincidences. I have been preparing for over half a month. May I inquire when you esteemed gentlemen are ready to embark?" The steward posed the question. Although the bounty mentioned a duration of over 1,000 years, we remain uncertain about the specific time frame the employer seeks. Should you enlighten us, it would assist in confirming our course of action. Shaoyun silently calculated that his intelligence attribute had surpassed 500, which should enable him to cope with the lingering spirits of soul beasts from 10,000 years ago. However, his physique had yet to breach the 500 mark, rendering the absorption of a 10,000-year soul beast somewhat precarious. Nevertheless, with the healing techniques of the 9 divine skill and the life-sustaining essence of the yin-yang balance, he believed he could still make an attempt. Within the range of 6,000 years to 15,000 years, he would seize whatever soul beast he could find. Huo, adorned in a delicate crimson skirt, complemented by asymmetrical long socks and lightweight boots, had altered her hair and eye color for disguise. Yet, her innate beauty remained unchanged. To her dismay, she noticed that Shaoyun had not cast even a glance in her direction since his arrival, when Bibi Dong had provided her with Shaoyun's information. Her initial impression was that he was a lecherous young man. The female team member specifically chosen for this mission bore a striking resemblance to her, sharing the same fox-type martial soul and possessing an alluring figure, though her features exuded a pure elegance akin to a lotus flower. Typically, a man of carnal desires would find it hard to move past such a woman. Yet, Shaoyun merely glanced at her chest and calves before redirecting his attention to engage in verbal sparring with the steward. Given the range of years, could it be that he had utilized some high-grade whale resin? Had the Tindo Empire aided him in this endeavor? These thoughts led Huo into a contemplative state, causing her to overlook the steward's inquiring gaze. Observing the saintess lost in thought, the steward could only provide a vague response. Since the boss had already made preparations, it would be prudent for them to gather at the dock 2 mornings hence. They had a vessel marked with a yellow tiger head emblem. As they departed, Shaoyun returned to the guest house. "Young lad, that girl has been sneaking glances at you. She might just have an interest," Tianming remarked teasingly. Enough of your nonsense. I sensed her gaze. Shaoyun replied. Did you perceive anything else? Humph. You're quite dull, Tianming retorted lazily. Her spiritual energy is remarkably vibrant, nearly on par with that of a human soul emperor, but her physical capabilities fall short. I deduce she may be a psychic-type human soul master. Is that so? Later that evening, Shaoyun sought out Captain Su. Captain Su, a soul-hunting team has accepted my bounty, but something feels off. As a precaution, I kindly request that you dispatch 2 ships to follow me. Not a problem. I will make the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, young brother Yin. Captain Su affirmed with typical military straightforwardness. Shortly thereafter, Shaoyun informed Dream Machine to follow on the ship without making a direct appearance. With Dream Machine and the Royal Knights at his side, even if those individuals harbored ill intentions, Shaoyun would have the opportunity to employ his martial soul abilities to evade into the sea. Utilizing the water element, he could exchange oxygen with the seawater and create a void for movement. The ocean was Shaoyun's natural battlefield advantage. 2 days later, at dawn, the sky was barely alight. Saintus, are these the individuals accompanying us? Is it truly wise? A concerned voice queried. Any soul beast over 10,000 years poses a significant threat, especially in the sea, where marine soul beasts are even more formidable. Recently, the Hanhai branch received orders to ensure that individual's safety. The branch bishop observed Huo, who was preparing for departure, with a troubled expression. Young people today only know how to trouble us old-timers. Yet we dare not offend them. The Hanhai branch had been so peaceful and tranquil before. Do not worry, senior. If any issues arise, the responsibility lies solely with me. Huo reassured as she organized her equipment. Set sail. At the dock, Shaoyun had been waiting for some time, standing alone beside the ship adorned with the tiger head emblem. Does the boss not have any guards? The steward, acting as the team leader, inquired. Indeed, I have no guards. Shaoyun replied with a narrowed smile. Could it be that you, Captain, intend to scheme against me? Boss is jesting. Trust is essential. Integrity is the foundation of a soul-hunting team, and we of the Lehu team would never engage in such treachery. Yet, Shaoyun remained relentless, pressing on with his inquiry. What if a soul bone were to be revealed at that moment? Can you all endure it? The Saintess stood behind, and the steward replied without hesitation. Of course. I have faith in our captain. It is getting late. Let us depart swiftly. I have heard that during the hours of the rabbit to the dragon, the activity of those 3 types of soul beast reaches its peak. The group boarded the ship, raising the sails as they set forth. As the sun began to rise, a lingering night cloud subtly obscured the fiery first rays of sunlight. Facing the vast ocean, spring blossoms in the air, the humid sea breeze instantly dampened Shaoyun's brows and hair. The Lehu ship vanished over the horizon, closely followed by 2 warships. The intelligence possessed by the spirit hull was exceedingly precise. The Lehu ship surged forward toward the deep sea region at full speed, only slowing after traveling several hundred nautical miles. The steward glanced at the nautical chart, recalled the information, and approached Shaoyun to speak. Boss, if we continue in this direction, we will arrive at our destination in approximately 2 kilometers. Please prepare accordingly. Shaoyun nodded slightly, leaning against the railing and heightening his vigilance in silence. Tianming, you must exert yourself a bit more, he murmured. Rest assured, your life is under my protection. There is no room for error. You have yet to assist me in pursuing the Ice Emperor, and I shall not allow any misfortune to befall you. A few minutes later, Shaoyun observed as the captain and others suddenly descended into the ship's cabin, retrieving several wooden boxes measuring 1 meter by 1 meter, accompanied by a pungent odor. Noticing Shaoyun's curiosity, the captain took the initiative to explain, this is bait. The method of hunting aquatic spirit beasts differs from that of terrestrial ones. We can first employ a fishing technique to ascertain our target. If it proves ineffective, we shall resort to other methods. What we are currently deploying is the preferred nourishment of the water arrow colorfin fish, the first type of spirit beast our employer seeks. Its scales exhibit 2 colors at a century, 3 at a millennium, and 4 at 10 millennia. For a more precise age, we must examine the length of its beak, which resembles an arrow. The 3 wooden boxes were cast into the water at equal intervals. The steward clapped his hands, seemingly addressing Shaoyun but actually signaling to Huo. The preparations are complete. Now we await our quarry. Lower the anchor and prepare the deck for battle. The accompanying sailors, accustomed to such tasks, proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Here they come. Tianming's voice resonated. You, young Yun, have been fortunate. There are 3 10,000-year beasts, one at 14,000, one at 13,000, and one at 26,000. With my intervention, capturing them will be effortless. What say you? Shall I take action? At that moment, Shaoyun also noticed numerous shadows emerging from the area where the captain and others had cast the bait, but the surface of the water distorted his view. The steward captain exchanged a glance with Huo Yuhao, who nodded in affirmation. The steward captain then signaled decisively, targets identified. Prepare for battle. Without uttering a sound, they communicated solely through gestures. Once the targets had gathered to a significant degree around the bait, the captain gestured once more. Number 6, conduct a reconnaissance. The individual referred to as Number 6, obscured by a black scarf and donning a wide-brimmed hat, crouched down, placing his palm on the deck. It was a Millennium Spirit technique, and a violet spirit ring illuminated around him. Shaoyun's mental acuity detected a unique frequency of sound waves. Is this akin to sonar detection? Could there truly exist such a soul skill devoid of any combat capability? No. Upon further contemplation, this soul skill, if thoroughly developed, possesses immense potential. Sound waves are indeed a formidable weapon of attack. Mastery over vibrational frequencies could very well yield an assault that disregards defenses entirely. However, judging by the demeanor of this individual, Number 6, it is evident that they have not contemplated this aspect. The detection lasted for 1 minute. Confirmation complete, Captain. This appears to be the most recent group. No new movements have been detected further afield. Very well, heed my command. Prepare for the attack. The captain signaled, and the individual responsible for the bait immediately began to agitate it, gradually elevating its height. The soul beasts encircling the bait naturally began to ascend towards the surface. Attack. With the exception of Huo Yuhao, everyone unleashed their soul skills in a fervent assault, including several sailors. Shaoyun furrowed his brows, for they had not chosen a specific soul beast, but rather targeted all that had appeared. Was this not somewhat extravagant? Although it was possible for a single nest to yield dozens or even hundreds, attaining high cultivation years was no easy feat. This onslaught had directly obliterated numerous beasts over a century old, and several that had existed for over a millennium. Not a single one of the 10-year-olds had escaped unscathed. The 3 flagfish, each surpassing 10,000 years, were incensed. Upon reaching the age of 10,000 years, soul beasts acquired considerable intelligence, and certain exotic species were even more cunning than humans. However, these 3 fish had not yet reached such a level. They were merely enraged by the harm inflicted upon their kin by humans. The leader, aged 26,000 years, urged the 13,000-year-old to swiftly lead the participating school of fish to safety, while he and another aged 14,000 years sought to make these humans pay dearly. Shaoyun merely felt a shadow flit by, and in an instant, one less person stood upon the deck. Glancing into the depths of the sea, he beheld a fish's head, from which dangled a sailor, thrashing helplessly. The fish's head quivered slightly, and in a heartbeat, the sailor was torn asunder into several pieces. Good heavens! Shaoyun swiftly crouched down, as in that fleeting moment, the speed of the fish had surpassed the limits of his dynamic vision, leaving only the faintest traces for his mental acuity to grasp. Isn't it a good thing? Brother Tianming, were you not supposed to ensure my survival? Why did you not offer a warning? That creature's target is not you. Could you perhaps hypnotize it to sacrifice itself for me? Alas, according to the rules of sacrifice, its burning soul would nullify the hypnosis, and should the sacrifice fail, it might take you down with it in a self-detonation, thus costing you a soul ring. Very well then. The Soul Emperor concealed within the ranks made his move, intercepting the leader of the 2,000-year-old sailfish. Each time it leapt from the water, it was forcefully driven back down. The others besieged another one that was 14,000 years old, soon pinning it to the deck. Witnessing the capture of the 2 remaining elders of its kind, the leader went into a frenzy, its body enveloped in a crimson hue as if its blood vessels had ruptured, staining the surrounding waters. This is dire. That beast possesses a life soul skill. It seeks to damage the ship. Set sail immediately. The captain bellowed. All defensive soul skills. Deploy them now. Those without defensive skills, initiate disruptive attacks. Do not allow it the opportunity to damage the hull. Boss, make haste to absorb the soul ring. Everyone grew tense. In this perilous place, should the vessel sink amidst the multitude of sea spirit beasts, returning to land would prove exceedingly difficult. As the situation escalated, Shaoyun, with Tianming guarding against any disturbances, immediately began his absorption. Piercing the fish's head with a steel sword, a circle of black light rose. He calmed his spirit and steadied his essence, feeling an overwhelming fullness akin to the sensation of a substantial burden being eased, followed by a profound clarity. Warm energy coursed through his meridians, reminiscent of cool water on a sweltering summer day or a cozy blanket in the heart of winter. After approximately 10 minutes, Shaoyun opened his eyes, only to be met by a pair of enchanting eyes. Though they quickly shifted away, he was certain they had been fixed upon him. Why does this woman keep gazing at me? Could it be that my handsome visage and charming demeanor have captivated her? Rising, he then noticed the ship was in tatters, with gaping holes throughout the cabin. Fortunately, the main structure remained intact, ensuring a safe return to land. The others were all in varying degrees of injury, exhausted and leaning against one another as they fell asleep. Younger Yun, there seems to be something within the fish, Tianming pointed out. Something? Could it be a soul bone? Shaoyun approached the fish carcass, flipping it over. He unearthed the soul bone, a left arm bone, blue-black in color, roughly hexagonal, with two overlapping quadrilateral facets and a long spike extending from one end, resembling the spear-like snout of the sailfish. Holding it in his hand, he sensed a faint connection to the soul ring he had just absorbed. However, it seemed unlikely that he could absorb it. Shaoyun's gaze fell upon the concealed Soul Emperor within the ranks. Their eyes met for scarcely a second before the Soul Emperor sprang into action. With a single bound onto the ship, he surged towards Shaoyun, attempting to seize the soul bone. Hu Laiyin aghast in shock. Sakong, what are you doing? Ignoring Hu Laiyin protest, the Soul Emperor clutched the soul bone with an expression of exhilaration. I never imagined I would be afforded such an opportunity. The soul bone had been deliberately tossed to him by Shaoyun, a strategic move to mitigate losses. Moreover, a mere soul bone just over 10,000 years old held no allure for Shaoyun. Yet, the primary concern remained that Ming Shenji and his companions were close behind. This individual, even with the soul bone in hand, could not escape across the sea. My dear sir, the soul bone can be yours. Let us coexist peacefully, Shaoyun proposed. The Soul Emperor remained silent, bringing the soul bone to his nose and inhaling deeply, exhibiting abnormal behavior. The others awoke from the commotion. What happened? Is that fish chasing us again? It's so noisy. What are you doing? Holding the soul bone, the Soul Emperor finally found the time to respond to Shaoyun. Are you truly willing to part with it? This is a soul bone. It's merely a soul bone that's just over 10,000 years old. Gifting it to you is not out of the question. Although he did not currently possess one, it did not prevent Shaoyun from boasting. He felt it would be inappropriate not to aim for 100,000 years and external soul bones. Otherwise, one would hardly be worthy of being called a traverser of Douluo. Merely, it was no surprise that he, being from a prominent family, did not regard such things with much seriousness. The old man seemed to be in an unusual mood. Just as he thought this, he witnessed the Soul Emperor abruptly snap the spines of two individuals and cast them into the sea before swiftly moving towards the others. Was he truly willing to silence everyone just for a single soul bone? How ruthless. Seizing the opportunity while the Soul Emperor dealt with the others, Shaoyun jumped into the sea. As he splashed down, he noticed that the woman who had been watching him followed suit. I have someone to back me up. What does she have? Seeing the two of them plunge into the water, the Soul Emperor made no attempt to stop them, sneering as he destroyed the entire ship and lowered a small boat to make his escape. Unfortunately, he had scarcely departed when a ghostly figure appeared at the bow of the small boat. Such audacity from a mere branch hall steward. Seeing this figure, a grim smile crept across the Soul Emperor's face. It appeared my luck was not particularly favorable. With determination but at the mercy of fate, he beckoned a piece of wood with the water element and swiftly propelled himself forward. Shaoyun surmised the Soul Emperor's reluctance to continue the pursuit. With so many corpses bleeding out, the overwhelming scent of blood would soon attract ferocious sea soul beasts. The woman was still following him. On the surface, it appeared as if Shaoyun had hired her team, only for the members to betray him, resulting in significant losses. If she continued to trail him, it could only mean she harbored ulterior motives. Miss Hu, are you not afraid I might kill you for following me? As seawater soaked her clothes, clinging to her form, Shaoyun's gaze lingered appreciatively for a moment. However, he was met with a cold voice from Miss Hu. Only through cooperation can we hope to survive in this environment. Almost forgetting this point, he conceded it held some merit. Why should I cooperate with you? It was your team that caused me to lose a soul bone over 10,000 years old. Did you not dismiss it as insignificant? Only a fool would dismiss it. Even if I find it useless, it could still be exchanged for something of value. However, this woman seemed overly confident. Perhaps she, like him, had someone backing her. Now that he reflected, something felt off about her entire team. Let us test the waters. Miss Hu, how about you bring out your people? And I shall overlook the loss of my soul bone. I have no one. As she spoke, Shaoyun took immediate action. The water element enveloped her entirely, forcefully penetrating her mouth and nose. You claim to be alone, yet waste my time here. I will end you. Hu Laiyin attempted to summon her martial soul for defense, but found herself choking on the seawater, unable to concentrate. Suddenly, A surge of soul power dispersed the water around her. Run, Yun. Their soul power level exceeds yours and will undoubtedly overpower you. Damn. This woman has a powerful ally yet is mingling with the soul-hunting team. How absurd. Cursing under his breath, Shaoyun discarded the wooden plank and sank rapidly into the depths of the sea. He manipulated the water element to exchange oxygen with the seawater, simultaneously creating a hollow space to shield himself. Moments later, the shadowy figure resurfaced beside Hulaina and pulled her up. Shona, are you all right? Cough cough. Thank you. Elder Ghost, I'm glad you don't hold my oversight against me. Not at all. Hulaina regained her composure, aware of what the ghostly figure had just done. However, since he had returned in time, there was no cause for concern. She had not anticipated his decisive action. Acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring at the third ring was impressive, while she was unaware of his soul skills, based on his performance in the soul arena. A 10,000-year soul ring would only make him more formidable. The sensation she experienced earlier was one she never wished to relive. Hulaina's resolve remained strong, otherwise she might have developed a psychological fear of the ocean by now. That lad arranged for the chief education officer of the Tindo Royal Academy, Dream Machine, along with 2 teams from the Royal Knights, to follow closely behind. What do you think, Shauna? Would you like me to teach him a lesson? The ghostly figure suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Hulaina shook her head. No need for Elder Ghost to intervene. If the opportunity arises, I shall reclaim my honor myself. It would feel far more satisfying that way. Despite Shaoyun's impressive record, she was confident in her own abilities. After descending over 300 meters beneath the surface, Shaoyun finally halted his movements. At this depth, the oxygen available for exchange with the seawater became exceedingly scarce, and his mental radiance was nearing its limit. Tianming, has that woman left? Also, what level is her ally? This seawater feels peculiar. It seems to be affecting my mental power. Upon hearing Tianming's mumble, he responded, she has left. As for the specific level, it's not much different from that bone Douluo you encountered before. So, she has a title? Is she from the Martial Soul Hall or a hidden sect? After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyun found himself at a loss. However, it was a relief that the adversary had departed. He ascended to a higher altitude, ensuring an ample exchange of oxygen. As the vessel of Mingxinji and his companions drew nearer, he began to analyze the newly acquired third soul skill, the 10,000-year soul skill. Upon cursory examination, it appeared that he could summon water elements to form a circle resembling a sailfish, enveloping himself to launch a rapid assault on his target. Alternatively, he could detach it, sending it forth as a projectile. After a brief manipulation, he discovered he could also control the size and quantity, generating multiple water fish to execute a piercing attack. Was this a form of a salted fish thrust? Although the speed of the soul skill was impressive, it was entirely incongruent with Shaoyun's expectations nonetheless. There remained room for refinement. Moreover, it had directly enhanced his agility by 2 points, bringing it to approximately 26, which was quite commendable, saving him 17 agility points from daily tasks. Quickly, swiftly, full speed ahead, the 2 vessels of the Royal Knights surged forward, slicing through the wind. Mingxinji stood at the bow of one ship, sensing 2 intense fluctuations of soul power. Shaoyun should be all right, shouldn't he? As he pondered this, a shadow of a fish leaped from the sea, landing upon the deck. What is it, Lord Shaoyun? Came the astonished cry from the adjacent vessel. Mingxinji immediately turned to observe, and indeed, it was Shaoyun, appearing calm and composed, seemingly unscathed. Little Yun, how did you emerge from the sea? Could it be that the soul-hunting team harbored malicious intent? Shaoyun waved his hand and recounted the previous events succinctly. Upon hearing about the emergence of a 10,000-year soul bone, the members of the Knightly Order and the Dream God Machine displayed expressions of regret. For us soul masters, soul bones are unparalleled treasures. Even the appearance of a mere 100-year soul bone would incite fierce competition. However, given the circumstances at that time, decisively relinquishing was the wisest choice. You are still young, and opportunities abound. Have you obtained your desired soul skills? The Dream God Machine inquired. Shaoyun couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated at the thought of the canned fish thrust inside. I suppose so, he replied. As they conversed, the warship gradually turned around but did not head directly back. Since Shaoyun had concluded his soul beast hunt, it would be prudent to rendezvous with Captain Su and his team, who were harvesting whale glue, and it would be worthwhile to check in on them. However, after a few days, Shaoyun grew weary of this deep-sea fishing lifestyle and requested Captain Su to dispatch 2 warriors on a small boat to return ahead of them. During this period, they had only managed to catch some 100-year whale glue, sporadic pieces from the 1,000-year variety, and there had been no sign of the 10,000-year specimens. Shaoyun initially intended to assist Captain Su and his team in transporting the batch that had already been captured. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Yun. But the whale glue has now become a strategic resource of the Empire. It is best that we escort it ourselves. Is it truly regarded as a strategic resource? Indeed. Once the advanced absorption of soul rings becomes widespread, the enhancement it brings to soul masters will be substantial. Shaking his head, he set forth on his journey back to Tindo City. Brother Shui, I have returned. Here are the exquisite dried fish delicacies from the Hanhai region that I brought for you. They are incredibly delicious whether consumed directly or used in soup. He entrusted the maid to take them to the kitchen. Shaoyun rushed to the chair beside Shui Qinghe and sat down with an air of nonchalance. Utterly unconcerned with her demeanor, Shui Qinghe, with a warm smile that mirrored the gentle spring breeze, inquired, after such an extensive journey of over 2 months. Has your younger brother Amu made any gains? Indeed, the harvest was substantial, Shaoyun replied, recounting the significant findings to her. His expression tinged with regret as he mentioned the soul bone that had slipped through his fingers. Alas, it could not be brought back. Had it been gifted to Brother Shui, it might have served to secure a trusted ally. If we could draw someone from the military into our fold, Brother Shui's ambitions would have a 50% chance of success. After numerous precautionary discussions, Qianren Shui had grown accustomed to Shaoyun broaching the topic of rebellion in her presence. The notion of winning over the military had been proposed a year prior. In a realm like Douluo continent, where the principle of survival of the fittest was overtly displayed, it was evident that power dictated authority. Shaoyun articulated a strategy of allure through benefits and status, or alternatively, to eliminate key military figures one by one with trusted confidants, thereby facilitating the ascension of a chosen successor. At that moment, Shaoyun found himself perilously close to death. What Shaoyun articulated and what she is currently executing, while not entirely identical, are remarkably congruent. She nearly commanded the serpent spear to eliminate Shaoyun directly. Following this, a thorough investigation into Shaoyun ensued, confirming her absolute innocence, which gradually quelled the urge for violence. Nevertheless, she did not adhere to Shaoyun's strategy. The Grand Marshal of the Tindo Empire is not an individual to be trifled with, supported by several generals capable of withstanding the fierce might of the Xinglua Empire, none of whom are easy to contend with. The crux of the matter lies in her lack of capable talents among her generals to execute a substitution strategy. Rushing forward would only result in exposure. When she initially supplanted Shui Qinghe, she too observed for a considerable time before taking action. Little brother, should we return to the academy? If not, how about we accompany brother to Yuxian? With a twinkle in her eye, Shaoyun leapt from her chair. Oh, splendid! Not to mention, the music at Yuxian is extraordinarily delightful, long, white, and round. It flows with a remarkable smoothness. Observing the impatience on the faces of those youths who struggle to maintain the pretense of decorum is particularly amusing, akin to savoring chilled watermelon and beverages before the younger students during military training. Ah, you're displeased, aren't you? Your discomfort only brings me joy. Upon boarding the carriage, Shui Qinghe drew the curtains to prevent any incidents of commoners attempting to gaze upon the prince's visage, which could lead to unfortunate occurrences of imperial horses trampling civilians. Catching a whiff of a delightful aroma, Shaoyun casually inquired, what prompted you to visit Yuxian? Brother Shui? Princess Shui seems to have only recently entered. The emperor has commanded me to host a banquet later today, requiring me to escort Shui back to the palace. Shaoyun, who rarely speaks of trivial matters, jested. Could it be that you intend to employ some cunning ploy to seize military power over a cup of wine? Brother Shui, do exercise caution. As she spoke, an epiphany struck Shaoyun. This might be an opportune moment. If she could take advantage of the banquet to eliminate all royal participants at once, she could swiftly achieve Qianren Shui's goals, thus avoiding the charade of feigning ignorance. Shui Qinghe shook his head, suddenly hearing Shaoyun lower her voice to ask, who will be attending the banquet? Just the emperor, my uncle Shui Xing, Shui Bang, myself, General Roxan, the commander of the Royal Knights, General Gailong, our teacher, and a few other noble offspring in the side hall. With so many present, executing a single decisive action could prove challenging. Without Ning Fingxi, however, the strength behind Qianren Shui might make it a manageable endeavor. What are you murmuring about, little brother? Nothing much, merely contemplating the increasing number of guests at the banquet. If it were simply a family gathering, Brother Shui could indeed take decisive action. Why does my little brother always think of venturing into risky endeavors? Shui Qinghe queried. While impatience is typical at your age, you seem excessively eager. Are you troubled by something? What could I possibly be troubled about? The only concern is whether Lord Sea Cucumber will stir up trouble. Moreover, if you ascend the Tindo throne successfully, you could obtain the Ha Hai Qian Kuan shield in advance, and then plot the sure divine sword in the city of slaughter, thereby completely eliminating the path for third brother to rise, unless the sure god descends recklessly. Such significant actions would likely not go unnoticed by the God King. Minor infractions might be overlooked by enforcers. But overt defiance against divine laws is akin to defiling the very rules of the divine realm. It would likely provoke the ire of other deities. As the law god, if you lead such actions, why should we foolishly adhere to the rules? Let chaos reign. Everyone should indulge in disorder. Even then, while the Shura possesses the capability to eliminate others, he would be rendered powerless to act. Urgency? Not quite, merely a desire to avoid squandering time. Shaoyun replied casually. As Yuexin arrived, he leapt from the carriage, stretching his limbs, with a subtle crackle from his shoulder joints. Xueqinghe elegantly exited at a leisurely pace. Upon stepping into Yuexin, he unexpectedly triggered a quest. Special quest. Where does the Jade Maiden teach to play the Shao? In the celestial realm, amidst the chaotic world. A distinguished young man shall perform a melody that astonishes all. The more people drawn in, the more bountiful the rewards. The system temporarily provided a Jade Shao. Reward, 7,004, 500 gold coins, and 2 bronze and gold treasure chests. You want me to play the Shao in front of everyone? To touch their hearts? Isn't that a bit of bullying for the honest folk? My musical talent is rather limited. However, there happens to be a piece that Shaoyun could proficiently perform, Love Across Time and Space. This piece coincided with the popularity of a certain half-demon and a high school girl from the future in anime, a pure instrumental that could indeed rend hearts. Love, confusion, persistence, resolution, sacrifice. Though I had practiced it on the guitar initially, it has since been relegated to a dusty corner, gathering dust like a forgotten firewood stick. Playing it on the Shao is a different matter entirely. It seems that Beautiful Myth and The Last of the Mohicans are quite suitable for Shao performance. With a flick of his wrist, a jade Shao of a vibrant green hue appeared in Shaoyun's hand. Glancing at it, he surmised from his limited knowledge of instruments that it was of high quality. It was cool to the touch, with an ethereal essence flowing within. And the sound of the wind danced through its holes, creating a melody of its own. Whether seeking to leverage the power of the heavenly battle empire to restore Haotian, or merely to navigate the imperial circles for intelligence. The arrival of the imperial prince demanded that Tang Yuehua not be negligent. She walked gracefully, exuding charm. However, as the daughter of the former #1 sect in the world, Tang Yuehua could not lower her stature too much. Your Highness, I apologize for not greeting you properly. No need for such formalities. The Yuexin has nurtured many outstanding talents for the empire. May I inquire if Shweku is present? The princess is currently practicing music. Your Highness, please follow me. Leading the way, Tang Yuehua caught Shaoyun's eye with an undeniable curve. If he were to slap it hard, would she cry? Nonetheless, he adhered to decorum, merely glancing for a moment, appreciating it for a few seconds before diverting his attention. He listened intently to the sporadic sounds around him. Some resembled raindrops, while others sounded like iron rakes scraping vigorously against the ground. They arrived at a classroom. The little girl, Xueku, was fretfully plucking at the strings of her instrument. Upon seeing Xueqinghe, she joyfully ran out. Noticing Tang Yuehua as well, she promptly shifted to a more demure gait. Elder brother. Xueqinghe nodded, gesturing for her to come closer, and then spoke. Later, there will be a banquet in the palace. I wonder if the master of Yuexin has any availability? Since it is an invitation from the imperial prince, it would be an honor for Yuehua. Tang Yuehua would not miss such an opportunity to mingle with the high echelons of imperial power. Just as Xueqinghe was about to leave with Xueku, Shaoyun suddenly interjected. Elder brother Xue, wait a moment, I have a matter to discuss. In his haste, disregarding propriety, Shaoyun spoke up. I have been feeling rather troubled of late, and I have heard that the master of Yuexin possesses divine musical abilities. Might I be fortunate enough to hear a piece? The existence of Shaoyun is hardly a secret, and naturally, Tang Yuehua is acquainted with him. She smiled and remarked, such praise is unwarranted. I merely possess a modest understanding of the subject. Noting Xiaogonzi's concerns, she added, if you're troubled, feel free to stay for a while. Shortly, there will be a collective lesson at Yuexin, which I shall conduct. Xueku tugged at Xueqinghe's sleeve. Royal brother, I too wish to hear the master of the pavilion play. Casting a curious glance at Shaoyun, Xueqinghe readily acquiesced. Then let us not disturb the master for too long. Tang Yuehua summoned someone to arrange elegant seats for Xueqinghe and Shaoyun. Why does this feel reminiscent of a brothel's music performance? She mused. Little brother, how was I unaware of your troubled state? Before coming here, you were indulging at the prince's residence, and your gestures seemed anything but agitated. Shaoyun wore a sorrowful expression, clutching his heart. I will only share my joy with brother Shui and bear all the unhappiness alone. Qianren Shui remained speechless, feeling a twinge of headache. This person is delightful in many ways, yet occasionally engages in peculiar antics. Before long, over 20 young nobles emerged from various chambers and took their seats in the central hall. 2 attendants brought forth a zither. A murmur of chatter filled the air. We are about to hear the Lord play again. Each performance left one feeling utterly rejuvenated, akin to basking in a hot spring. Will we be able to dream sweetly tonight? Sweet dreams? Are you certain it's not of the other kind? Silence. If the Lord hears you, you shall face dire consequences. Shortly after, Tang Yuehua reappeared, having changed into a delicate cerulean gown that fitted her snugly, revealing only her slender arms and graceful neck as she adjusted the strings of the zither. The hall fell silent in an instant. The music began. This human woman's domain is quite intriguing. As Tang Yuehua played, she unleashed her noble domain. She possessed the Haotian hammer's mutated martial soul, with a lifelong level 9 soul power and an innate noble domain. Yet, it was surprising that she could capture the attention of the heavenly dream. Is she truly formidable? Shaoyun found it peculiar. Although not exceptionally powerful, this domain could stabilize the mind and purify malevolent energies. Regrettably, this woman merely employed her abilities passively. Had she pursued deeper development, perhaps no one in this world could harbor any murderous intent towards her. Her talent was lacking, which was indeed unfortunate. Tianming felt a sense of regret, as encountering such a unique application of mental abilities was rare. As the melody concluded, Shaoyun indeed felt a slight alleviation of his mental strain. However, Tang Yuehua appeared rather exhausted. Maintaining such a performance with her mere 9th level soul power evidently took all her strength. If only she were not Lord Sea Cucumber's aunt. He could have offered her some medicinal herbs to potentially replenish her innate abilities and further explore the mutation of the Haotian hammer. Lost in thought, Shaoyun suddenly rose from the elegant seat, approached the railing of the pavilion, and proclaimed loudly, having just listened to the esteemed master's melody, I have been inspired. I humbly request your appraisal. The jade flute, a deep green reminiscent of bamboo, rested in his hands. Bringing it close to his lips, he exhaled softly, conjuring memories that transcended time. The inherently sorrowful and lingering melody, combined with the flute's clear tones, created an exquisite ambience. After 4 minutes, Tang Yuehua gazed at Shaoyun in astonishment. It was remarkable that a youth could evoke such intense emotions. The feelings of unfulfilled love, regret, sorrow, and longing resonated deeply with her. On the return carriage, a little girl had joined them, making it awkward for Shaoyun to continue discussing the topic of rebellion with Shueqinghe. Brother Yun, that piece was truly beautiful. However, the master must have deeply buried experiences to evoke such resonant sounds. Is there a story behind your melody? Shueqinghe also chimed in, Indeed, little brother, I did not expect you to harbor such talents. Please, share your tale. I possess no story, Shaoyun replied. Shaoyun cast a sidelong glance at Shueqinghe and smiled. This piece recounts the tale of a half-demon, a priestess, and the reincarnation of the priestess. Their story is quite captivating, yet it raises certain questions. Half-demon, priestess? Shueqinghe and Shueku gazed at Shaoyun with curiosity. You may interpret it as a youth possessing the bloodline of a soul beast and a human soul master. Upon finishing his explanation, Shaoyun paused, contemplating why it felt somewhat akin to a sea cucumber and a rabbit. He shook his head. Before the palace gates, Shaoyun initially intended to depart for the Royal Academy, for he held little interest in banquets. To him, the revelry felt more like a cacophony than a celebration. Shueqinghe tugged at Shueku's sleeve and whispered, If my younger brother truly wishes to assist me, he ought to familiarize himself with the intricacies of social etiquette. Since Brother Shui has stated it thus, then so be it. Shaoyun did not need to pay a visit to Shueye. Zwiking could directly arrange for him to enter the side hall where a banquet was prepared for various noble youths. Of course, if Shueye summoned him, he would have to comply. However, apart from one occasion during the establishment of the Tindo battle, he had not seen Shueye again. Recently, Shueye felt increasingly fatigued and entrusted all matters of the academy to Zwiking and Shueshing. The maidservant was brought to the side hall by Shaoyun, while Shueka, the youngest princess of the royal family and the most favored by Shueye, was occupied in the main hall with the adults. As he approached, the cacophony of voices discussing various subjects within the hall instinctively prompted Shaoyun to rub his temples, a dull ache forming. He quietly entered, harboring no intention of cultivating relationships with these noble youths, as it was entirely unnecessary. The Spirit Hall and the two great empires were fundamentally at odds. Whether it was Qian Ringsha revealing the identity of the Spirit Hall or ascending to the throne of the Tindo Empire under the guise of a new emperor to draw the empire closer to the Spirit Hall, both would incite opposition from the entire noble class of the empire, potentially leading to outright rebellion. Some might argue that after ascending to the throne, Qian Ringsha could gradually navigate the situation, employing time to divide and conquer. However, time was a luxury she did not possess. As the situation progressed, Bibi Dong's instability would only worsen, and she would not afford Qian Ringsha much leeway. Moreover, Xiandala would not remain passive for long. Considering that Qian Ringsha possessed the potential for divinity, a mere empire paled in comparison to the significance of achieving godhood. Shaoyun scanned the room, recognizing only Duguyan, Yu Tianheng, and a person named Xueping. The others were unfamiliar. He approached and took a seat beside Duguyan. Duguyan frowned, as her side was not a place for just anyone, but upon recognizing Shaoyun, she relented. You've returned? How did your trip fare? She thought to offer him something to taste, only to find that the table was mostly filled with alcohol. Extracting a bit of honey from his soul guide, he mixed it with some tea to create honey tea. The harvest was decent. The soul skills were satisfactory. I managed to obtain a soul bone, but alas, it was snatched away. Yu Tianheng expressed curiosity. Who would dare to steal your belongings? Wasn't the dream teaching committee with you? He noticed a juice beside Shaoyun. Pour me a bit of that. The hunting squad suddenly turned against us, and there was a suspected title Douluo among them. Duguyan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. You really are quite unfortunate. What is the age of your soul ring? Shaoyun waved his hand, suggesting they discuss it upon returning to the academy. Various small groups engaged in conversation were scattered throughout the hall. Xuebeng regarded the sudden appearance of Shaoyun as a fortuitous opportunity for interaction. Over the course of the past 2 years, he had long sought a chance to connect with Shaoyun, but such an opportunity had eluded him. Shaoyun, in his daily routine, devoted himself to training and practical exercises, followed by visits to the library, and on days off, he would return directly to the prince's residence. Adhering to a rigid schedule, since the establishment of the Tindo battle team, his time had been meticulously organized. This banquet, however, presented an opportunity to engage with others. He approached Shaoyun directly. As fate would have it, he stumbled, causing the drink in his hand to spill onto Shaoyun. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? He inquired. Shaoyun, with a composed demeanor, extended a finger, and the spilled drink coalesced into a sphere of water at his fingertip. I recall that we harbor no grievances between us. Your deliberate act of traversing nearly half the banquet hall to douse me seems rather excessive, does it not? Unfazed, Xueping adjusted his attire and regarded him with disdain. It was merely an accident. I had intended to share a drink with the Academy's top genius. Yet your lack of decorum is quite surprising. Xueping had devised a strategy, aiming to create a minor spectacle before the crowd, provoking a confrontation with the Academy's foremost talent. He anticipated that the ensuing pressure would compel a private apology, thus paving the way for friendship. A drink, you say? Very well. Shaoyun smiled as the drink rolled back into the avalanche's glass. He was curious to see what tricks the avalanche was playing. Yu Tianheng tossed a wine jug over, and Shaoyun caught it, pouring himself a glass. Come, Your Highness the Fourth Prince, let us share a drink. This was not the expected course of events. Dazed, he finished his drink, and the avalanche returned to its original position. Why was this Shaoyun not following the usual script? Your Highness, what should my next move be? The atmosphere around Duguyan and Yu Tianheng was rather desolate. One was the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, and the other was the grandson of a titled Douluo. Few dared to approach them with trivial conversations, which was precisely why Shaoyun chose to sit beside them. However, despite the apparent emptiness, there were indeed a few individuals present, likely military personnel and elite nobles. Shaoyun had little interest in them and paid no heed to the curious gazes directed his way. He simply indulged in eating and drinking. Are you the infamous Shaoyun? You don't seem particularly remarkable. Ah, it seems the mocking female antagonist has made her entrance. Shaoyun raised his gaze and beheld a young girl in a white dress, her chestnut hair cascading down her back. Could it be that fate has intertwined our paths, presenting me with the second female lead? I hear your name incessantly, to the point where my ears might develop calluses. Is indulging in food truly the hallmark of genius? I inquired. Are you, perchance, Ningrongrong? In this moment, only she dared to address Shaoyun with such insolent bravado. The entire Tindo Academy was well aware of his notorious reputation, and the noble offspring dared not offend the illustrious prince. Indeed, I am Ning Rongrong. What enchantment have you cast upon my father? Every time he mentions you, he extols your diligence and perseverance, and it has become utterly tiresome. Initially, her curiosity was piqued. Yet as Ning Fengji continued to speak of Shaoyun, her irritation escalated. The children of others can be rather exasperating. Assessing Ning Rongrong, she possessed a certain charm. Though her tempestuous demeanor marred her appeal, Shaoyun harbored no animosity toward her, yet neither did he feel any particular fondness. After all, she was merely one of the official external aides arranged for C. Cucumber Tang-san. In contrast, he held a greater affinity for Zhu Zhuqing, admiring the resolute girl who had bravely extricated herself from her family's grasp. It was perplexing how she, who once exhibited such unwavering resolve and did not shy away from confronting the tyrant, later inexplicably reconciled. She seemed like a completely different person. After much contemplation, it could only be attributed to the fusion of martial souls. Lost in thought, Shaoyun found himself distracted until Ning Rongrong called out to him. "Hey, I'm speaking to you." "Oh, I'm listening. Please, continue." Ning Rongrong fumed in frustration. Shaoyun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and laughed. "What can I do if your father likes me? Either you become more likable to him than I am, or perhaps someone should teach your father a lesson. So he never mentions my name before you again. This is not my fault." The others around him stifled their laughter, while Dugu Yin burst out laughing. "I'll tell Grandpa Jin and Grandpa Gu about your bullying." "Go ahead and tell them," Shaoyun replied. If those two could truly set aside their dignity to confront him, he would have to accept his fate. However, if they did not succeed in overpowering him, it would only lead to more chaos for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Fuming, Ning Rongrong dashed out of the side hall, heading towards the main hall. Determined to summon Jian and Gu to discipline this impudent brat who had disrespected her. "Shaoyun, Shaohang, I'm leaving. Are you coming?" It was a perfect excuse to exit early, seeking a moment of tranquility. Nevertheless, Shaoyun still inquired of the two beside him. "Let us go." It was Yu Tianhing who spoke first. "I want to witness your newly acquired soul skill." Although he had already been unable to defeat Shaoyun before the latter obtained his new soul ring, he was eager to see the new soul skill, hoping to clarify his own path for improvement. "Then let us depart. This place holds little interest," Dugu Yin agreed, and the three of them exited the banquet. Returning to the Royal Academy, the six-member battle team challenged Shaoyun, and the outcome was predictable. They were first stunned by the presence of the 10,000-year soul ring, only to be caught off guard by the sudden and powerful attack. He has grown stronger again. Yu Tianhing lay on the ground, questioning his very existence. And here I am, still stagnant. All right, Shaohang, a few moments of sorrow are enough. After all, this is not your first defeat at my hands. Look at Sister Yin and Osro. They are not lamenting like you. In the short term, you cannot catch up to me. Rather than that, be your own rival. As long as the you of tomorrow is stronger than the you of today, even the slightest progress counts. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong appeared alongside a tall yet gaunt middle-aged man with a skeletal frame. Shaoyun smiled. The little girl had indeed managed to summon someone. The Bone Douluo. As expected, for he had once earned the moniker of the Smiling Bone Dragon during his days in the martial world. Rarely did he genuinely take others under his wing. His childhood as a beggar had shaped his approach to life, setting him apart from the ordinary. This distinctive experience contributed to the mysterious aspect of his bone dragon martial spirit, aside from its formidable defense. As for Qinshin, although he similarly doted on Ning Rongrong, it was unlikely he would resort to violence over a child's trivial dispute. A swordsman is straightforward. Shaoyun gestured for the other six to leave. The upcoming guidance from the title Douluo is of utmost importance. Your presence here is merely a hindrance. The Shijia brothers, Aosi Luo, and Yi Lingling departed first, lacking the confidence to face the title Douluo. Although Dugu Yin and Yu Tianhing had their own title Douluo backing them, it was unwise to offend another title for such a trivial matter. Yet, Shaoyun was their comrade, causing them to hesitate. They were ultimately expelled by Shaoyun. An opportunity to receive instruction from the illustrious Bone Douluo is not something to be shared. Once they had exited, Gu Rong spoke up. "Youngster, if you merely apologize to Rongrong, I would bear no guilt. This notion of the innocent being guilty is something I despise, regardless of past or present. I implore the Bone Douluo to take action. That little girl beside you must be eager to witness my kneeling." No sooner had he finished speaking than an immense pressure descended upon him. It was a pure release of soul power coupled with mental suppression, akin to bearing a mountain. Bones creaked ominously. Gu Rong would not be as gentle as he had been during training with Dream God Machine. Yun, perhaps it would be better if Tianming took over. Tianming's voice emerged, only to be met with Shaoyun's firm refusal. No need. If he harbors any intent to kill, then you may act. For now, I wish to ascertain my own limits. Such opportunities are rare. If I find myself unable to endure, I shall call for my brother. He's always here. Having become Shaoyun's wise soul ring, Tianming understood him best. Once he had resolved to shoulder this alone, he would not speak lightly. Shaoyun unleashed his third soul skill. As the black soul ring melded seamlessly with the encroaching twilight, Gu Rong furrowed his brow. Kid, he remarked. As Shaoyun responded with an increasingly concentrated manifestation of salted fish, the solidified form, nearing a foot in thickness, enveloped Shaoyun entirely. In the next moment, under the mounting pressure exerted by Gu Rong, it unexpectedly collapsed. At the instant of the salted fish's disintegration, a flash of inspiration struck Shaoyun's mind, leading him to contemplate a method to modify his third soul skill for the purpose of achieving freely controlled swift movement. He envisioned the ability to control the minimized salted fish thrust in harmony with his own blood, enabling him to realize rapid mobility at will, or alternatively, to ride upon the thrust in a manner akin to swordsmanship. However, these explorations would have to wait until Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong departed. Ultimately, Gu Rong refrained from demanding that Shaoyun kneel. It was Ning Rongrong who suddenly lost the desire to proceed with such a course of action. Observing Shaoyun's trembling frame yet persistent smile sent a shiver down her spine. Grandpa Bone, let us take our leave, she urged. Gu Rong complied with Ning Rongrong's request. Having shown little regard for Shaoyun throughout their encounter, what significance does genius hold? The more exceptional the talent, the more fraught the path of growth with unforeseen challenges. As long as he and that swordsman remained, the seven-treasure glazed tile school would stand resolute. As Gu Rong vanished from sight, Shaoyun felt an unexpected sense of emptiness and regret. Am I, perhaps, a concealed masochist? He pondered. Yet, the profound exhaustion that urged him to surrender to slumber was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time, and it was rather delightful. Upon returning to his dormitory, he indulged in a hot bath before sinking into a deep sleep. A night passed in silence. The following morning dawned. Upon awakening, Shaoyun stretched languidly, feeling invigorated despite the familiar soreness in his arms and legs. After finishing breakfast and completing his daily tasks, he decided to delve into the modification of his third soul skill, as per his thoughts from the previous night. He commenced this endeavor right in the courtyard of his dormitory. First, he cleared his mind and expanded his mental awareness of his body. Then, he focused on the third soul skill, summoning a few diminutive salty fish stabs within himself. Subsequently, he initiated the process. Bio. Shaoyun's body was pierced with several wounds. Oh no. He hastily pressed on the acupoints to staunch the bleeding. The healing techniques of the 9-in divine skill were too slow. He had no choice but to drag his mangled body to seek out Yilingling. Yilingling was amidst the flowers, meditating in the tranquility of the morning. Upon seeing Shaoyun in such a dire state, she was taken aback. Could this possibly be the work of that esteemed individual? Despite her typically aloof demeanor, she found the situation to be rather excessive. No, it was a mishap from my own research on soul techniques. Please assist me in healing. The 9-heart begonia made the blood holes on Shaoyun's body vanish. Phew, I nearly met my end. Thank you, Sister Lingling. I still wish to continue my research on that soul technique. Should I fail again, I hope you will aid me once more. Understood. A month passed. Due to the assistance from the 9-heart begonia in his healing, Shaoyun and Yilingling spent their days together, leading some to gossip that Shaoyun had already won her affections. However, Shaoyun paid no heed, and Yilingling's nature did not lend itself to clarifying such rumors. Yet, after wasting a month without success, Shaoyun realized that rather than attempting to induce the salted fish thrust to take effect within him, it seemed more plausible to envision a complete elemental transformation instead. Interestingly, he discovered that moving with salted fish thrust underfoot allowed him to achieve this in just a day. However, this only permitted linear movements. To change direction, he needed to momentarily cancel and then reapply the salted fish thrust. After much trial and error, Shaoyun concluded that it would be more beneficial to swiftly elevate his soul power level to break through the 9-in divine skill, thereby upgrading to the spiral 9 shadows, which would yield a more reliable probability of success. Having concluded a month of rigorous training, Shaoyun emerged from seclusion to deliver a sound beating to Osro. The rumors about his relationship with Yilingling had initially spread from Osro's lips. Dragging him along, he made Osro apologize to Yilingling before releasing him. Following this, Shaoyun visited the prince's residence, as he had not engaged with his highness for over a month. It would not bode well if the prince felt neglected. Ah, brother Shui. It's been over a month. Have you missed your little brother? After days without hearing his younger brother's boisterous voice, Xueqinghe realized he indeed missed him. Setting down his pen, he smiled at the newcomer. That's good. Since I've missed you, I shall take my leave now, allowing this longing to linger a while longer. Shaoyun turned and walked away, leaving Xueqinghe in a state of astonishment. What is going on? Has he lost his mind again? He rushed back merely to utter a single phrase? Yet, Xueqinghe observed Shaoyun merely circling by the entrance before returning once more. No one attempted to retain him. It seemed that the longing spoken of by Brother Shui was not entirely authentic. Xueqinghe sighed. Little brother, I am quite occupied. If there is something to discuss, let us speak plainly and avoid any antics. Shaoyun took a seat and spoke with a serious demeanor. A few nights ago, Xueqing and Xuebing approached me, with Xuebing offering a heartfelt apology for his provocations at the banquet, accompanied by lavish gifts that were quite tempting. It seems he wishes to win me over. What does Brother Shui think I should do? After a moment of contemplation, Xueqing revealed no particular emotions, responding calmly. I assume my younger brother has accepted whatever the royal uncle bestowed upon him. Of course, Shaoyun nodded. When offered, why refuse? Since my younger brother has already formed an opinion, he should act according to his own judgment. Ultimately, no matter what these two do, it will not alter the outcome, unless they gain the emperor's approval. Xueqing believed that his timely intervention had saved Xuebing's life, but in reality, Qian Rengshu had never intended to harm Xuebing, as his age and talent posed no significant threat compared to the other two princes. In light of Xueqing's impeccable performance, even if Xueye wished to surpass Xueqing to support Xuebing, certain individuals would not acquiesce. The crown prince's affairs transcend the interests of the Shui family. They are matters of imperial continuity. Very well, then I shall bide my time, waiting for the day when Brother Shui no longer wishes to play this game, Shaoyun concluded, preparing to take his leave. Wait a moment. Xueqing lifted his head. I have heard that Ning Rongrong has enlisted the Bon Douluo Gu Rong to trouble you? Please. Elder sister, it has been over a month since that incident. Is it not a bit late for your inquiry? Brother Shui, that matter occurred a month ago. Do you genuinely care about me? Her gaze flickered away. I had other matters at the time and did not pay attention. Send someone to investigate the Han Hai branch and look into the Soul Emperor who seized Shaoyun's soul bone, issuing a warrant for his capture. However, since the soul bone had already fallen into the hands of the ghost Douluo, retrieving it was out of the question. Although Hulaina had informed Bibi Dong, it was unlikely that Bibi Dong would take the time to explain the situation to Qian Rengshu. Never mind, Brother Shui, it's enough that you care. I shall resolve this matter on my own later. It has been a long time since I visited the Soul Arena. I will take a stroll there first. Please save me a spot for dinner. With a wave of his hand, Shaoyun exited. Observing his nonchalance, Xueqing refrained from further discussion. The public identity of the imperial crown prince did not afford him the ability to seek favors from the esteemed Bon Douluo. In the shadows, while the identity of the Wuhan Temple's young master was shielded by two titled elders, their protection was merely for personal safety. Moreover, these two were likely not a match for the duo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The Soul Arena awaited. Shaoyun remained seated in the audience, refraining from taking the stage. The ordinary soul cultivators were no longer his match, save for extraordinary contenders like Haishin Tang-san. He had yet to confront a Soul King, yet after extensive practice with Qin Ming, he believed he could at least achieve a stalemate rather than suffer an effortless defeat. Shaoyun was eager to try, yet Soul King level fighting souls were exceedingly rare in the arena, often appearing only a few times a year. After observing several matches and withdrawing his wager, Shaoyun departed. He had utterly lost interest in such exclusive battles. As for the new card, must he venture to the City of Slaughter in advance? Shaoyun pondered the existence of the teleportation card, which could provide an escape from the City of Carnage at any time. However, given his current strength, he feared that he would gain little advantage. Although the 9-in divine skill could render him nearly invincible, much of Shaoyun's current power relied heavily on soul techniques. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he could break through to the 5th level of the 9-in divine skill. Certain nobles must possess private black soul fighting arenas, yet even such venues were not without their perils. The combination of white, purple, and black soul rings was not something just anyone could attain. Entering did not guarantee safe passage out. He decided to return and open the treasure chest, for this month had been consumed with training. The previous task chest from Yuxian remained unopened. That quest, where does the jade figure learn to play the flute? was the first task he had completed flawlessly. He had earned a total of 500 game coins and 2 golden item chests. Suddenly, a carriage came to a halt beside him, and a soft, alluring voice emerged from within. "Young Master Shaoyun, is it possible for us to have a chat if you are free?" "Of course," Shaoyun replied as he entered Tang Yuehua's carriage. "The head of the Yu faction appears to be in quite a hurry. May I inquire where you are headed? Do you require my protection?" The carriage driver from Yuxian may not possess strength rivaling that of young Master Shaoyun, but he was adequately capable of self-defense, and Yuehua had not made any enemies. Such deceitful words, Shaoyun thought, observing that the driver's arms were nearly twice as thick as his own, with an obscure yet heavy wave of soul power that suggested he was likely a guard from the Haotian sect. "What is it that the head of the Yu faction wishes to discuss?" "Young Master Shaoyun, the piece you performed at Yuxian last time. Might I inquire its specific title? For over a month now, I have been unable to forget it and wish to incorporate it into our teaching repertoire at Yuxian. Would that be permissible? Is it truly about that?" Shaoyun felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had anticipated your curiosity about why a mere youth possessed such a wealth of emotional experiences. He imagined engaging in a discourse about life, fabricating a tale, and perhaps elevating his status to that of an uncle to a sea cucumber. Just a melody, which the master of the Xian may freely utilize. Subsequently, Shaoyun recounted the tragic love story between half-demons and humans, emphasizing the heart-rending conclusion. "Thank you, young Master Shao. The Moon Pavilion warmly welcomes you at any time." He alighted from the vehicle, gazing at her as she exited the city of Tindo. Is she heading back to the Haotian sect? The Haotian sect indeed possesses an intriguing dynamic, a group of distinguished gentlemen nestled in the mountains. Profiting from the efforts of a frail woman with merely 9th-level soul power, the so-called #1 sect in the world. Treasure chest, treasure chest. Upon returning to his dormitory, he bathed, burned incense, and offered prayers. Golden treasure chests are a rare sight. "Come forth, my little one." Why are there again 2 cards? 2 unremarkable cards floated on the treasure chest interface, following the trading card, teleportation card, and return card as the latest additions. Shaoyun clicked. Soul Awakening Card 1, which allows for the awakening of one's soul. Those who already possess a soul can undergo a secondary awakening with no restrictions on soul types, with a 5% chance of awakening an additional soul. Those who do not possess a soul will achieve a 100% awakening, with a guarantee that their innate soul power will not be lower than level 6. Skill Awakening Card 1. Based on the player's innermost desires, it extracts certain concept-related skills for awakening. Truly worthy of a golden treasure chest, it is remarkably powerful. This awakening card can be utilized for personal enhancement or reserved for nurturing a capable subordinate. However, the skill awakening card can only be employed by Shaoyun himself. He decided to keep the awakening card for now, but hesitated over the skill card, as its ambiguous nature, drawing skills related to one's innermost desires, made it challenging to reach a definitive conclusion. Shaoyun believes he possesses a profound understanding of his innermost desires, particularly in his pursuit of the angelic. Yet, who can discern what this concept of extraction truly entails? Over the past month, his relentless quest for rapid movement has consumed him, often leading to misunderstandings with Yi Lingling. This obsession with swift mobility undoubtedly reflects a deeper yearning. Moreover, within the labyrinth of his subconscious lie a myriad of chaotic thoughts. It is unlikely that anyone can fully comprehend their genuine intentions, as many are plagued by contradictions and double standards. But does it truly matter? Hesitation leads to defeat. Action is paramount. As he activated the card, it transformed into golden specks of light that merged with his being, leaving Shaoyun feeling ethereal, as if he had ascended to the pinnacle of Polite Pavilion. Standing atop the clouds, he felt the entire world lay within his grasp. Gazing upward, he beheld a sky adorned with countless stars. Manifesting his will, he extended a hand towards the celestial expanse, plucking a luminous white orb. Skill, instantaneous movement LV1, accelerated. Note, a high-speed mobility ability synthesized from various techniques, which can utilize either stamina or energy. P.S. A man as free as the wind, as graceful as a breeze. Do you aspire to be the joyful windman? Then embark on your journey. Delve deeper into this, and you may uncover delightful surprises. Why does this note seem peculiar? Could it be that this skill possesses a comedic essence? Regardless, it is time to put it to the test. Let us first try it using pure stamina. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure of Shaoyun flickered in various corners of the room. Quite impressive, although not as swift as the salted fish thrust. A careful calculation would suggest a speed of approximately 30 kilometers per hour. In summary, Shaoyun's current straightforward linear velocity stands at 500 meters per minute. Furthermore, by employing the intricate technique of spiraling 9 shadows, he displays remarkable agility. Regrettably, this does not translate into a significant enhancement of his agility attribute. Next, regarding energy support, with a bed, desk, and windowsill in between, Shaoyun materialized directly onto the balcony. A look of surprise illuminated Shaoyun's face. Utilizing energy movement, it seemed as though he had undergone a process of elemental transformation, disassembling and then reassembling on the balcony. However, he was not entirely certain. After numerous attempts, Shaoyun confirmed that during the moment of movement, he indeed achieved elemental transformation. Although this ability did not grant him the power to directly subdue an angel, the energy expenditure was rather daunting. With his current soul power, he could manage no more than 9 consecutive movements. Shaoyun was quite pleased. Calm. I am not invincible yet. The world is filled with myriad soul techniques, and it is entirely possible that someone could counteract my elemental teleportation. Furthermore, a divine presence looms above. Reminding himself, Shaoyun regained his composure and steadied his racing heartbeat. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to seize the opportunity presented by the skill comprehension card's temporary effect and utilized the martial soul awakening card as well. Once again, a halo of golden light enveloped him, drawing his consciousness into a realm dominated by water elements. This experience lasted several minutes and did not yield an overwhelmingly significant enhancement. Instead, he awakened a talent domain, the domain of water. Within a radius of 480 meters, all water elements fell under Shaoyun's dominion. Unless a being with greater water elemental weight or superior spiritual power existed within that range. Transforming into an ice martial soul represented a further mastery over ice power. In other words, the basic ice release bloodline he had exchanged from by had evolved. He was now capable of utilizing the mirror of ice crystals. However, Shaoyun discovered that this was not the complete spatial immersion he had anticipated. Rather, it was a form of rapid movement facilitated by the reflection of the ice mirror. Enemies within the mirror's vicinity found their perception suppressed, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the caster's location, thereby creating an illusion akin to spatial movement. Nevertheless, this was satisfactory. Once he developed a stable form of elemental transformation, true elemental spatial movement would become attainable. After spending most of the day experimenting with his newfound abilities, Shaoyun returned to his usual demeanor. He gathered with the Tindo battle team for training. He first sparred with Qin Ming, followed by the customary 6-person challenge against him alone. Your combat performance is utterly inadequate, although there are still 2 years remaining. Harboring hopes of overcoming the Spirit Hall team under such circumstances is sheer folly. You enjoy the advantages of imperial resources, elite instructors, and the finest training environments. Yet your performance remains dismal. Shaoyun showed no mercy, delivering a sharp rebuke. The others merely gazed at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he suddenly erupted in fury. Had they not long accepted the futility of their struggle against him? Why then, this outburst? I say, Captain, individuals like you are exceedingly rare. It is unreasonable to expect us to match your prowess. Osro interjected with frustration. Oh, Shaoyun fixed him with an intense stare. Is that your response? Because I am indeed exceptional. You have chosen to resign yourself to defeat? While you watch me advance, you merely roll about in despair. Osro, raising his hands in resignation, fell silent. Observing Osro's reaction, Shaoyun suddenly realized he lacked the standing to criticize them. Was he not once just like them in his previous life? Having succumbed to hopelessness, he too had chosen to lie idle, merely flipping over occasionally to avoid becoming too stale. Is fleeing a crime? Is lying down justified? I propose a method that could significantly enhance your combat capabilities and strengthen your mental fortitude. If all goes well, upon completion of the training, you shall find yourselves capable of easily defeating your current selves. What proposal? Yu Tianhing inquired, intrigued. Perhaps Shaoyun's peculiar nature was the key to his success. If he could also achieve such heights, might he surpass Shaoyun and reclaim the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Survival at its limits. All participants shall bring only the bare essentials and embark on a survival training expedition in the Soul Beast Forest for over 6 months, to witness firsthand how the grassroots soul masters strive to grow stronger. I'm in. The proud and ambitious Dugu Yin was the first to agree, with Yu Tianhing quickly following suit. The Shijia brothers exchanged glances, hesitating for a while before deciding to join, and Ariro did not wish to be left behind either. Yulingling did not immediately acquiesce. I need to return home first. The Nine-Heart Tang clan is a solitary lineage. I must consult with my elders. Very well. You have 2 days. The rest of you may disperse for now. Teacher Qin and I will visit the education committee to clarify the training details. 2 days later, Yi Lingling rejoined the group, having secured her family's consent to participate in the training. Observing their ambitious spirits and eagerness, Shaoyun felt a surge of delight. They remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that awaited them. A special long-term mission, the extreme world. Through relentless battles and unceasing hardships, one gradually realizes the limitations inherent in conventional soul masters. To grow stronger and shatter these limits, one must declare, I shall cease to be a soul master. Task rewards: 500, 050 gold coins, 1 silver diamond treasure chest, and 1 bronze to gold medicinal treasure chest. The mission had been triggered, bringing unexpected joy. Shaoyun had initially thought it dull to wait 2 years for the storyline to unfold, and sought to stir things up among the members of the Tindo team while exploring potential subplots. Now, with the addition of 2 treasure chests and gold coins, the game system proved quite generous. The first destination, the Sunset Forest, the nearest forest to Tindo City. At the entrance of the forest, Shaoyun cast a disdainful glance at the 6 individuals before him. Now, surrender all that you have concealed upon your persons for my safekeeping. Especially you, YNG and Ling. Do not presume that your femininity will earn you any special treatment. The group hesitated, slowly placing their belongings before Shaoyun, who sneered coldly. Do not compel me to repeat myself a 3rd time. Should I find anything during my search? Rest assured, it will not end so easily. DGYN let out a derisive snort and reached into her garment, producing a ring-shaped storage soul guide. The others followed suit, revealing a few scattered items. There, is that not satisfactory? Let us proceed. Oh, YN, there are quite a number of individuals trailing behind you. Would you like me to intervene? Tianming assumed Shaoyun was oblivious and offered a warning. No need to concern yourself. Shaoyun paid little heed to the young masters and mistresses. It would indeed be peculiar if their families did not arrange for some guards to accompany them. Especially in the case of Duguyen, who was most likely being watched over by Dugubo in secret, even if he were not present at the moment. Dugubo would certainly notice if Duguyen was difficult to locate within the academy. Tianming, let us first seek out a spirit beast of the bear or tiger variety, aged around 5,000 years, to warm them up. The sole objective of this extreme survival exercise is to engage in continuous combat with spirit beasts. As long as Yellingling is present, as long as they are not instantly killed, it matters not how grievous their injuries may be. Certainly, watch me closely. The expanse of the Sunset Forest is relatively small when compared to the Frozen Forest and the Stardow Forest. Tianming need not exert beyond Shaoyun's physical limits to survey a significant portion of it. I've located one. Adjust your course 30 degrees to the left from your current trajectory and proceed straight for 4,000 meters. There lies a slumbering diamond bear. Additionally, 2,700 meters to the southeast is a famished ghost tiger, which appears to bear some wounds and its life force seems rather feeble. Let us choose the ghost tiger. For our first encounter, let us be somewhat gentle, stealthily guiding the 6 individuals towards the southeast. It was not long before the guards arranged by various families trailing behind became aware of another presence and began to converge, preparing for action. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon had dispatched a soul sage, while the Sure family provided a soul emperor. And Yellingling was accompanied by a soul sage invited by her family elders. Osro, on the other hand, was a solitary figure, lacking any backing. As for Duguyen's protector, it was evident who that was. The others dared not even draw breath as they gazed upon the imposing dark green figure ahead. What on earth does this boy intend to do? Dugubo frowned, having also discerned the presence of a 5,000-year-old ghost tiger along their path. Taking a step forward, it vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. As it disappeared, a collective sigh of relief escaped the others. The pressure exerted by Dugubo was rather overwhelming. His reputation as the poison Douluo instilled a formidable fear in those beneath his title. At last, the esteemed figure departed. Quickly, keep up. Should anything untoward happen to our young master Tianheng, none of you shall fare well. Naturally, Tianming alerted Shaoyun to Dugubo's movements. Shaoyun had initially anticipated that Dugubo would drive away the ghost tiger, but that was not the case. Disregarding what Dugubo might be contemplating, Shaoyun accelerated forward with the 6 individuals in tow. At long last, they arrived before the ghost tiger. In a fleeting moment, Shaoyun accelerated and swiftly bypassed the ghostly tiger, leaving behind a resonant phrase. If you wish to survive, fight with all your might and unleash your full potential. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng stood at level 35, while Dugu Yin and Shimo were at 32, and Shimo at 31. Osro also held a level of 31, and Yi Lingling was at 29. The quartet had already acquired Millennium Soul skills, and with Yi Lingling's healing abilities, if they could perform at their best, they could not only withstand the onslaught of this 5,000-year-old, battle-worn ghostly tiger, but also ensure their own survival. However, Osro exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, Shaoyun, you perverse fiend." His instinctive reaction was to activate his Millennium Soul skill in an attempt to flee, only to be interrupted by Shaoyun's mental interference. This was his singular opportunity, to remain and fight or to choose flight. Should he opt for escape, Shaoyun would not impede him. Yet upon returning, Shaoyun would report him for expulsion from the Tindo battle team, seeking to retrieve the guise of Yu Feng, who was masquerading as Bai Qinxiang in certain fanworks. The Shijia brothers, steadfast and reliable, shouted in unison, martial spirit embodiment. Second soul skill, shield of earth. Their garments tore as two earthy-hued tortoises manifested, their shells flying forth to coalesce before them, transforming into two 1-meter diameter turtle shell tower shields, which they firmly planted into the ground. The dim, earthy light intertwined, creating an ethereal haze. In the next instant, the ghostly tiger roared and charged, colliding with the turtle shields. Its claws, enshrouded in dark luminescence, violently shattered the shells. Yet the retaliatory force propelled by the shields surged forth. Dugu Yin swiftly followed up with her third soul skill, Emerald Phosphor Purple Poison, unleashing potent toxins to inflict severe damage and gradually weaken the target's state. If the first and second soul skills were combined, they would achieve a terrifying toxic explosion. Continuing the assault, Yu Tianheng invoked his second soul skill, Thunderous Might, channeling his soul power to conjure several bolts of lightning aimed at the target. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling summoned the nine-hearted begonia, retreating to a relatively secure position while ensuring her abilities could extend to cover her teammates. Shaoyun quietly nodded. The numerous 6-on-1 training sessions had not been without merit. This ghostly tiger now mirrored Shaoyun in their practice bouts. The distinction being that this Shaoyun harbored no intention of training, merely desiring to devour the adorable creatures before it. Only Osro remained inactive, and Shaoyun did not pay him much heed, awaiting his ultimate decision on whether to advance or retreat. Yet, being a youth, he was reluctant to flee alone in the face of such bravery displayed by his companions. As a sole master of agility, possessing the ghost leopard spirit, his abilities were akin to those of the ghost tiger. Second soul skill, Flickering Ambush. He intoned, transforming into a shadowy leopard figure, darting between the Shijia brothers and extending his claws for a fierce strike. Roar. The ghost tiger, enraged, felt its very essence threatened by these seemingly insignificant adorables, for they had stripped it of the most vital aspect of its existence. It would never again be a complete tiger. Blood dripped from beneath the ghost tiger, its hind legs trembling, as its dark azure eyes fixated on Osro. "Osro, your attack is quite cunning," Shimo remarked, simultaneously gathering energy for his third soul skill, mirrored by Shimo beside him. Dugu Yin unleashed a barrage of phosphorescent red and blue toxins, enhancing the other estates. The red toxin incited a frenzy, akin to a stimulant, invigorating the nerves and augmenting attack and speed by 20%, while the blue toxin dulled pain, bolstering defense by 30%. Yu Tianheng unleashed his third soul skill, Thunderous Wrath, entering a berserk state that doubled his attack power and increased his soul power by 50%. Meanwhile, Osro crouched again, adopting a predatory stance, seeking another opportunity to ambush the ghost tiger. As each individual prepared their skills, the ghost tiger gradually endured the searing pain and steadied itself. A surge of black-blue soul power erupted around it, overwhelming the Shijia brothers before they could react. With a desperate effort, Yu Tianheng barely clashed with the ghost tiger using a portion of his dragon transformation, only to be sent flying. Dugu Yin was similarly flung aside by a swipe of the tiger's tail, while Osro leaped onto a branch for safety. The ghost tiger locked onto Yi Lingling, roaring and lunging forward. Osro, having evaded, rushed back with all his might, colliding with the ghost tiger in a desperate attempt to thwart its assault. In midair, the tiger adeptly adjusted its form, landing and pouncing on Osro. As foes often do, the ghost tiger abandoned its pursuit of Yi Lingling to focus its wrath on Osro. The Tiger King roared. The sound waves were palpable, hurling Osro away. Bang! Crash! Osro collided with a tree, feeling as though his bones were shattering. Fortunately, Yi Lingling was there, administering her healing abilities. Like a gecko scaling a wall, Osro swiftly regained his footing on the branch. The ghost tiger relentlessly pursued him, its claws severing his foothold. Roar, die now. Fully concentrated, Osro dared not relax. Any moment of negligence could lead to a gruesome demise. Despite exerting his utmost effort, the ghost tiger continued to close in. Although the 9-heart begonia could heal, it could not restore vitality directly. Thunderous dragon claw. Mysterious turtle flying blade. Triple poison explosion. The four attempted to divert the ghost tiger's attention, but to no avail. It remained fixated solely on Osro. The 6 battled fiercely against the ghost tiger, the tension palpable and the stakes perilous. Under normal circumstances, given their current capabilities, sustaining combat for over an hour would pose no challenge. Yet, facing the ghost tiger, they were ensnared in a life-or-death crisis. The intense mental focus and excessive release of soul power had rendered them fatigued in a mere 10 minutes. Only the supportive Yilingling maintained a semblance of vitality. The others appeared as though they had endured a night of relentless exertion, their faces pale, limbs weak, with hearts racing as if thunderous drums. With a self-satisfied stride, the ghost tiger lowered its gaze upon the now feeble Osro, opening its gaping maw to deliver the final blow. Shaoyun appeared, and with a colossal hand resembling water elements, he cast aside the ghostly tiger. Your performance in this battle can be summed up in 2 words: abysmal. Yu Tianheng. Did the knowledge you acquired in theory classes vanish into thin air? What are the characteristics of the ghostly tiger, regardless of whether you can hit it or not? All you seem to know is how to discharge electricity. Duguyan, is spitting the only skill you possess? The graphite and stone mill were commendable, yet Osro, do you not realize how to make use of such favorable environmental conditions? Lingling scored 10 points, as she aptly recalled her supportive role, having narrowly escaped the tiger's maw. The group lacked the strength to retort. Meanwhile, the hidden guards murmured amongst themselves. This fellow is quite audacious. If he were to face that ghostly tiger, one can only speculate the outcome. Although they witnessed Shaoyun tossing the tiger aside, they remained skeptical of his ability to confront the creature head-on. Observing the ease with which the others seemed to relax at his arrival, appearing somewhat drowsy, Shaoyun hurled a few ice shards to rouse them. Shouldn't you take advantage of this state to continue your training? How can you sleep at your age? Do justice to the academy, to your parents, and to my hard work. The group felt a deep-seated frustration, akin to a fishbone lodged in their throats, unable to express their grievances. Duguyan exploded with anger. You're a 36, Extreme Challenge 3. Before she could complete her thought, Shaoyun interjected. To prevent you from indulging in idleness, I find it necessary to inform you of the ultimate assessment objective for this training session. Just now, you endured for 14 minutes and 46 seconds before the 5,000-year-old, wounded and starving ghostly tiger. The final goal is to withstand a similar duration before a 10,000-year soul beast. The training concludes when you succeed. Of course, you may voice your objections, but I shall remain indifferent. You may also choose to withdraw or summon your elders to thrash me, if that pleases you. However, Shaoyun did not elaborate on the consequences of withdrawal. Naturally, none opted to back out. Osro even erupted in curses. Just wait until I become stronger. I'll beat the crap out of you, and then shove you back into it. Damn, you scared me to death, you perverted lunatic. Shaoyun was not angered. Rather, he expressed profound agreement. Having a grand ambition is indeed a commendable pursuit. 2 years later. Name: Shaoyun, the soul player. Age: 12, 26. Strength: 1250 vitality, 1550 agility, 1074 intelligence, 2,999, 100,000 sealed. Skills: 9 in divine skill LV4 can be accelerated. Instantaneous movement LV3 can be accelerated. Series of 9 in true classics martial arts. Innate skill: water domain sea level. Items: game coins 49, steel sword 1, self-cleaning garment 1, teleportation card return card 1. Tier 3 herbal set 3, 10 herbs of each type. Based on the current statistics, Shaoyun's 4-dimensional data surpasses that of a typical soul master of the same level by more than 4-fold. The 4th ring contains an electric eel aged 31,000 years, granting Shaoyun the ability to discharge electricity. The specific manifestation of this soul skill creates an electrified water domain, which, when employed under the water domain state, can produce an effect akin to a thunderstorm. As for the extreme challenge training of the 6 members of the Tindo team, it consumed more than a year and a half to complete, ultimately achieving the objective proposed by Shaoyun, to endure 14 minutes in front of a 10,000-year soul beast. Although it appeared that an unnamed poison Douluo discreetly assisted, the task was nonetheless accomplished. For this endeavor, Shaoyun received 2,000 game coins, a bronze treasure chest, and a golden herbal chest, yielding little of substantial value. In the latter half of the year, at Shaoyun's suggestion, the Tindo team disguised themselves as a soul-hunting squad. This served both to expose them to the struggles of lower-tier soul masters and to provide Shaoyun with a diversion, ostensibly to evaluate their training outcomes. The current levels are as follows: Shaoyun at level 46.5, Yu Tianheng 38, Duguyan 37. The Shurjia brothers, one at 37 and the other at 36. Ice Luo 35, Yi Lingling 34. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan aspire to strive for a millennium in the fourth ring. Chui Qinghe, ostensibly hopeful that the Tindo battle team will bring glory to the empire, has thus allocated a quota for the use of whale glue. However, apart from Shaoyun, the others remain oblivious to the specifics of what is being employed. At this moment, the team finds itself at the soul-hunting town, 100 miles distant from the Stardo forest. We have arrived. This is my home. After accepting Chui Qinghe's invitation, this place was purchased and entrusted to a caretaker. Consequently, although Shaoyun seldom returns, this little courtyard has remained intact, neither encroached upon nor fallen into disrepair due to prolonged neglect. Standing by the well where he once practiced, Shaoyun inexplicably feels a wave of melancholy. Though the courtyard still stands, some individuals are no longer present. Are you well? Yi Lingling, though rarely speaking and appearing aloof, is, in truth, a girl of exquisite grace and keen perception, sensing that Shaoyun's emotions are askew. With a gentle smile and a wave of her hand, Shaoyun casually remarks, "Choose your own rooms to rest. This is our final mission. After completing it, we shall return to the academy to prepare for the elite competition in a year. I am curious to see if this place harbors the captain's unearthly secrets." Luo exclaims with enthusiasm, eager to embark on an exploration. The Shurjia brothers, positioned on either side, mock him, impertinent and shameless. Exchanging glances, Luo remains unfazed. "Your brains are as dull as your martial spirits." Shaoyun observes him with a meaningful smile, stating, in a certain sense, "One could say that this is indeed where I began to grow stronger." At these words, Yu Tianheng feels a stir of interest. If he could uncover the rationale behind Shaoyun's extraordinary prowess, might he not replicate it? Previously, he had harbored thoughts of challenging Shaoyun to prove the might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. However, after witnessing the entire process of Shaoyun obtaining his fourth soul ring, that notion naturally extinguished, for reason informs him that such an endeavor holds no hope. "You two fools," Duguyan interjects sharply. "Even if there were indeed some secrets here, they would have long been unearthed by various factions over time." In truth, upon learning of Shaoyun's existence, Dugubo had also visited this place. Shaoyun's extraordinary nature might have concealed some method at this starting point to alleviate the toxins within Duguyan. Yet, all forces that had come here left empty-handed. Duguyan's words compel Luo to confront the harsh reality anew. He droops his shoulders, casually selects a room, and collapses onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. Shaoyun returned to his former chamber and silently closed his eyes. Rarely interrupting his cultivation, he enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber. "Oh, why does it feel so remarkably comfortable to sleep here? Could it be that I have completely transformed into the shape of that perverse captain? Returning to his hometown feels as familiar as returning to my own abode." As Lu washed his face, he couldn't help but express his thoughts aloud. Instinctively glancing at the roof of the courtyard, sure enough, that eccentric captain was positioned at the highest point, facing the rising sun. This scene had been a constant for over 2 years, unwavering, visible every morning. Turning left and down the 3rd Street, there was a quaint little eatery known for its delightful breakfasts. He intended to bring some back. Just as he was about to leave, Lu heard Shaoyun's voice. "Humph, who do you think you are, expecting me to bring you breakfast?" Several minutes later, congee, meat buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and boiled eggs were laid out upon the table. This was merely a feast that I, the esteemed Lu, desired, and not a gesture for them at all. Thus, the 7 gathered around to dine. For the past 6 months, their soul-hunting activities had been solely undertaken by the 7 of them, without the supposed leadership of Qnming, who had not participated. He was nearing a breakthrough to the Soul Emperor at the age of 34, making him one of the youngest in modern Soul Master history to reach this level. The title of the youngest would technically belong to Qian Arnsu, who had already attained the rank of Soul Saint by her late 20s. However, as of now, the most prominent figures on the continent were likely T-ing, Ho, or BBDing. After finishing their meal, they were free to explore. But according to the employer's instructions, they were to reconvene at the hotel by the town's exit at 7 o'clock in the evening, an important detail not to be overlooked. Though they were instructed to act separately, in truth, they remained within close proximity. The 2 years of extreme challenges had instilled in them a constant readiness to assemble for battle. Shaoyun recklessly ventured into the hotel. Besides awaiting the employer for this soul-hunting mission, the most significant matter was a group of individuals. The special long-term task concerning the fated enemy still lingered. Without progressing to the next phase, it was high time to advance that agenda. Thus, he decided to stay here for the night and set out early the next morning. As for the accommodation and meal expenses, they would be borne by themselves. Zhao Wujing gestured towards a modest 2-story building not far away. Shrek Academy was severely underfunded, and unless absolutely necessary, they adhered to a frugal approach, particularly regarding lodging. The ground floor served as both a dining area and lobby, while the upper level housed nearly 100 rooms. At that moment, Shaoyun occupied a corner of the lobby, observing 7 youths of varying appearances as they gradually entered. The team had already concluded their discussions with the employer and confirmed their departure time. Shaoyun had been waiting here for quite some time, while the others were present, enjoying their dinner, and planned to retire for the night to replenish their energy for the impending journey into the Stardow Forest. As the 7 took their seats, Shaoyun's extraordinary mental acuity allowed him to distinctly capture their conversations. This glutton, apart from spending on women, has devoured the rest, one remarked. I don't want this. Bring me everything else. Today, we're treating ourselves with a wealthy benefactor. The venue was modest yet adequately equipped. He hoped the cuisine would be of decent quality. As Ma Hongjun ordered his meal, he engaged in casual banter with the others while surveying the lobby. His gaze gradually shifted towards the Tiando team's direction. Shaoyun raised an eyebrow. If this fellow intended to flirt with Dong Guiyin and Yu Lingling like he did with Song Hui, he might not even have the chance to enter the Stardow Forest again. Fortunately, whether by instinct to avoid misfortune or simply not recognizing the 2 women's faces, Ma Hongjun paid no mind to the group in the corner of the lobby. Aren't you all leaving? Yu Lingling quietly asked, dabbing her lips with a napkin to remove any grease. Shaoyun gently tapped the table. Hold on, don't rush back. A good show is about to unfold. The others were puzzled. Before long, the opposing actors of the stage play, the Song Hui team, made their entrance. It must be said that the Song Hui girl, capable of attracting the attention of the seasoned Ma Hongjun, was indeed remarkable, as she was in her 20s, a phase brimming with youthful energy and charisma. Then, as expected, the lewd tiger made a mocking remark, followed by explanations from Oscar and Tang San regarding Flanders' adage, avoiding trouble is a mark of mediocrity. Shaoyun initially intended to wait for the Shrek team to compete with Song Hui before emerging to instill psychological shadows in Tang San. However, upon truly hearing those words, he found it both amusing and perplexing. Captain, what are you laughing at? Osro inquired with curiosity. Do share, so we can enjoy a good laugh as well. Shaoyun recounted Oscar's words. The Shijiao brothers immediately exclaimed, how foolish, arrogant, and ignorant. After years of refinement, Yu Tianheng had long abandoned his once superior demeanor and remarked, the strong possess power yet remain humble, while the weak are ignorant yet boastful. Du Guiyin, feeling lethargic, had no desire to engage with such mediocrity. She turned to Yu Lingling and said, Lingling, let us depart. It is time for a relaxing bath. The 2 women rose and nonchalantly walked past the glaring confrontation between Song Hui and Shrek. Hey, wow, Boss Dai, these 2 are even more captivating than Song Hui's. Those legs, if only I could have them. This fat fool will ultimately be outsmarted for only a brief moment. Du Guiyin halted at the entrance, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun, her gaze laden with contempt. She exchanged a clear look with Yu Tianheng, conveying an unmistakable message. If you don't make that fat fool unrecognizable, our friendship is over. Although Ning Rongrong was aware of Du Guiyin, she was not well acquainted with her and did not recognize her. Otherwise, she might have intervened to prevent Ma Hongjun's foolishness. All right, let us get to it, little Hengzi. Otherwise, you may find yourself without a girlfriend. Shoyn slowly rose to his feet, and Ytnhing nodded in agreement, following suit. The 2 made their way towards Shrek. The hotel proprietor, sensing the tense atmosphere, anxiously darted about. The Shijiao brothers tossed a pouch of coins, containing no less than 200 gold soul coins, prompting the proprietor to scurry to the backyard for refuge. As they approached Shrek, Dimbi and Mhngjn maintained their defiant demeanor. Dimbi issued a cold chuckle. What? You wish to? Ngrng suddenly exclaimed, what are you doing here? Although she did not recognize Ding Yan, She had a vivid impression of Shaoyun previously. When Ning Fngzh learned that Ning Ing had enlisted the Douluo to confront Shaoyun, he immediately insisted that she apologize. Yet Shaoyun had consistently evaded them. Even when Ning Fngzh brought Ning Ing to the prince's residence. Shrek Huo's intervention proved fruitless. Over time, Ning Ing gradually forgot the incident. However, one day, she unexpectedly encountered Shaoyun on the streets of Tindo City, where he greeted her with a chilling smile. Her voice interrupted Dimbi's arrogance, causing his composure to falter as he turned to inquire, "Do you know these two?" Before Ning Ing could respond, she caught sight of Shaoyun donning that chilling expression once more, disturbingly licking the corner of his mouth. "My dear Princess Ing, the Douluo is not here to protect you now. You must carefully consider what you say." Ning Ing felt a wave of tension coursing through her, her body stiffening in apprehension. She was aware that there were likely guards discreetly watching over her, but at this distance, she was uncertain whether they could thwart Shaoyun's intentions. Silently, she sealed her lips, refraining from uttering a word. Shaoyun nodded in satisfaction before turning to Ma Hongjun. "That rotund fellow. Just a moment ago, you spoke disrespectfully to our teammate, likely conjuring numerous unspeakable thoughts in your mind. The individual beside me is her boyfriend and now wishes to extend an invitation for a friendly spar. Which academy do you belong to? Or are you part of the soul hunting squad?" Daimubai sensed that the situation was amiss. Shaoyun relayed all of his previous remarks to Hui back to him. "What? You dare to challenge me? You are not worthy," Ma Hongjun retorted with unwarranted confidence. "Come then, who's afraid?" As students from the peculiar Shrek Academy, they possessed a baffling sense of self-assurance. Yu Tianheng and Ma Hongjun exited the hotel, followed by a thunderous crash that echoed with Ma Hongjun's anguished cry. Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively wanted to rush outside. "Stay here," Shaoyun's voice deepened, causing Dai Mubai to feel a sudden weight pressing down on him, drenched in cold sweat. "This fellow is formidable. His strength surpasses mine. It's an absolute suppression of realms." Beside them, Xiaowu curiously inquired about Shaoyun's identity from Ning Rongrong, but Ning Rongrong remained tight-lipped, uttering not a single word. The others were equally unhelpful. Oscar lacked combat prowess, while Zhu Shiqin continued to look down on Dai Mubai. Tang San finally spoke up. "My friend, we 38 have stirred up trouble and gotten beaten." Gazing at Tang San, Shaoyun let out a sudden sigh, leaving Tang San utterly perplexed. "Seeing you reminds me of an old companion. Over 4 years ago, he helped me navigate a crucial phase of my early life. Regrettably, due to my financial constraints, I had to sell him to a livestock trader. To this day, I still cherish the memory of him, the little donkey." Osro and Hui erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, I can't believe the captain has this side to him." This reminder prompted Tang San to recall their brief encounter in Notting City. "You dare to call my brother a donkey?" Xiaowu fumed. "Take this." Without bothering to use his hands, he summoned water elements to ensnare her leg, executing a Hulk Earth reversal that rendered her incapacitated. Xiaowu, as she fell injured. The atmosphere turned tense. Tang San exploded, launching an array of steel needles and poison darts, all of which became ensnared within a barrier of water. At that moment, Yu Tianheng dragged the disheveled Ma Hongjun back into the room, tossing him onto Shrek's table. Witnessing the comical sight of that mohawk-headed, plump figure gasping for breath, Dai Mubai's anger flared. "You have gone too far." Such words were met with laughter, as Tsang Hui's group even began to applaud. "First soul skill, White Tiger. You stand there." Acting swiftly, Shaoyun slapped him to the ground, a dual force akin to crashing waves exploding on his head, instantly leaving Dai Mubai with a half-bald scalp, blood streaming profusely, creating a rather gruesome scene. Tang San attempted a sneak attack, with blue-silver grass stealthily creeping along the ground towards Shaoyun. Blue-silver bind. However, he soon found himself lifted into the air. Looking down, he discovered a circle of water-blue tendrils ensnaring him, hoisting him aloft, and shortly after, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were also lifted. It felt as though something was amiss. The team appeared somewhat disorganized. Shaoyun turned his gaze towards Oscar. Oscar, startled, forced a harmless smile. "My friend, it seems I have not provoked you, have I? Just a moment ago, did you not say that those who fear trouble are merely mediocre? Goodness, can you truly hear me from such a distance? My apologies. I am indeed mediocre. I am sorry, Fatty Dai and the little third wheel, for I lack combat prowess. Moreover, this predicament was initiated by you." Seeing Oscar's cleverness, Shaoyun refrained from attacking him. With a slight movement of his fingers, a colossal hand wielding a water whip materialized in midair. It began to deliver a series of resounding strikes upon the three suspended figures, rhythmically playing the melody of youthful vigor. After concluding the tune, their posteriors protruded as prominently as their heads, reaching at least an E-cup size. Shaoyun contemplated continuing, but the water whip abruptly dissipated. From the second floor emerged a stout figure, catching the three. Young man, their incompetence speaks for itself. Is it not a bit excessive on your part? Killing is merely a matter of striking the ground. Did your parents not teach you to spare others? Turning, Shaoyun smiled. Mighty immovable king. Are you suggesting I should strike their heads to the ground? Clenching his fist, the three instantly awakened from their stupor, clutching their throats and gasping for air. To this day, with a fourth ring and a second awakening of his innate domain, Shaoyun's control over the water element was nearly exquisite. Three small water rings tightened around their necks slowly. Young man, do refrain from moving, esteemed immovable king. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that their heads will remain intact. With a mere change in form, the gradually tightening water rings could transform into lethal water blades, capable of severing their heads in an instant. Zhao Wujing, of course, harbored disbelief. Who was he? The fearsome immovable king of the spirit master realm. Could he truly be threatened by a mere child? Teacher Zhao, do not move. He indeed possesses that capability. Zhao Wujing froze momentarily, turning to Ning Rongrong with a questioning gaze. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, partially shielding herself with Zhu Zhuqing, obstructing Shaoyun's line of sight. Hiss. Neither advancing nor retreating felt possible. Even when provoking the mighty titan, one had never felt such humiliation. In a flash, Shaoyun appeared before Zhu Zhuqing, causing Ning Rongrong to gasp in surprise, fearing he would seek trouble with her, and she instinctively opened her mouth to cry out. Are you Zhu Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuqing took a half step back, assuming a defensive posture. Would you care to accompany me? I can make you 3 times stronger than you are now. The little cat remained silent. She, of course, could not acquiesce in her mind. Only the netherworld white tiger of Dai Mubai could offer her a chance at victory in future contests, a hope for survival. Shaoyun merely spoke casually, without any insistence. Before securing the angel, excessively courting other girls would only complicate the pursuit. He then turned and walked towards Songhui's direction, causing immediate tension among the group. He can't possibly think we disturbed his meal and intends to take action against us, can he? What should we do? Should we run? But Teacher Yi is still here, right? Yushichio, who was relied upon by Songhui's students, felt even more anxious than they did at that moment. Excuse me, we from Songhui have a question for you. Shaoyun had no intention of hostility. He merely sought to inquire, what is the name of your vice principal? Yushichio paused briefly before promptly responding. Songhui Academy currently has no vice principal. With a scoff, Shaoyun signaled for Yushinheng and the others to retreat, casting a glance at Shrek. Yushichio sensed that the imposing middle-aged man resembling a stout bear was entirely beyond her capabilities, urging Songhui's group to swiftly relocate for their safety. Oscar hastily prepared sausages and stuffed them into the mouths of the three. The remarkably E-grade curvature of their posteriors visibly returned to normal. Zhao Wujie glared at Ning Rongrong, somewhat irritated, and inquired, that guy has already left. Can you speak now? After taking a deep breath, Ning Rongrong felt that she had never been this exhausted even while running at Shrek, sighing, I don't know much. His name is Shaoyun, and he is the captain of this generation's Tindo Royal Academy battle team. The last I heard before leaving home was that he was nearing level 36. His first soul ring is 10 years. Hearing this, Dai Mubai expressed skepticism regarding Ning Rongrong's honesty. 10 years for the first soul ring? A sidelong glance from Ning Rongrong followed. The second soul ring is 1,000 years. The group immediately contributed a small increment to the rising temperature of the continent. I am not aware of the specific year for the third soul ring. Moreover, he once defeated 10 soul masters above level 35 in a level-up challenge at the Tindo Great Soul Arena. He also overcame 2 soul sects in a similar challenge. Later, he was recruited by the Prince of the Empire to join the Royal Academy, which was over 4 years ago. I heard that his actual age is approximately the same as Tang San's. This revelation caused Zhao Wujie to gasp in astonishment. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. Deep in thought, if the person beside him is indeed the rest of the battle team, then the one who just fought against Ma Hongjun must be Yushinheng, the young master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Ma Hongjun's expression fell at once. He could not contend with such an individual. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, one of the top 3 sects, held a significant standing, especially now with the Haotian sect in hiding. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School remained a supportive sect, their reputation was formidable. In the forest, unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong added, deepening his despair, if that's the case. The woman you mentioned earlier might be Dugi Yan, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Yi Lingling, veiled, was not the one Ma Hongjun had referred to. Ma Hongjun turned ashen, and Xiao Wujia fell silent, cursing under his breath. Hurry up and eat. We won't rest tonight. We will set out immediately. Let's find a suitable soul beast for Xiao Ao, without delay, and return to the academy. He had heard of the poisoned Douluo's infamous reputation, a vengeful figure. Offending his granddaughter was not a trivial matter. At that moment, he fervently wished to slap Ma Hongjun's chubby face, but it would be of no avail. As the commotion subsided, the owner re-emerged to prepare food. The group ate in silence, and Ning Rongrong shot a peculiar glance at Zhu Qing, unaware of what she had missed, thinking, so that perverse fellow has a preference for this type? Yet, it was rare for a man not to be captivated by her kind. Ning Rongrong mused silently, but Osro voiced it aloud. I thought you were an iron-faced iceberg man, treating beauties like Yan Jie and Lingling equally. Who knew you had a preference for that kind? As he spoke, he gestured dramatically, sketching exaggerated circles in the air. Having failed to obtain timely news from Song Hui, Shaoyun was vexed and, in frustration, punched Osro, sending him flying into a sleep state. You brought this upon yourself. One of the Shijia brothers lifted Osro by the leg and tossed him back into the room to prevent him from catching a cold from sleeping outdoors, which could jeopardize the next day's mission. Yu Shenheng quietly described the entire ordeal of teaching the fat fool a lesson to Dugu Yan. Upon glancing at the task status of the fated enemy, Shaoyun was dismayed by the meager progress made thus far. Should a settlement occur at this juncture, it would scarcely meet the bronze reward threshold. The pinnacle of perfection for this task promised 100 free attribute points and a diamond-tier treasure chest. Tang San, this fellow, possessed thoughts that diverged from the norm. The only way to inflict a blow upon him was through the aspects he valued most. Regarding Xiao Wu and the Xiantian treasure record, the Tang sect's hidden weapons, Xiao Wu's involvement with the Minotaurs was out of the question, as Xiao Yun harbored a profound disdain for them. Among the skills within the Xiantian treasure record, the 9 divine skill could indeed counteract. As for the hidden weapons, over the years, through various trials and errors, Shaoyun had successfully devised techniques utilizing water element mimicry of the Barret, which proved to be quite formidable. Eliminating Tang Sen should pose no significant challenge. However, subduing him would not be as straightforward. Regardless, he mused, when faced with a mountain, a path will inevitably present itself. The following day, with the dawn's early light, the team prepared for departure to rendezvous with their employer. The employer, a man in his 30s by his own account, was undoubtedly older than his claims suggested. His objective was a millennium-old spirit beast, and any variant would suffice. The reason Xiao Yun's team, seemingly comprised entirely of youth, was chosen was solely due to their affordability. To cultivate the team's proficiency, Xiao Yun had opted for a strategy over the past 6 months that emphasized quantity over quality, thereby disrupting the normal market dynamics of soul hunting, which had drawn the ire of numerous other teams. Yet, this was one of Xiao Yun's intentions. Frequent encounters with spirit beasts were meant to prevent his team from losing their awareness and experience in battling regular soul masters, allowing them to experience the cunning and ambushes characteristic of human adversaries. However, it remained a mystery whether the covert guards intervened, as the team had yet to face any genuine conflict with other soul hunting squads. Upon entering the forest, no further reminders were necessary. The 6 members instinctively arranged themselves into formation. Xiao Yun took it upon himself to safeguard the employer, ensuring all proceeded without incident. In the role of a soul hunting team, one must fulfill their responsibilities diligently. To his utter astonishment, the seemingly trivial giant tooth boar, aged over 1,600 years, yielded a soul bone. Xiao Yun felt a twinge of jealousy. Even after reaching the 4th ring, he still lacked a formal soul bone, while this casually acquired employer stumbled upon one. Under normal circumstances, the team would inevitably turn against each other over this soul bone, with only the survivor eligible to possess it. However, among the group, aside from Osro, no one regarded this millennium-old soul bone, which had materialized from a pig, with any esteem. Casting a glance at the employer still in the process of absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Yun remarked calmly, Osro, the decision lies with you, but it would be wise to choose before he awakens. Should he opt to absorb this soul bone, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat capabilities at present. Yet, in the long run, it could hinder a portion of his potential. as a sensitive attack-type soul master with a ghost leopard as his martial spirit. This soul bone is likely to yield skills pertaining to a boar's charge or defensive abilities. The giant tooth boar is known for these two traits, a savage charge and robust toughness. Such theories have been discussed within the Academy. It is not my obligation to inform him of the pros and cons observing the fading colors of the soul ring on the employer, indicating imminent success in absorption. Osro made his choice. He would take it. After all, it was a soul bone, and he could not afford to gamble on whether another opportunity like this would arise in the future. Shaoyun first stored it away, intending to give it to him later upon their return. Half an hour later, the employer finished absorbing it, his expression brimming with joy. Thank you all. Here's the promised reward. The standard commission for a soul hunting team typically ranges between 1.5 to 3 times the age of the soul beast. For instance, slaying a century-old soul beast would warrant 150 gold soul coins, though specifics vary among teams. Shaoyun and his companions charged at 1.2 times the standard rate. This boar was 400 years old, so the employer paid 600 gold soul coins. Kid Yun, something's appeared, a 100,000-year soul beast. Do you want to run? Is it the Titan Giant Ape? Not sure, never seen one, but from what I can sense, it does resemble a massive monkey. After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyun turned to the others. Care to witness the majesty of a 100,000-year soul beast up close? The group paled instantly, recalling their encounter with the ghost tiger. Are you out of your mind? If you want to die, go alone. Don't drag us into it. Oslo snapped out of his elation over the impending soul bone acquisition, while the others hastily distanced themselves from Shaoyun. The employer, after inspecting the soul beast's remains and finding no soul bone, simply departed. Their contract had concluded. Are you sure? Opportunities to observe a 100,000-year soul beast this closely are rare. Observe? Du Guyan caught the implication. You mean, that thing won't annihilate us? Shaoyun merely smiled, leaving the answer unspoken. I'll go, Yu Tianheng declared. Though the guy was eccentric, he didn't believe Shaoyun would willingly court death. The others wavered between doubt and curiosity. Excellent. Now that's what I call teammates. Come on, I'll take you to see the big monkey. But before the team could move, their hidden guardians intervened. They tolerated Shaoyun leading their young masters and mistresses through extreme challenges, grueling training, and perilous encounters with 10,000, your soul beasts. But going to see the big monkey? Absolutely not. The terrifying aura was palpable even from this distance. No matter the reasoning, they refused to let the group approach. Some even threatened to forcibly remove them. Reluctantly, Shaoyun abandoned the idea. Instead, he activated Water S Vision, one of the 4 soul skills granted by the Heavenly Dream Soul Ring, to glimpse the Titan Giant Ape from afar. Place a ward. Open the minimap. No. Shaowu. The moment the vision connected, it revealed the iconic scene of Tang Sen's helpless fury. After this, Tang Sen would likely encounter the 8 spider lances, a critical external power that would save him repeatedly, turning defeats into victories. If he didn't act now, these guardians were becoming a nuisance. Then again, they couldn't control him, could they? They weren't his guardians. You all go ahead. I'll take a look myself. With that, he vanished in a watery flash. The guardians made no move to stop him, nor could they. Had Shaoyun remained with the group, they might have extended protection out of duty and their charges relationships. But a lone individual acting independently? They had no grounds to interfere, except for the agents assigned by Xue Qinghe. No, Xianren Xue. They were at a loss. They couldn't keep up with Shaoyun's speed. What do we do? We can't catch him. Chase anyway. 400 meters from the Titan Giant Ape. Shaoyun halted. Getting too close risked alerting Xiaowu, who might direct Erming to deliver a devastating punch or kick. This distance was negligible, close enough to see clearly. There seemed to be a brief gap before Xiaowu reunited with Tang Sen and the others. Shaoyun suddenly recalled this matter. Erming had abducted Xiaowu, who seized the opportunity to condense her 3rd spirit ring, while Tang Sen pursued. The man-faced demon spider emerged, granting Tang Sen a soul bone, and Xiaowu returned. During this period, Xiaowu experienced a complete disconnection from everyone else. Thus, was it a mere disruption to Tang Sen's external assistance? Or was there an ulterior motive to procure the 10,000-year rabbit? Shaoyun opted to attempt everything. On Tang Sen's side, his true self remained vigilant while a water molecule doppelganger was dispatched to follow Xiaowu. Upon witnessing Tang Sen consume the mushroom sausage, Shaoyun promptly pursued him. The extreme flight of the wind-tail coxcomb snake lasted merely a minute, which, in Xiaoyun's perspective, was insufficient. Before long, Tang San and the others had completely distanced themselves. A new idea blossomed within Shaoyun. Why not eliminate Tang San right here? This thought rapidly spiraled into madness. With Tang Hao absent and Zhao Wujia distant, there was no one to safeguard him. It was the perfect opportunity. Ceasing the pursuit, he grasped the water elemental mimetic Barret. Locking onto Tang San's head, he pulled the trigger, yet the shot missed its mark. Just as the 1-minute limit of the mushroom-shaped projectile expired, Tang San fortuitously landed, causing the water elemental bullet to whiz past him, mere inches from his head. The gust of wind raised his alertness, prompting him to halt abruptly. In his path loomed a colossal tree, requiring 5 or 6 individuals to encircle it, which suddenly erupted. The trunk crashed down towards him. He hastily employed the phantom shadow technique, dodging left and right. After narrowly escaping, he took a moment to catch his breath, only to feel a sharp pain in his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something, the purple extreme magic eye. This was bad. There was no evading it. In a moment of dire urgency, Tang San extended his left hand to shield his chest. As a jet-black thunder-patterned hammer rapidly magnified in size, the water bullet struck the Haotian hammer, causing the hammerhead to rebound towards Tang San. Blood mist erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying, crashing into 2 large trees before coming to a halt. Ribs completely shattered, spine misaligned and fractured. Left arm crushed, legs twisted at unnatural angles. Observing Tang San's injuries, Shaoyun revealed a confident smile reminiscent of a Dragon King. The third shot. Farewell, Tang San. Without you, countless souls in this world could find happiness. Tang San. The fourth soul skill, location tracking. Zhao Wujie suddenly appeared, and the water bullet struck his head, sending him reeling and nearly tumbling over. Who dares to launch a covert attack? Damn it! Shaoyun cursed under his breath, increasing the caliber, transforming his weapon from a gun to a cannon, and aimed at Zhao Wujia, firing a shot. The unmoved King's body. Zhao Wujia activated his first soul skill for defense. However, having recently unleashed his martial soul's true form and recklessly battled the Titan Great Ape, he found himself in a weakened state, with his defense barely at 30% of its usual capacity. The oversized water projectile shattered his defenses, sending him flying. Alas, a soul sage is indeed formidable. His fundamental resilience remained intact, and he suffered no significant harm. Having lost interest, Shaoyun decided to withdraw, as Ning Rongrong and the others had arrived. In any case, under such circumstances, Tang San lacked the opportunity to absorb the 2,000-year-old faceless demon spider. As he was preparing to retreat, he suddenly sensed the presence of Shaoyun. Had the water clone failed? That seemed improbable. He inquired whether Tian Reem knew what had transpired. Tian Reem informed him that the Titan Great Ape had been guarding Shaoyun. When the water clone attempted to strike, it was directly crushed by gravity. The Titan Great Ape's gravitational control could even affect the intangible mental force, perhaps due to Shaoyun's lower rank. His attempts to kill Tang San and capture Shaoyun had failed. However, the last task, involving the faceless demon spider with the external soul bone, should succeed. Following Tang San's earlier trajectory, Shaoyun maintained his pace forward. Minutes later, he detected the fated demon spider, along with the snake lady Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuran trailing behind it. With a swift leap, the faceless demon spider sprang from the thicket. Its sharp appendages, the fuzzy back shell, and the white humanoid visage on its abdomen shimmered in the moonlight, creating a strikingly beautiful sight. A delicate water blade sliced through, cleaving the spider evenly in two. The severed remains thudded heavily before Shaoyun, ignoring the rising soul ring. He commanded the water element to pulverize the spider's remains into fine particles. Could it be? From the area near the base of the spider's neck, a deep purple object resembling a hard shell of a watermelon bug fell out. Remarkable. This piece was essential. Without it, Tang San would be significantly handicapped. This external soul bone was crucial for Tang San to later fuse the soul bones produced by various soul beasts into a cohesive set. According to Yu Xiaozheng's theory, external soul bones differ from ordinary ones. They integrate with the soul master's body upon absorbing the soul rings. He still needed to contemplate its usage and determine its compatibility. Wait, why should I trust Yu Xiaozheng's theory? Could it be that I was influenced due to inheriting Tang San's fortune? You killed my soul beast. An older woman and a young girl emerged from the foliage. The girl, upon seeing the scattered remains and the dissipating soul ring, shouted in fury, "You killed my faceless demon spider." Having acquired the soul bone, Shaoyun felt elated and took the opportunity to banter with Meng Yuran. "Little girl, I just saved your life. This spider's soul ring is over 2,000 years old. If you don't believe me, let your grandmother sense it carefully. With that, Shaoyun vanished in a splash. 41. Arrange for follow-up. No good. Teacher Zhao. Tang San's injuries are too severe. With my current ability to restore, I can't fully heal him, especially his left hand. He may need to return to seek help from Teacher Xiao. Oscar observed Tang San's condition, his expression grave as he shook his head. What could have happened? How did my brother end up like this? Xiao felt a deep pang of guilt as she looked at Tang San's pitiful state. If Ming hadn't come, and she and gone missing, perhaps none of this would have happened. Seeing Xiao Wu in such pain, Zhao Wujia refrained from further blame and said quietly, "We must leave the forest immediately. You all wait at Soul Hunting Town while I head back to the academy to bring Xiao Xi in." Tang San's condition was far too precarious for a long journey. What is this? I merely led a routine expedition, and yet it turned into this. Zhao Wujia was seething with frustration. Who have I offended? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai carefully lifted Tang San and moved slowly, afraid that even a slight jolt might worsen his condition. Upon returning to Soul Hunting Town, Zhao Wujia declared, "I'll leave first. You all behave and avoid trouble." He set off, disregarding his weakened state and unleashing his soul power to hasten to the academy. Dai Mubai and the others resided in a temporarily rented house, adhering strictly to Zhao Wujia's instructions to avoid drawing attention. 2 days later, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, Ning Rongrong suggested, "Xiao Wu, if you're willing, I could notify my family to come and treat Tang San." Really? The old rabbit tightly grasped Ning Rongrong's slender arm, causing her discomfort. Really? Rongrong, if it's possible, I'd do anything, even at any cost, for my brother. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Flender, Xiao Xine, and a stoic-looking man stood at the entrance, the latter exhibiting signs of urgency. How is Xiao San? With Xiao Xine's intervention and after consuming the healing jelly beans, Tang San began to recover after half an hour. Xiao Xine examined Tang San's condition and offered several admonitions. Though the jelly beans have healed most of your injuries, your left hand is severely damaged. It's best to avoid any significant movements for a month, otherwise you risk lifelong disability. Tang San nodded, his face reflecting discomfort, although his left hand appeared fine. Any slight movement brought intense pain. The broken bones and severed veins would not mend easily. Xiao San, what on earth happened? Please recount everything from the beginning. Yu Xiaojing believed that with his intellect, he could discern the cause of Tang San's misfortune. Upon hearing Shaoyun's name, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. The first ring is 10 years, yet the second is a millennium? This individual harbors a significant secret. Tang San continued, recounting the appearance of the Titan Great Ape, Xiao Wu's capture, the chase, and the inexplicable attack that followed. After a moment of reflection, Yu Xiaojing turned his attention to Ning Rongrong. In your understanding, what kind of person is Shaoyun? What kind of person? From my perspective, he treats his allies well, yet can smile at his enemies, Ning Rongrong replied, prompting others to recall the earlier incident at the hotel where Shaoyun had maintained a smile even while fighting. I always felt that beneath that smile lay a nonchalant demeanor, as if he disregarded everything. Wait, Master, are you suggesting that you suspect Shaoyun was behind Tang San's injuries? That is not difficult to ascertain. Master Yu rose, his demeanor enigmatic. From the departure of Shrek to soul hunting, the only individuals you have offended are them. Moreover, from your words, it's evident that Shaoyun embodies the persona of a smiling tiger. It's truly astonishing how adept he is at masquerading at such a young age. But Master, Ma Hongjun scratched his face, avoiding Flinder's gaze. If it weren't for his loose lips, we might not have offended anyone. Zhao Wujia had previously examined the situation. The attack had come from over 1,000 meters away. Does Shaoyun possess such capability? Master Yu fell silent, discreetly glancing at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong shook her head. While she was aware of Shaoyun's terrifying achievements, she was unclear about his true capabilities. Moreover, could Tang San's injuries not have been inflicted by a soul beast? Ma Hongjun murmured. While that scenario is plausible, the likelihood is low. According to the description of the attack by the third party, the high-speed compression destruction capability is something that, to my knowledge, only a few extinct soul beasts possess. However, it is not inconceivable for human soul masters to exhibit such abilities. Although Ma Hongjun wished to argue further, he fell silent upon noticing Flander's predatory gaze. Now, do not be disheartened. Once you have recuperated, as long as you adhere to the training plan I have devised for you, you shall undoubtedly triumph over that Shaoyun. The master's confidence was striking. Ning Rongrong felt somewhat skeptical. After reuniting with the others, the team set off back to Tindo. They planned to rest for a week before seeking out teacher Qin to prepare for the rigorous training required for the Soul Master competition. With a casual remark, Shaoyun headed straight to the prince's residence. Brother Shui, do you happen to have some free time? Although there were matters to attend to, they could be temporarily set aside. If there is something amiss, please do not hesitate to speak. I have obtained a piece of the legendary and exceedingly rare external soul bone. Brother Shui is my most trusted confidant, and I wish to request his protection. To her surprise, she found herself astonished that her younger brother had such fortunate opportunities. In her eyes, there was merely surprise, devoid of any desire. After all, it was just a single external soul bone. While it could evolve, it was hardly significant compared to a complete set of angelic legacy equipment. I had not expected my younger brother to trust me so implicitly. Very well. I shall assist in your protection. The two arrived at the tranquil chamber where Shui Qinghe usually practiced. Although Shui Qinghe's displayed talent for cultivation was not particularly remarkable, as a competent heir to the empire, he had to consider all aspects of his responsibilities. Despite his busy schedule, he dedicated fixed times for cultivation, ostensibly for the spies within the prince's residence to observe. The absorption process was remarkably smooth and seamless. His physical attribute points were directly enhanced by over 100. It was merely a soul bone over 2,000 years old. Initially, it was thought that without the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider to act as a conduit, the soul bone would remain dormant. However, as soon as Shaoyun utilized his soul power to attract it, it transformed into a liquid state and merged into his body. Indeed, one must not blindly trust the master's theories. After a brief test, 8 spider spears extended forth. This style does not quite suit me. What do you think, Brother Shui? Shui Qinghe nodded in agreement. Shaoyun had always pursued a high mobility, fast-paced combat style, and the color and toxin of these spider spears seemed somewhat mismatched. However, there was a solution. Aside from their sharpness and toxicity, these spears also possess the ability to devour and empower the Soul Master, as well as evolve. If he were to swiftly consume some soul beasts predominantly of water and ice attributes, they would likely evolve to align with Shaoyun's style. By the way, Brother Tianming, what would happen if I were to use this to consume your ice silk remnants? Do not even think about it? Tianming immediately rejected the idea. That is intended for my beloved Bingbing. Moreover, even if I permitted you to consume it, you would not be able to. Although Tianming had compressed and sealed most of his life essence, integrating it into Shaoyun's body, the remaining energy from the Ice Silkworm's remnants was beyond Shaoyun's current capacity to digest. With the discussion regarding the soul bone concluded, the two departed from the tranquil chamber. Brother Shui, it has been nearly 2 years since we last met. Can you guess what I am about to say? Have you missed me? To what extent? Shui Qinghe interrupted preemptively. Yes, I have been busy. We shall talk later. He quickened his pace to evade Shaoyun's gaze. Shaoyun spread his hands, paused briefly to rest for a moment, sipped a cup of tea, and then departed from the Crown Prince's residence. Only after watching Shaoyun's figure disappear beyond the main gates did Shui Qinghe emerge, letting out a sigh of relief. Every time Omu returned from an outing, he would rush over to ask if she had missed him. Initially, she harbored serious suspicions about Shaoyun's sexual orientation, but upon investigation, she discovered that he never posed such questions to anyone else of the same gender except for herself. This unsettled her for a while, making her wonder if Shaoyun harbored special feelings for her. Yet, it didn't seem so. Each time, he would merely ask in that annoyingly playful manner, without any further actions. Perhaps it was simply mischief? Upon returning to the academy, Qin Ming had been waiting for quite some time. I've already assessed the others' training progress. The past 2 years have indeed yielded significant results. However, there is one issue. Their combat style is excessively lethal. If they maintain this approach in the arena during the Soul Master tournament, they risk immediate disqualification or even being barred from competing. So, I have a proposal. Qin Ming spoke in a consultative tone. Despite having broken through to the Soul Emperor rank, he wasn't entirely confident of securing a decisive victory, which momentarily made him question whether his reputation as a genius was truly deserved. He suggested heading to the Douluo battle arena, where lighter combat engagements could help the group readjust to a more conventional fighting rhythm. No problem, Instructor Qin Ming. You may decide as you see fit. The Heaven don't know. Now the Imperial Soul Master team was about to embark on their journey to the battle arena. This marked the beginning of the Shrek Academy's transition from their rural origins to a grander stage. There was no need for interference here. Moreover, it presented another opportunity to remind Tang San of Shaoyun's terror, leaving fresh psychological scars. If the incident in the forest had little effect on Tang San, then in the arena, Before thousands of spectators, even someone as unshakable as him would inevitably feel the impact. The only uncertainty was whether Tang Hao was present. If he happened to be in the arena and witnessed his son humiliated in public, would he intervene? Probably not. At this point, he seemed preoccupied with causing trouble for the spirit hall. While considering the possibility of Tang Hao's appearance, Shaoyun added to Qin Ming, before setting off, have them spend a few days at the Moon Pavilion to calm their minds. Afterward, they'll need to spar with the members of the second team. Shaoyun simultaneously serves as the captain of two teams. When the time comes, the second team will need to represent the Empire in the qualifiers, and should they fail miserably, it would bring great shame upon the Empire. Qin Ming expressed his understanding, took his leave from Shaoyun, and began meticulously planning the route for the soul battle journey. The 6 individuals learned that they would be training at Yuexian for a few days, but their reactions were rather subdued. However, upon hearing that they would be facing off against the members of the second team, disdain was evident on their faces, except for Yi Lingling, who maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Du Guyan bluntly remarked, "What is there to practice with the second team? Those inept individuals are far inferior to even our lowest rank." The members of the second team are all talented offspring of noble families who view the Soul Master competition as an opportunity for prestige. To provide these aristocratic youths a venue to channel their surplus energy, the 3 committee members somewhat reluctantly established the second team. Shaoyun was immersed in meditation. Eyes closed as he deftly manipulated a sphere of water, shaping it into various forms to enhance his finely tuned control. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "It is permissible to refrain from training. You may simply administer a few blows to awaken them from their inexplicable sense of superiority, lest they embarrass themselves in the preliminary rounds." Given that this was the captain's directive, he and the Shurjia brothers had no objections. "Very well. I too find their expressions utterly distasteful. It is fortuitous that I require targets to hone my soul bone abilities." Oslo had absorbed a soul bone, acquiring a rudimentary charging skill known as Berserk Charge. This soul bone could aptly be named Boreal Boar's resilient left arm, indirectly elevating his soul power by 2 levels. Reaching 37, just shy of Tianheng, he reveled in this accomplishment, oblivious to the fact that his speed had, in fact, diminished compared to before. The soul bone had subtly affected his innate physique, although the alteration was negligible at present. It might hinder his aspirations of surpassing level 90 in the long run due to this slight change. As for confronting the second team, that could wait. For now, you must proceed to Yuexian. I have already conferred with the Crown Prince and the Master of Yuexian. You are required to train there for no less than half a month, and you cannot depart until you meet the standards set by the Master. After arranging their tasks, Shaoyun made his way to the frozen forest. Apart from informing Shui Qinghe, he chose not to notify anyone else. This journey was an attempt to see if he could facilitate the evolution of his external soul bone in a short span. To maintain utmost secrecy, he rode a single horse. He also endeavored to create footholds by manipulating water molecules beneath his feet and attempting to manifest wings for flight. However, he could not soar far, and the energy expenditure was several times that of a teleportation skill, an impractical trade-off. Upon entering the frozen forest, he called out, "Tian Ming, assist me in scanning the area." Shaoyun sought the slime soul beast, a creature of lower rank and comparatively gentle energy. His second soul ring was derived from the slime itself. By harvesting more of the slime's essence, he hoped to trigger the evolution of his second soul ring, which would be a remarkable achievement. "Fear not, for I am here. Simply advance," Tian Ming assured him. "By the way, are you truly not inclined to assist me in meeting the Ice Emperor? It has been years since our last encounter, and I feel a bit." Navigating past numerous shadows, Shaoyun focused his thoughts. "As I have mentioned, with my current abilities, I would be unable to converse with the Ice Emperor without being instantly frozen. And don't you dare secretly project your spiritual energy to attract him. If you do, I shall no longer accompany you." Tian Ming's tone was awkward. "How could you think that of me?" The slime soul beasts were plentiful, yet finding those that met his criteria required meticulous searching. The second ring's initial age was close to 2,000 years. It could not fall below that threshold. To the left, proceed 700 meters, beneath the snow. There lies one. To the east, at 1,600 meters. With Tianming's assistance over the course of half a month, Shaoyun utilized the spider spear to continuously absorb 7 slimes, each over 2,000 years old, accumulating nearly 50,000 years of essence. His body once more experienced the sensation akin to an immense bowel movement, both bloated and torn. "Young Yun, you must cease your consumption. Otherwise, the impurities will adversely affect your physique, transforming you into that fellow who consumed pig bones." Tianming warned simultaneously. I understand. Stopping the absorption. Shaoyun turned towards a previously scouted secluded area to rest and digest the energies he had acquired. With Tianming on guard, he habitually retrieved a grain-sized shard of ice essence, placing it in his palms, adopting a meditative posture to prepare for cultivation. With eyes closed, he activated the 9 divine art and the bone-refining technique. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the ice essence in his hands, realizing he had made a foolish mistake. When it came to water and ice energy treasures, what could surpass the 10,000-year ice essence? Absorbing it directly with the spider spear would have been far more advantageous, as its energy was pure and devoid of impurities. In his mind, he queried Tianming. Brother Tianming, you must have thought of this earlier, right? What? Thought of what? When you didn't seek me out, I was sleeping. As you well know, Tianming stubbornly denied. If I hadn't mentioned it earlier, the Ice Emperor would have likely appeared by now, wouldn't he? Defamation. You were slandering me. I shall sue you for defamation. Having absorbed the essence, he could not regurgitate it, so he focused on digestion. Accelerate. Speed up. More speed. Despite utilizing game currency for a cheat, it still required several hours of effort, and by the end, the moon had risen. At present, my soul power should be around level 48.5 or 49. This rapid and exhilarating advancement made it understandable why some individuals could not control themselves and became fallen ones. If I can absorb some ice essence as well, I should break through to level 50 by dawn at the latest. However, his meridians ached faintly, he was overworked and needed time to recuperate. Most importantly, he had yet to determine a specific target for his 5th ring. If only I could condense it myself. By the way, Brother Tianming, are there any other beings like the Snow Emperor within the extreme North Circle, beings formed purely from the essence of heaven and earth? The Snow Emperor was a creature of pure ice elemental energy, and in a sense, could be regarded as an ice elemental being. If ice exists, there might also be water. I'm not very certain. Perhaps there are, Tianming replied. The existence of the Snow Emperor is a miracle. Some soul beasts believe it to be a blessing from the god of soul beasts. The matter of reaching level 50 could wait a few days. Confronting a soul beast of 50,000 years alone was somewhat daunting given Shaoyun's current capabilities. He recalled some obscure rumors he had stumbled upon in his previous life. Within the Douluo Empire, there was a canyon housing a thunderous hellvine, an exotic plant soul beast said to be birthed from the blood of the thunder god. Based on the affinity of water with wood, absorbing it should prove beneficial. However, aside from the true form of his martial soul, the latter 4 rings would ideally be of the support type, enhancing Ciri's soul skills. He summoned his 2nd soul ring and unleashed his soul skill to observe any changes. To his satisfaction, the strength of his soul skill had increased 3-fold after absorbing the essence of 7 slimes. Previously, Shaoyun required active mental control to utilize his splitting ability. But now it felt effortless, as he had mastered the capacity for proliferation. He was just about to seek a soul beast for a contest when a peculiar task appeared. Special task. You are despicable. Have you encountered a beautiful woman? If not, are you not useless? If you like her, it's merely lust. You scoundrel. Leave a profound impression on the beauties for a reward of 1,200 game coins, a silver and bronze item chest, and 30 attribute points. Wow, this is incredible. Such an abundance of attribute points. This was his first encounter with a task of such rewarding nature. Could that beautiful woman be extraordinary? Moreover, where was she? He glanced around. Not far away. A group of girls clad in white and blue, ice blue dresses appeared, 7 of them, 1 familiar and 6 unfamiliar. Ah, it's the heavenly water. This task turned out to be quite valuable. However, what kind of impression should he leave? If he acted like a street harasser, they would surely remember him vividly. But even he found that repulsive. Furthermore, the commanding matron among them exuded an aura rivaling that of Zhao Wujia. Through Tianming's perception, he confirmed she was a level 74 soul saint. It was not surprising for the Heavenly Water Academy's seed team to have such a level instructor leading their soul hunting expedition. It wouldn't be an exaggeration even if the Academy's director, a soul Douluo, personally led the team. This generation of the Heavenly Water Battle Team possessed a martial soul fusion technique. As they drew nearer, Shaoyun decided to adopt a more conventional approach. In the realm of soul masters, greetings typically involved a display of strength. My feet are sore. When will this soul beast emerge? I long for a hot bath. Moon. Be quiet. Indeed, Shaoyun, it's only been a short while, and you're already, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. Are you from the Heavenly Water Academy? The girls immediately tensed, forming a defensive stance. The soul saint matron noticed the source of the voice, but sensed no hostility, and refrained from warning the youngsters. Seeing their actions, Shaoyun wore a puzzled expression, quickly realizing that he had maintained a concealed presence to avoid disturbance. Thus, the girls witnessed a boy materializing from a heap of snow in the distance. Ah, the snowman has come to life. Shui Yuer covered her mouth. Shui Bingo stepped forward, blocking Shui Yuer while signaling the others to remain vigilant. Who are you? I am no one but myself. Shui Bingo? Are you mad? Just a jest. Shaoyun greeted amiably. I have long heard that Tindo Academy is home to unparalleled beauties. Today, meeting you has indeed confirmed that reputation. Might I have the honor of befriending such a lovely lady? Wow, is my charm truly so immense? Shui Yuer murmured softly. A stranger I have just met wishes to befriend me, yet I merely possess a rather expressionless face. Shui Binger, unimpressed, replied, I have no interest. Although this young man appears decent, I am not taken by him. Since he is not an enemy, we shall part ways. Just as they were about to pass each other, Shaoyun spoke again. By the way, it seems not so long ago, 6 years back. I aspired to join Tianshui as well, but alas, I did not pass the test. Noticing the shift in his tone, Shui Binger paused and inquired coolly, do you seek revenge? To be rejected by the academy and harbor resentment? No, he replied, I merely wish to gauge the abilities of such esteemed beauties. If I triumph, we may become friends. If I lose, I could assist you in locating soul beasts. In a place like the Soul Beast Forest, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary complications, and Shui Binger promptly declined. Friendship is not necessary. Soul beasts are merely that, she asserted. Wait a moment, Binger, interjected their soul sage teacher. Young one, you appear quite young. How old are you? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Shaoyun, 12 years old. Level 48, and a control system soul master. After Shaoyun joined the Royal Academy of Tindo, his extraordinary talent and the tales of his exploits in the soul arena sparked considerable interest among various academies. It appeared that the soul sage instructor had not inquired why he was present here instead of the Royal Academy, instead scrutinizing Shaoyun with keen curiosity. Why don't you spar with him? Shui Binger frowned at the suggestion but refrained from voicing her objections, reasoning that a brief sparring session would consume much time. Nonetheless, she harbored doubts about the validity of the claim that this individual had achieved level 48 soul power at the tender age of 12. Had he been cultivating since birth? I mean, Binger, you all should engage with him together, and you can use any technique aside from that one. Are you serious, teacher? Shui Binger questioned, yet upon seeing her instructor's earnest nod, she felt compelled to comply. This individual is said to have annihilated 10 soul masters above level 35 at the mere second ring stage, and he did so with counteractive prowess. If this were true, then the person before them was indeed a prodigious anomaly. Since the teacher insists, Yuer, Shiwewu, Heru, Liuyu, Qingba, Ruashui, come forth. Rest assured, handsome, we shall be exceedingly gentle. Shui Wei playfully rested her chin on her hands, her demeanor eliciting disapproving glances from the others. Such a sister was truly peculiar. Yet, as she spoke, her expression remained unwavering, suggesting a hidden depth beneath her whimsical exterior. The 7 young women formed a defensive formation, bracing themselves for the encounter. After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyun resolved to demonstrate his overwhelming prowess. The task at hand required a profound impression, and he intended to leave a lasting one. As Shui Binger and her companions prepared to unleash their soul techniques, they found themselves utterly immobilized. When had this occurred? The one who typically encased others in ice now found herself ensnared. Remarkably, there had been no discernible fluctuations of soul power, nor had they glimpsed the configuration of his soul rings. The members of the water team were now bound in place by formidable ice. Goodness, sister, this seems even more potent than yours. Shui Wei struggled momentarily, only to discover her efforts futile. She attempted to unleash her soul power, creating a few fissures, but they were swiftly refrozen. Is this how we lose? Shui Bingo felt a pang of reluctance. It was her strength, rather than her age, that had earned her the captaincy of the water team. A sense of pride surged within her. Yet it was abruptly shattered by the realization that she seemed insignificant in the face of this opponent. But she refused to accept defeat. Not having even released a single technique felt intolerable. Noticing her defiance, Shaoyun snapped his fingers, shattering the ice that held them captive. Come forth. The gentle snowfall intensified into a blizzard, courtesy of Shui Wu's auxiliary soul technique. The remaining 6 unleashed their signature skills with fervor. Azure Waters, Riptide Surge, Oceanic Royal. Ice of all their soul techniques dissipated into nothingness. The domain of water unfurled, with Shaoyun exerting dominion over every water element within it. Unless one possessed a mental fortitude exceeding his or a physical prowess 2 realms beyond his own. One more chance is sufficient. Should you refuse to concede, I shall be compelled to escalate my approach. Fortunately, after 2 crushing defeats, Shui Binga recognized the harsh reality. They were simply no match for him. Although they still had a soul fusion technique at their disposal, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely to make a significant impact. Moreover, in the realm of true combat, a loss was a loss. They would not receive a second opportunity to strike. I concede. How would you like to be friends? If this fellow proposed any distasteful demands, Shui Binga resolved to summon her instructor for assistance. Just the ordinary path of friendship, of course. What else could it be? Shaoyun feigned ignorance before suddenly realizing the implication. Could it be that your thoughts are not so pure? You, having been defeated, yet still resorting to mockery. Is this how one befriends others? Behind her, Shui Yu and a few sisters whispered amongst themselves, astonished at witnessing this rare display of frustration from my sister. Furthermore, what she had just mentioned about inquiring how to make friends suggested that she had been diligently studying in private. In jest, Shaoyun shrugged. I am well aware that most members of the Tindo Academy uphold their integrity. I wonder what kind of soul beast you are seeking? Having lingered here for some time, it is possible I may have encountered them. Shui Bing had no intention of engaging in conversation, yet the teacher interjected, what we need is. After confirming the location with Tian Ming, Shaoyun took his leave. Were it not for the mission, Shaoyun would not have any interactions with the Tianshui members. Approximately. The task was assessed. Task completion rate, 65%. Rewards, 800 game coins, 80. 6 free attribute points, 1 bronze treasure chest, items, 1 bronze treasure chest, herbs. All attribute points were allocated to agility, which was currently the lowest statistic. As for the bronze-level treasure chests, their preservation was of little consequence. Retaining them held no significant value. 10 first-tier herbs and a trading card were obtained. Oh, there are indeed some fine items. I shall utilize them upon my return. Upon returning to the academy, the other members of the team had finished Yuxian S-class and were now engaged in beating up the second team. A group of noble science, faced with more prominent young masters and young ladies, found themselves unable to maintain their composure. They dared not flaunt their status with idle banter. In their attempts at resistance fell short. They could only endure the humiliation of being beaten. They were unable to speak, unable to retaliate. And some had already contemplated returning home to seek their elders to withdraw from school. What, do you intend to flee? Shaoyun inquired with a cheerful smile. Oh no. How could that ever be the case, Captain? We harbor no such thoughts. They were utterly unconcerned that should they actually contemplate dropping out, Shaoyun might very well confront them with a display of aggression. Even if Shaoyun were to take such action, few would dare to provoke trouble. For he was backed by the Imperial Prince. Though the strength of the second team was not particularly formidable, they were nonetheless the cream of the crop among the lesser talents. The rest were either too old or lacking in ability. Very well, continue to strive. I hope to witness your gallant figures on the battlefield during the preliminary rounds. Indeed, indeed. Upon returning to the dormitory, he tended to his personal hygiene before promptly utilizing a transaction card. The scene unfolded before him. Nestled amidst the perilous peaks were intricately arranged classical edifices, with massive chains linking several solitary summits. The sunlight was somewhat dim. It bore a resemblance to the lair of a nefarious sect from a certain novel. Suddenly, the image elongated, distorting momentarily, before finally resting upon a man with his hair tied back and a beard, whose shadowy gaze suggested he was well over 40 years of age. Ahem, may I inquire who you are, esteemed sir? Shaoyun spoke up, startled by the sudden voice. The man leaped forward several feet and reflexively hurled a shimmering needle made of cow hair. This seems somewhat familiar. Who dares to ambush me? After much persuasion, the man, who referred to himself as the Elder, was made to understand the nature of the transaction. I am Tang Qingyun, the Grand Elder of the Tang sect. What is it that you wish to trade, and what can you offer in return? The Tang sect, you say? How intriguing. It appears that the Tang sect you speak of is indeed the same one from the previous life of our third brother. If I were to openly request the Xiantian treasure record and the secrets of hidden weapons from him, it is unlikely he would acquiesce. Therefore, I propose, I possess a unique internal martial art that could be exchanged. The Grand Elder may experience it first before deciding what to trade. Oh, let me see what you have. The soul transference technique from the Nining manual. This was Shaoyun's first time using it on a human. Previously, he had only employed it on spirit beasts a few times out of sheer boredom. Fortunately, as long as Shaoyun recognized the substance as tradable, it could be transmitted via a trading card. The soul transference technique would not be hindered by any dimensional barriers, although this elder was highly vigilant. His meager proficiency in Xiantian skills and the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye rendered him incapable of effectively resisting the soul transference technique. The Xiantian treasure record and the secrets of hidden weapons were acquired. The trading card stipulation dictated that a transaction was only valid if both parties contributed. Should one side fail to respond within a specified time frame, the card would forcibly seize an equivalent substance from the other party's possessions. After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyun offered up a finely crafted, rarely used steel long sword in exchange. The trading window closed. He reviewed the transaction, imprinting the details in his memory. Shaoyun began to contemplate another matter. Initially, he intended to formally engage with Douluo only after acquiring a soul ring that would enhance his martial soul purification abilities, in order to obtain the Eye of Ice and Fire along with various herbs. However, having now obtained the Xiantian treasure record, perhaps he could expedite this process. Nonetheless, prior to that, he needed to familiarize himself with its contents and engage in practical exercises. 3 days later, Yinjia, could you please locate the esteemed poison Douluo for me? I have an exceedingly urgent matter to discuss with him. You're looking for my grandfather? Douluo replied. Well, let me give you a word of caution. My grandfather has quite an eccentric personality, and not everyone can communicate with him smoothly. However, given my relationship with him, he should not pose too much difficulty for you. That said, what exactly do you wish to discuss with him? I will inform you once I have spoken with the elder. Noticing Shaoyun's seriousness, Douluo immediately returned home but did not find Douluo, leaving a note instead. My grandfather is not here, but he will likely seek you out as soon as he sees this letter. That will suffice. Although Douluo possessed other urgent means to contact Douluo, those were reserved for life-threatening situations. The following day, Qin Ming arrived. I have already mapped out the soul fighting route. Can we depart now? He unfurled a map, highlighting a marked travel route in red ink. The first stop would be the nearest Heaveno Great Soul Arena, followed by a turn towards the neighboring neutral principality. The entire route circumnavigated the empire's vassal kingdoms, culminating in Tindo City. Understanding Qin Ming's intentions, Shaoyun promptly revised the route. Let us take this path, the Kingdom of Sylves, the Kingdom of Haagen-Dazs, and the Kingdom of Balak. We shall stay in each location for 1 month, reserving the final stretch for preparation. Teacher Qin Ming, does this plan meet your approval? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming nodded. That is acceptable. Shaoyun inquired of the others, do you have any opinions? Silence enveloped the group. Then we shall proceed in the traditional manner of battle, starting with individual contests, followed by duos, and concluding with team skirmishes. Let it be known that, barring necessity, I shall refrain from engaging in combat. However, should I take action, upon completion, you shall experience the impetus of my affection. A chill ran through the hearts of a few. After a brief preparation, they set forth to the esteemed arena of the Heaveno Great Spirit Arena. Each member of the team had previously registered and participated in several contests within the arena, necessitating only a standard enrollment at this juncture. The moment the moniker Water God appeared on the Team S roster, it immediately captured the attention of the staff. Although Shaoyun had not graced the arena in quite some time, his exploits remained vividly etched in the memories of certain individuals, particularly the personnel in charge. The stele at the entrance of the arena bore witness to Shaoyun's illustrious record. Regrettably, Your Excellency Water God, your battle badge has ascended to the rank of Purple Gold Spirit, and we currently cannot locate a team of equivalent status for your participation in the team contest. Qin Ming remarked with a hint of indifference. The entire team was compelled to re-register, starting anew from the lowest tier, Iron Spirit. It was a familiar routine for Shrek. The expectation to attain at least Silver Spirit rank before graduation. Shaoyun was unfazed. After all, it was merely a Purple Gold Spirit badge, a triviality. A few casual matches would swiftly restore his former standing. The new designation, however, posed a slight challenge for a moment, before he settled on the title of Quadrilateral Warrior. As the game system was designed to reflect 4-dimensional attributes rather than 6. After 3 hours, the 7 of them hastily completed the individual, duo, and team competitions. In the team competition, Shaoyun idly leaned back, crossing his arms in a pose reminiscent of Old Man Ban. During the intermission following the soul duel, a chilling voice unexpectedly emerged from behind, inquiring, "Youngster, are you looking for me?" However, Shaoyun appeared unfazed by the sudden intrusion. It was surprising that Elder Douluo had a penchant for such trivial antics. "Why have you summoned me?" Douluo's tone was laced with impatience. Yet there lingered a hint of admiration for Shaoyun, given the latter's exceptional talent, strength, and character. In Douluo's eyes, Douluo ought to be with this remarkable young man rather than the feeble blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Alas, their affections did not align. "Elder Douluo, let us relocate to discuss this matter in detail." Upon hearing the young man's bold claim of being able to eliminate the toxins within himself, Douluo refrained from mocking him out of respect for his granddaughter. He patiently listened, and upon conclusion, he found a glimmer of possibility in Shaoyun's assertions. "You truly are an anomaly, possessing remarkable talent and diligence in your cultivation, yet you exhibit such an understanding of toxins." After a moment of contemplation, he continued. "What do you require? I hear from Sister Yin that you have a small herb garden. I wish to personally gather some herbs." Thus, the quest for divine herbs commenced. Shaoyun consumed the 8-pointed shimbing herb. Although this particular herb is notoriously toxic when taken alone, the current attributes reflected on Shaoyun's panel revealed a physique surpassing 1,500 and an intellect that had exceeded 3,000. Furthermore, he possessed the 9 divine arts perpetual healing techniques, the strengthening tendons and bones method, and the spider spear, enabling him to effortlessly digest this poisonous herb. It was conceivable that this could elevate the potency of his martial soul to its utmost potential. He felt as though he had swallowed a frozen, exceedingly solid block of ice. Suddenly, he sensed an intense heat within him, a sensation misleadingly induced by the frigid temperature. Many have encountered similar experiences. Water that is cold to the touch can feel scalding in an instant. Likewise, those on the brink of freezing to death often perceive warmth in their final moments, prompting them to discard their garments. Reality once again reminded Shaoyun not to be blindly confident. Young Cloud swiftly utilized the ice marrow. The pure energy within the ice marrow can neutralize a portion of the cold poison. Tianming's resonant voice echoed in Shaoyun's mind, jolting him back to clarity. He hurriedly retrieved a piece of ice marrow, roughly the size of a fist, and began to absorb its transformative power. The clash of two extreme cold energies ensued. As the pure potency of the ice marrow absorbed the cold poison from the 8-pointed Xianbing herb, rendering it harmless. The process gradually softened, unfolding with each passing moment. Shaoyun unconsciously let out a sigh, the previous sensations reminding him of his experience absorbing the energy of the heavenly dream while using the 9 turns reviving pill. By the time Shaoyun regained his awareness, night had fallen. The howls of soul beasts and the chirping of insects at night rendered the surroundings even more tranquil. He got up, stretching his limbs. His soul power had reached the 50th level. His martial soul, nourished by the dual essence of ice marrow and octagonal mysterious ice grass, had indeed ascended to an unparalleled level of attributes. Furthermore, the external soul bone had undergone a profound transformation. As the digestion process became gentler, Shaoyun consciously guided a portion of the energy to merge into the external soul bone. It had transformed from its initial purple-black hue into a crystalline ice blue, emanating a faint chill. The original toxicity had been supplanted by the cold poison of the octagonal mysterious ice grass, completely aligning with Shaoyun's style. If I were to devour some flying-type soul beasts, I wonder if I could evolve into wings. Following Tang San's path, he had consumed several spider demon beasts and ultimately evolved into the sea goddess 8 wings under the influence of the sea goddess light. Although one could exploit the trials of Sea God Island, Shaoyun was not keen on establishing a profound connection with that old rogue sea god. Seizing the opportunity of the angel god's fall, broadcasting the examination content of the divine title candidates to others was nothing short of despicable and vile. Akin to a band of marauders. Just as Oscar's ascent to title Douluo attracted the attention of the god of cuisine, Shaoyun believed that, given his innate talent, he would likely catch the eye of the water god among the elemental deities once he attained a title, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, perhaps the game system's item box could yield divine inheritance cards or similar treasures. Lost in thought for a moment, Shaoyun returned to a normal state of mind. If that were the case, the fire apricot blossom might not be directly given to Qian Renxue. What if it poisoned her? That would spell disaster. Furthermore, Qian Renxue herself possessed an innate soul power of level 20, and such a 6-winged angel martial soul seemed divinely bestowed, implying no necessity for the use of celestial herbs. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower should still hold some utility, purifying impurities and enhancing the intensity of flames. Perhaps it could augment the solar fire of the angelic martial soul, compensating for the training time Qian Renxue had neglected due to her infiltration plans. Never mind, I shall consider it later. casting a glance at Dugubo's little wooden cabin. Shaoyun departed alone. On his way back, he contemplated an excellent idea that would surely instill a psychological shadow in Tang San. Using celestial herbs in his presence, allowing him to see but not touch, would undoubtedly evoke feelings of envy and resentment, creating a significant psychological impact. However, he had to consider the possibility of Tang Hao appearing suddenly as a robber. Tang Hao's whereabouts were erratic, making it impossible to ascertain whether he was indeed following his son. From the entirety of the elite competition depicted in the original work, it was evident that Tang Hao had been keeping an eye on his son. For months later, the royal fighting team appeared in Tindo City. Stretching lazily, Shaoyun felt a cramp in his hand and shook it off. Unintentionally, he dropped it onto Osro's head. Osro instantly felt exhausted and disheartened. "Captain, I apologize for not noticing you." Came a rather sincere apology. What could Osro do? He could only endure. Shaoyun initially intended to check in at the Rose Hotel. However, the overwhelming crowd rendered it less than ideal. Thus, he sought an alternative lodging. "I shall first visit the Soto Great Spirit Arena to gather some intelligence. You all take a moment to rest, and later, feel free to explore the surroundings." After settling matters, Qinming uttered a brief remark before vanishing. Now so close to Shrek, it was clear he could hardly contain his eagerness to glean information about the esteemed institution. "Let us dine. I shall treat," Shaoyun casually suggested. "Allow Osro to order, as a token of apology for that earlier slap." Osro scoffed. "Do you truly believe a mere meal could win my favor?" "Humph. I had no idea you understood me so well. Waiter, bring forth the menu." Once satiated, they engaged in leisurely pastimes. The fading light of dusk intertwined with the clamor of the crowd, creating a peculiar tranquility. Shaoyun strolled through the streets. Beyond Tindo City lay the real unfolding of the narrative. With myriad monsters to contend with, ease would be a distant memory. He inquired about the location of the blacksmith's shop to replenish his supply of concealed weapons, intending to surprise his brother Tang San later. Not good. Despite our efforts, everyone claims it's beyond recovery. Those rascals, if I encounter them again, they shall face my wrath, especially that girl with the long braid. Lao Yi Tianya, I need your assistance. Rest assured, we shall aid you in seeking vengeance. But do you have any leads on them? At that moment, a lecherous, short man clad in a wine-red rogue outfit walked awkwardly alongside two figures adorned in green and pink, turning the corner. They were met by a youth blocking their path. Unwillingly, he furrowed his brow, instinctively irritated. The phantom pains from his previously treated injuries resurfaced, and he found himself loathing those seemingly polished youths, brimming with talent. "Youngster, crossing paths with us is quite unfortunate for you." "Lao Yi Tianya, I suddenly feel like engaging in a little sport," Shaoyun recalled and interrupted. "I remember that they listed all the crimes you committed and displayed them on wooden stakes in the square. You should be in prison now. How did you manage to get out?" The three seemed to have heard some absurd joke, bursting into hearty laughter. "Kid, we are soul masters. Soul masters cannot be compared to those mere mortals, can they? In this world, aside from the explicit standards for dealing with evil soul masters, now referred to as fallen ones, there are no established laws governing the misdeeds of other soul masters. It all depends on the whims of the local nobility and the spirit hall. Humanity has once again become tainted." Shaoyun, with a habitual display of arrogance, raised his sword in a pointed gesture, just as he intended to seize the youth before him and torment him thoroughly. The trio was ensnared by delicate threads of blue water elements, rendered unable to move. What is this? Although one among them was a soul king, Shaoyun himself had reached level 50 at this moment, while he lacked the enhancement of a fifth ring. The sheer quality of his soul rings was sufficient to overpower them. At level 47, who truly embodies the essence of a monster? It is fitting to use you as a means to test the proficiency of my toxin creation. When justice fails to be upheld, one can only resort to violence. Shaoyun did not perceive himself as particularly righteous. Rather, he found the trio utterly repugnant, regardless of past lives or this existence. Individuals like the unpleasant trio were among those he detested most profoundly. However, should there be mutual consent among the Sea Kings and Sea Queens? Shaoyun felt that it bore no relevance to him. Initially, he contemplated administering potent substances to them, casting them into a pigsty or cattle shed for a rather enjoyable experience. Yet upon reflection, he realized that the piglets, which provide meat for humanity, and the diligent yellow cattle, had done nothing wrong. To suggest otherwise would be a grave insult to their endearing nature. It was better to allow the three miscreants to navigate their own interactions. Unfortunately, The unpleasant trio had already lost their tools. They possessed only the capacity for indulgence, devoid of any opportunity for aggression. Shaoyun led them to a shadowy corner of Tindo City. Before their eyes, he produced an assortment of flowers, herbs, and various vials, commencing his sinister operations. First, let us experiment with the paralyzing toxin, followed by the hemolytic poison. And I must also try the soul-corroding agent. Gentlemen, no, esteemed ones, forgive me. Please spare us. We shall never. The paralyzing venom was introduced into their bodies by the water element. Instantly, the three became as rigid as wooden figures. Hiss. This resembles a stasis of time. How on earth did I conceive of such a notion? He continued to prepare the other toxins, testing each in turn. After several hours, the trio had lost all semblance of their former human forms, resembling grotesque beings from a distant cosmos. Yet, their fundamental functions remained intact. After dismantling some limbs, he harnessed the purifying essence of their soul weapons to eradicate all toxins within them. Upon awakening their innate domains, their purifying capabilities had further evolved. Subsequently, he administered potent drugs, employing a dosage that would compel them to fight until death. The imagery and sounds were overwhelmingly sordid. Shaoyun reigned in his mental energy, closed his eyes, and sealed off his sense of hearing, retaining only the most fundamental awareness of life. The three deranged individuals truly wreaked havoc. Perhaps the dosage was excessively potent, causing their blood to surge and their movements to accelerate uncontrollably. Within mere minutes, they succumbed to self-destruction. The explosion was akin to bursting eggs. Their throats, choked with rising blood, emitted indistinct, rasping sounds as they collapsed to the ground. Shaoyun utilized the elemental force of water to sever and decompose them, scattering their remnants upon the ground, thereby transforming them into a nourishing fertilizer for the surrounding blue-silver grass, perhaps their only final utility. As dawn approached, recognizing the detriments of a sleepless night, he decided to retire for some rest. He managed to sleep fitfully for over 2 hours before being roused by Tianheng. Teacher Qi Ming had already returned from the soul battle arena, his emotional aura tinged with a hint of disappointment, likely stemming from his inability to glean any news regarding Shrek. Throughout the night, I had familiarized myself with various soul masters active in the Tondo Great Soul Arena, henceforth. Your objective is. Shaoyun casually dealt with the situation. After leaving Tindo City, he hardly participated in the team battles. Team battles were conducted under the name of the squad, and the arena did not concern itself with the number of participants on either side. Regardless, with the capabilities of the other 6 members, his involvement was largely superfluous. His presence merely served to fulfill numerical requirements. As the first day concluded, Shaoyun stretched at the entrance of the arena and remarked nonchalantly, "I'll be stepping out for a moment. I have a minor matter to attend to." He turned away, heading towards the blacksmith shop he had inquired about. The Tai family blacksmith shop was run by a pair of brothers, who had once been on the receiving end of a furious beating after Xiao had been injured. They were chosen for their experience, especially since Tang San had substantial orders placed with them. With the predetermined month approaching its end, Qin Ming finally discovered some news about Shrek. Feeling a surge of joy that he kept to himself, he subtly probed Supervisor Ao at the arena for information about Shrek, feeling somewhat wistful. It seems this generation of Shrek students is even more exceptional than my own. The Shrek 7 gazed silently at the information provided about their opponents. After swallowing hard, Ma Hongjun whispered, "Could it be them?" After more than half a year, the memories of their previous encounter in Soul Hunting Town still lingered vividly in his mind. Dai Mubai remained silent, while Ning Rongrong, regaining her former elven grace, glanced around with her eyes darting about, but said nothing. "Is it that because of a past failure you all now lack the courage to fight?" Yu Xiaozheng said coldly, stating plainly, "The teacher is right, Dai Fatty. It was just one failure. We are stronger now than we were 6 months ago, and we are ready to fight. Even if we face defeat again, so long as we are alive, we will eventually surpass them." Under the encouragement of their mentors, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun rekindled their fighting spirit. Indeed, this is what it means to be a monster. If you cannot even face your former opponents, then you have reached your limit. With that, he cast a regretful glance at Ning Rongrong. If only she could share the secret of absorbing soul rings beyond their level, these children could become even more monstrous. Unfortunately, Ning Rongrong herself was unaware of the details. She merely consumed what her father had given her. "Xiao San, for this battle, you are free to strategize as you see fit. I have but one request. Do not concede until the last moment." "Understood, teacher." Meanwhile, the Emperor fighting team was also reviewing the Shrek data. "Is it that fat idiot?" Dong Guyan displayed a look of disdain, feeling uncomfortable just recalling the voice from that time. Qin Ming was puzzled. What, do you know them? Osro recounted the events from that time to Qin Ming, who opened his mouth but found no words to say. Fran's words echoed in his mind. Though he had been told not to stir trouble, he had never acted on it. Fran, a soul sage, could be considered a formidable force within the soul master community. And his words carried weight. But these junior students, merely soul kings and great soul masters, how dared they? Alas, Principal Fran is quite the deceiver. Don't these juniors possess their own capacity for critical thought? The wait was finally over. In this final match, I shall bring closure. Qin Ming was taken aback. Should Shaoyun engage? What chance would the junior Shrek students have? Shaoyun, I believe it would be better for Tianheng and the others to take action. Your strength in this context would provide little in terms of training. Shaoyun, uninterested in revealing Qin Ming's thoughts, turned to the 6 individuals. 5 minutes? Yu Tianheng replied nonchalantly. 3 minutes. All right, if it exceeds 3 minutes, I will intervene. Turning back to Qin Ming, he said, Teacher Qin, is this sufficient? He granted them 3 minutes. Qin Ming opened his mouth but said nothing further, resigning himself to the fate of the junior students. The moment of tension and excitement arrived. In this battle, the two sides were the recently renowned and undefeated Emperor fighting team. Over the past month, they had faced no opponents capable of lasting more than 10 minutes against them. The other side, our star team, the Shrek 7, bore the motto, Monsters, Undefeated. As both sides released their martial spirits, the battle commenced. The beautiful host soared into the air, wielding a sound amplification soul tool, enthusiastically narrating for the audience. It is indeed you. This time, we must. Before Dai Mubai could finish his fierce declaration, Yu Tianheng unleashed a devastating assault. Times have changed, little trash. Who talks incessantly before a battle? With his third soul skill, Thunder Fury, Yu Tianheng initiated the combat signal, followed closely by his teammates. Phosphorescent red poison. Phosphorescent blue poison. Dong Guyan controlled the battlefield. The Shurjia brothers activated their martial spirits, flanking Yu Tianheng in a charge. Osro directly employed his soul bone technique, Pig Charge, his body radiating with a profound black-yellow glow. Surging ahead, they breached past Yu Tianheng and charged into the Shrek formation. The blue-silver bindings proved ineffective, torn apart by lightning and ruptured by the charge. Then, Shrek soared into the air. Xian Gui Flying Blade. The Shurjia brothers' tortoise shells shattered, transforming into sharp hexagonal blades that shot towards Shrek. Yu Tianheng suddenly leaped onto the flying blades, targeting the 7 Shrek members. With his second soul skill, Thunderbolt Strike, he conjured several bolts of lightning, striking at their foes. The Shrek members had no choice but to scatter or land to evade the lightning onslaught. This is bad. We have completely fallen into their rhythm. We must regain control swiftly. Tang San, relying on his agile reflexes, continued to hover in the air, glancing at the toxic mist that enveloped much of the arena. He dove towards Dong Guyan. If my assumptions are correct, then the Xiongwang wine and flame should suffice. Fatty. Upon hearing Tang San's call, Ma Hongjun understood and unleashed a jet of flame towards him. Tang San produced 2 bottles of Xionghuang wine, shattering them on the ground. The mist of wine spread throughout the area. Dong Guyan scoffed, dismissing their efforts. Xionghuang breaks serpent poison. Shaoyun has long tested and found a solution. One method is to compete in concentration, continuously using soul skills to enhance the potency of the toxic mist, unless the opponent can produce Xionghuang. The other method is to actively evade and wait for the opponent's techniques to conclude before reapplying the toxic mist. In truth, there was a third method. When Shaoyun takes action, he can infuse the water element into the toxic mist, effectively liquefying it. However, it is now their time to perform. Du Guyan opts for the more effortless second method, controlling the toxic mist to create a ring of vacancy, circumventing the area engulfed in Xionghuang wine mist. Tang San furrows his brow, sensing that the situation is more complicated than it appears. It seems this woman has learned from her past experiences with Xionghuang. Unfortunately, I am not adequately prepared. He extends his blue-silver grass, intending to summon Xiaowu and Zhu Xing to confront Du Guyan, but is promptly interrupted by the erratically flying turtle shell blades. Dai Mubai seeks to engage Yu Tianheng in combat, yet Yu Tianheng remains indifferent. In battle, one must strike at the opponent's weaknesses. Shrek's most vulnerable points are Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Oscar, it's been 1.5 minutes already, Yu Tianheng shouts, prompting Oscar to reflect. With only 1.5 minutes remaining, if he and his companions cannot resolve the situation, Shaoyun will intervene, inevitably delivering a vigorous reprimand to their 6-member team afterward. The thought alone sends shivers down his spine. Claw strike. Oscar crouches low to the ground, his limbs entwined with dark soul power, resembling a human cheetah. In an instant, he bursts forth at high speed towards Shrek's supporting duo. Xiao Wu, sensing the danger, attempts to intervene. However, Oscar has anticipated this move. His claw blades surge with dark radiance, launching a black arc of attack aimed at Xiao Wu's legs. As Xiao Wu attempts to employ her charm technique, she realizes that her opponent is not even looking into her eyes. Thus, she hastily evades. The black radiance collides with the protective barrier of the arena, sending ripples throughout. Oscar urgently conjures a mushroom sausage, hoping to take flight once more. Rongrong, quickly, just as he intends to pass it to Ning Rongrong, his arm suddenly goes numb. While Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai engage in their game of cat and mouse, they simultaneously channel their focus to unleash two tiny bolts of lightning that strike Oscar in the heat of battle. The primary flaw of food-type support soul masters is that they must consume their creations to be effective, lacking the immediacy of pure support soul masters. Their true potential lies beyond the battlefield. At this moment, Oscar's paralysis effectively diminishes his contributions. Oscar charges forward, delivering a kick that sends him off the stage. Ghostly slash. Zhu Zhiqing arrives belatedly. Although she is also a swift attacker, her distance from Oscar has widened due to his earlier soulbone technique. And her prior soul skills were all offensive thrusts, not displacements. She lags behind Oscar by 2 steps. Tang San lands and calls out, Xiao Wu, behind you. Since the opponent has removed one of their teammates, it is only fitting to eliminate the opposing support. With her teleportation soul skill, Xiao Wu is naturally the most suited for a sudden strike. Dai Mubai finally manages to intercept Yu Tianheng, but finds himself ensnared by the Shijia brothers and Yu Tianheng. Ma Hongjun, with his wings aflame, descends from the sky, aiming to work with Xiao Wu to eliminate Ning Rongrong. However, he is blocked by Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai endures the full force of Yu Tianheng and the Shijia brothers' combined attack, being sent flying and nearly crashing Ma Hongjun from the air. Fortunately, he activates the White Tiger barrier and the Diamond transformation. Though injured, he remains combat effective. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu executes a teleportation ambush near Yilingling, but lands directly in Dugu Yan's by Lin Purple Poison. Upon touching down, she feels dizzy and unsteady. Qin Ming had warned her against the purple poison. It would be foolish not to heed such advice. Xiao Wu is promptly pushed off the stage by Yilingling. Shaoyun cast a glance, regrettably noticing that he had not sustained any significant injuries. Otherwise, he could have once again heard the desperate cry of no. Xiao Wu. Tang Sen employed his group web to restrain the adversaries. Although they were without the external soul bone-wielding faceless demon spider, their elder brother's soul skills remained formidable. He aimed to obscure their vision, buying time for Dai Mubai to rally. Ning Rongrong's 2 amplifications once more descended upon Dai Mubai, who let out a fierce roar. A golden wave of energy surged toward Yu Tianheng, who showed no intention of taking it head-on. Instead, he redirected his assault towards Zhu Zhiqing. With his dragon transformation and first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, still empowered by the state of Thunder Fury, he regrettably found Zhu Zhiqing to be elusive. Her ankles ensnared by the blue-silver grass, she evaded his grasp. Dai Mubai, having missed his strike, refrained from pursuing and drew closer to Zhu Zhiqing. The only path to victory lay with the Netherworld White Tiger. Not a chance. The Shi brothers remained in excellent condition, their dual Xian turtle shields once again obstructing Dai Mubai's movements. Ma Hongjun returned, intent on thwarting Azura's attack on Ning Rongrong. In the observation area, Flandra could not help but sigh. Alas, the outcome was predetermined. From the very beginning, the opponent had seized control of the battle's rhythm. And now one adversary had yet to engage. But not so fast. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze burned with determination. He still held hope. If Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing could successfully unleash their martial soul fusion technique, even that Shaoyun would struggle to confront them directly. Now, it hinged on whether they could seize an opportunity. As the 3 minutes in the soul fighting match elapsed, the 6 members of the royal fighting team suddenly heard a remark. Yu Tianheng's expression turned slightly vexed. Had he foreseen the implications of declaring 3 minutes? They would have merely incapacitated 2 of their opponent's supports. With 2 more minutes, victory might have been within reach. If he continued the battle, Shaoyun would graciously refrain from intervening, allowing the others to showcase their prowess. However, after the conclusion, the team retreated privately. Never mind, they preferred to avoid the stinging whip of love. Yu Tianheng withdrew, returning to his initial position, and the remaining 5 followed suit, resuming their defensive stances. Although the sudden actions of the royal fighting team were unclear, it presented an opportunity. Zhu Qin, Dai Mubai called out, and after a moment's hesitation, Zhu Shiqing approached him. The white and black soul energies began to intertwine. A colossal tiger. Entirely a deep azure hue, measuring 2 meters in height and 8 meters in length, roared toward the royal fighting team. Shaoyun paid no heed to the matter at hand. The spectral white tiger of Dai Zhu and his companion was, at best, merely of the Soul King caliber. And even then, it was of a lower tier. As for the Soul King, it held no significance for Shaoyun. Tianming. Have you detected any human soul masters of the title Douluo level? Shaoyun was particularly concerned about whether Tang Hao was present. Indeed. There was a figure near the entrance of Gate 7. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a man cloaked in black. Towering over 2 meters, with muscular arms that suggested immense strength, clearly capable of wielding a massive hammer. Alas, it seemed he would have to exercise some caution. The nether white tiger crouched down, seemingly preparing to leap, intending to use its soul power to swiftly send the royal fight team tumbling from the stage. Suddenly, several strands of blue water lines surged up from beneath its feet, intertwining to bind the nether white tiger in place, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, Tang San found himself ensnared, completely unable to move. Although Ma Hongjun was engulfed in flames, he could not entirely evaporate the water lines. The current water element martial spirit was the essence of water itself. The phoenix fire was extinguished with great force. The nether white tiger struggled fiercely, causing several cracks to form on the arena floor. Shaoyun raised his sword, pointing it towards the wound. The heavens trembled, and the ethereal sword god manifested. A colossal azure sword, 10 meters in length, materialized out of thin air, piercing through the skull of the spectral white tiger, causing it to disintegrate violently. Zhu Shiqing fell into unconsciousness on the spot, while Dai Mubai remained in a hazy state of awareness, gazing unwillingly towards the direction of the Imperial battle team. He managed to utter a few indistinct words before staggering and collapsing beside Zhu Shiqing. Upon noticing Shaoyun's shifting gaze, Ma Hongjun was drenched in cold sweat. He hastily exclaimed, "Brother, I deeply apologize for my previous indiscreet remarks. I am willing." Before he could finish, he found himself suspended once more. Reminiscent of the prior incident at the hotel in Soul Hunting Town. Not again. Does this leader have some obsession with punishing the rear? I am hardly a beauty. Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the unconscious Dai Mubai once again endured the peculiar ordeal of being subjected to the manual reshaping of their posteriors. However, before many lashes could be delivered, the water ropes suspending them were abruptly shattered by an obscure force of soul power. Tang Hao intervened, asserting, "Winning is winning. What need is there for such humiliation?" Yet the audience reveled in the spectacle, especially those who had failed to become soul masters. They howled in delight at the sight of the three being suspended and whipped, exclaiming, "What of genius soul masters? They, too, are merely being punished." With Tang Hao's intervention, it became inappropriate to continue the spectacle. Shaoyun signaled Dodo that the results could be announced. Dodo promptly declared, "The royal battle team has emerged victorious." Ma Hongjun and Tang San supported Dai Mubai, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong rushed to the stage to take away Zhu Shiqing, marking the conclusion of this battle. "Well, it was merely a setback. We can start anew," Flandra boisterously remarked, nudging Yu Xiaojiang to share his thoughts as well. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, deep in contemplation about Shaoyun. There were no visible spirit rings, nor significant fluctuations in spirit power. Could it be a self-created spirit skill? A skill capable of defeating the phantom white tiger? Regardless, Yu Xiaojiang held considerable insight regarding martial spirit fusion techniques. After all, his attempt to challenge Dugubo with the golden sacred dragon for Tang San was a testament to his confidence. The more he pondered, the more he found Shaoyun to be a person unfathomable by conventional wisdom. Coming back to reality, he consoled the others. Flandra was indeed correct. It was merely a failure. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Zhao Wujing opened it. "Ah, it's you. Teacher Zhao, long time no see." Qin Ming entered. After mutual introductions with Yu Xiaojiang and some pleasantries, Qin Ming smoothly brought up the matter of inviting Shrek Academy to the Royal Academy. Naturally, Flandra opposed this, as Shrek was the culmination of his decades of effort. However, Yu Xiaojiang interjected, agreeing to the proposal. Ma Hongjun gasped, "What? To that peculiar academy? ISNT that where we be beaten every day." It then dawned on Qin Ming that there seemed to be some underlying grievances between the parties. Previously, he had only heard Osro's one-sided account, which might have been biased, so it was prudent to inquire further. "I have never seen Shaoyun behave this way on the arena. May I ask what grievances exist between him and you juniors?" Ma Hongjun began to explain, embellishing the story significantly, stating that a few compliments directed at a beautiful girl had sparked a conflict, although he did not explicitly say it. It implied that Shaoyun and his companions were overly sensitive, still holding on to grudges after such a long time. Qinming furrowed his brow. If this were truly the case, it could indeed be troublesome. For reasons unknown, Shaoyun appeared to have a profound disdain for those who bullied women. Every noble student in the academy known to him for such behavior had faced his reprimand, and now, most noble students would circumvent him whenever they crossed paths. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun felt that this was not such a grave matter after all. So, this Shaoyun is actually a remarkable individual with a strong sense of justice? Flandra adjusted his glasses, concealing his expression. Qinming nodded in agreement. With Shaoyun backed by the crown prince, there was essentially no one among the noble students who could oppress him by virtue of their status, which had led to a clearer environment within the noble circles. As they spoke, Qinming turned to Ma Hongjun. I have a suggestion. If this junior could sincerely apologize, perhaps the past grievances could be resolved. Conveniently, Shaoyun had expressed dissatisfaction with the second team of the academy, and the junior's visit could serve as a replacement for the second team. Ma Hongjun grimaced. I intended to apologize on the arena, but he didn't give me a chance to speak. Qinming chuckled. There is no need to worry, junior. Shaoyun means no malice. He has stated before that on the arena, there is only combat. Even brothers must wait until after the fight to discuss matters outside the arena. Yu Shaojing interjected. There is no time like the present. Qinming, why not lead us there now? Surprised by the decisiveness of this old friend of Dean Flandra, Qinming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Unexpectedly, they did not encounter Shaoyun. Shaoyun visited the blacksmith shop to collect his goods. Ma Hongjun apologized to Dugu Yin. Although Dugu Yin did not offer a warm demeanor, she refrained from harsh words, considering Qinming's position. Had it been her former self, she might have unleashed her venom upon the overweight man. However, after years of training with Shaoyun, her once haughty disposition had softened, much like other noble youths in the academy. Yet, having a titled Douluo grandfather, she remained more proud than others. One could only imagine the arrogance Shaoyun would possess if he had a titled Douluo grandfather as well. Indeed, the quality was exceptional. Shaoyun was thoroughly satisfied with the goods from the blacksmith and paid the full amount. By the way, boss, you didn't tell anyone about my business, did you? Rest assured, young master. The blacksmith grinned. Integrity is our foremost principle here at the blacksmith shop. We swore an oath to the god of blacksmiths when we entered this trade. The god of blacksmiths? Is there truly such a figure? After carefully packing the various components into the soul guide device, Shaoyun took his leave. Upon returning to the inn, he overheard Qinming discussing matters related to Shrek Academy. With a pleasant demeanor, Qinming remarked, since Sister Yin, the party involved, has nothing further to say, I have no objections either. I observe that the talents and abilities of the Shrek group are commendable. Their addition to our academy would indeed be a splendid enhancement. Of course, they must come. How else would arrangements be made? In a place like Tindo City, rife with all sorts of individuals, Tang Hao could not possibly keep a constant watch over his son. It was likely that during a moment of tranquility, he would choose to accompany his own affairs. Otherwise, the incident with Dugu Bo abducting Sangu would not have transpired. First, he would showcase the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, then fabricate various reasons for frequent sparring sessions. He aimed to instill a psychological shadow in every aspect, ideally completing the task of becoming a destined rival before the finals commenced. Given that Shrek sought assistance, Shaoyun would not hastily rush to Shrek's small village outside the city. The two parties could meet after a month's time. Upon returning to Heaveno City, Xueqinghe presented a delightful surprise to Shaoyun, news he had eagerly awaited for years. He finally confirmed the whereabouts of Shinian. The reason for the prolonged silence was that this individual had been in seclusion, only making appearances in a few remote towns. His recent emergence was due to an invitation from the president of Tindo Academy to serve as the vice president. So, little brother, do you require me to arrange some personnel? Xueqinghe inquired, observing Shaoyun sifting through the message records. She felt that regardless of Shaoyun's exceptional talents, he would still find it challenging to contend against a soul sage alone, although it appeared that he could handle a soul emperor without defeat. A soul master in the true embodiment of their martial spirit was an entirely different matter, just as there is a clear demarcation between ranks of titled soul masters. The true embodiment of a martial spirit is a chasm for ordinary soul masters. In this state, the first 6 soul skills receive a significant amplification, and the consumption of soul skills is remarkably low. However, it imposes a considerable toll on both the physical and mental stamina of the soul master, and a soul sage would not easily resort to their true embodiment. Only those prodigies, who treat it as casually as taking medicine, would disregard the limitations of weakness that typically accompany its use. Shaoyun contemplated his own combat prowess. This endeavor was solely for the purpose of taking a life, not for the sake of challenge. Yet, even someone of Tang San's caliber could perceive his sniping. After all, he was a soul sage at that time. Although this might partially be attributed to Tang San's extraordinary talents, it nonetheless necessitated the assistance of two skilled fighters, should he fail in his quest. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, sensing his younger brother's desire to take matters into his own hands. The grievances against our parents are irreconcilable, he reflected. A fleeting moment of bewilderment passed over Xue Qinghe, followed by a deep sigh. I understand your resolve, dear brother. If that is your wish, you may proceed. When the time comes, simply call out, and they will surely come to your aid. With no further words exchanged, Shaoyun casually clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, gathered a few belongings, and departed without delay. After Shaoyun departed, Xue Qinghe returned to his desk and softly inquired, Uncle Shi, what is my grandfather's opinion? Young master, the grand offering suggests that if you are certain you can maintain control, he will arrange for an elder to accompany you discreetly. Inform my grandfather that I am confident in my ability to manage Shaoyun. Understood, young master. Shaoyun remained blissfully unaware of the privileges afforded to him by the concealed protection of his title, riding the specially trained warhorse provided by Xue Qinghe. He hastened towards the starry forest. At this moment, Shinian was engaged in a soul beast hunt with the elite academy of Zhonghui, refining the 7-in-1 fusion potion. Should he arrive late and Shinian return to Zhonghui Academy, it would become rather troublesome to navigate the situation in the city. Thus, he traveled day and night. And after 2 days and 1 night, Shaoyun finally reached Soul Hunting Town. A bird circled above for a moment before alighting on Shaoyun's arm. Throughout his journey, he had been receiving real-time location updates about Shinian, undoubtedly from the Spirit Hall's personnel. Excellent. The desired soul beast had yet to be found. A brief respite was in order before setting off again to conserve his strength. After a night of recuperation, he prepared for the next leg of his journey. Shaoyun ventured into the forest, following the markers left by the messenger, tracking for nearly 10 kilometers until the signs abruptly ceased. Furrowing his brow, Shaoyun felt a surge of anxiety. Shinian and his companions were nearby, and their reluctance to reveal themselves was likely due to the fact that Xue Qinghe had yet to disclose his true identity to Shaoyun. Upon reaching the last marker, he expanded his senses. Currently, Shaoyun's perception extended to approximately 1,500 meters. Within this radius, he detected no signs of Shinian. Tianming, is everything all right? Absolutely. With Tianming's abilities, his perception range far exceeds Shaoyun's. If he exerted himself fully, disregarding Shaoyun's physical limits, he could skin hundreds of meters. I found them. 2,300 meters to the left. Younger Yun, should I not lead the way? No need. Let me try on my own first. Have you detected any powerful presences nearby? I mean, experts. Yes, right behind you. Judging by the intensity of their soul power, they are slightly stronger than the black-clad individual from the soul arena. The black-clad man? Tang Hao. Stronger than Tang Hao? Has she sent a titled Douluo after me? She shouldn't possess the authority to command a titled elder directly, should she? So, this indicates Qin Daolu's involvement? Indeed, it seems my position within the Spirit Hall is secure. Lost in thought, Shaoyun approached Shinian's group. Reducing the distance to 1,300 meters, he resolved to make his move from this position. A special mission, the Avenger. The grievances of 10 lifetimes can still be avenged. After 6 years of waiting, he had finally located his foe. Kill, kill, kill. Let justice emerge. Let dawn break. His thoughts crystallized. Rewards: 100, 01000 gold coins, 1 bronze silver item treasure chest, and 50,290 free attribute points. The final reward would be dispensed based on the outcome. Even without this mission, Shaoyun would not let Shinian escape. Forcing himself to calm down, he took a moment to regulate his breathing. He unleashed the domain of water, enveloping Shinian's location within its confines. Surprisingly effortlessly, he activated his first soul skill, Spirit Mist. Within the mist, Shaoyun amplified his perception while suppressing the mental activities of all beings within. Next, he invoked his second soul skill, Water Form, manifesting simulated barrets. The domain of water proliferated, generating hundreds of simulated barrets in the spaces surrounding Shinian's group, poised for action. Why has it suddenly become foggy? An academy student exclaimed. What's so strange about it? Replied another nearby. The forest is humid. Fog often forms in the mornings and evenings. Overhearing their conversation, the others paid little heed. Shinian frowned slightly but dismissed the thought, only feeling that the sudden fog hampered visibility, thereby wasting precious time in their search for soul beasts. Let us move quickly to escape the fog and save time. Yes, Vice Dean. This squad, selected by Shinian, comprised 7 individuals whose temperaments and styles aligned with his preferences. Thus, he was willing to lead them in hunting soul beasts. Otherwise, any academy instructor could have sufficed for such an operation. Using the refraction of water, Shaoyun observed Shinian's movements from a distance of 1,000 meters. He found it peculiar that such a formidable soul sage displayed such a low level of vigilance. Had he not perceived the mingling of soul power within the mist? In truth, it was simply Shaoyun's overthinking. As a psychic-type martial soul, Shinian was indeed aware of the soul power fluctuations within the fog, yet he chose to disregard them. In this forest, soul power was ubiquitous. Even trivial insect-like soul beasts carried it. If one were to remain on high alert for every fluctuation, it would be exhausting. Under normal circumstances, soul masters would not maintain an excessively wide range of vigilance. Later, when Zhu Gui and his companion led the hunt for Xiao Wu, they too would not have been on alert had Tang San not actively released his psychic energy to investigate, confirming that Shinian truly seemed oblivious to any abnormalities. Shaoyun cautiously maintained the mist while continuing to prepare his lethal strike, initially intending to incapacitate Shinian, allowing him to experience the suffering inflicted on others before ultimately eliminating him. Shaoyun reconsidered and decided that a swift termination was more prudent. As the saying goes, villains perish from excessive talk. Granting the enemy a moment's respite could invite unforeseen complications. Aside from the simulated barrettes, Shaoyun transformed his martial soul to an ice attribute, arranging convex lenses in the air to concentrate sunlight, a pure natural solar electron cannon. A total of 7 layers of ice mirrors were set up. Once all the mirrors were calibrated, it was time to strike. 5 minutes later, calibration complete. The concentrated solar cannon descended, and simultaneously, hundreds of simulated barrettes opened fire. In an instant, Shinian was reduced to mere pulp, subsequently evaporated by the intense heat. Was it truly that easy? Shaoyun blinked, feeling an overwhelming sense of surrealism. He cursed under his breath, lamenting that had he known Shinian was so fragile, he would have exerted a tad less force. It seemed far too facile for this fellow to meet his demise. Who would have imagined that a soul saint could not withstand even a single strike? Yet, the undeniable reality before him could not be dismissed. Unless Shinian had preemptively ensnared himself within the nightmare he had woven. Cautiously, he allowed Tiangming to scan the area, confirming the absence of any residual life signals. With measured steps, Shaoyun approached the spot where Shinian had recently stood and extracted a piece of soul bone. The intense heat that had incinerated the remains must have exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius. Astonishingly, the soul bone seemed unscathed. It was indeed not a conventional material. Examining the skull in his hand, Shaoyun recalled that the original description of this soul bone indicated it to be a millennium-old relic, though the details were somewhat hazy. After a moment, he called out, "Esteemed expert, do you have any interest in this soul bone?" No one responded, yet Tiangming alerted him that the individual was still trailing behind. It seemed they had no desire for it. "If you have no use for it, I shall take it with me," he declared, waving it slightly in his hand. Confirming that the other party exhibited no inclination towards it, Shaoyun stored it in his soul guide device. He then surveyed the surroundings, collecting any remaining fragments to pay tribute to Huaxiangxiang and the others. Over the years, he had scarcely found the time to visit their graves. The small mound was nearly concealed, overgrown with grass. Shaoyun decided to conduct a separate burial. After arranging the offerings, he sighed with melancholy and sat in silence for several minutes. "If I could ascend to divinity, and should you remain unreborn, I shall endeavor to see if I can resurrect you. I hope you will secretly bless me with good fortune." The task was completed, and he received a reward, a silver item chest, 8,000 gold coins, and 145 for freedom attribute points. He allocated all the attribute points to agility. Before he could open the treasure chest, the system suddenly alerted him. "Congratulations! All 4-dimensional attributes have surpassed 1,200 points. The system has unlocked the dungeon feature. Regularly, random dungeon worlds will be available for players to explore, yielding precious materials, including but not limited to breakthrough scrolls, attribute points, and skills. Additionally, by consuming any type of item card, players may prematurely open dungeons before the cooldown period ends, as well as revisit previously opened dungeons. Current dungeon countdown, 59 minutes. Another patch? From a singular battle to a multiverse crossover? How ridiculous. After pondering for a moment, Shaoyun posed a question. Must one enter the unlocked dungeon world? The system responded, the unlocked dungeon world will remain accessible until the next random dungeon supersedes it, should the player choose not to enter. Please tell me the name of the dungeon world. The system stated, before entering the dungeon, no additional information can be provided. How long will the dungeon last? The response was, it depends on the player's exploration and task completion. Players may also choose to reset their rewards and exit the dungeon voluntarily. While awaiting the dungeon's commencement, Shaoyun opened the silver item chest. Another new card emerged. A weapon card? As suggested by its name, upon usage, it would grant a game-defined silver-level weapon. He crushed it with vigor. The card shattered, releasing tendrils of light, revealing a blood-red spear that slowly materialized before him. A red spear? This pattern seems somewhat familiar. Could it be the Spear of Piercing Thorns? Only a silver level? He grasped it and performed a series of movements. The sensation was satisfying. Gi-bulk, he shouted, hurling the crimson spear toward a distant tree. The spear pierced the trunk, embedding itself within. There was no explosive spectacle. Oh, this seems to be one of those items distributed by the purple-haired old woman. True strength lies in the technique, not the weapon. He attempted to infuse his soul power into it. The spear responded slightly, a crimson mist gradually enveloping it, but that was the extent of its reaction. Is it time to commence the dungeon now? Shaoyun grasped the magic spear and posed another question. What is the time ratio in the Douluo world? The time ratio varies across different realms. In this particular realm, the ratio to Douluo is 300. 1 day in Douluo equals 300 days in this realm. Very well. Let us proceed. As Shaoyun uttered a single word, the gentle sunlight enveloped him, transforming him into a radiant figure of light before promptly vanishing. The system detected that the player was holding an item of fate. The current dungeon was designated as 52, the Magic Realm 1, Trial of the Magic Realm. The mission demanded either the acknowledgement of the Magic Realm Queen or the experience of 1,000 deaths. Only through enduring myriad deaths could one witness the true essence of the world. To conquer oneself is to conquer the divine. The rewards for this undertaking included a base of 100 gold coins, a bronze equipment treasure chest, a bronze herbal treasure chest, and 5 free attribute points. The rewards could be upgraded based on the player's completion of the mission, with the perfect completion level offering a kingly reward. It is noteworthy that the kingly reward possesses uniqueness. A chilling wind howled ominously. Before the eyes lay grotesquely jagged peaks shrouded in dim light. In the distance, beneath the towering mountains, there existed a passage. Above this passage, amidst the mountains, stood an imposing castle. Shaoyun merely yearns to unleash the frustrations within her heart. Is it truly necessary? Merely uttering the words purple-haired old hag has led me to this predicament. What is the purpose of this? Those who seek a warrior capable of vanquishing her must be aware that with my frail limbs, I am hardly equipped for such a task. A voice of an unfamiliar yet commanding woman resonates through the heavens. Have the denizens of distant lands acquired my enchanted lance? Then let us march towards the castle. Allow me to witness your might, brave souls daring to confront the sovereign of the magical realm. Should you falter, I shall claim your life. How outrageous. Winky face. Shaoyun was drenched in cold sweat. System, what will happen if I die here? In the current instance, players do not truly perish. At that moment, Shaoyun noticed the latter part of the quest requirements. To die 1,000 times? His face turned ashen. He could hardly fathom enduring even 2 deaths. Then, the voice echoed once more. Since you have ventured into the realm of nightmares, why do you hesitate? In this land of death, those who linger will only invite their own demise. Shaoyun was taken aback, suddenly sensing an intensified chill in the air. Within the dark shadows, it seemed as though numerous gazes were upon him. He attempted to hurl a water sphere towards that direction. The sphere vanished into the darkness, only to be swiftly drained of its vitality. Goodness! Brandishing the magic spear, Shaoyun sprinted fervently towards the castle. The fierce snowstorm grew increasingly violent. The ominous shadows of death loomed closer behind him, compelling Shaoyun to exhaust every ounce of his strength in his flight. Utilizing his teleportation skill, Spiral 9 Shadows, and the Ice Martial Soul's gliding ability, he pressed on. In the shadows, was this living being a water element magician? How extravagant. It was quite unfair. Just moments ago he had thrown a water sphere at someone. According to the rules of the land of the dead, capturing him would be quite the delight. Unable to hear the voices of the deceased in the shadows, Shaoyun continued running, realizing that what danced amidst the howling blizzard was not snowflakes at all. Instead, it was fragments of a grayish-white texture resembling ashes. With each piece that fell upon him, Shaoyun felt his body grow heavier. He could only divert his focus to maintain a half-dome of water elemental shield as he raced forward. Oddly enough, the remnants of the deceased seemed to have little effect. This individual's origins might indeed be questionable. Remarkably, he was affected by the remnants. He appeared rather pure. Capturing him would surely be a delightful endeavor. Shaoyun felt himself gradually lost in the blizzard of ashes, forgetting the system, the mission, and the commanding voice of that alluring woman. Only his instincts urged him to bare his weapon and run forward. Time became an indistinct blur. Upon regaining consciousness, Shaoyun discovered he was standing at the starting point of the grand avenue beneath the castle on the peak. A fleeting glance at the instance prompt panel made his pupils constrict sharply. Death count: 9, duration: 7 days and 17 hours. This confused period had inexplicably stretched over 7 days, during which he had unknowingly perished 9 times. Shaoyun strained to recall, yet no memory surfaced. After the instance concluded, players were afforded the opportunity to save the replay. Inquiring what the system yielded such a response. Now, in the aftermath of the instance, direct knowledge eluded him. He could only watch the replay once it had ended. Standing at the glaring entrance of the Grand Avenue, Shaoyun found himself in deep hesitation. Without understanding the causes of his previous 9 deaths, he felt utterly unprepared for what lay ahead. If 1,000 deaths were to pass in such a state of oblivion, it seemed somewhat bearable. However, that would undoubtedly result in receiving only the most basic rewards. A silent and unnoticed demise was not what Shaoyun desired. To live splendidly and to die gloriously, such was the essence of living this life anew. Furthermore, he yearned to encounter the legendary dual-gun matriarch. Thus, he stepped onto the avenue. The path itself revealed no peculiarities, aside from its length and certain steep inclines, which were quite ordinary. Here, there appeared to be no discernible transition between day and night. Shaoyun vaguely sensed that he must have traversed through both a day and a night before standing before the castle. As he approached, he discovered that the castle seemed as if it had just been completed. The surrounding dim light fell upon it, while the castle's surface reflected a profound luminescence, gleaming as if brand new. The grand doors stood resolutely shut. Shaoyun stepped forward and pushed it open. As soon as he made contact, a shiver coursed through him. So cold. It was not a chill in the ordinary sense. It felt as though icy needles were piercing his scalp, a cold that penetrated directly into his very soul. Shaoyun suddenly recalled Tianming, pondering why it had been so long since he last heard its voice. The dungeon could only be accessed by players. Without the safety net of Tianming, Shaoyun felt somewhat disoriented. Perhaps it was mechanical, but more likely it was magic. The imposing gate, though seemingly heavy, did not possess the weight one might expect. Just as he remembered, the figure before him had amethyst hair and crimson eyes, adorned in a rather provocative garment, with shoulder armor that prioritized decoration over defense. Seated upon the throne was the queen of the magical realm, Sk. Dare to wield the magical spear, valiant warrior from another realm, reveal your strength to me. Sk. extended her opportunity, and Shaoyun understood that he had but one chance to strike. He held his breath, focused his mind, and surged forward. With a swift motion, he summoned several massive icicles to descend. Shaoyun wielded a mimicry of a water spear, advancing boldly. The water spear represented his most potent single-target damage capability. The molecules within moved at high velocity, bestowing unparalleled piercing and cutting power. If he so desired, he could unleash a momentary burst of heat through the collapse of the water spear, utilizing the movement of the water molecules. Alas, the light in this magical realm seemed not to be sunlight in the physical sense. The refraction through the ice mirror proved ineffective. The icicles shattered upon colliding with Sk. inflicting no harm whatsoever. The water spear met resistance, failing to penetrate the space between her bosom. Was this all he could muster? As he heard Sk.'s voice, Shaoyun also perceived a flash of crimson light that effortlessly pierced through his heart. Death count 1. Moments later, consciousness returned, and he gasped for air, instinctively reaching to touch the spot where he had been pierced. This experience of death was strikingly vivid. A keen perception, maintaining a fear of death, is essential for survival. Sk. appeared utterly uninterested in why Shaoyun could die and be reborn. With a graceful movement, she flicked her long leg, retrieving the fallen magical spear and returning it to Shaoyun's grasp. Now that you possess the magical spear and have entered this realm of the deceased, I can bestow upon you martial skills. What is it that you seek? In Shaoyun's mind, an involuntary image of Qianren Shui flashed by, followed by the names of the Shura god and the Sea god, along with various other trivial thoughts. Though he did not articulate it, Skaha was already aware of his intentions. The pursuit of beauty? Indeed, it is a commendable aspiration, possessing the ability to see through. She comprehended Shaoyun's essence and innate talent effortlessly. She found herself intrigued by that otherworldly domain, pondering whether there might exist entities capable of ending her life. The desire to slay a god? Very well, persevere, and you shall acquire the strength to do so. Without affording Shaoyun any time for contemplation, Skaha launched another assault. This time, however, it lacked the lethal intent of before, resembling more a test of his skills. With the 9-in manual at his side, Shaoyun had long since mastered various conventional martial techniques autonomously. He promptly readied his spear to respond. The relentless battle ensued, echoing with the voice of the captain urging him not to falter. The flower of hope blossomed as he surrendered to instinct. After an indeterminate time, his magical spear was knocked from his grasp, leaving his hands sore and swollen. Yet, he felt no pain, only a numbness settling in. You possess no particular talent for spear techniques, Skaha remarked lightly. Disappointment washed over Shaoyun. It appeared he would not master the art of slaying gods. However, her subsequent words brought a glimmer of hope. In your lifetime, you might yet rival Sichuan. To be compared to that hound of Qilin, that would indeed be splendid. The nuclear blast spear nearly failed to withstand even the 7th layer of the blazing celestial circle. With spear techniques seemingly out of reach, he decided to explore the realm of rune magic. Skaha wielded the original rune, possessing 24 original divine runes of immense power. Whether due to his mental aptitude or the game system's analytical prowess, Shaoyun exhibited considerable talent in this domain. In a mere month, accelerated by game currency, he learned all 24 runes. Skills acquired. Original rune LV1 can be accelerated. Skill, spear technique LV1 can be accelerated. Although Skaha deemed his spear technique rather ordinary, it had nonetheless evolved into a skill. It appears you have a future in magic. I hope you can use it to bring about my demise. This master, throughout her life, yearned for the day when someone capable of killing her would emerge, ideally one whom she had once bestowed a magical spear upon. If that day comes, rest assured, I will fulfill that promise. Such was the nature of their covenant. Thanks to his talent in rune magic, Skaha acknowledged him, and the option to exit the dungeon appeared. Yet, it was too early. Leaving now would be unwise. The dungeon task had been completed, allowing players to remain for a duration proportional to time. Consuming any item card could extend the duration, a bronze card for 1/10, silver for half, gold for 9/10, and diamond for 2/10, amounting to 300 days. The cooldown for the dungeon was set at 365 days, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. After 300 days in the magical realm, Shaoyun returned to the Douluo world, receiving a golden tier settlement reward of 10,000 gold coins, a golden medicinal treasure chest, a golden item treasure chest, and 49 free attribute points. The medicinal treasure chest yielded a set of 3rd-tier medicinal materials, while the item treasure chest contained a scroll for ultimate breakthrough, required for surpassing 3,000 in 4-dimensional attributes. Skills, original rune LV2, spear technique LV3. Training alongside the legendary dual pistol heroine allowed for rapid skill advancement. However, it seemed he genuinely lacked talent in spear techniques. With the aid of gold cheating, he managed to elevate it to LV3. Yet, while he displayed considerable aptitude for the original rune, the experience required for its advancement far exceeded that of spear techniques. And its upgrade conditions were not merely reliant on practice. After a brief respite, he returned to Tindo City. Upon learning of Shinian's news from Shueqinghe, he proceeded to address the matter. The journey consumed nearly a month, and upon arriving at the Royal Academy, he found he had missed the performance of Shrek. Isolated from the world for over 300 days during the magical trials and having been slain by Skaha numerous times, Shaoyun had undergone significant changes. Missing the event was regrettable, yet he felt it was inconsequential. Success in the task was left to fate. Nevertheless, he sought an opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Shuebong. You, Shuebong, seem intent on causing chaos, always up to no good. Casting a glance at the training of his teammates, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan appeared poised to break through level 40 before the official tournament commenced. Osro, bolstered by the enhancement of his spirit bone, also seemed likely to reach level 40, while the remaining 3 lagged slightly behind. Shoyn made a visit to the prince's residence, where he entrusted the Su In Tian Gong to Su Qing. Whether she would hand it over to the Academy's personnel was of no concern to him. After all, It was merely the Su in Tiangong. The Gynzh in Jiang was far superior. Although it seemed that Tiang had mentioned the necessity of forsaking one's original soul power to cultivate the Su in Tiangong. Such claims were nothing but mere fabrications. The initial phase of cultivation for a soul master who already possesses soul power would merely entail a brief period of discomfort. Concurrently, Shaoyun also bestowed upon her the magnificent Gu in Huingku. Brother Su, he remarked, this celestial herb is a peerless treasure in the world. Invaluable to fire attribute soul masters. It is a rare opportunity that can aid in breaking through constraints and refining one's martial soul, offering immense benefits. Su Qing, however, did not accept it, smiling as she replied, is my younger brother perhaps in a state of bewilderment? I, as a soul master of the swan attribute, possess no fire attribute soul power. Such a treasure should remain with you, dear brother, for it may serve you well in exchanging for items that you might find useful in the future. Shaoyun feigned a demeanor of sophistication. At this juncture, does Brother Su still doubt me? My martial soul possesses an acute sensitivity to restraining attributes. From our very first encounter, I discerned that Brother Su harbored an exceptional fire attribute within him. Is there more to this? Su Qing furrowed his brow, and Shaoyun continued. Although I am unaware of Brother Su's reasons for concealment, it stands to reason that he must have neglected his training for this purpose. As soul masters, our foremost pursuit must always be power. Possessing this item could aid Brother Su in compensating for some of that neglect. After a moment of silence, Su Qing let out a soft sigh. I had not anticipated my younger brother to possess such keen perceptive abilities. Very well, since it is a gift from you, I shall accept it. As for the reason for concealment, she chose not to elaborate, and Shaoyun intentionally refrained from inquiring further. However, Shaoyun promptly added, there are specific protocols for utilizing this treasure. He meticulously described, when Brother Su decides to make use of it, please inform me. I shall be present to assist. Should the potency of the Gu in Huefengku manage to penetrate the facade of the angel soul bone, we could then directly unveil the truth, sparing us from the need to maintain this charade any longer. With a flicker of his gaze, Su Qing spoke softly. My younger brother is thoughtful. When the time comes for its use, I shall certainly notify you. Thus, much has been resolved. The remaining matters involve confronting Tiang and procuring the 5th soul ring. Currently, the first 4 rings adequately satisfy both offensive and agile control. And I have also acquired the original rune from the dungeon. The next logical step would be to select enhancement-type soul rings, attribute enhancement, status enhancement, and soul power enhancement. After careful consideration, it appears that the enhancement of soul power is somewhat more pressing. While the recovery speed of the 9 divine skill is commendable, securing an additional soul ring for soul power restoration would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage, whether for the initial offensive soul skills or the rune magic. Ample energy support is essential. The greater the energy, the more formidable Shaoyun's output becomes. However, Shaoyun's 4th ring already exceeds 30,000 years, and the 5th ring is estimated to require over 50,000 years. Soul beasts that can offer soul power enhancement skills and boast such longevity are indeed challenging to find. Shaoyun naturally thought of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, renowned across the continent for their extensive research on supportive martial spirits. However, the mere thought of Douluo left him feeling uneasy. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult his reliable brother Shui. The Martial Spirit Hall undoubtedly possessed a wealth of information regarding various soul beasts. Prepare yourself, little Yun. What on earth happened previously? You didn't respond when I called. I thought you had perished. He intended to practice his marksmanship, believing that diligence could compensate for his shortcomings. Although the purple-haired matron had deemed his talent mediocre, one could never predict the nature of opportunity. As he practiced, the dream of Heaven awoke and immediately inquired about recent events. As if bestowed with the skills of a goddess, Tianming was taken aback. You encountered a deity? The topic of deities was a taboo among soul beasts. Unable to divulge the details of the dungeon, Shaoyun merely hinted at it, assuring Tianming that there was no imminent danger. Rest assured, there's nothing detrimental. Once I grow stronger, I shall assist you in pursuing the Ice Emperor, won't I? The mention of the Ice Emperor captured Tianming's full attention, rendering all else insignificant. Although he had committed a considerable amount of information about soul beasts to memory, Shaoyun decided to visit the Academy's library, hoping to uncover any rare manuscripts that might reveal a suitable target for himself. Indeed, he found a few, yet they were predominantly forgeries, mere whispers of hearsay. Additionally, there were records of soul beasts long vanished, possibly extinct. From afar, I noticed your furrowed brow. What troubles you? A resonant voice inquired. It was the esteemed member of the Wisdom Committee, Jilin. Xingyun looked up and replied, I am searching for a soul beast that likely enhances soul power and possesses restorative capabilities. Jilin pondered for a moment. My martial spirit's essence is the Tianshui vine, a plant-based soul beast that does provide some enhancement to soul power. However, the probability of gaining soul skills varies. If you possessed a supportive martial spirit, it would be more straightforward, yet you are still a student grappling with the challenge. Many soul beasts can provide similar soul skills, but those that meet your specific requirements are exceedingly rare. If only the game system could directly yield soul rings from treasure chests, Shaoyun mused. The youth of today are truly remarkable, Jilin reflected, observing the soul ring configuration of the young man before him. He couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth, when he and his companions had cultivated their way to Soul Douluo, their talents shining brightly. Yet, in comparison to the young man before him, they felt overshadowed. There is no need for haste. There is ample time before the competition begins. Allow me to confer with the other two elders. Perhaps they might possess some insights, Jilin assured. Thank you, esteemed committee members. Shaoyun expressed his gratitude in advance, yet he also mentioned his intention to seek out Brother Su. As there might be records of rare soul beasts within the Empire, ZHLN nodded in agreement. Although the Academy received official support from the Empire, it was evident that the Empire would not disclose all its information regarding soul beasts to the Academy. Those nurtured within the Academy may not necessarily pledge their allegiance to the Empire, potentially posing a risk of betrayal. Observing Shaoyun in this context, ZHLN approached him to exchange a few words before departing. Shaoyun took out a notebook to document soul beasts that might possess similar soul skills, all the while pondering about Qian or Ensu. It had been quite some time since he had gifted her the celestial herb. Yet there had been no sign of her response. Had she absorbed it privately? Or did she believe her innate talent rendered such external aid unnecessary? At the WHN city, the esteemed Judiu Lu Yuguin entered the consecration hall with trepidation. Since the demise of the former pope, this was the first time the grand sacrificer sought him out. Upon seeing the figure bathed in sunlight before him, Yuguin felt a pang of resolve. Regardless of whether he sought to confront or negotiate, it no longer concerned him. Greetings to the grand sacrificer, he said, noting that there was no intention for face-to-face communication from Qian Dioli, who remained turned away. I have heard you possess considerable knowledge regarding herbs and similar substances. This inquiry caught Yuguin off guard, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, Indeed. Due to the nature of my martial spirit, I have conducted some research on certain herbs. A crimson jade box, approximately 20 centimeters in size, gradually descended before Yuguin. What do you think this is? Feeling the warmth emanating from it, Yuguin stole a glance at Qian Dioli and cautiously opened the lid. Wow, what is this? The brilliant red light engulfed his vision, causing his breath to quicken. The celestial herb-grade coxcomb phoenix, sunflower, grand sacrificer. Where did this come from? This is an extraordinarily rare treasure. Is there perhaps a golden white chrysanthemum variant as well? He was particularly interested in the existence of the Qing believing that acquiring it might grant him insight into the grand sacrifice's realm. Let us first discuss this item, Qian Dioli stated. This item is a coveted treasure for soul masters with fire attributes and extreme yang martial spirits. It possesses the ability to purify impurities and enhance martial spirits without any adverse effects. For those with mediocre talent, it may even reshape their martial spirit. For those already gifted, it can further augment their potential. This is an invaluable treasure. Grand Sacrificer, do you happen to know of a golden white chrysanthemum-like plant? I am eager to. Yuguin was relentless in his pursuit of the Tianj. This item was acquired by Xiaosu by chance. Qian Dioli interrupted, dismissing Yuguin's inquiries with a curt response. Yet Yuguin remained undeterred. May I ask if your highness? He raised his hand, attempting to reclaim the jade box. But Qian Dioli waved Yuguin out of the consecration hall. Yuguin opened his mouth, leaving in a daze. This intangible sense of longing was the most distressing. Regrettably, one could not afford to offend a person like Qian Dioli. Should he dare approach Qian or Ensu, Qian Dioli would likely dismantle him. Fate, timing, and destiny. Late at night, immersed in her studies, Qian or Ensu was startled by a familiar voice. Xiaosu, grandfather, why have you come in person? Seeing his granddaughter laboring so diligently, Qian Dioli felt a pang of compassion. Xiaosu, It would be wise to abandon this matter and return to the martial spirit hall to focus on your cultivation. No, grandfather, I must prove myself to that woman. This had become a familiar exchange, eliciting a silent sigh from Tindo Li as he shifted the topic. I have already confirmed with Yu Guan that, as that young man claimed, this item is a rare treasure. For him to directly gift such a precious item to you indicates that he truly trusts you. Pausing for a moment, Tindo Li added solemnly, his talent is also rare in this world, although it may possess some qualities akin to whale glue. His character is commendable. You might consider revealing some of this to him. Should there be any anomalies regarding the martial spirit hall, it would be prudent to address them swiftly. If he is willing to join the martial spirit hall, he could become a significant ally in the future. Su remained silent. She had previously gauged Shoyun's stance towards the martial spirit hall, but the responses had been ambiguous and inconclusive. Very well, then. I shall take action in the next couple of days. He is currently seeking his 5th soul ring and wishes to find a soul beast that can provide an enhancement to his soul power. I recall there is a 50,000-year-old tree king in the Stardew forest. I could use that as an excuse to accompany him on the hunt. She refrained from voicing her final thoughts regarding his ultimate intentions. Tindo Li nodded in agreement. That seems appropriate. The following day, Su Qing requested leave from Su Y, claiming he felt on the verge of a breakthrough and needed a few days to seclude himself at home. Upon receiving a missive from the prince's residence, Shoyun was astonished. She intends to hunt for souls as well. What level is she at now? She must be around 21, right? She is indeed the genuine prodigy of the Douluo continent. Without a shred of doubt. Shoyun promptly made his way to the prince's residence. Brother Su, I have arrived. When shall we depart? Noticing Shoyun's eagerness, Su Qing gestured for him to calm down. I have instructed the preparations for the carriage. This journey may take over a month. I must trouble you to act as my protector. One could not assess Shoyun's combat strength based solely on conventional Soul Master rankings. A realization that solidified for Su Qing after Shoyun resolved the matter in the past. Shaoyun spoke boldly, assuring that with him present, Brother Shui would have nothing to worry about. The Lu-in magic, the crimson magic spear, the concentrated sunlight cannon, the spiral water gun, and the concept of the Ice Age, all seemed sufficient to handle soul beasts under 100,000 years, at least ensuring self-preservation. Moreover, it was certain that there would be elder guardians from the spirit hall secretly watching over them, which explained Shaoyun's bravado. He had initially assumed that the imperial prince, venturing to hunt souls, would at the very least be accompanied by the royal knights. Yet, there was only a single carriage, a coachman, and 2 guardians from the spirit hall, disguised as members of the royal knights. Upon leaving the Heaveno City, Shaoyun could not help but inquire, Brother Shui, isn't this a bit too rudimentary? With his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought, Shui Qinghe replied nonchalantly, there is little benefit in making a grand display.
If someone truly intends to scheme against me, they would not concern themselves with the number or strength of my guardians. While this reasoning held merit,
Shaoyun was puzzled as to how she managed to persuade Shui Yi. After all, Shui Lang appeared to be a burden, and Shui Qinghe was the prince of the empire. How could that so-called great emperor with extraordinary talents so easily entrust his heir to venture forth with merely 2 soldiers? Anticipating Shaoyun's thoughts spiraling further, Shui Qinghe offered a vague clarification, there are guardians in the shadows. Regardless, how I persuaded them is of no concern to you. Shaoyun chose not to ponder further and redirected his inquiry towards the tree king she mentioned. It was a soul beast recorded by the empire a few years prior. If it had not yet been hunted, it should possess an age of around 50,000 years. Known as the 100-Soul Tree King, it lacked any remarkable abilities, with its only traits being the capacity to convert soul power and an exceptional rate of life recovery. It sounded like an exceedingly common plant-type soul beast. Shaoyun nodded silently, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit and meditate on the runes of fate. He returned once more to the town of soul hunting, a place where his younger brother had spent his childhood, while it was Shaoyun's first visit. He took a brief respite in a small courtyard, but the atmosphere felt distinctly lacking in vitality, a stark contrast to what it once was. Casting a glance at Shui Qinghe, Shaoyun's gaze hinted at something deeper. Perhaps one day, I shall find a beloved and return to this place. Shui Qinghe jested, questioning whether Shaoyun could truly forsake the allure of grandeur to dwell in this humble locale. Home is where the heart finds peace, irrespective of opulence or simplicity. Shui Qinghe seemed to sense something amiss. her demeanor suddenly reflecting a melancholy shift. The following day, the group ventured into the forest. Shueqinghe, with a clear objective, moved directly towards the area where soul masters were known to congregate. Two guards instinctively concealed themselves in the shadows, while the coachman patiently awaited outside the forest. As Shaoyun followed her, he observed her retreating figure in silence. Such swiftness could not merely be attributed to an individual who had just reached the threshold of level 40. Was she revealing her intentions, or perhaps luring him into a trap? Shueqinghe, who had just turned 21 and broken through to level 40, was hardly a prodigy, possessing an unremarkable talent. In no time, they delved deeper into the inner circle where ancient soul beasts roamed. It appeared that someone had covertly undertaken the task of clearing the area, as the two encountered no soul beasts along their path. Qianren Shui guided Shaoyun to a majestic tree, its bark a striking grayish-white, its trunk robust enough to accommodate 10 individuals. At its apex, 9 branches extended outward, the canopy radiating 100 meters in breadth, with a humanoid figure etched into its wood grain. Among the leaves dwelled numerous parasitic soul beasts, feasting upon the tree's soul energy. Shaoyun was not permitted to act directly. First, Qianren Shui needed to absorb the celestial herb. Once she confirmed Shaoyun's intentions regarding the spirit hall, she would need to eliminate him to avoid squandering the soul ring of this 5,000-year-old tree king. It would be fitting to declare to the world that a once-in-a-lifetime genius had tragically perished at the hands of a high-level soul beast during a soul-hunting expedition. Shaoyun harbored no doubt. Brother Shui, please take the medicine. I shall observe from the side. With that, he extracted a crimson jade box, and Qianren Shui, adhering to Shaoyun's instruction, swallowed its contents. A figure of a youthful appearance with white hair quietly materialized, yet Shaoyun remained entirely oblivious, as did Tianming, who sensed no anomaly. The efficacy of the celestial herb lay within, its external manifestation imperceptible. However, one could detect the intense fluctuations of Qianren Shui's soul power. After a quarter of an hour, a swan-like spirit manifested, its wings folded, before it unfurled its mighty wings, surrounded by a shimmering aura. The six-winged angel, enveloped in a golden glow, appeared with eyes gently closed, exuding an air of compassion, extending its hands towards Qianren Shui as if to embrace her. The gradually rising soul power exerted a subtle pressure on Shaoyun. Truly, it was a divine-grade martial soul. Beyond finding this martial soul visually appealing, Shaoyun had anticipated this outcome. Showing no other reaction, observing in secret, Douluo was perplexed. Could it be that this young man had undergone a martial soul mutation? Upon reflection, it was not unreasonable. He had not set foot on the continent for decades, and Qian Xuanji had perished many years prior. The legacy martial soul of the Qian family, the six-winged angel, was indeed unfamiliar to most. 5 minutes later, Qianren Shui appeared to show signs of awakening. The golden light surrounding the angel suddenly transformed into a fiery blaze, compelling Shaoyun to retreat a few steps. Fresh leaves ignited under the scorching flames, prompting Shaoyun to extinguish the fire. In the forest, even the smallest spark could not be underestimated. The angel rose, eyes opening to reveal a soft lavender hue. Simultaneously, as she stood, the shimmering aura shattered, revealing a tall figure with flowing golden hair, adorned with a matching golden diadem, clad in a garment of white, purple, and gold hues. Truly, she was breathtaking. Curiously, why had the system not issued any tasks during this transformation? Shaoyun wondered, perplexed by its silence. Observing Shaoyun's composed demeanor, Qianren Shui felt a sense of confusion. Did her little brother not find her appearance odd? Why did it feel strange to hear her voice refer to him as little brother? With a fleeting thought, Shaoyun smiled gently and remarked, "Do you recall what I said when we first met in the Spirit Battle Arena's lounge?" Over 5 years had elapsed since their initial encounter at the arena, prompting Qianren Shui to reflect carefully. Shaoyun had said, "I find the crown prince exceedingly beautiful." You discerned my identity back then. Qianren Shui exclaimed in astonishment, while Douluo, poised with soul power, readied himself for action. Shaoyun smiled without uttering a word, neither affirming nor denying. Fortune seemed to favor him. In the heavy silence, Qianren Shui found her thoughts wandering to deeper reflections. For instance, Shaoyun had often jested about spending sleepless nights in conversation and sharing a bed, which at the time seemed merely playful banter, yet in retrospect, it took on a different hue. Noticing the increasingly perilous glint in Qianren Shui's eyes, Shaoyun could hardly be oblivious to the memory she was conjuring. Hastily, he waved his hands in protest. Such jesting was merely an attempt to discern whether Brother Shui would divulge his true identity. Though there was indeed a hint of attraction that accompanied it, a sentiment not uncommon among men. As Shaoyun spoke, Qian Rinxue suddenly recalled a matter. The two conditions you mentioned earlier, did the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall refer not to Hu Laina, but to me? Were you already aware of my affiliation with the Spirit Hall? This aspect is indeed quite difficult to elucidate. The only information circulating about Qian Rinxue on the continent pertains to a former pope who had a daughter but passed away prematurely. While Shaoyun pondered how to respond, Qian Rinxue was also deliberating on how to treat him. Now that Shaoyun's true identity remained ambiguous, all prior schemes seemed inappropriate. If he had already disclosed his identity, his endeavors within the Tindo Empire would surely face numerous obstacles. Who exactly are you? Do not be anxious, Your Highness. I possess no backing, Shaoyun replied. Typically, if any organization had a talent of my caliber, they would not dispatch me as an undercover agent. As for how I came to know your identity, one might say it was by divine guidance. This explanation may not suffice to deceive others, but it is most fitting for the Qian family, who have long aspired to ascend to divinity. Suddenly, Qian Douluo appeared, startling Shaoyun. Are you a divine examiner? Does the divine examination pertain to Shuer? A moment of clarity struck Shaoyun, and he seized the opportunity. Not at present. However, it is indeed divine guidance that led me to seek the princess. I wish to unite in matrimony with a woman of extraordinary talent, destined for godhood. Qian Douluo completely obstructed Qian Rinxue's view, his attitude inscrutable as he spoke coolly. With your talent and appearance, should you and Shuo ascend to the divine realm together, it would indeed be mutually beneficial. However, the ultimate decision rests with Shuo herself. Should you resort to any unscrupulous means, I shall not let you go unpunished. These words, however, were not meant for Qian Rinxue's ears. Perhaps to spare her the knowledge of such overt interference from her grandfather. Until now, Qian Douluo had never entertained the notion of his granddaughter finding a partner. Qian Rinxue's talent was the most promising for divinity among the Qian lineage throughout generations, and nurturing her for ascension was paramount. Yet, his unease stemmed from the unpredictable nature of her mother. Now, a youth had emerged, gifted not inferior to, and perhaps even surpassing, his granddaughter, yet significantly younger. A thought began to take root in his mind. Should Qian Rinxue falter, it would be essential to preserve a new lineage, and the union of these two could yield even greater descendants. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, culminating in a singular question. Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? That is preposterous. How could I possibly refuse? However, does this mean you would allow me to join just like that? After all, I appear to harbor many profound secrets. Your close proximity to Xiao Shui is not merely for the purpose of joining the Spirit Hall? Qian Douluo, with an air of mastery, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. That is not the case, Shaoyun denied, but solely for the sake of Brother Shui and Sister Shui. Sister Shui? Qian Rinxue had never been addressed in such a manner before, and it felt profoundly peculiar, leaving her quite unsettled. Every individual harbors some secrets, Qian Douluo remarked coolly. Provided your secrets pose no threat to the Spirit Hall, there is no need to continue this discourse. How you pursue and win over Qian Rinxue is entirely your own affair. Qian Douluo, recognizing Shaoyun's exceptional talent, had already granted him a significant opportunity. In truth, Qian Douluo's directness led Shaoyun to question whether he possessed that legendary aura of wisdom or the charisma of a sovereign. How could a figure as formidable as the revered angel of the sky simply overlook such matters? Lost in contemplation, Qian Douluo gestured for Shaoyun to proceed with his approach towards the Tree King. Shaoyun effortlessly sketched 3 runes, A, symbolizing the creation of the universe, H, denoting the end, and L, representing water. Guided by Shaoyun's mental prowess, the 3 runes coalesced into a singular stream of water, severing the roots of the Tree King with precision. This fellow can annihilate a Tree King that has existed for 50,000 years? Qian Rinxue's expression remained grave. Despite the Tree King's lack of distinct attributes, its formidable defense and tenacious vitality far surpassed that of other soul beasts of the same age. With the illustrious presence of an invincible figure in the sky, there was no need to worry about guardianship. Shaoyun proceeded to absorb the essence of the Tree King. The remnants of its soul, reduced to a gelatinous form, could not even comprehend the unfolding events before being dissipated by Shaoyun's mental force. Within a mere 10 minutes, the 50,000-year soul ring was acquired. As expected from the meticulously catalogued soul beasts of the Spirit Hall, it naturally bestowed a soul skill that amplified soul power. Furthermore, as a plant-type soul beast, its water-based affinity enhanced the original essence when integrated with the water element martial soul. Shoyun's 5th soul skill, water and wood cleansing, amplifies soul power by 100% and enhances soul power recovery speed by 100%. in the presence of the grandfather and grandson, making use of the waste. Shaoyun extended his ice blue spider spear to absorb the remnants of the Tree King. A deep green crystalline object materialized in place. A soul bone. Shaoyun instinctively cast a glance at Qianren Shui and said, "There is no need for you to do anything, little Shui. You can absorb it on your own." Shaoyun opened his mouth slightly. "I never said I was giving it to her. I merely thought, since we came together this time and directly obtained a soul bone, if we continue accompanying her for the next 4, perhaps we could smoothly gather the remaining soul bones for other body parts." This was a left arm bone, roughly resembling crystallized tree bark, deep green in hue. Yet Shaoyun still chose not to absorb it. For one, his physique was already robust enough. He didn't particularly need the minor enhancement a soul bone could provide. Moreover, this Tree King's soul bone likely would grant any formidable soul skill, most probably overlapping with his existing ring abilities. Besides, the original Tang Sin didn't possess a single soul bone below 100,000 years. There was no way he could settle for anything inferior. The Titan giant ape was uncertain, but the azure bull python, with its dual water and lightning attributes, aligned well with his own. It also seemed to possess some innate time-related abilities, so its soul bone would undoubtedly be exceptional. And then, there were the remains of the ice and fire dragon kings buried 10,000 meters beneath the ice fire in Yangwell. Compared to these, the Tree King's soul bone seemed utterly lackluster. Furthermore, based on rumors from his past life, there was supposedly a hidden realm in Douluo related to fallen dragon clans, brimming with soul bones, enough to gather casually without effort. If time permitted, he would certainly seek it out. This boy, his pride is so unyielding. He scorns even a 50,000-year soul bone. This behavior, in Qian Dalu's eyes, naturally appeared as sheer arrogance. He glanced at Qianren Shui. "Schwetter, you've just absorbed that immortal herb and need to familiarize yourself with the new changes in your martial soul. Spar with him. Pride in one's bones is acceptable, but arrogance can sometimes be fatal." 57. Duel against an angel. 1. Since he had joined the Spirit Hall and might one day become a valuable ally to Schwetter, it was necessary to temper his growth slightly. As it happened, Qianren Shui had long harbored resentment toward Shaoyun for his years of teasing. Now, she was more than willing to engage. After a moment's consideration, Shaoyun nodded as well. A match against Qianren Shui wouldn't be a bad idea. It would allow him to gauge her true combat prowess. According to the animated series, a dignified soul sage like her had been kicked down by a temporarily empowered rabbit. With the undisputed Sky Sovereign himself acting as referee, the battle was imminent. As Qianren Shui's aura surged higher, Shaoyun suddenly realized she had certain advantages against him. The Angel's domain possessed purifying and eroding capabilities, continuously draining the opponent's spirit power. It severely suppressed sensory perception and could forcibly anchor the target within a fixed position. Even instantaneous movement would only result in futile steps in place. Meanwhile, it granted her a 30% enhancement in all aspects. Then there was the Sunfire, amplified by the Phoenix Crown Immortal Herb. The Angel Martial Soul's flame attribute was already formidable, and now it likely bordered on the level of an ultimate attribute. These two factors directly countered Shaoyun's high-speed movement, water elemental control, and water domain. Good grief, am I about to get stomped? Until now, it had always been Shaoyun overwhelming others, but now he might find himself on the receiving end. Of course, this was assuming he didn't resort to rune magecraft. But Shaoyun decided to engage her in a purely martial contest. "Shaoyun, I'll make sure you reflect deeply on your actions." In the name of the angel, she immediately unleashed the Angel's domain. Shaoyun swiftly retreated, if ensnared within the angelic domain. His chances of victory would diminish by at least 70%. With consecutive instantaneous movements, coupled with the Spiral 9 shadows, Qianren Shui was momentarily unable to pinpoint Shaoyun's exact location. "Sister Shui, those were merely harmless little jests. Is it truly necessary to be so enraged that you no longer even call me your little brother?" The sounds emanating from different positions were somewhat distorted. Silence. The title of Sister Shui is utterly unappealing. The sixth soul skill, Angelic Roar. With the power of the angelic spirit, it unleashed a mental shockwave. Anyone with a spiritual realm less than half that of Qianren Shui would suffer immediate soul shattering, resulting in a fatal demise. Even within that threshold, they would experience significant mental instability. However, Shaoyun's mental data was currently under attack. His intelligence attribute exceeded that of his opponent, allowing him to successfully evade. At present, Shaoyun's mental strength had surpassed 3,000, slightly exceeding that of Qianren Shui. Yet, despite his immunity to mental damage, the high-speed movement could not escape being affected. Drawn into the angelic domain, realizing the precariousness of his situation, Shaoyun initiated an attack before Qianren Shui could react. Ice Age. Transforming into ice attributes. He directly employed the most impactful ability within the current range, a self-created soul skill. Should he have utilized water elements, he would likely have been dissolved in mere moments. Qianren Shui suffered a surprise attack, becoming instantly encased in ice. However, signs of melting began to manifest on the ice layer. Shaoyun swiftly executed his follow-up move, the Ice Realm Seal. Possessing the bloodline limit of ice release and his own self-created soul technique, he conjured it with effortless grace. This technique harnesses the elemental force of ice to form a solid layer that ensnares the target. The frigid temperature of the ice diminishes the motion of energy particles, thereby dulling the target's awareness. Originally, it would also inscribe runes that could completely seal the target. To the onlookers, it seemed that with merely 4 moves, Qianren Shui had already faced defeat. Shaoyun caught a glimpse of Qian Douluo from the corner of his eye. The elder's expression remained unchanged as he returned Shaoyun a profound glance. Golden flames pierced through the icy layer, shooting toward Shaoyun. Shaoyun swiftly leaped backward, moving a mere few meters. The angelic martial soul possesses a sacred attribute, granting it formidable resistance against the malevolent effects of sealing skills. Little brother, I never anticipated that you could convert your martial soul into an ice attribute. This combination of moves would have led others to defeat, however. The 6-winged angel transcends the realm of top-tier martial souls. 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. Solar flames coalesced into a tangible longsword, resting in Qianren Shui's grasp. With a casual flick, several golden flame slashes were unleashed. Shaoyun vaguely recalled that being struck by that sword would severely deplete one's soul power, akin to Tang San being drained to the last drop. At that moment, Shaoyun found himself ensnared within the angelic domain, unable to move far. Yet, there was no need for alarm. He had a plan. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Although constrained and unable to move extensively, the defensive prowess of the ice mirrors was exceptional. 7 layers of ice mirrors momentarily provided Shaoyun with a breather. Seizing this opportunity, he raised his hand, reaching toward Qianren Shui's figure beyond the 7 layers of ice mirrors. Summoning a massive ice spear over 10 meters long, Qianren Shui brandished the holy sword, unleashing a beam of golden flame that collided with the ice spear. The ice spear did not immediately melt, and Qianren Shui's expression shifted to one of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she increased her soul power output, intensifying the golden flames. Yet, the ice spear showed no significant signs of melting. Upon closer inspection, the ice spear was not a singular, complete entity. The sharp surface where it intersected with the golden flame was adorned with several independently rotating ice spikes. Their rotation created a layer of airflow, serving to cool and repel the flames. Had Shaoyun's soul power been sufficient, he might have been able to suppress the golden flames through sheer attrition. However, the debilitating force of the angelic domain was overwhelming, and such a state could not be sustained for long. As Qianren Shui's attention was diverted to the ice spear suspended in the air, Shaoyun took a deep breath, unleashing the full extent of his mental energy to activate the domain of water. At present, Qianren Shui had yet to attain her martial soul's true form, and the angelic domain had not undergone a secondary awakening to forcibly purify domains beneath the divine level. Through that fleeting moment of amplification, Shaoyun unleashed all his remaining soul power. The ice spear expanded to several times its original size, and the rotating ice spikes summoned a tempest, suppressing the golden flames. The ice spear descended with great force. Given its size, it was evident that it possessed terrifying weight. Confronting it head-on would be unwise. Do you intend to force the angelic domain away from you? Qianren Shui chuckled lightly. Little brother, you are far too naive. 2nd soul skill, Void Wings. A pair of wings unfurled, and Qianren Shui entered a state of nullity, rendering her immune to physical attacks and reducing energy attacks by 50%. The ice spear passed through Qianren Shui and struck the ground, resulting in a resounding explosion. The scene transformed back to the ice age that Shaoyun had initially conjured, enveloping the surroundings in a world of ice and snow. Qianren Shui regained her corporeal form, her sword pointed at Shaoyun. If you possess any further abilities, feel free to unleash them, little brother. Do not say I did not grant you the opportunity. Shaoyun furrowed his brows. When one possesses an advantage, it is imperative to pursue victory relentlessly, to vanquish the opponent without hesitation. Granting them an opportunity is simply unacceptable. Villains often fall prey to their own verbosity. However, despite Qianren Shui's leniency, Shaoyun could devise no alternative strategies beyond the rune magic. In previous encounters, he had swiftly dispatched opponents by subtly manipulating the water element of his martial soul, launching attacks at their unguarded moments. Yet now, Under the oppressive influence of the angelic domain, such delicate control proved exceedingly unstable. It appeared that Tang San employed some esoteric technique, the chaotic wind dance, accumulating an astonishing 81 strikes to shatter the angelic domain with sheer brute force. This method was beyond Shaoyun's current capabilities, perhaps. After studying the Haotian hammer and mastering the water element's mimicry, he would be able to replicate it. But for the moment, narrowing his eyes, Shaoyun crouched down, his spider spear springing forth from his back, affording him some mobility. During the fleeting moment of re-establishing his bindings within the angelic domain, Shaoyun initiated his mimicry, conjuring dozens of barrettes in every corner, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Qian Ringshu. He merely awaited the moment when Qian Ringshu would be distracted and relax her domain's suppression, allowing him to execute a sudden movement to close the distance and subdue her with precise strikes. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as Shaoyun had envisioned. Qian Ringshu unleashed a new soul skill, Angel S Protection. Several feathers coalesced into a golden polyhedron, encasing her within, amplifying her defense by 200%. The mimicry bullets proved utterly ineffective against this formidable barrier. Left with no viable options, Shaoyun resolutely conceded defeat. In terms of martial soul abilities, he was simply outmatched by Qian Ringshu. Most of the techniques from the 9 manual were close combat skills, which would yield little effect without the capacity for rapid movement. Initially, Shaoyun had a fleeting opportunity to eliminate Qian Ringshu in a single strike, but he deliberately delayed, intending to seize the moment before she activated her domain. However, this approach did not achieve the desired effect, and it would serve only to stoke Qian Ringshu's grievances, potentially leading to greater complications in the future. Thus, he acquiesced to the wishes of the duo, engaging in a match that would bring them both satisfaction. As one can see, Qian Ringshu has already resumed calling him little brother. After having taught Shaoyun a lesson, her spirits were markedly elevated, and she paid no heed to their previous jests, merely adding, "Now that you are aware of my true identity, refrain from such jokes in the future. Rest assured, Sister Shui, I shall never do so again." Shaoyun assured her, "In that case, Xiao Xue, I must take my leave. Should there be any matters to discuss, feel free to send word." As Qian Dalu turned to depart, Qian Rinshue's expression shifted subtly. Her grandfather was her only kin, and having been in hiding within the Heavenly Do Empire for years, their reunions were rare. Now, just after a few days together, they were once again to part ways. Observing her reluctance, Shaoyun quickly interjected, "Grandmaster, please wait. I have some questions I would like to consult you about." He racked his brain, formulating inquiries regarding cultivation to pose to this 99th level limit Douluo, while also feigning ignorance to subtly inquire about Qian Rinshue. It was not until 3 days later that Qian Dalu finally took his leave. Noticing Qian Rinshue's lingering sorrow, Shaoyun encouraged her, "Sister Shui, if you missed your grandfather, why not abandon the plan of usurping the nation and return directly to the spirit hall?" Qian Rinshue shot him an exasperated glance. "Speak clearly. Who is your grandfather?" A slip of the tongue, he hastily corrected. "At this stage of the plan, how could we simply abandon it? Moreover, I have reasons that I absolutely cannot forsake." Clenching her fists, a veiled resentment flickered in Qian Rinshue's eyes, evidently stirred by thoughts of that particular woman. Despite her protests, Shaoyun countered, "But have you considered, with your innate soul power of level 20, if you devoted yourself to cultivation, you could have already achieved soul sage status, or even soul Douluo by now." At 21, Qian Rinshue only possessed a soul power exceeding 60. With a level 20 soul power at 6 years old, it had been 15 years since. And excluding the soul rings that directly enhanced her power, she had averaged an increase of just over 1 level per year. Without her innate gifts, she might very well have been merely a soul zone by now. The continent had always valued strength. True power was the rule of the land. As long as one was powerful enough, everyone else would have no choice but to listen attentively. It was clear that Qian Rinshue had not contemplated this aspect. Had she done so, she certainly would not entertain any notions of usurping the nation. However, given Bibi Dong's current state, she would not be easily intimidated. The harder one pressed, the more counterproductive it would be. A softer approach might hold some merit, yet the most crucial factor remained one's capability. Qian Rinshue was not one to be easily swayed by Shaoyun's words, and he understood that his lengthy discourse was merely a pretext for idle chatter. Upon returning to the Heavenly Do City, the light of day revealed Qian Rinshue's identity, yet this revelation caused no ripples in their interactions. It was as if the previous veil of ambiguity had been lifted. Having resolved the matter of the 5th soul ring, another pressing concern loomed: how to create trouble for Tang San. Now that Tang San had not been captured by Dugabo at the Ice and Fire in Yagai, he might have already made contact with the mighty Titan, A Soul Douluo daring to claim the title of Mighty Titan seemed somewhat misleading. Nevertheless, Yang Wudi was also a Soul Douluo and had managed to vanquish Shi Long, a title Douluo. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that the Titan, this so-called Mighty Titan, possessed some skill. The old gorilla would bow in reverence upon sighting the Haotian hammer, should he find trouble with Tang San. It might become complicated unless he dealt with him as he had previously. He had yet to compete with a Soul Douluo. Shaoyun stopped at a roadside restaurant to rest, his gaze lost in thought as he observed the pedestrians below. To confront Tang San directly under the guise of a challenge seemed unreasonable. My outward strength and status surpass his, providing no justification for a challenge from a higher to a lower tier. Thus, perhaps I could entice him to challenge me instead? This method appeared promising, warranting careful consideration of the details. At Blue Tyrant, or rather, Shrek Academy, Yu Shaojiang pulled Ning Rongrong aside in a quiet corner. Observing her in silence. "What troubles you, master?" she inquired. "Rongrong, as a member of Shrek, your companion's strength is also your own." He subtly urged her to divulge the secret of absorbing soul rings beyond her level, even hoping to assist Tang San in acquiring the 7 treasures distraction control technique. "How about this, master? Let Sangu accompany me home for a visit. My father is quite interested in the hidden weapons I brought back last time. Only he knows the secret of the advanced soul ring absorption." Receiving a satisfactory response, Yu Shaojiang's usual stoic expression cracked into an awkward smile as he nodded. "Very well." Tang San followed Ning Rongrong to the 7 treasures, while Xiaowu's gaze was filled with suspicion, convinced that Ning Rongrong harbored ulterior motives toward her brother. Yet feeling powerless to intervene. The 7 treasures had 2 titled Douluos. She dared not confront them. Rumor had it that Ning Rongrong's father always traveled with one of them, and it was possible he might visit the academy due to Ning Rongrong's influence. The mere thought of such a scenario made Xiaowu anxious. She instinctively wanted to retreat and hide, but was reluctant to part from Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing was diligently training, seemingly indifferent to the world around her. Meanwhile, Daimo Bai, having successfully utilized the ethereal white tiger with Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps sensing the little cats in her thoughts, had moderated his demeanor compared to their time in Soto City. Currently, he was also diligently cultivating, striving to advance from level 38 to 40. "Rongrong, may I have the honor of visiting the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Oscar expressed his eagerness to witness the rumored sanctum of support-type soul masters. His outward demeanor belied the jealousy he felt toward Ning Rongrong and Tang San. Of course, Ning Rongrong was not oblivious. However, the 7 Treasures customs prevented her from providing a definitive answer, leaving her to hope that Oscar might come to a realization on his own. Ma Hongjun was absent, and it was evident where he had gone. Before leaving, he had borrowed a substantial sum from Daimo Bai. The high prices of Heavenly Do City were beyond his means. Contemplating various strategies, Shaoyun concluded that actively luring Tang San using hidden weapons might be more appropriate. He stationed himself at the auction house, intending to bid on a couple of hidden weapons and feign a technical breakthrough, hoping to provoke Tang San's animosity. This would naturally lead to a confrontation. However, after waiting several days without encountering Tang San at the auction house, he instead heard news of Ning Fengji's appearance at the new Shrek Academy. With Ning Rongrong's introduction, the bargaining chips of the hidden weapons, and Tang San's talents, Ning Fengji decided to provide a portion of whale glue as an investment. He was brought to Shrek by Ning Rongrong, and upon meeting the other team members, he focused on the future of the sect, recognizing that Ning Rongrong required steadfast allies. Thus, investment was made, one for each person. Shaoyun merely chuckled. In the past, he had navigated a convoluted path, demonstrating considerable respect towards the younger brother, particularly when he sought to exchange secrets regarding the advanced absorption techniques via the route of Shuqinghe. Yet now, he displayed a blatant disregard, openly bestowing favors upon others. Although Shaoyun was indifferent to the dissemination of whale glue, he recalled the wise words of his former girlfriends. One may relinquish material possessions, but one's demeanor must always be impeccable. This encompasses both material and spiritual attitudes. Nevertheless, Shaoyun merely harbored silent scorn and derision. Given the current stature of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, unless he enlisted Qian Renxue to amplify their influence, it would be challenging to compete. He pondered what vintage of whale glue Ning Fengji had provided them. If it were a millennium old, then Tang San might still achieve the 4th ring after 10,000 years. However, if it were a millennium or younger, it would warrant little concern. Contemplating Tang San and Shrek, devoid of celestial herbs, it seemed that in this soul master competition, barring any unforeseen circumstances, apart from Daimo Bai, the others had little chance of surpassing the 40th level. The sole variable remained whether the Shura god was watching over Tang's sand and weather. After the void left by the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would orchestrate other interventions. This was untenable. He must devise a means to keep Tang San occupied. Even if the Shura god had plans, it was imperative to distract Tang San from pondering them. He recalled that the hidden weapons originally sold to the 7 treasures had a price tag of approximately 10,000 gold soul coins for a set. An idea struck him. He would sell a set for merely 1,000. Although the 7 treasures were affluent, it was unlikely they would wish to appear as fools, and perhaps this could create a rift between Tang San and the 7 treasures. With time on his hands, Shaoyun felt no obligation to oversee the other members of the team. Except for Osro, the others had returned home. Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin were preparing for their final breakthroughs, which, upon success, would be facilitated by their families in obtaining soul rings. Yilingling and the Shijiao brothers seemed to be cultivating some new martial soul secret arts. Only Osro remained idly without purpose, soon to reach the 40th level, yet obviously not comparable to his comrades from other prominent families. Come on, little Osro, the captain will take you out for some fun. By the way, speaking of Shrek, that Oscar, do you truly not know him? Could he possibly be a brother or something? Captain, I've told you numerous times, I do not know him. Who knows how he came by such a name? Is it a crime to ask a question? Shaoyun shook his head and tossed him a set of clothes. Tang San donned the attire of the Tang sect disciples from his previous life. Once clad, we strolled around the entrance of Shrek Academy, hoping to lure someone out from the dreams that Shinian had compelled Tang San to experience. It was evident that he harbored a certain degree of guilt regarding his secretive acquisition of the inner sect's secrets. Should he catch a glimpse of a figure resembling a Tang sect disciple, his agitation might hinder his cultivation. At that moment, Shaoyun lifted his hat and exclaimed, Hey, it's me. He brandished the Zhuge divine crossbow, declaring, by the command of the Grand Elder, I hereby execute the outer sect traitor Tang San for stealing the sect's confidential knowledge. Although he was perplexed by his captain's antics, he found himself with nothing else to do, so he continued to feign casualness while lingering at the academy's entrance. I say, Captain, don't you think our intentions are a tad too obvious? There shouldn't be this many passers-by at Blue Tyrant Academy under normal circumstances. After all, it is a prestigious Soul Master Academy, and common folk tend to keep their distance. No rush, that individual will inevitably emerge, Shaoyun replied, while contemplating other uses for water elements. Having been severely suppressed by Qian Rinxue in the forest, he pondered how to transform his powers anew. The purification ability of the angel martial soul stemmed from its divine attributes, which could be countered by pure killing intent or extreme physical attacks. If only he could engrave runes onto his martial soul and arrange them in a combination, perhaps he might reverse the purification effect of Qian Rinxue. Regrettably, his chemistry skills were lacking in his past life. Otherwise, he would have explored the transformation of substances like royal water or heavy water with the angel martial soul, as they seemed to resonate well with holy water. How was that holy water crafted in novels? Was it merely pure faith? It seemed to require immersion in a crucifix. If Qian Rinxue were to be submerged, would it transform into holy water? Moreover, could I possibly merge my martial soul with Qian Rinxue's? If I could fuse with the angel martial soul and retain the structural model, perhaps I could truly create a divine water. Besides, those fanfic predecessors had successfully fused their martial souls with that of a kitten or Ning Rongrong. There was no reason I couldn't as well. However, he had felt no such resonance in the forest, making fusion exceedingly difficult. The 6-winged angel martial soul was, in all respects, perfect. His water element had undergone a second awakening through the awakening card and was now deemed flawless. Yet, what use was such a pinnacle attribute, if it merely excelled in its own category? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shaoyun overlooked the suppressive aura he inadvertently cast upon others. His mind wandered to the concept of chakra from the ninja world, a fascinating substance capable of transformative properties, turning into a sticky glue. Never mind. Before I manifest a second awakening card, I should concentrate on maneuvering my martial soul and the rune symbols. Regarding rune magic, the violet-haired elder had imparted no formidable spells, only the fundamental applications of the 24 original runes. Skaha's original words echoed, do not let fixed models confine the free form. Shaoyun's talent allowed him to develop powerful magic of his own. Yet, at present, he lacked any solid ideas, merely combining elements based on the 5 elements classification. In the realm of Shinjo, the 5 elements were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the Western world's basic elements revolved around earth, fire, air, and wind, or elements like wind, fire, thunder, and rain. Casually, he constructed a triangular model on the table, representing the three runes of water, ice, and spirit. Contemplating, he tentatively sketched a rune symbolizing light and flame in the center, slowly attempting a triangular fusion. A pentagon gradually emerged. "Captain," Osro suddenly interjected, slapping his palm down. "Is that the person you're looking for?" Tang San and Xiao Wu emerged, their eyes solely focused on Xiao Wu, completely oblivious to the two Tang sect disciples at the academy's entrance. "Let us follow them," Shaoyun suggested. As they trailed behind the duo, Osro couldn't contain himself any longer. "Don't you think this is rather creepy? You weren't like this before. You used to just beat up anyone you found displeasing. That guy's got a screw loose. Simply attacking him would be futile," Shaoyun replied, shaking his head. Observing their route, their next stop may very well be the auction house. "Let us head there first." The two hastened ahead and entered the auction house. Shaoyun, wielding the prince's token, approached the auction house manager to jump the queue and auction off a set of hidden weapons, priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. The total cost of the raw materials, excluding the craftsmanship, did not even reach 150 gold coins. Subsequently, Shaoyun led Osro to the exclusive VIP red seating designated for the prince, his mental focus lingering behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama between Tang San and Ning Fingxi. Indeed, Tang San and Ning Fingxi found themselves once again at the auction house. However, this time, having previously arranged a business deal with the Seven Treasures, Tang San refrained from auctioning anything ambiguous. He merely displayed the stored value card gifted by Ning Fengji and entered directly. "Little San, who would have thought that just a few days later, we would meet here? I hope Uncle Ning is not too amused," he remarked, recalling how Xiao Wu had expressed her grievances earlier, causing Tang San a moment of embarrassment. The next item for auction was a set of equipment known as hidden weapons, crafted by the illustrious Lord Shaoyun of the Tindo Royal Academy. Renowned as the most remarkable genius in the history of soul masters, it boasted both exquisite collectible and research value, with a starting bid of 1,000 gold soul coins. With a resounding thud, the gavel struck. Tang San's eyes widened as he gazed at the item on the auction block, suddenly turning to Ning Fingxi, who also frowned in contemplation. "Little San, the set you assembled a few days ago is still in our sect's treasury and has not been distributed. So it cannot be our sect's disciples selling it off secretly. That leaves Shaoyun. How could that fellow possess the ability to forge hidden weapons? Did he acquire my sample from an unknown source, or is he also a disciple of the Tang sect?" Tang San's mind raced with unanswered questions, a gnawing discomfort igniting a fire within him. His breathing quickened. He intended to win this set of hidden weapons to dissect it and compare its internal structure with his own, yet with Ning Fingxi and Bone Douluo nearby. The risk of exposing secrets to a title Douluo's discerning gaze was too great. It would be prudent to wait until he returned to dismantle it. Indeed, the anticipation of witnessing the spectacle was not as straightforward as he had hoped. Both Ning Fingxi and Tang San were far from transparent individuals, harboring deep thoughts. The auctioneer summoned a cat girl with short, pale green hair, mismatched blue-green eyes, and a white feline tail. An idea suddenly sparked in Shaoyun's mind as he pressed the bidding button. "Captain, what are you doing?" Osro queried. "Do not overthink it. I merely wish to study her physique," Shaoyun replied. "I am curious to see how this cat girl will develop if she continues her training. Will she exhibit more feline traits, transform entirely into a cat, or revert to a normal human form?" Yet, Ning Fingxi seemed genuinely intent on acquiring her, whether to liberate her or keep her as a cherished possession, continuously raising the bid alongside Shuesheng. The starting price was set at 100,000 gold coins, and while the final price should not exceed 200,000, the competition among the three had already escalated to nearly 400,000. "I shall see who dares to compete with me," Shuesheng said, turning to catch sight of Shaoyun. Shaoyun wore an expression of palpable impatience. He turned back to glance at the white seat, where he spotted Ning Fingxi. "Damn it," he muttered, promptly sitting back down. At present, Shaoyun regarded him as a partner, having conveyed a wealth of intelligence regarding Shuesheng. As for Ning Fingxi, he was not someone he could afford to offend. Shaoyun cast a fleeting glance at Shuesheng. "This old fool pretends to be a dandy. I suspect he's merely emulating you." Ultimately, Shaoyun expended 500,000 gold coins to secure the final trading rights from Ning Fingxi's subordinate. It was only upon the reminder from the nearby Bone Douluo that he realized the auctioneer was Shaoyun, prompting Ning Fingxi to voluntarily withdraw. Otherwise, Shaoyun's meager resources would have paled in comparison to Ning Fingxi's opulence. With no necessity for dialogue with Ning Fingxi, Shaoyun proceeded directly to the backstage to escort the cat girl away. All that remained was for Tang San to dismantle that apparatus and then seek him out. You return to the academy, I shall head to the prince's manor. After making some arrangements with Osro, Shaoyun instructed the cat girl to dress appropriately for their visit to the prince's residence. You seem quite flustered, Qian Rengshu remarked, observing the trembling cat girl with raised brows. Are you in heat? The cat girl's physique appeared strikingly familiar. Realizing that revealing Qian Rengshu's identity would complicate matters, Shaoyun replied nonchalantly. I merely wish to conduct a couple of experiments to investigate her mutation and its potential ramifications. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qian Rengshu had only jested moments ago and ordered the cat girl to be taken away. The cultivation method for the cat girl involved administering some herbs, and during this period, countless mundane weekly and quarterly tasks had accumulated. By the way, I have another research topic in mind. Would the continuous consumption of fruits from plant-type soul beasts or milk from beast-type soul beasts by children of suitable age enhance their chances of awakening innate soul power? Very well, I shall send a message back. As for whether that woman agrees to your experimental subject and finds someone to carry it out, that is beyond my control. Qian Rengshu stated, indicating her willingness to send the message, although its realization was not her concern. Shaoyun raised an eyebrow, a radiant smile gracing his features. Returning to our initial inquiry, you ask if I am in heat? Qian Rengshu's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly retreated into her study, closing the door behind her with a flourish. Today's affairs are quite numerous. Feel free to manage your own matters, she declared. After the auction concluded, Shaoyun bid a hasty farewell to Ningfengxi. Xiuwu, let us return for now and resume our shopping in a few days. Eager to uncover the secrets of the concealed weapon, Tang San was so engrossed that he overlooked Xiuwu's feelings. Unaccustomed to seeing Tang San so fervent, Xiuwu recalled a previous instance when she had been captured by Erming. Slightly anxious, she responded absent-mindedly. She had curled up tightly, fearful that the individual beside Ningfengxi might spot her. All right, let us hasten our return. Following Tang San's brisk pace back to the academy, she was once again plagued by the thought, should I leave? Upon returning to the academy, Tang San locked himself in his dormitory, leaving Xiaowu at a loss for words. With her head bowed, her rabbit ears or hairpin decorations drooped dismally. She returned to her dormitory in a state of dejection. 61. The hook is set. How could it be? It's genuinely real? Tang San meticulously examined each component. Aside from the differences in forging patterns, everything else was authentic. Could it be that Shaoyun is truly also a disciple of the Tang sect? Or perhaps he obtained the schematics for the concealed weapon through some channel? Or does he have Tang sect disciples among his subordinates? Contemplating these possibilities, Tang San suddenly felt an aversion to the notion of another Tang sect disciple existing in this world. His accomplishments thus far were solely due to the Xiantian treasure record and the secrets of concealed weapons. The emergence of another Tang sect disciple could jeopardize the confidentiality of it all. It seemed imperative to have a private conversation with Shaoyun. However, before that, he needed to prepare an exceptionally powerful concealed weapon. After some reflection, the only feasible option with his current resources was the Yama token. One of the pinnacle of Tang sect's weaponry, known for its terrifying poison capable of corroding flesh and bone and penetrating an enemy's defenses when thrown with a specialized technique. Nonetheless, the poison he had at his disposal for crafting the Yama token was insufficient. He required additional highly toxic substances. He resolved to seek out Yu Shaojing. Teacher, I require some. Yu Shaojing harbored no suspicions, well aware that his disciple possessed toxic methods. However, the specific items Tang San mentioned were unfamiliar to him, prompting him to consult Lu Erlong and Flanders. Flanders, new to the Heaveno City, could only offer his private stash, which Yu Shaojing found unsuitable. However, Tang San still had the payments from Ningfengxi. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, having reunited after a long separation, was quick to assist, leveraging her network gained over the years in Heaveno City to locate the desired toxins. Not content to wait idly, Tang San decided to venture into the Sunset Forest to search for any useful items. With his absence, Xiuwu felt lonely, and a certain little gorilla began to stir restlessly. Observing Xiuwu's perpetual frown, it seethed with resentment toward Tang San. Days passed, and the rest of their team had yet to return. Shaoyun was entirely absorbed in studying the cat girl within the prince's residence. How do you feel now? He inquired. My lord, it feels warm and comfortable, she replied. The voice of the cat girl truly resembled that of a feline, soft and delicate, far superior to that of a certain cold-natured little kitty. Shaoyun nodded in approval. Excellent. Continue to meditate along the path I have instructed you. Strive to advance to level 10 swiftly. I shall then accompany you to hunt for a soul ring. Once you possess strength, you need not fear being captured. Thank you, my lord. The cat girl bowed deeply, filled with gratitude. Initially, she had anticipated that this youth would engage her in various tasks as per the knowledge imparted to her, but instead, he had bestowed upon her a new lease on life. If you experience any discomfort in your body, rest immediately. You must not push yourself. Do you understand? Yes. Shaoyun stood up to leave, intending to return to the academy dormitory to retrieve some items. However, he discovered Qianren seated in the hall. Her face clouded with irritation. What could be troubling her? Today, someone suggested that the crown prince should take a consort. Who among the ministers had such discernment? Shaoyun chuckled. The matter of Qianren taking a consort was far from straightforward. The background, appearance, talent, and capabilities of potential candidates all required meticulous consideration. While the Wuhuan Hall could facilitate the arrangement, the greater the maneuver, the more complications could arise. What if I disguise myself as a woman and become Sister Shue's consort? Qianren stiffened, a chill running through her. Get lost. It was merely a jest. After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyun suddenly proposed. Why not openly arrange for someone from the Wuhuan Hall? It would serve as a test of the imperial hierarchy's acceptance of the Wuhuan Hall, revealing who could be utilized and who would staunchly oppose. Qianren interjected. Shuexing has vehemently rejected all proposals regarding consorts. Shuexing? Shaoyun realized. He likely considered that if the crown prince were to have a consort, his claim to the throne would become even more secure, hence his actions. Was he also contemplating supporting Shuebing? Shaoyun's curiosity piqued. He inquired, You haven't crossed paths with him, have you? Why does he seem so averse to your well-being? It is odd for a member of the Shuef family. Shuexing's disdain for Shuexing's position as crown prince is perplexing. It is likely because he believes me to be ruthless. Should the throne fall into my hands, he fears I would consider him superfluous and deal with him as I did with the other two nuisances. He may also be feigning support for Shuebing while harboring ambitions for the throne himself. Who can truly say? Throughout history, the struggle for power has always been rife with unexpected events. Observing Qianren demeanor, it was evident she did not regard Shuexing as a significant threat. Although he possessed some abilities, they were limited. His only real advantage lay in the favor he had with the enigmatic Douluo. However, due to Shaoyun's influence, that favor had diminished considerably. Moreover, Qianren had her own people in the prince's residence. Should Shuexing attempt any clandestine maneuvers, he would find himself at a disadvantage. I have no pressing matters, but what about you? I've heard you've been loitering near that Shrek Academy. What are you up to? You're so idle that you even know about my visits to Shrek? It seems the exposure has garnered me a fair amount of attention, Shaoyun replied. Hesitating for a moment regarding the matter of Tang San and his father, he ultimately decided to withhold the information for now. After all, he had yet to extract any benefits from Tang San. There was no need to stir up trouble. In the Sunset Forest, Tang San had spent nearly 2 months living in the wild. It was time to return and see what his teacher had managed to gather for him. Even if nothing had been collected, with the resources at hand, he should be able to concoct a somewhat inferior version of the Hell King's token. He had not anticipated the variety of venomous creatures and poisonous plants present in the Sunset Forest. After organizing his belongings and securing them to his belt, he sought a small stream to clean his tools before departing. On the way back, Tang San encountered a circle of pale green miasma. If this is not a result of human interference, the degree of toxicity here would typically indicate the presence of exceptional poisons. Guided by fate, he discovered Douluo's poisonous miasma. If he could surpass this area and ascend the mountain, he would be able to see the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, upon attempting to approach the miasma, he felt dizzy and disoriented before retreating hastily to recover. The poison within is certainly formidable, he thought, but with my current abilities, I cannot yet engage with it. I shall remember this location and return when the opportunity arises. After expelling the toxins and stabilizing his internal energy, Tang San committed the position of the miasma to memory and proceeded towards the forest exit. Meanwhile, Shaoyu lamented that Tang San abandoned you without a word for 2 months, displaying no sense of responsibility. I might as well prefer you. Tai Long, ever eager to ingratiate himself with Shaoyu, found her sarcastic retorts ineffective, leaving her with no choice but to ignore him. However, hearing him speak ill of Tang San stirred her indignation. Enough. You know nothing about him. What right do you have to speak? Enraged, Shaoyu stormed out of the classroom, prompting Tai Long to pursue her. Hey buddy, hold on. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun restrained Tai Long, warning, we won't interfere with your words, but if you act on them, do not blame us. Although Tai Long dismissed Ma Hongjun, he recognized Dai Mubai's superior strength and relented. Exiting the classroom, Shaoyu remained discontent. Ning Rongrong, is something amiss? Have you found anything? She inquired of the uncommonly idle Ning Rongrong. What's wrong, Xiaowu? I feel so vexed. Let us go out for a stroll. All right, Ning Rongrong agreed. As a support-type soul master, her training progressed slowly, and relentless practice was unsuitable. Balance was essential. After searching for Zhu Zhiqing without success, the two set off on their own. Xiaowu, do you have any idea what Sangu has been up to all this time? Why hasn't he shown his face? I don't know. Which is why I'm frustrated. He merely left a note about searching for something. Shopping could typically alleviate a girl's troubles, and with Ning Rongrong's wealth. It was not long before Xiao's spirits lifted. As they walked, a beautiful woman from the Water Blue Academy cast a fleeting glance at Xiaowu, as if recognizing something peculiar, yet uncertain. What's the matter, Dean? That girl's aura feels strange, almost unlike ordinary individuals. Could it be a mutation of her martial soul? Never mind. She doesn't appear to possess a water attribute martial soul. It's not our concern. Let us move on and tidy up the side courtyard. Yes, Dean. In the afternoon, Tang San returned, weary from his journey, to Shrek Academy. He was reminded of Xiaowu and hurried to find her. Brother, I missed you so much, she exclaimed, embracing him excitedly and clinging to him, oblivious to the gazes of others. I'm back now, Tang San reassured her before seeking out Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang wore a troubled expression as he dealt with the persistent advances of Lu Erlong. The seasoned figure of the female tyrant stirred feelings dormant in him for over 20 years, yet his rational mind left him conflicted. Tang San's arrival provided him with relief. Xiao San, you arrived just in time. During this period, I found. Lu Erlong's piercing gaze bore down on Tang San, causing him to tense as if a blade were grazing his back. Nevertheless, the items Yu Xiaojiang had gathered were of greater importance, and he endured the discomfort. After over a week, Tang San had successfully crafted 2 toxic concealed weapons, the Hell King's token and the Mother and Son toxin. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to figure out how to communicate privately with Shaoyun. Lacking familiarity with Shaoyun made it difficult to establish a discreet line of communication, especially since it was crucial to keep this matter hidden from others. Should Shaoyun perish, it could easily lead to suspicion against him. Since he could not confide in anyone, seeking assistance from Qin Ming or Ning Rongrong would be unwise. The following day, Tang San disguised himself and ventured out to gather information about Shaoyun. During this time, Shaoyun had been waiting for him to approach, spending his days observing the cat girl train and deliberately leaving traces of his outings, either at the soul fighting arena to witness the grand tournament or at the Moon Pavilion to enjoy a soft tune, occasionally playing the jade flute. Tang San easily discerned Shaoyun's whereabouts. He sought out 3 unremarkable young servants on the street, offered them some money, and instructed each to remain at one of the 3 locations frequented by Shaoyun, delivering messages upon sighting him. After conveying the message, they were to leave a mark at the designated place. Thank you for your kind assistance, Pavilion Master. The score I just presented is titled Myth, and you may compose the melody as you see fit. Not only does young Master Xiao possess exceptional talent and cultivation, but he also demonstrates remarkable proficiency in music. At the entrance of the Moon Pavilion, Shaoyun and Tang Yuehua shared a heartfelt farewell. At nearly 13 years of age, Shaoyun appeared only slightly shorter than Tang Yuehua, yet he exuded an air of elegance and grace, presenting a striking resemblance of a handsome youth matched with a beautiful maiden. You flatter me, Pavilion Master. These are merely my humble attributes. There are many students awaiting your class. You should return. In life, it is best to have 2 friends across generations, one older, whose life experiences may offer invaluable advice, and one younger, to keep your spirit vibrant in your twilight years. Currently, Tang Yuehua serves as Shaoyun's youthful companion, a relationship rooted purely in music. Regrettably, it may not endure for long. Upon departing the Moon Pavilion, a servant sent by Tang San delivered a message. Shaoyun quickly scanned it, a smile gracing his face. After such a lengthy interval, it would be foolish not to suspect he had prepared some hidden cards or summoned assistance. According to reports from those stationed at Shrek, Tang San had yet to encounter the old gorilla. His preparations likely consisted of hidden weapons or perhaps Tang Hao. The likelihood of hidden weapons seemed far greater. Should it truly be Tang Hao, he would not be deterred, although the formidable Qian Douluo of the 99th rank had evaded detection. A severely injured opponent of the 94th rank should pose no significant threat. As these thoughts traversed his mind, he firmly grasped the messenger. Tang San must have summoned such individuals with the intent of conducting clandestine operations, making it plausible that he might resort to silencing witnesses. Inform me of the reply location, he instructed, offering the servant double the usual price. In this day and age, few uphold the principles of integrity and commerce. Many refrain from betrayal only due to insufficient compensation. Upon locating the site, Shaoyun surveyed his surroundings and, following the servant's description, left a mark for the reply. A clicking sound reverberated as a mechanism activated. With a swift motion, several fine needles shot forth, only to be engulfed by a water sphere. Reflecting on the servant's stature, he realized that this position, if struck, would target the eye socket. The principle from the Xiantian treasure record states that one must decisively eliminate an opponent identified as an enemy. Hesitation may lead to chaos. At midnight, Shaoyun witnessed Tang San arrive silently. Observing Tang San discovering the triggered mechanism yet failing to locate a body, he merely smirked before departing with the wind. All would be revealed on the morrow. The following midnight, the moonlight shimmered like daylight, though it remained chillingly serene. Shaoyun adorned himself in the attire of an inner disciple of the Tang sect, a sight that would instantly convey meaning to Tang San upon recognition. Departing the city and heading east for 10 kilometers, Shaoyun settled on a tree stump, fashioning it into a makeshift seat as he paused to rest beneath the silvery glow of the moon. An epiphany flickered in his mind. A fleeting thought that eluded him just as quickly. With a casual gesture, he began to sketch a rune representing light. As the rune shimmered, strands of light coalesced and merged into its form. He was about to delve deeper into his study when he sensed Tang San's approach from a distance. Rising with an air of expertise, he prepared himself. The previous encounter with Douluo had left Tianming feeling a profound sense of guilt. He had once proclaimed that as long as he was present, Shaoyun would remain unharmed. Now, he vowed to exert every effort to assist Shaoyun whenever needed. Young Cloud, that fellow has come alone, without anyone lurking in the shadows. Fear not. It appeared that their elder brother had been clandestinely preparing, presumably with hidden weapons. Under the moonlight, Tang San recognized the familiar uniform, a sight that struck him like lightning, as it represented an aspiration he held dearly in his past life. You truly are. He began to speak, yet Shaoyun was preoccupied with the game system's interface. The progress of the fated enemy mission surged dramatically, completing in an instant. The task concluded, granting rewards of 100 free attribute points, 1,000,000 gold coins, and 2 diamond treasure chests, one for items and another for medicinal herbs. The events of his previous life lingered profoundly in Tang San's heart. The task had been accomplished so effortlessly, rendering further conversation unnecessary. As Shaoyun prepared to take action, Tang San struck first. The maternal and paternal pursuit of the soul's dread was unleashed, accompanied by several thunderfire needles. Yet, they could not approach Shaoyun. Having studied the Xiantian treasure record and the secrets of hidden weapons, Tang San's movements were not lost on him. The moment the weapons were cast, both Tang San and his projectiles were instantly encased in ice. Ice burial. He emulated a legendary figure known for their self-obsession, intending to reduce his opponent to mere pulp. The pure, radiant moonlight was suddenly shrouded in a crimson hue. Young Cloud, retreat. He warned, could this possibly be the domain of the god of slaughter? It seems Tang Dachui has indeed been lurking in the shadows. Shaoyun vanished in an instant. Tianming, you are utterly unreliable. This is the second time. Tianming protested, feeling aggrieved. How was I to know? That fellow appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, ever since our inexplicable disconnection last time, your spirit seems to have undergone some changes that I am unaware of. When I attempt to utilize my abilities through your consciousness, at times it feels hazy, and at other times, there seems to be no issue at all. Could it be due to the numerous jabs from that purple-haired old hag's magic spear? Or perhaps the subtle alterations from learning the runes? Never mind, we shall study it further later. As for Tang San, opportunities abound. Tang Hao repelled Shaoyun but did not reveal himself nor pursue. From a distance, he eliminated the icy layer of murderous intent and cast a quiet glance at Tang San before vanishing once more. Little San, I hope you can rise from adversity and use Shaoyun as a whetstone. He did not fear that Tang San might be worn down. Upon returning to the prince's residence, the first order of business was to cleanse and bathe. It was the first time encountering a diamond-level treasure chest, and one could only wonder what astonishing items it might yield. As for the medicinal herbs, Shaoyun had some speculations. If all went as expected, it should merely be a first-tier herb with a few alterations to become a fourth-tier herb. Opening the medicinal chest, it was as anticipated. A set of fourth-tier medicinal herbs emerged. The strong attack Autumn Frost Condensed Cold Branch, the agility attack Autumn Frost Jade Fat Hibiscus, the control Autumn Frost Lingshan Immortal, and the support Autumn Frost Starvine. Each type consisted of 10 plants, which could enhance certain qualifications. The first-tier herbs retained their original names. The second tier added Spring Breeze. The third tier Summer Rain. The fourth tier Autumn Frost. And the fifth tier should presumably be Winter something. Next, he opened the item treasure chest. Golden light dazzled. Indeed, it was a golden legend. Sangshu Soul Bone Essence 1. This is the essence derived from 100,000-year soul bone. Use it to enhance the age of the soul bone. This item was straightforward. Without hesitation, he decided to use it. Please confirm the target for use. He nearly forgot about the gemstone soul bone from Shinian and the Tree King soul bone, though they could also be detected within the soul guide device. 8 spider spears. The fusion of the soul bone's essence is in progress. Please be patient. Shaoyun had prepared himself mentally for the transformation brought about by suffering. Yet aside from a slight rise in body temperature, he felt nothing else. 8 ice blue spider spears erupted from his flesh, their joints contracting and coalescing in the dim glow before extending and reshaping anew. A layer of mist enveloped the room, gradually crystallizing into frost. The surface of the spears began to crack with a series of sharp sounds, and fragments fell away. 8 nearly transparent, ice-colored wings of energy unfurled gently. Wings of fighting spirit? From this day forth, I too shall be a being with wings, and 8 of them at that. Since they were evolved from the essence of the vast void, let us call them the 8 wings of ice from the vast void. With a newfound toy in hand, one must certainly take the opportunity to play with it. Stepping into the courtyard, he soared into the air, his wings vanishing in an instant. What is he up to now? Qianren Shui gazed into the distance, unable to ignore the surge of soul power that had just rippled through the air. Young master, that fellow must have acquired some soul bone, as he now possesses 8 wings, which explains the earlier commotion. The hidden snake spears and spiked porcupines observed closely and promptly reported to Qianren Shui. Wings. Qianren Shui blinked in surprise. Weren't those previously 8 spider legs? Has he successfully devoured and evolved? This was acceptable, yet the mere thought of spider legs reminded her of that woman, which left her quite displeased. In the air, Shaoyun frolicked freely, swiftly traversing the entirety of Heaveno City within a brief span of time. He chanced upon numerous delightful treasures and offered silent observations as he soared, a meteor streaking across the sky. The velocity was commendable, nearly reaching 100 kilometers per hour, translating to over 1,600 meters per minute, and it seemed there was still potential for further exploration. Perched cross-legged atop the canopy of a tree, he emptied his mind and entered a state of tranquil meditation. Moving in accordance with his whims, his 8 wings unfurled behind him, overlapping and coalescing into a singular pair of grand crystalline wings. Their span exceeded 9 meters, with glistening ice crystals cascading down in a breathtaking display. He endeavored to test his speed once more. In an instant, he vanished. The acceleration was so rapid that Shaoyun's current mental acuity barely allowed for any reaction. In that fleeting moment, his speed must have reached at least 340 kilometers per hour. His heart raced, and he felt a peculiar sensation of blood seemingly reversing its flow, prompting him to halt and regain his composure. With his current soul power, the unified state of the 8 wings could last a maximum of 10 minutes. Despite the impressive speed, the duration was too brief, surely. It should extend to at least an hour. He resolved to restore his wings and return to the prince's residence for further contemplation. Sister Shui, come and join me for a late-night snack. Along the way, Shaoyun procured 2 portions of evening fare and exchanged a few moves with Tang Daja and his son. Then underwent soul bone evolution, feeling a gnawing emptiness in his stomach. Qianren Shui donned her attire, still maintaining a masculine appearance. The courtyard was illuminated by the shimmering moonlight, rendering lamps unnecessary. As Shaoyun arranged the modest meal upon the stone table, far from extravagant, comprising a jar of fragrant wine, 2 plates of side dishes, and several trays of pastries, he reflected on the presence of a cook within the residence, deeming external purchases unnecessary for fear of poison. Sister Shui appeared quite irritable, to which Shaoyun responded with a smile, surely not. Here, have a piece of brown sugar date pastry. After sampling the sweet delicacy, Qianren Shui's mood lightened somewhat. Has your soul bone evolved? Shaoyun nodded. By a stroke of fortune, he had acquired a treasure, now deemed a soul bone attached to his back, dating back 100,000 years. In addition to its fundamental ability of flight, it harbored 2 soul skills. One resembled a phosphorescent explosion, capable of inducing a chilling detonation from the icy crystals that fell from his wings, unleashing a wave of low-temperature energy impact and physical damage. The other skill allowed him to emanate rays of frigid energy directly from his wings, launching a piercing assault. Shaoyun referred to it as infinite ice creation and wings of light unfolding. How much longer will Sister Shui take to break through to Soul Sage? After a moment of contemplation, Qianren Shui tightened her slipping garments and replied softly, without that phoenix sunflower, it would roughly take 5 years. However, now, perhaps within these next 2 years. If it weren't for the entanglements of the Tindo Empire's affairs, pure cultivation could yield even swifter results. But do I still require my younger brother's alternative method of level-up absorption? If one were unaware of Shaoyun's true intentions, Qianren Shui could have readily agreed while leaning against the shell of Shueqinghe. But now, no merit, no reward. Let it be. It was not out of indifference or disdain, but rather a simmering indignation at Shaoyun's pretense of ignorance regarding her identity, mockingly toying with her feelings, compounded by the peculiar circumstances of the day. Sister Shui, if I had directly exposed your plans back then, what would you have done? Qianren Shui fell silent. Perhaps she would have immediately summoned people to apprehend Shaoyun, subjecting her to rigorous interrogation. Once the secret of whale glue was extracted, she would dispose of her directly if Shaoyun had no one backing her. Blocked by Shaoyun's words, Qianren Shui felt increasingly irritable and stood up to leave. Shaoyun tidied up the dishes and made a trip to the kitchen. Prepare some nourishing food to invigorate the qi and replenish the blood for His Highness tomorrow morning. Have you remembered? Rest assured, young Master Shao, we will take care of it. The following day, Qian Rushui appeared somewhat more composed and handed Shaoyun a stack of documents. With just 4 months remaining until the grand competition, these were the details regarding the Spirit Hall's battle team. Shaoyun was taken aback. Is it truly acceptable for you to brazenly sell information about your mother's subordinates? A glance revealed that the records concerning Huo were particularly detailed. Qian Rengshu was oblivious. Yet the extent of the documentation clearly indicated her disdain for Huo. Setting aside these matters, this competition held no suspense for me. It was merely about the prizes, 3 soul bones, 1 for the head, 1 for the arm, and 1 for the leg. The prizes have been altered, Qian Rengshu suddenly remarked, gazing at Shaoyun. After the Pope's palace meticulously investigated your information, the revised rewards are 2 lost storage soul guides, quite spacious indeed. The Spirit Hall has offered assistance, enabling each member of the champion team to hunt 3 soul beasts below the soul Douluo level, with no time constraints. And there will be guidance from a title Douluo at the end. As she spoke, a smirk appeared on her face. As for the originally designated 3 soul bones, their fate will depend on the performance of the golden generation in the competition. She seemed to mock Bibi Dong's inability to afford them, suggesting they might either be directly granted to the golden generation or displayed as prizes once more. Shaoyun nodded in agreement. This was the expected course of events. Those 3 soul bones, the wisdom skull for mental concentration, the explosive right arm bone, and the rapid left leg bone, were evidently prepared by Bibi Dong for Huo and her companions, but fate had thrown in a monster like Tang San. Despite having lost, he managed to turn the tables with his bat wing rebirth. Aside from the skull, which might hold some significance for Shaoyun, the other 2 were utterly meaningless. Only the water, ice, and mental attributes of the soul bones would perfectly align with Shaoyun, but encountering such soul bones seemed unlikely. There was no need for undue fixation. Does your younger brother desire them? Qian Rengshu inquired. Shaoyun waved his hand. Please do not worsen the relationship between you and your mother because of me. Your Highness, there is someone outside seeking young Master Shao, claiming to be young Master Shao's teammate. At this moment, it could only be Asra arriving. Brother Shui, I must take my leave now, the young brother announced. Captain, I've broken through to level 40. Upon seeing Shaoyun emerge, Asra was immensely excited. He had intended to seek Shaoyun's assistance in hunting soul beasts. He possessed a soul bone, and had also consumed some unknown treasures for enhancing his physique provided by Shueqinghe, whale glue. This time, he aimed to hunt an ultimate soul beast. Although a 10,000-year-old beast made him somewhat apprehensive, he felt confident in challenging one that was 7 or 8,000 years old. Generally speaking, the 4th ring of human soul masters typically lies between 5,000 and 6,000 years, according to the master. Shaoyun nodded slightly as the 2 made their way out into the street. Have you decided on a target? I wish to select my martial soul's true form, the ghost leopard. I hope to find one that is around 7 to 8,000 years old. If luck does not favor us, we shall settle for a soul beast that can enhance soul skills. Are you prepared? Seeing Asro nod, Shaoyun continued, it is already late. We shall set out tomorrow morning for the Sunset Forest. Very well, Captain. With Shaoyun's affirmation, Asro departed joyfully. We will gather by the city gate tomorrow. After dismissing him and reflecting on the events of the previous night, Shaoyun felt compelled to check on Tang San's condition, but uncertain of Tang Hao's intentions. he decided to head to the Moon Pavilion instead. How is little San faring? Yu Xiaojiang inquired anxiously, gazing at Shaoyun. There is nothing too serious. He has merely accumulated some coldness within, and after a few days of rest and some sun exposure, he should be fine. That is good to hear. Yu Xiaojiang exhaled a sigh of relief. Early in the morning, Tang San was discovered at the entrance of Shrek Academy, his body bruised and his breath faint. Thanks to Oscar's urgent assistance and Shaoyun's treatment, he was pulled back from the brink of death. Brother, what has happened to you? You've been so secretive these past 2 months, and now you're in such a state. Xiao Wu's sorrowful gaze reflected both concern and reproach. Yu Xiaojiang opened his mouth but remained silent, as Xiao Wu had already expressed everything he wished to ask. Indeed, little San, what has been going on with you these days? If there is something troubling you, share it with us. We can help you together. Daimubai. Feeling a sense of leadership within their small group, believed Tang San's individualism was misguided. Silence enveloped the group. Tang San was at a loss for words. He could not reveal the matters of the Tang sect to outsiders. It's nothing. I simply had a private sparring session with someone and was outmatched. With this explanation, others felt there was little more to say. After a brief moment, they each departed. Brother, please take care of yourself. Xiao Wu said as she closed the door behind her. A moment later, Yu Xiaojiang abruptly returned, uttering something astonishing. Little San, tell me. Was it Shaoyun who did this to you? Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang in astonishment, unsure how his teacher had made this connection. Especially since he had said nothing about that person. I cannot deal with him for now. Perhaps I could seek assistance from others. However, Yu Xiaojiang was his teacher, and he seemed to lack the power to confront that individual. If I were to involve Teacher Erlong or Dean Flender, it would be too conspicuous. Teacher, why do you think this way? Because thus far, he is the only one who has made you display such a defeated expression, making you feel inferior and just an ordinary person. His words were resolute and piercing. Indeed, you cannot compare to Shaoyun. Tang San was taken aback, unsure whether this was encouragement or criticism. Teacher, Yu Xiaojiang continued. He is backed by the Prince of the Empire and enjoys unparalleled resources. Few on the continent can rival him. Meanwhile, you are merely the son of a blacksmith, a disciple with a lifetime limit of 29 levels of soul power. You think this way, do you not? Tang San's limbs felt weak, and he looked at Yu Xiaojiang with a strange expression. 65, it is of no consequence. Yu Xiaojiang stated. He had never thought that way. If he had such self-pitying tendencies, he would not have stolen the inner sect's ultimate techniques in his previous life, but would have settled for the status of an outer sect disciple. Tang San was inherently rebellious. After all, it was the Tang sect that raised him, yet he turned around to steal from them. Teacher, I do not think that way. What Tang San truly considered was that if he did not eliminate that individual soon, he might disseminate the Xiantian treasure record everywhere, jeopardizing his future endeavors to restore the Tang sect. I must eradicate that traitor of the Tang sect. With this thought, determination ignited within Tang San's eyes. Yu Xiaojiang, misinterpreting his fervor as a sign of success, felt relieved and awkwardly smiled. It is best if you come to this realization on your own. That you may not match him now, the future is uncertain. Do not forget, you possess twin martial souls. In this regard, Shaoyun cannot compare to you. When the time comes that you have cultivated both martial souls, that will be your moment to shine. Tang San had initially thought that as long as he created those lethal secret weapons before Shaoyun, he could turn the tables on him. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang speak, he also recalled that he had another weapon. Previously lost in memories of the Tang sect, he had forgotten about it. Teacher, what about my other martial soul? No. You absolutely cannot cultivate your other martial soul in advance. Yu Xiaojiang admonished sternly. Have you forgotten what I told you back then? Your father also warned you. If you recklessly attempt to cultivate both martial souls simultaneously, you will only meet the same fate as that predecessor, resulting in your demise. But teacher, can the simple blue-silver grass truly stand out in the competition? He recalled the previous fighting spirit in Tindo City against Shaoyun and others, where the blue-silver grass was shattered and rendered utterly useless, torn apart by thunder and sliced by blades. Had it not been for Ning Rongrong's support and Oscar's mushroom sausages, he might have been entirely ineffective. Ordinary fighting spirits do not permit the use of weapons outside of their martial souls. Hidden weapons are not allowed. Indeed, while the blue-silver grass martial soul is inherently weak, this underscores the essence of teamwork. Your shortcomings will surely be compensated by your teammates. As a control-type soul master, your role in the team is to control the battlefield rather than engaging in direct confrontation. Ultimately, as a young man, even one with remarkable temperament can easily falter under repeated setbacks. Yu Xiaojiang sighed softly. How about this? Once you have recovered, join Daimubai and the others for a few matches in the fighting arena. With the combined strength of the 7 members of the Shrek team, Tang Xin will soon regain his confidence. Yu Xiaojing believed this to be the best course of action, while Tang San's mind remained in turmoil. Should he continue cultivating the blue-silver grass? Or should he shift to the hammer? Or perhaps seek materials to forge hidden weapons? The following day, Shaoyun exchanged greetings with Qian Rinxue before heading towards the city gates to rendezvous with Oslo. Accompanying Oslo were 2 middle-aged men, instructors from the academy. Apologies, Captain, Oslo said. Although the academic board has full confidence in your abilities, they insisted these 2 instructors accompany us into the Spirit Beast Forest. Anything can happen there, not just from the beasts, but from people as well. With the Spirit Master tournament approaching, the 3 deans are determined to prevent any mishap befalling the Academy's ace. Had it not been for the recent influx of visitors, the deans might have personally escorted them. That vague, unsettling sensation resurfaced. Upon entering the forest, Shaoyun immediately wanted Tianming to scan the area, swiftly locate their target, and resolve the matter with efficiency. Yet Tianming hesitated. After a brief pause, Shaoyun called out, "Let's rest here for now," signaling the 2 instructors and Oslo. Leaning against a tree trunk, he sat down. This can't keep happening. If Tianming falters when I truly need his power, it'll be disastrous. He expanded his spiritual energy, conducting a self-examination. The 90 manual is functioning properly. No anomalies detected in the martial soul. Skills remain stable. The issue clearly lay with the runes. Using rune magic to manifest his spiritual energy, Shaoyun delved deep into his consciousness. There, he found Tianming, a colossal platinum silkworm resembling a mountain. Above, 24 runes of varying hues pulsed rhythmically, synchronized with his breathing. The reason Tianming's spiritual expansion was hindered became apparent. With each breath, the runes exhaled faint wisps of mist, forming a barrier that obstructed Tianming's energy. These were not runes Shaoyun had inscribed himself, but those originally engraved by SC Thatch. As his mastery over runes grew, he would gradually replace them with his own, based on his current progress. This would likely require reaching at least level 6 or higher. In an instant, the solution crystallized in his mind. With a swift motion, he traced 5 runes in the air, and Suz, Awaz, Ingwaz, Laguz, Gibo. The soul of the universe, transmission, connection, the power of flow, miracles. From these 5 runes, a contract woven of pure spiritual energy materialized before Tianming. Brother Tianming, Shaoyun said, press your spiritual imprint onto this. Once you do, this issue 1T recur. Tianming eyed the contract skeptically. What is this? You're not trying to trick me, are you? After all we've been through, rising and falling together, why would I deceive you? Shaoyun succinctly elucidated the function of the spiritual contract. When did this brat acquire such capabilities? He muttered, and with a flicker of mental energy, Tianming prodded at the vague sensation, which instantly dissipated. All right, just wait and see. I will find it for you shortly. Returning to the outside world, he experienced a sensation akin to his soul returning to its corporeal form, stretching his body. The contract, of course, posed no deception towards Tianming. It merely borrowed his strength at certain necessary moments. When Tianming took action, success was inevitable. After a little over 20 minutes, they discovered a ghostly leopard, aged over 7,000 years. Captain, you are truly a walking compass for soul beasts. Osro marveled at the sight of the sleek, jet-black creature. Stop chatting and focus. I still need to return for dinner with the lovely lady. The little leopard, having just feasted, was basking in the sun when it suddenly bristled with alarm, arching its back and emitting a low, threatening growl as it sensed danger, yet could not discern its source. The ominous feeling made its heart race, leading it to decide to flee. Just as it moved, a chilling force struck, freezing it in place. Act now. If we delay further, it may perish from the cold. Osro rushed forward, brandishing a dagger, and thrust it into the gap deliberately left by Shaoyun. Unfortunately, this stroke of fortune did not last, as the ghostly leopard did not yield any soul bones. Old servant pays respects to the young master. Had the ghostly leopard's soul ring and bones been obtained, coupled with Osro's own ghostly leopard martial spirit, it could have resulted in an extraordinary equation of 111 equaling 6. Regrettably, it did not come to pass. Upon returning to the city, Osro inquired, Captain, when will you introduce us to your companion? He recalled Shaoyun's mention of dining with a beauty. In my life? I need not explain my actions to others. Osro remarked, Shrek. Tang San, having recuperated over several days, was still burdened by the events surrounding Shaoyun. "You are Tang-san." Tai Long jumped forth, challenging him to a duel. The loser must leave Xiaowu. The onlookers eagerly gathered, anticipating the spectacle. Dai Mubai clapped Tang-san on the shoulder, urging him not to falter. A man must stand his ground. Xiaowu, however, was concerned, as Tang-san was not in optimal condition. After casting a cold glance at Tai Long for a few seconds, Tang-san accepted the challenge, feeling the need to vent his frustrations. The unfortunate Tai Long was thoroughly beaten. Despite his ability to easily escape the blue-silver bind and the web entrapment, the parasitic and paralyzing toxins took a toll. The ghost shadow displacement rendered him incapable of landing a hit on Tang-san, and any strikes he managed were effortlessly neutralized. Defeated, Tai Long left in a daze, bruised and battered, with no chance of winning Xiaowu's affection. Observing his departing figure, Tang-san smiled with relief, and Xiaowu exhaled softly, relieved to see the return of the old Tang-san. The following day, Tai Long's father, the 58th level Soul King Tianu, arrived at Shrek Academy. "Father, let's leave. How can I fit in at the academy with you causing such a scene?" "Fit in? Other academies graduate students at level 30. What is this Shrek nonsense? Demanding advanced classes? I, the mighty King Tianu, cannot let my son be defeated like this." Tianu confronted Tang-san and Xiaowu, accusing Xiaowu of seducing his son and being a harbinger of disaster. Xiaowu, known for her temper, retorted fiercely, "Old gorilla, has your mother not taught you about manners? At your age, you should adhere to some principles. We are merely peers sparring." Tai Long, listening to Xiaowu's verbal onslaught, felt his face burn with embarrassment. Tianu, agitated, barked, "What a sharp-tongued girl. You dare assert that my son's plight has nothing to do with you?" Xiaowu was momentarily speechless. "You." "Enough, Xiaowu." Tang-san pulled her behind him. "Leave this to me." Tang-san was indifferent to Tainua's insults towards himself, but he could not tolerate the disparagement of Xiaowu. While it had not yet reached the point of a full-blown confrontation, he was nonetheless incensed. "What do you intend to do, senior?" "That's simple." Tainua grinned. "Come here, and let me similarly dismantle your limbs. Then I will seek an explanation from your teacher, and I shall let you go." Tang-san could not possibly acquiesce. Tainua lunged at him. Instinctively, Tang-san employed the control crane catching dragon technique. But the force exerted by Tainua surpassed his current limit for release. Not good. He quickly realized that his opponent was an exceptionally pure power-type soul master, and swiftly dodged using ghost shadow displacement. Slippery little brat. With a surge of soul power, Tainua's body expanded, indicating he had summoned his martial spirit. His speed increased, but he still could not grasp Tang-san. "Stop right there." Origin of power. A purple soul ring illuminated Tainua's form as his third soul skill activated. His muscular arm bulged, covered with a layer of hardened skin. Yet he still could not capture Tang-san. Frustrated, Tainua struck the ground with a punch, creating a shallow crater that sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. "Brother!" Xiaowu cried out nervously. "Do not worry, I'm fine." Tang-san's voice resonated from a distance. Having observed Tainua's movements, he sensed the impending danger. One arm coiled the blue-silver grass like a spring to dissipate force, while the other flung outwards, utilizing the blue-silver grass to propel himself. "Senior, be cautious." As Tainua unleashed his soul skill, Tang-san decided to cease his politeness, drawing forth the invincible Zhuge Divine crossbow, now laced with poison. Uncertain if it was instinctual awareness of Tainua potentially being a subordinate, Tang-san offered a warning. In other circumstances, this might have been a path to demise, akin to the near-fatal encounter with the gatekeeper at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Had it been in the past, Tainua would have succumbed to the poison from the Zhuge Divine crossbow combined with the 8 spider lances. Now, however, the toxin was a remnant from the last refinement of the King of Hell's tablet. Tainua, without uttering a word, collapsed into the pit he had created. The disparity of 2 soul rings allowed Tang-san to down a soul king. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "I didn't expect our academy to have such a monster capable of defeating opponents of higher rank. I wonder how he compares to Shaoyun from the Royal Academy." It must be Shaoyun. His achievements date back several years, and he has surely grown stronger since. "I heard from a relative of mine that Shaoyun can now contend with soul emperors." Tang-san's expression shifted from clear skies to overcast, then to stormy. He frequently encountered that name. "Tang-san, I apologize. My father." "It's all right." Tang-san shook his head. "The senior is merely concerned for his son. This is the antidote, Talon. Please make sure to thoroughly explain it to your seniors after returning." After handing over the antidote, Xiaowu departed with grace. Talon called upon several close friends, laboriously escorting his father back home. Days of tranquility ensued, during which Tang Xin gradually buried the events of that fateful night with Shaoyun, rather than truly letting go. He resolved to immerse himself in cultivation, for the competition was still some time away, and perhaps he could elevate his spirit power by a level or two. The Titan of Strength made his entrance. After a series of pressures, Tang San's hammer was compelled to reveal itself. The majestic aura of the Hammer King surged forth, causing a formidable soul master to bow in submission. I pay my respects to the young master. Talon and his father stood there, stunned. What just happened? How did it suddenly come to this? From Titan, Tang Xin learned of his blacksmith father's illustrious identity. He inhaled deeply. So, I possess such an extraordinary background. My father is the youngest titled Douluo in history, and my hammer is the Shaoyun hammer, the greatest weapon spirit in the world. As Titan elaborated on the lineage of strength, a thought ignited within Tang San. If I could enlist this soul master as assistance, perhaps I could discreetly eliminate that Shaoyun. I must not speak of it openly. However, many had witnessed Titan's earlier display. Rest assured, young master, I shall handle it for you. Tang San's mind was a flurry of thoughts, and he allowed a subtle frown to surface. If the young master has any troubles, do not hesitate to share. If it is within my power, I will certainly assist you. With every utterance, he referred to himself as an old servant. Tang San recounted the conflict with Shaoyun, from the beginning in Soul Hunting Town to the events of that night, omitting only minor details. I have some understanding of Shaoyun. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the greatest genius in the continent's history. Titan had considered recruiting him before, but at that time, the Spirit Hall, 7 Treasures, and the Imperial Prince had all stepped in, rendering the Strength Clan's involvement pointless. However, with the young master's twin spirits, he will undoubtedly surpass him in the future. You need not worry. Though unspoken, Titan believed Tang San understood his implication. Senior Titan, since the time is still early, why not share more about my father? Tang San did not respond directly, but he trusted Titan had grasped his meaning. The time was still early, and with so many eyes around, it was best not to associate their actions with any potential conflict. Talon, you must treat the young master as you would have treated me, understood? After their conversation, Titan's first words to Talon were a directive to treat Tang San with utmost respect. Talon appeared quite embarrassed. After parting ways with Titan, Tang San hesitated throughout the night. The next day, he sought out Qin Ming to gather intelligence on Shaoyun. A comprehensive understanding of Shaoyun's capabilities would greatly aid in formulating a plan. To demonstrate his sincerity, Tang San invited others to join him. Senior Qin Ming, you previously taught at the Royal Academy. What insights can you share regarding Shaoyun? In a different setting, Qin Ming intended to discuss Shaoyun with his juniors in earnest. In my personal opinion, Shaoyun is quite a decent person. Though he can exhibit some malicious behavior at times, his essence is good. He possesses a sense of justice, acts fairly, and treats others with kindness. Tang San's expression turned peculiar. If that is the case, what does that make me? Senior, what we wish to inquire about is his abilities. Realizing his misstep, Qin Ming felt a bit awkward. I apologize, if you want to know about his abilities. Suddenly, Qin Ming fell silent, and after a few seconds, he sighed deeply. Actually, I have never witnessed Shaoyun unleash his full power. I only know that his first soul skill releases a mist that suppresses the perception and mental strength of all within it. His second soul skill allows him to manipulate water into various forms for attack. The third soul skill is a sudden charge attack. While I am uncertain about the fourth soul skill, as I have never seen him use it. To be honest, I don't even think I could contend with him. Is that so, Senior Qin? Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. You are a soul emperor, yet you claim you might not match someone at the soul master level. Alas, there are always things in this world that defy logic. Qin Ming shook his head, then suddenly regarded Ma Hongjun with a gleam in his eye. If anyone stands a chance against Shaoyun, Hongjun, you might be that hope. Ning Rongrong quickly caught on. Senior is suggesting attribute restraint. Precisely. Qin Ming nodded emphatically. Shaoyun once stated that high temperatures and flames affect his control over water. During our sparring, my fire attacks did indeed diminish his control over water, although my flames were not strong enough to gauge his true limits. Ma Hongjun's spirit soared, but his excitement quickly waned as he frowned. However, there's a critical flaw. My flames, although powerful, fall short in soul power compared to his. Tang San vaguely described Shaoyun's potential ice abilities, prompting Qin Ming to furrow his brows in thought. Perhaps that is linked to his fourth soul ring? Tang San found this unlikely, recalling that on that fateful night, he had not observed Shaoyun activate any soul rings. It is a recognized truth in the world of spirit masters that using soul skills invariably manifest corresponding soul rings. Daimu Bai clenched his fists, visibly disheartened. If we cannot even handle Shaoyun, how can we deal with the formidable Davis, who is 7 years our senior? Senior Qin. Do you mean to say that aside from attribute restraint, there are no other weaknesses to exploit with Shaoyun? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming meticulously searched his memory and recalled a piece of information. It seems there is something after all. I once heard someone mention that when Shaoyun was still in the battle arena, a competitor proposed that his Achilles heel lies in his combat rhythm. He always initiates with a strong offensive, dragging his opponents into his tempo to achieve swift victories. That individual claimed that if one could disrupt Shaoyun's rhythm and draw him into a war of attrition, the odds of victory would significantly increase. It is said that Shaoyun himself acknowledged this assessment. Tang San glanced at the others. The strategy of attrition indeed held some potential for realization. With Ning Rongrong and Oscar's support, replenishing their soul power would not pose a problem, as long as they could neutralize Shaoyun's teammates and evade his initial onslaught. They could enter a protracted battle. However, upon carefully calculating their combined strength, he realized that achieving this would not be an easy feat. It seemed more plausible to rely on new soul rings. With a heavy sigh, Tang San pessimistically acknowledged that reaching level 40 before the competition commenced was nearly impossible. If only I could find the celestial herbs recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. At this juncture, the only hope for a breakthrough before the contest lay with Daimu Bai. Big Brother Dai, if you could acquire a soul skill targeting Shaoyun's abilities with your 4th ring, we might have a fighting chance. Daimu Bai, the hope of the entire team, responded with a sense of pride. I shall do my utmost. Research is currently underway regarding Shaoyun, who is deeply developing the 8 wings of Iced Sangshu. At present, in the 8-wing state, he can achieve a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour. When the wings are unified, this speed soars to 340 kilometers per hour. Shaoyun contemplates that if he could engrave the runes onto them, the speed would increase further. Currently, he can directly harness the spiritual power of Tiangming through a contract, alleviating concerns of delayed reactions. This endeavor also serves to accumulate experience for future modifications of his martial soul using runes. Should the engraving of the wings succeed, the process will undoubtedly become more effortless in the future. The runes he intends to engrave focus initially on speed and space, followed by energy, the soul of the universe. In miracles, there is also a rune pertaining to time, yet this is the one Shaoyun struggles with the most. He cannot even use it proficiently, let alone engrave it. Otherwise, time would indeed be the swiftest attribute, given the multitude of eyes and ears at the prince's residence. Shaoyun retreats to a peak of the Royal Academy. On this peak, 3 educators have specially prepared a celestial pool for him, shrouded in mist, creating an ideal simulated environment for his cultivation. He closes his eyes to meditate, connecting his spiritual energy with the pulsations of the universe, perceiving the world and sketching runes. He attempts to merge with the ethereal ice-colored wings, which are fundamentally independent entities, distinct and parallel lines that do not intersect. However, the runes are inscribed by Shaoyun's spiritual energy, and the wings unfold with his thoughts. Yet, the merging fails, even with Shaoyun's spirit as a medium. The two remain in conflict. The runes, drawn from the free elemental force of the universe, clash with the fixed form of the wings. Resolute and unyielding, they explode, propelling Shaoyun into the celestial pool, leaving him bloodied. He then employs a healing technique to recuperate. Several minutes pass. This is merely a single rune focused on speed. If others were to be combined, would he not risk tearing himself asunder? It seems that my approach may be flawed. Perhaps, rather than merging, I should inscribe the runes directly within the wings. However, Shaoyun soon realizes the difficulty of this task. The 8 wings, having evolved from the essence of soul bones provided by the system, cannot be altered incrementally by Shaoyun. Attempting internal modification is exceedingly arduous, akin to bending rebar with bare hands. Though great strength might allow one to straighten it, the soul bone wings are evidently more resistant. Ah, how foolish of me. I could expedite my cultivation with gold coins. As my proficiency increases, I will naturally be able to analyze the internal structure of the wings. Coupled with the recent completion of a task concerning Tang San, my current inventory of game currency has reached over 140,000 coins, an impressive sum. Yet, with every 150 coins translating to just 24 hours of acceleration, 140,000 coins amounts to a mere 800 days. I must reserve some for maintaining other skills, including soul power. After a moment's hesitation, I decide to invest 1/3 of my funds to accelerate for over 900 days. Without the acceleration from the game currency, relying solely on the 9 divine skill, I cannot confidently assert whether I would break through to level 53. It is more likely that I would hover around levels 46 or 47. I would have no time to contemplate compressing or enhancing the quality of my soul power. Alas, it is said that spending money is the most formidable force. I rest for a night, awaiting the conclusion of the acceleration period to claim my experience. Regardless of how long the acceleration lasts, I must wait until the 24 hours of this day have elapsed for it to take effect. The acceleration concludes. The timer ends, and the game system issues a notification. After completing his morning exercises, Shaoyun glanced at today's routine tasks, which were the same old ones. And only after finishing them did he receive his experience points. Regardless of how many times he experienced it, the exhilarating sensation of ascending to the celestial realm, feeling a tremor that left him floating, remained irresistible. Summoning his 8 wings once more, he found himself markedly more adept than before. The typical speed of his 8 wings had increased to 140 kilometers per hour, while the combined wing state approached 500 kilometers per hour. With energy consumption reduced by 2/3, he then attempted to inscribe runes within the wings, achieving a harmonious fusion with ease. The predetermined runes he had envisioned came to fruition effortlessly. Curious about the speed he could attain after completing the runes, he flapped his wings but failed to lift off the ground. Struggling as if burdened by the weight of the world, his face turned a shade of purple. Yet he remained earthbound. Upon canceling the wings, a light leap allowed him to ascend several meters into the air. His master had said that runes were the language of the ancients, a manifestation of their understanding of the world. Thus, inscribing runes within his wings was akin to intertwining his wings with the very essence of the world. However, this seemed contradictory. There were numerous examples of runes being inscribed on objects for use. Reflecting on the entire process, only one possibility emerged. There had been a mistake in the combination of the runes. He erased the runes within the wings, rearranging them and adding 6 new ones representing rotation, release, restraint, transmission, flow, and divine blessing, bringing the total to 10 runes. He tried to take flight once more. Initially, he felt as if he were still burdened by the weight of the world, but as he persevered, signs of liberation began to emerge. Finally, he broke free from his constraints, soaring into the air in an instant, vanishing from sight. Just as he disappeared, 2 burly men, their chests bare and faces partially concealed, quietly appeared. Didn't that kid practice here? Where is he? One stood watch while the other inspected the area. There were numerous traces left by soul force impacts. He must have been training here, likely having just left. Let us head back and inform the clan leader. By the heavens, that was fast. Shoyun's singular sensation was one of bewilderment. The velocity at which he traveled should have subjected him to significant wind resistance and air friction. However, in this fantastical realm, the majority of physical laws seemed to be disregarded. At this moment, the ice wings, transformed by the LN runes, defied all conventional rules, rendering him impervious to any sense of pressure. It felt as effortless as strolling or sipping water. Before his eyes emerged a resplendent city, rivaling the grandeur of Tindo City. In fact, within the entire continent, only Whn City and Exquisite City could compare to Tindo City. As he approached, he discerned 3 magnificent halls from his aerial vantage point. One of the plazas in front of a hall showcased a striking angelic sculpture, while a nearby hill bore another hall that bore a resemblance to a tomb. The third hall stood considerably distant from the others, essentially situated on the outskirts of the city, adorned with yet another angel statue. This was undoubtedly Whn City, with the 3 halls representing the Papal Hall, the Douluo Hall, and the Offering Hall. Had he truly flown for just over a minute? From Tindo City to Whn City in such a brief span? He couldn't be bothered to calculate the speed, given his lackluster mathematical prowess. Since fate had brought him so fortuitously to Whn City, why not take a moment to admire his esteemed mother-in-law? No, better not. If he were unexpectedly apprehended by the 2 specters, it could lead to complications. He could not devise a solution for the polar static domain at this juncture. The perplexity of how a chrysanthemum and a zombie could achieve martial soul fusion eluded him. Surely, Ghost Douluo could be classified as a zombie, could he not? He altered his course, descending towards the Offering Hall. To avoid any misunderstandings, he opted to land at a distance, rather than approach directly from above. The Offering Hall was notably desolate, with only a few guards stationed at the main staircase leading into the Grand Hall, devoid of any other sentinels. To attain the status of an offering, one's soul power must exceed 95, rendering the presence of guards unnecessary. Ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to approach the offering hall. Shaoyun arrived before the grand hall's entrance, having deftly navigated past several guards. The few remaining sentinels glared fiercely, their halberds poised. How audacious! Who dares? A voice began. But the hall's doors swung open, silencing the guards as they returned to their posts. Shaoyun stepped inside. Is there something amiss, Xiao Xue? He inquired, his gaze steady. No. Sister Xue is fine. I was merely experimenting with my soul bone abilities and accidentally found myself in Soul Master City. Do you recall anything? I wonder if I could request a favor from the grand offering. What is it? I wish to completely merge the soul bone using your esteemed hand. Shaoyun was uncertain whether the accelerated cultivation over nearly 3 years had truly achieved the full integration of the soul bone, yet it seemed prudent to seek assistance regardless. A chance encounter, perhaps? However, it was not to be. After Shaoyun spoke, Douluo offered no indication and directly released his soul power pressure, startling Tianming. Yun, are you all right? It's nothing. You may continue to sleep. Oh. Douluo, of course, could not unleash his entire limit of 99 levels of pressure immediately. But he was aware of Shaoyun's abnormality, thus maintaining it at the initial level of 75, a soul saint. Not enough, old man. An 85-level soul Douluo. A bit of pressure. Increase it. Gradually raising the pressure, he broke through to 90 levels. Finally, he felt a significant pressure. Although Shaoyun thought he could still strengthen it further, he realized that this intensity was just right. After all, wasn't there a principle in the Xintian treasure record stating that one should never reveal their true strength? After several minutes, estimating that it was time, Shaoyun intended to take his leave. Suddenly, Douluo remarked, Xiao Xue is very special. She is unlike other girls. Turning to gaze at the statue of the angel god, Douluo inexplicably pondered what would happen if, after his sacrifice, his granddaughter were to fail. It was evidently unlikely that Bibi Dong would take good care of her daughter. Do not indulge her with flowery words. Be sincere. Oh, came the official strategy. Grandpa, I will make good use of it. Waving his hand, he left the offering hall. Wandering through Spirit City, he considered it a preliminary reconnaissance of the terrain. Here, it seems there is no soul arena. After meandering around several landmark-like places, he found no soul arena, but there was an official Spirit Hall venue where many soul masters could freely spar. Upon entering, he noticed that most of those sparring were from the Spirit Hall, with very few outsiders. As a newcomer, Shaoyun felt out of place and quietly left before attracting attention. Next, he went to the auction house that protagonists must visit for a while but found no valuable treasures. As the largest organization of soul masters, the Spirit Hall had nearly researched everything about soul masters, rendering it nearly impossible for any hidden gems to remain undiscovered. Bored, he made his way toward the city exit, intending to find a place to ascend and return to Tindo City. At a roadside restaurant, the Golden Generation trio was having lunch. Huo found Yin quite bothersome. If it weren't for his outstanding power and talent among peers, she wouldn't want to team up with him at all. Nana, this time we, furrowing her brow. Huo was too weary to say don't call me that, knowing he wouldn't listen. Annoyed, she turned to look out the window. Yin continued speaking to himself. With our results this time, we have already met the standard for the purple Lu medal. At our age, this is unprecedented in the Spirit Hall. Xiaoyu bored, fiddled with his chopsticks, sighed, and suddenly noticed that his sister's expression seemed a bit off. Nana? Yin then noticed that Huo had clenched one fist while the other hand instinctively rubbed her neck. Huo had indeed seen Shaoyun passing by downstairs, heading out of the city. Compared to that time, although Shaoyun had changed a little, Huo had been gathering information about him all along. Seeing him instantly reminded her of that near-death experience, so close. If the ghost Douluo had played around for just a moment longer, her neck would have been ensnared by the water circle, and she would have drowned in the sea. After returning, she had endured a series of nightmares for quite some time, sometimes seeing shadows and expansive bodies of water, which worried Xiaoyu for a long while. No matter how he inquired, she remained silent. How could he appear here? Shouldn't he be in Tindo City? Yin had never seen Huo regard another male with such eyes. Following her gaze, he found the brightest figure in the crowd. Nana, who is that? His heart felt oddly sour, wanting to ask who it was. However, he saw Huo leap through the window and land behind the person, seemingly intending to follow him. What is she trying to do? Yin also wanted to go down, but was held back by Xiaoyu. Nana won't act rashly. You go inform the patrolling guards. I will follow her. Originally, You should have been faster and gone to find someone. His sister's emotions were evidently off. Once he got excited, it could lead to trouble. He was great in many ways, but when it came to matters concerning his sister, he transformed into a fool who could only breathe fire. Before long, Shaoyun noticed he was being followed. Over the years, he had developed the habit of having his martial spirit constantly attached, honing his soul power's refinement and control. Detecting two identical signals trailing behind him, he had moved quite a distance. This is my first time in Spirit City. Who would follow me? He paused his steps and entered a nearby tailor shop, pretending to browse before exiting. Emerging was a water element clone. Seizing the moment to evade the pursuer's sight, he made the switch. Meanwhile, his main body, refracting light, boldly stood concealed at the shop's entrance, watching as the two followers walked past. Is that Huo and Xiaoyu? After recalling descriptions from the original text, he guessed their identities. During the previous maritime incident, Huo had disguised herself, and at this moment, Shaoyun did not recognize her. Tian Ming might remember, but he was still asleep. What do they want from me? Are they trying to eliminate unfavorable factors for the Soul Master competition in advance? This was Shaoyun's assumption. His teacher could orchestrate the assassination of competition teams. Though the primary target was Shrek, as a disciple, it was not surprising that Huo might exhibit similar behavior. If that is the case, I shall accompany you for a good game. The two siblings followed the water element clone as Shaoyun trailed behind them. The four of them moved in a 2x2 formation, exiting Spirit City. Once they were completely alone, the clone immediately veered off the main path, darting into the wild underbrush. Xiaoyu was still intent on pursuing, but Huo suddenly halted. Brother, don't chase. There may be an ambush ahead. He may have already noticed us. Before falling in love, Huo was indeed fierce. Having been influenced by Bibi Dong, it was impossible for her to be some naive damsel. Minutes later, Yin led two teams of soul masters in pursuit, with a soul saint at the forefront. Your Highness, the saintess, Huo slightly nodded, commanding, spread out, 3 per group, ensure there are no blind spots in our vision. And search slowly. If you discover anyone suspicious, do not act recklessly. After speaking, she exchanged a glance with her brother and began to move forward. Xiaoyu hurried to keep up, while Yin lagged a couple of steps behind. Watching as each soul master vanished into the thicket, Shaoyun slowly followed. So many people. Could it be that they truly wish to capture me? Or are they intent on outright eliminating me? Within the city, a red-robed bishop hurried towards the Pope's hall, not daring to enter directly. Instead, he called loudly from the entrance, Your Holiness, the saintess has dispatched 2 teams of soul masters. It seems they are pursuing someone. All of Huo privileges stem from Bibi Dong. Although those beneath her may obey her commands, they are still required to report to Bibi Dong proactively. With a round figure of 70, it seems you owe me a soul bone worth 100,000 years. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, the attendant quietly exhaled in relief, retreating a few steps before turning to leave. The elegant figure adorned with a purple golden crown slowly exited the hall, showing no signs of being a woman approaching 50 who had borne children. She could have easily sent anyone to take a look, such as the 2 from the Zhu family, but serendipitously found herself free and decided to investigate. What could compel Huo to disregard the coveted Zilla medal? By the lakeside, Huo discovered her water element avatar. The avatar, holding a casually plucked branch, dangled it in the water as if it were a fishing rod, remaining unturned. What business does the esteemed saintess of the Spirit Hall have following me? Is it a crime for me to fish? Although Huo was revered as a saintess within the Spirit Hall, this title had not been widely proclaimed across the continent. However, Shaoyun, as the premier of the Tindo Royal Academy and a trusted confidant of the Tindo Empire's prince, surely must have known of Huo's existence. Likewise, it would be unreasonable for Huo to feign ignorance of Shaoyun. The prince's confidant traveled a great distance from Tindo City to fish outside the Spirit City. Huo approached the avatar, locking eyes with it. Shaoyun, is the issue with you or with me? A mere name like mine. And you recognized me upon our first meeting, Holy Maiden. Could it be that you think of me daily? With a soft hiss, flames flickered from Yan's body, causing the humid air surrounding the lake to crackle. The avatar turned to meet the furious gaze of the little red-haired figure. Speak clearly. Yet, Shaoyun found himself lost in thought about a certain matter. Ma Hongjun, with his fiery red hair and fire attribute, was akin to this individual, who also possessed red hair and a fiery spirit with a hint of earthiness. Both were captivated by women, albeit the former was infatuated with many, while the latter was enamored with but one. Huo's words snapped Shaoyun back to attention. This is not our first encounter. In the 2 years that have elapsed since the matter of Hanhai City, it seems there was no point in concealing it. Indeed, it held little significance. It was you, the Saintess, who was involved back then. Suddenly, the figure before him melted away, transforming into a puddle that merged with the lake. Yet, Shaoyun's voice resonated from behind. If that is the case, dear Saintess, you have caused me to lose a piece of soul bone, an exceptionally suitable one that aligns perfectly with my martial soul attributes. Although its age is somewhat lacking, rounding it up would equate it to 100,000-year soul bone. You must compensate me. Huliina and her companion swiftly turned, summoning their martial souls. Just as Yin was about to unleash a furious rebuke, his eyes widened in astonishment. The 2 teams of soul masters he had summoned were all firmly bound by water blue threads, suspended behind Shaoyun, giving him a rather monstrous appearance. The soul sage among them had not escaped fate, being the first to be dealt with. His reflexes were slower than those of his peers, proving to be a formidable assault-type soul sage. Shaoyun had launched a surprise attack beyond his line of sight, first enveloping him in mist, then freezing him, seizing the moment of his struggle to immobilize him with precise strikes. Subduing the others was even more effortless, as he simply bound them and carried them away. Previously, Huliina had contemplated engaging Shaoyun to gauge his capabilities for strategic preparation in the upcoming tournament. 2 years prior, she believed he had merely capitalized on the terrain's advantages. However, upon witnessing the current scene, she realized her recklessness. One cannot generalize between geniuses. No, this individual was no mere genius. He was a monster. The soul sage, observing the Saintess and her companions confronting their foe, wore a look of despair. He had not even laid eyes on his adversary before being defeated. Should he manage to escape this predicament, he could only speculate on the dire consequences that awaited him. I must create an opportunity for the Saintess and her companions, he thought, striving to avoid repercussions for his incompetence. He quickly signaled to those suspended nearby, urging them to act in unison to divert his attention and create an opening for the Saintess. The others understood his intent. As the soul sage signaled once more, they began to writhe like maggots, while the others, despite being unaware of their companions' plans, instinctively joined in the chaotic movements, paying them little heed. Shaoyun activated the ability of his 4th soul ring, releasing a slight charge of electricity. Crackling sounds filled the air. Bewilderment, hellfire, flash. In an instant, he thwarted the trio's assault. How was this possible? Before Yin could finish his exclamation, the flames enveloping him were abruptly extinguished. His dark red light armor was coated in a fine layer of frost, and his martial soul was instantaneously frozen back. Subsequently, he too was hoisted into the air, his eyes rolling back as smoke escaped his mouth. Yue, in a frenzy, attacked fiercely, hoping to buy Huliina a moment of respite. Nana, quickly escape. Huliina, struggling with the backlash of her own allure, found her mental state precarious. Moreover, Yue had not created the opportunity he had envisioned. Seeing him strike with vigor, Shaoyun formed an ice spear to contend with him, flicking his moon blade martial soul aside with ease. He then suspended him and delivered electric shocks. As for Huliina, observing her innate charm, Shaoyun instinctively considered a more artistic binding. However, that would be too demeaning. Instead, he simply suspended her and kindly conjured a small orb of water for her to consume, providing a brief restoration of her state. Saintess, you owe me 100,000-year soul bone. Have you thought of how to repay me? Huliina felt a dual headache, both physical and mental. Nonsense. When have I ever owed you 100,000-year soul bone? Oh, are you planning to renege on your debt, Saintess? I might resort to some rather unpleasant actions. What do you intend to do? Although endowed with an innate allure, she had never used her beauty to ensnare others, other than her brother Yue. She had no particularly close relationships with any males. Yet, she was aware of certain matters, including some profoundly dark and taboo knowledge. Her emotions were in a state of extreme turmoil. Shaoyun slowly approached, each step deliberate, exerting immense psychological pressure upon her. Yet, she remained resolute. The Saintess was indeed stubborn. Thus, I had no choice but to escalate my methods. Extending my hand, I commanded the water line to encircle her ankle, severing her boot. Initially intending to remove it directly, I found that Huliina was clad in asymmetrical, fitted trousers, revealing her delicate, fair feet. It was then that Shaoyun commenced to tickle the soles of her feet, not with her hands, but with 2 leaves manipulated by the water line. Huliina erupted into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shaoyun continued to press for an answer. Will you admit that you owe me a 10,000-year soul bone? I laughed heartily, not a chance. Such a torture was not enough to make me relent. Maintaining the tickling of my soles, Shaoyun pondered deeply. There were indeed more severe and painful methods, but resorting to them would cause irreparable offense, and we would be allies in the future. However, the situation had deteriorated to this point, and to let it go would be to end the matter weakly. It was easy to foresee the subsequent developments. Helierna might believe that Shaoyun, intimidated by the spirit hall, would not dare to take real action, leading to endless troubles. Their entangled grievances would persist. Then, on one occasion, when Helierna was ambushed, Shaoyun fortuitously saved her from peril. Ultimately, this led to a positive outcome. Greetings, Your Holiness. Farewell, Your Holiness. A chill ran down my spine. I had no desire for such a cliché unfolding. Moreover, my heart was set on an angel. Until I secured the angel, I could not entertain thoughts of anyone else. How can I cleverly navigate this situation? Perhaps I should relax a bit and give that soul sage a chance to launch a surprise attack? Then I could feign defeat and escape? Someone provided Shaoyun with an avenue of escape. If you are willing to join the spirit hall, I can promise you a 10,000-year soul bone. A sudden shock surged through me. I swiftly positioned myself behind Helierna, keeping close to prevent any assailant from striking directly. Third time. This was the third time. Brother Tiandream, can you be relied upon? Yet Tiandream remained obstinate. I sensed no murderous intent from this human woman. The newcomer continued, I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Shaoyun. If you are willing to join us, the soul bone will certainly not be an issue. Bibi Dong thrust her staff into the ground, causing the suspended individuals to fall. Helierna, having just endured a bout of torture, collapsed weakly into Shaoyun's arms. Instinctively, he caught her, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Like an electric shock, he hurled her towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and reached out to catch Helierna. She had been secretly observing for a while, when Shaoyun was removing his boots. She almost revealed herself, but held back upon noticing that he did not take further extreme actions. The reason for her emergence now was to break the deadlock. Shaoyun remained silent. Joining the spirit hall? Did Qianrenshua not disclose my matters to her mother? This mother-daughter duo is truly something. One says nothing while the other undermines her own daughter. Sensing Shaoyun's hesitation, Bibi Dong intensified her persuasion. If you have any other conditions, feel free to present them. Little did I expect that my first encounter with His Holiness the Pope would take place in such an informal setting. Shaking his head, Shaoyun smiled. As for joining the Spirit Hall, Your Holiness need not rush. We shall inevitably become one family. Shaoyun spoke of Qianrenshua. However, Bibi Dong did not think of her daughter at all. Instead, she recalled the intelligence that had once been conveyed to her regarding Shaoyun's two conditions. If it pertains to Nana, it is not beyond consideration. Shaoyun momentarily hesitated. To avert deeper misunderstandings, it was prudent to depart swiftly. In an instant, he manifested his 8 wings, merging them with his dual wings to ascend into the sky. Your Holiness, the Saintess, and esteemed guests. Until we meet again at the grand tournament. Bibi Dong tilted her head, her expression one of surprise. Within the span of a single breath, Shaoyun had inexplicably vanished from her perceptual range. Huo Yuhao, with her head bowed, seemed unable to accept Bibi Dong's recent demeanor, treating her as a mere pawn in a game of manipulation. Yet, if Bibi Dong were to issue a command, she would find it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Noticing Huo Yuna's despondency, Bibi Dong softly remarked, Nana, what I mentioned earlier is merely a consideration. To consider does not equate to agreement. There lies ample room for maneuver. As Huo Yuhao pondered this, she exhaled deeply, realizing that all she possessed was bestowed by her teacher, and she should not harbor such thoughts. If that could assist my teacher, I would be willing, no? From an angle unseen by Huo Yuhao, Bibi Dong's expression momentarily transformed into one of sheer terror. She would never resort to such manipulative tactics. Goodness, that was frightful. As Shaoyun soared through the sky with breathtaking speed towards the direction of Tindo City, his heart raced violently. The presence of the rune of Lu In allowed Shaoyun to perceive certain emotions emanating from Bibi Dong: madness, repression, chaos, malevolence, and resentment. Should the world shift, Bibi Dong would seamlessly embody the role of an avenger. The heavy, oppressive resentment threatened to ignite the very heavens and earth. In the face of such an existence, mere verbal sparring would prove utterly futile. Moreover, Shaoyun was not adept at verbal retorts. It would be wiser to flee. Perhaps the rune purification magic could hold some efficacy, yet he had yet to derive a sufficiently potent magical model. Furthermore, it remained to be seen whether the influence of the Rakshasa god upon Bibi Dong was more profound than her innate resentment. If the former were true, It might be more manageable. If the latter, it would be challenging. Nonetheless, there might still be merit in honing the purification abilities of the martial soul. Why had Qianru refrained from informing her mother about my inclusion? What could she be contemplating? Was she not concerned that Bibi Dong might whimsically decide to eliminate Shaoyun? In the dimly lit hall, the clan leader inquired, "We have not located that young man." Has he been discovered? It seems not. He appears to have just concluded his training. Continue to monitor him. Should he depart from the prince's residence or the academy? Inform me immediately. Understood, clan leader. Shaoyun returned directly to the prince's residence. With Su Qinghe absent and the hour still early, she was in the palace cultivating her impression as a diligent and responsible prince. Qianru felt an inexplicable annoyance, suddenly wishing to crush the old man before her. Despite having endured such matters for over a decade without similar emotions, thoughts of Bibi Dong ignited her determination regarding the plan to usurp the nation. Previously, when Shaoyun encouraged her to strike decisively, she had never lost patience. However, ever since her true identity had been exposed in conjunction with Shaoyun, she found herself occasionally beset by various irritations. This discontent was not directed at Shaoyun, but rather stemmed from a frustration with the uncontrollable circumstances surrounding her. Moreover, Shaoyun's playful antics made her question whether she, too, was merely an ordinary person. Beyond proving her existence to Bibi Dong and fulfilling her grandfather's expectations, did she possess other significances? Father, what is your opinion on the new tax proposal put forth by the Minister of Finance? She inquired. I believe it is impractical to impose taxes on soul masters, major sects, or even the spirit hall unless our empire has unified the continent. Qianru harbored serious doubts that the finance minister was a jester from the Xinglua Empire, sent to amuse them. Such a ludicrous suggestion could only be entertained by someone as muddled as Su Shuya. Soul masters, being the elite among men, would never accept such an insulting constraint. Taxing them? That would be a spectacle. Furthermore, raising tax rates on commoners is unfeasible in the short term. Although the recent years have been bountiful, the populace is not particularly affluent. A hasty increase in taxes could incite discontent in certain regions. However, the third point, inspecting the nobles affiliated with the empire, is a commendable suggestion. Since you find it viable, let us prepare to establish an inspection team to commence after the Soul Master competition concludes. Understood, father. I take my leave. Suppressing the urge to crush Su Shuya, Su Qinghe departed swiftly. Su Shuya, observing her decisive silhouette, nodded in satisfaction. Having such an exceptional prince is a blessing for the empire. Unfortunately, I'm back. Instinctively uttering these words, Qianru suddenly froze. Why did she say that? She could not comprehend, as if compelled by the strange emotion of seeing Shaoyun waiting for her dinner. The feeling of returning home to a table laden with warm soup and food was undeniably comforting. Meanwhile, Shaoyun felt a tinge of surprise. Typically, when Qianru finished her duties, the staff at the prince's residence would automatically begin preparing the meal. Nothing about the table seemed out of the ordinary. Shaoyun had witnessed this scene of waiting for her to dine several times before. Yet this time Shaoyun blinked. Could it be that the progress of the strategy had advanced beyond my awareness? Unable to comprehend this, Qianru did not allow the peculiar emotion to trouble her for long and quickly moved on. After hastily finishing her meal, she made her way to the bathroom. Shaoyun opened her mouth, initially intending to inform her of her unexpected encounter with the Pope in Wuhan City. However, upon further reflection, she decided against it. If Qianru were to learn that Bibi Dong was attempting to undermine her, it would undoubtedly spark a new round of conflict between mother and daughter, complicating matters further. In a few days, Yu Tianheng and the others were expected to return, and they would need to regroup and refine their respective strengths. A week later, Yu Tianheng and his companions re-emerged. Yu Tianheng had acquired his fourth spirit ring from a 12,000-year-old subdragon spirit beast. The ability of the whale glue, combined with his half-blood blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex physique and the pressure Shaoyun had imparted to him, had ignited a reckless determination within him. Ignoring the counsel of the accompanying elder from the Blue Lightning clan, he persisted stubbornly. After enduring considerable hardship, he narrowly achieved success. Meanwhile, Duguyin and Dugubo had likely utilized this time to completely regulate the toxins within her body. The faintly sweet metallic scent had entirely dissipated, and her purple hair had transformed into a dark shade, promising that with further care, she would soon possess hair as dark as a cascading waterfall. Shaoyun jested. TSK, Yinjia, with your current figure, I find myself somewhat enamored. How about casting aside Yu Tianheng for me? Get lost. It's too late to fancy me now. Du Guyan retorted with a playful scold. Moreover, didn't you claim to have someone you liked long ago? Has that person cast you aside? The Shijiao brothers appeared largely unchanged, though their skin had darkened slightly. Yi Lingling remained in her simple white dress, her face concealed by a veil, leaving the secrets of the Nine-Heart Begonia's legacy shrouded in mystery. Osro, striking various ostentatious poses, awaited someone to inquire about his progress. Hey, Osro, how have you been improving lately? What? You've already reached level 40? How impressive. We admire you greatly. Yet, no one engaged with him. Ultimately, he dejectedly proclaimed that he had surpassed level 40. However, in the presence of Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan, it paled in comparison. Initially, Du Guyan had aspired to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring, but her grandfather, Du Gubo, was reluctant for his granddaughter to pursue such a lofty goal. While a 10,000-year soul ring would indeed provide significant enhancement, there were alternatives that could be considered. Eventually, Du Guyan yielded to her grandfather's wishes, and Du Gubo procured for her a soul beast of the subdragon type, approximately 8,000 years old, imbued with toxins. Traditionally, Du Gubo's ascension to a title would have been through a venomous serpent-type soul beast. However, he accepted Shaoyun's counsel to seek a dragon-type soul beast. Given Du Guyan's age and the reserved celestial herbs, there was a possibility of accumulating enough power to evolve from serpent to dragon. As for the celestial herbs, Shaoyun did not require all of them, and it was not a daunting task to select those beneficial for Du Gubo and his granddaughter. It seemed Du Guyan had already consumed the herbs. Otherwise, the transformation from toxins would not have occurred so swiftly. Furthermore, Du Guyan currently stood as the highest-ranked member of the team, aside from Shaoyun, boasting a commendable level of 44. Shaoyun has reached level 58. Although he has not actively cultivated his soul power during this period, the constant embodiment of his martial soul, coupled with the harmonious blending of the 9 divine art, has led to a steady yet gradual enhancement of his abilities. The most significant advancement, however, came from the recent evolution of a 100,000-year soul bone, which remarkably elevated his soul power by over 3 levels. Everyone has experienced varying degrees of improvement, and it is essential to engage in a training exercise to refine our synergy anew. Noticing a slight change in the expressions of his companions, Shaoyun continued, "Rest assured, it is not akin to our previous outdoor survival training. I propose inviting the 3 esteemed committee members to serve as our adversaries, or alternatively, we could spend some time honing our skills at the Royal Knights military camp. As a team granted direct entry, you will not be participating in the preliminary and advancement rounds." We, the Shijiao brothers, inquired with confusion. "Are you suggesting, Captain, that you wish to personally participate in the initial stages for some amusement?" Shaoyun nodded, intending to offer little explanation. His primary objective was to provoke Tang San into revealing the Haotian hammer during the competition, in hopes of assessing the possibility of mimicry. This was crucial for the subsequent strategy to acquire the Sure Divine Sword in the City of Slaughter. Additionally, he wished to observe whether Tang San, the originally designated chosen of the gods, had undergone any transformations. He pondered if Shrek had devised any plans specifically against him. The element of the unknown added an intriguing layer to the endeavor. The group engaged in yet another 6 versus 1 challenge, yet the outcome remained largely unchanged. The sole distinction was that Shaoyun granted them a brief respite, refraining from instant annihilation, thus allowing each participant a moment to unleash his soul skill. Shortly thereafter, Shaoyun, equipped with the hand given by Qian Renxue and the Prince's token, proceeded to the Royal Knights military camp. Shaoyun's reputation is quite notable, representing the Crown Prince. And the one making the introduction is Roxan, the captain of the Royal Knights 3rd Brigade, who was deemed the most likely candidate to succeed the commander of the Knights. Young Master Shao, being a person of considerable importance, how could he possibly find the time to visit our Knights Order? Inviting a few to take their seats, Roxan initiated the conversation, but Shaoyun was direct, opting for forthrightness rather than circumlocution. "Captain Roxan, I would like these 6 individuals to undergo training within the military camp until the qualifying rounds of the Soul Master competition," he stated. "Please train them according to the standards expected of Royal Knights." Pausing momentarily, Shaoyun considered that Yi Lingling, being a support-type Soul Master, would not require as rigorous training as the others. A bit of physical training should suffice. Being mindful of the young lady's sensitivity, he refrained from directly addressing this with Roxan, instead hinting at it as he prepared to leave. Roxan understood and responded with an assuring glance. Feeling that his soul power lacked solidity, Shaoyun realized he needed a skilled mentor to help him refine his abilities and solidify his energy. With ample time before the competition officially commenced, he was not concerned about elevating his realm, but the improvement in soul power due to the soul bone required further practice. However, within the city of Tindo, few could provide Shaoyun with the pure pressure necessary for his training. The covert guardians, Qian Rushua, and the duo of Shi Mao and Citan could offer such intensity, but they could not make their presence known openly. The golden sacred dragon, a fusion of martial souls, might also be a possibility, yet their relationship was not amicable. Thus, he would have to seek out Douluo. At the city gate, he encountered 4 groups adorned in red, blue, green, and blue, fiery blaze, heavenly water, thunder, and divine wind academies. Although these 4 factions hailed from disparate regions, they all converged upon Tindo City simultaneously. Despite being competitors on the arena, their private rapport was amicable, as evidenced by the current scene. One member from the green team dashed over to the red team. Sister Huo, what a coincidence. Shall we wait and dine together? Feng Shaoyun. Are you out of your mind? Neglecting your own teammates to intrude upon us at Fiery Blaze? Step aside. The deep blue faction cast a disdainful glance and proceeded to ignore the commotion. Sister, isn't that your friend? Shui Yuera nudged Shui Binger, pointing at Shaoyun, who had just entered the city gate. Behave yourself outside. Shui Binga swatted her sister's hand away, muttering under her breath. However, the other members of the Heavenly Water team began to chime in. Indeed, Captain, that is your friend. It would be remiss not to greet him since it's such a serendipitous encounter. Exactly. He was instrumental in helping you locate that crucial soul beast, saving us considerable time. Shui Binger found herself in a dilemma, hesitating whether to greet Shaoyun, who was already approaching. Hello, ladies. How are you? We're all well, they replied in unison. Shui Yuer chuckled, playfully pushing Shui Binger forward. Despite her intention to kick back in indignation, she found herself too far pushed to come off as rude. Hello. Have you just returned from outside the city? Were you busy? Shaoyun chuckled gently, his warm tone alleviating the fluttering anxiety in the young girl's heart. I am escorting the members of the Tindo battle team to their training. He indicated for the Tianshui members to follow him, gesturing invitingly as he spoke. Training? Shui Bingo inquired, puzzled. Aren't you, the captain, joining them? Shaoyun offered a brief explanation. My abilities have become disconnected from theirs, and training together yields little effect. As idle chatter ensued, the group gradually moved away. Behind them, Huo Wu and Feng Shaotian had inexplicably come to a halt, while Shui Binger and the others, who were well acquainted with each other, were left in astonishment. How could that fellow engage Shui Binger in such amiable conversation? Who is he? Well, I shall take my leave for now. Ladies, should you require my assistance, feel free to send a messenger to the prince's residence. With a wave of his hand, Shaoyun turned to depart. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused, turned around, and added, by the way, it would be wise for you all to refrain from causing unnecessary ruckus in the future. Many beautiful relationships have been disrupted by such disorderly antics. It is best to let things develop naturally. Shui Yuer gasped. No way, sister. It seems he has little interest in you. Put in some more effort. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. Shui Binger rolled her eyes. How does he even know that our heavenly water courtyard is here? Yu Herong muttered. To which Chiu Rua Shui replied, what is so strange about that? He is the local influential figure in Tindo City. Suddenly, the grand door behind them swung open. What are you doing standing at the entrance? The Dean of Heavenly Water had arrived even earlier and had already been waiting for quite some time. Dean, let me explain. Just now. Today, there are no pressing matters. Let us enjoy the music at Yuexian. We can discuss the training with Douluo tomorrow. It's a pity. Shui Bingo might have had some potential, but such frivolous antics have ruined everything. The following day, he exchanged a few words with Qian Rinxue. Shaoyun hurried to the estate of Douluo outside the city. There was no one present. He then redirected his path towards the ice and fire in Yongai. Indeed, Douluo was there, cultivating amidst the unique environment of the ice and fire in Yongai. How does a busy person like you find the time to visit this desolate place? Such sardonic remarks would have earned anyone else a harsh reprimand. But this was a titled individual, and most would refrain from challenging him. Shaoyun raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. If this place is considered desolate, then what does that make other regions? Douluo, undeterred by Shaoyun's presence, maintained his meditative posture. Has Yinzi not returned? Are you here to seek me out when you should be focusing on your training? Indeed, there was a matter at hand. Shaoyun nodded. I wish to request that you, Senior Douluo, assist me in developing my martial soul's ability to condense soul power using your poisonous domain. The martial soul domain, aside from the innate domains, is another form that manifests after one attains a title, allowing the martial soul to coalesce postnatal abilities. As for the divine abilities of the killing god domain, that is another matter entirely. Douluo Bo's domain encapsulated the essence of his martial soul, naturally embodying the domain of poison. Employing his domain was trivial for Douluo Bo. However, he inquired, "Can you endure it?" His question stemmed not from doubting Shaoyun's capabilities, but from a profound understanding of the potency of his own domain. "Rest assured, senior, the term incredible is tailor-made for me." Truly, he remained as audacious as ever. "Then let us proceed to another location, so as not to harm the flora here." In the northwest corner of the Sunset Forest lay a wasteland. This area had likely once been a domain rife with highly toxic soul beasts, was it not? Though it was a question, Shaoyun's tone conveyed certainty. He did not receive Douluo Bo's commendation. Quite right. It seems your knowledge is extensive." "It's passable," came the dismissive reply from Douluo Bo. "Enough of flaunting your knowledge before me. Save that for when you return and impress those young ladies." It greatly disgusts me. Shaoyun found himself ensnared by the weight of success, while Douluo Bo chuckled heartily like a child. After a brief moment of mirth, he declared, "Very well. I shall now release my domain. Should you find yourself unable to endure, do not hesitate to voice your limitations." Unsure of Shaoyun's threshold, Douluo Bo opted for the bare minimum in his output. Shaoyun summoned his water domain to counteract, diminishing his other abilities and striving to focus solely on purification. In the realm of his martial soul's capabilities, purification constituted merely 20%, while another 20% was dedicated to his food-related ability for moisture replenishment. The remaining 60% was entirely devoted to his prowess over water elements. "Elder, please increase the intensity," Shaoyun implored repeatedly, prompting Douluo Bo to elevate his output across 3 successive levels. Yet, Shaoyun persisted in his request for further enhancement. "Are you certain, young one? Should I escalate further? Should you succumb to poison, I may not be able to render assistance in time." "Proceed." Shaoyun was determined to continue enhancing his abilities. After a brief moment, he spoke, requesting the senior to maintain this level of intensity. According to Douluo Bo, he was currently operating at an 80% success rate. However, Shaoyun felt that the pressure he experienced was less than that of facing Qianren, a soul emperor in the angel domain. Yet, utilizing this ability for purification and refining soul power was indeed sufficient. He maintained the water domain within a 100-meter radius, surrounded by a shimmering blue glow. Douluo Bo cursed softly as he noticed the toxins within his domain were gradually being neutralized and dissolved. It felt akin to water washing away filth. And he experienced a peculiar sense of relief, almost as if being massaged, a sensation both comfortable and relaxing. This kid is quite strange. He possesses such an ability. In truth, Shaoyun had not fully developed this skill. He merely made his purification abilities more pronounced. When employing the technique, it automatically carried a degree of purifying power, eliminating the need for the mental focus that was once necessary. The refinement of soul power had indeed met the expected outcomes, but surprisingly, his level had not only stagnated but decreased by 1. Douluo Bo expressed his astonishment, noting that he had never seen someone whose level dropped voluntarily. However, others lacked the skill to compress and condense like Shaoyun. Even he himself could not achieve such feats. Was this a unique talent of his martial soul? Having observed Shaoyun's intense focus, Douluo Bo instinctively attempted to replicate his efforts. Yet, if Shaoyun was molding sponge, he was akin to shaping stone, unable to make substantial progress, leaving only fingerprints behind. Shrugging his shoulders, Shaoyun offered no explanation. Douluo Bo's inquiry was merely casual. If Shaoyun were to provide a thorough explanation, he might begin to question the boy's mental faculties. The secrets of a martial soul were a soul master's greatest trump card, often unknown even to close family members. "Thank you for your assistance during this time, senior. In exchange, I shall take good care of Sister Yen." "Humph. If you truly had that intention, I would be pleased to see it." Douluo Bo retorted. "If not, then stop babbling nonsense. Then you may continue to remain a lonely old man here." "I shall take my leave," Shaoyun responded. Douluo Bo grumbled another curse under his breath and turned back toward the poisonous region. Shaoyun, having not quite caught his words, had already walked a considerable distance. It seemed that it was not an illusion. Someone was indeed following him. Given his burgeoning reputation, Shaoyun was not surprised that someone was tracking his movements. Typically, such individuals would not be overly intrusive, merely documenting from a distance. However, this group was markedly different, exhibiting clear hostility. With his own perception, Shaoyun could only vaguely sense the presence of someone lurking in the shadows, likely possessing strength beyond that of a high-level Soul Emperor. He summoned the spiritual power of Tianming through their bond. Indeed, it appeared to be a high-level Soul Emperor, likely around the 67th or 68th level. What kind of force could these two belong to? Shaoyun pondered that he had always been benevolent towards others, believing he had not offended anyone. If the words of Qi Bao were to be taken seriously, the time to act would have been years ago, rendering the current moment unnecessary. So could it be Tang San? If it were indeed Tang San at this juncture, the individuals he could mobilize and who would heed his call would likely be from the Li family. There was also a distinct possibility that spies from the Star Luo Empire were involved, intent on eliminating obstacles. Alternatively, it could be the organization of the fallen. Maintaining a steady yet deliberate pace, Shaoyun mused quietly. Regardless of the circumstances, once hostility had been revealed, it signified the presence of an enemy. With a firm stomp, his soul power surged violently. A flash of ice swept through the air. Instantly, within a radius of 500 meters, a wintry landscape unfolded. This is bad. We have been exposed. Then let us act without hesitation. To the left behind Shaoyun, two gorillas suddenly emerged. Indeed, they were members of the Strength Clan. Shaoyun was at a loss for words. I wonder about your clan leader. How can he be a soul Douluo yet exhibit such subservience? To heed the words of a mere youth so easily is quite absurd. The two burly men felt a chill run down their spines and vehemently protested. We are not from the Strength Clan. Indeed, we are whatever you choose to call us. It was foolish to deny the obvious. With such conspicuous, powerful guerrilla martial spirits, one would have to be blind to not see it. Shaoyun shook his head. Although a Soul Emperor does not pose much of a threat to me, I have yet to engage in a proper battle with one. Let us not waste any more time. The two assassins ceased their chatter and immediately sprang into action. Sharing a glance, they simultaneously unleashed their soul skills. Essence of strength. Their muscles swelled to twice their size, transforming their already robust physiques into grotesque, muscle-bound forms. Shock of strength. Frenzy of strength. One struck the ground, sending shockwaves in an attempt to dislodge Shaoyun from his footing, while the other's eyes glowed crimson. His fists enveloped in dark yellow soul power, aimed directly at Shaoyun's head. Shaoyun acquiesced to their intentions, momentarily lifted off the ground and struck in the head. In swift succession, another individual caught up, and the two exchanged blows without pause. You are truly feeble, Shaoyun remarked, without retaliating. He merely conjured a layer of water as a barrier, yet they failed to generate even the slightest ripple. This exemplifies a significant flaw among your sects and clans. Once a renowned powerhouse emerges, others blindly pursue the same path, attempting to replicate their achievements. Have you not heard the adage, those who imitate the living thrive, while those who mimic the dead perish? It is indeed foolish. A prime example of this is the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Is this martial spirit not exceptional? It is indeed remarkable, widely recognized across the continent as a top-tier beast martial spirit. However, over the years, apart from the elderly Yu engine valiantly upholding the facade, no other titled individuals have emerged. The subsequent generation clings rigidly to the path forged by the old dragon. Perhaps it is simply that the talents of others within the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect are lacking. In stark contrast, the Haoyan sect boasts an astonishing 7 titled individuals. An outrageous achievement. The two individuals could not fathom the nonsense Shaoyun was uttering and promptly activated their black soul rings. The power of strength. Shaoyun had already lost interest in performing with them, mockingly extending a finger to poke. The explosive force caused the two individuals to lose their long-held soul abilities instantly. Their bodies swelled with numerous small lumps the size of a finger, blood oozing from their orifices. Stumbling a couple of steps, they collapsed. One falling forward and the other backward. The soul bone technique, Ice Blast, although not released through the soul bone itself, did not hinder its application. Earlier, Shaoyun had unleashed a blizzard, and as one of them shattered the ice layer, countless shards were inhaled into their bodies. In this world, the innate defenses of 9 out of 10 individuals were significantly inferior to their external defenses. The tiny ice crystals detonated, obliterating their brains and vital organs in an instant. Efficiently erasing one of the bodies, Shaoyun hesitated for a moment regarding the other. If he disposed of it like this, Tang San and the Li family might remain oblivious to their initial mission's failure for an extended period. He needed to leave a trace for them. Etching the words "You are always welcome to find me again" onto the corpse with sharp ice, he sealed it there and departed. A few minutes later, Shaoyun returned. Leaving it in the sunset forest felt precarious. If a gluttonous soul beast were to carry it away, it would become an unsolved mystery. After all, Locating the Li family's base was not difficult. He imagined it would be better to return the warrior home, allowing the leaves to return to their roots, and take the other one along as well. However, he found that the latter had already disintegrated. Shaoyun could only scoop up the soil, mixing in some water to restore its original form. In Tindo City, the Li family, a clan of soul masters renowned for their exceptional forging skills, occupied a relatively prosperous area. Yet today, amidst the pleasant weather, an unexpected visitor arrived. Flying through the air, Shaoyun calculated the angle and distance, enveloping the two warriors in a water sphere to ensure they would not splatter upon landing, and let them drop. "Welcome back," he mused as the two corpses descended from the sky, startling several Li family disciples who were practicing nearby. Upon recognizing the faces, they let out a high-pitched scream. Before long, others rushed to the scene. "Everyone, disperse." Upon witnessing the body and the mud sculpture in the hall, Tinua's pupils trembled. "Father, how could they?" The plot to eliminate Shaoyun was known only to Tang San, Titan, and those who had acted, Tai Sai and Taijing. The informants relaying messages to the Li family were unaware of Titan's intentions, believing it was merely a standard intelligence-gathering operation like other factions. Seeing Tinua, Titan's anger flared. "They sacrificed themselves for the future of the Li family. If it weren't for your incompetence, they wouldn't have needed to do this." He roared in fury. "Heaven help us." The two warriors indeed believed, as Titan claimed, they were acting for the Li family. However, had they known they were serving Titan's so-called young master, that self-deprecating Haotian Douluo who had wasted over a decade, they might have been driven to madness. Being the clan leader, Titan did not seem to prioritize the well-being of his family. Tinua felt aggrieved. His talent was not exceptional, and the old man knew this well. He had been deemed unworthy for many years, so why the sudden outburst? Feeling wronged yet fearful of inciting Titan's wrath, he remained silent, sorrowful over the loss of the two clan members. To him, their deaths were shrouded in mystery. Once Titan's emotions stabilized somewhat, Tinua cautiously inquired, "Father, what mission were they on?" With lives lost and a taunting message left behind, the matter was beyond secrecy. Titan's tone was flat, as if he were a mere specter. "I sent them to eliminate that Shaoyun." "Shaoyun? That Shaoyun?" Tinua was taken aback. "Our Li family has had no grievances with him, so why?" "Wait. Is it that Tang?" Before Tinua could finish, Titan interrupted with a cold snort. "Silence. He is the master's son, our young master." If Tinua were not afraid of being overpowered by the old man, he would have slapped him. "Young master? Is there even such a young master? We've only known him for a few days, and now two of our brothers are dead." Even disregarding familial ties, those two soul emperors were the backbone of the Li family. He wished to argue, but the Li family was a one-man rule under Titan. With Titan's dual roles as clan leader and father, along with his strength, Tinua found himself unable to speak. Suddenly, another thought struck him. If Arthur and Xiaojing were discarded in such a manner, did that not imply that Shaoyun was already aware of the Li family's involvement? If he sought the prince's assistance, then and what of the prince? Titan roared, slamming his fist onto the nearby table. "If there is no movement now, it means that Brat might be seriously injured or intends to resolve it alone." "Humph. Just as the rumors suggest, he is exceedingly arrogant." Tinua wanted to advise caution. For if Shaoyun were indeed alive and backed by the imperial prince, their small sect supported by a mere soul Douluo would not withstand for long. "What are you worried about?" "I am Titan, the mighty god of strength." He was renowned in the soul master realm, a soul Douluo in his own right. Among the leaders of the four single attribute families, Titan, Yangwudi, Nyogao, and the Old Bainyao were indeed formidable figures. Aside from the Old Bainyao, the other three were not to be trifled with. However, as time passed, the emergence of new talents in the soul master realm increased, and Titan's reputation had diminished after being backstabbed by Tang Hao. Nevertheless, the older generation often reminisced about the past. Tinuo resigned himself to silence, but he quietly arranged to send some of the disciples to Longxing City, to the Yu family, to provide support. If nothing happened, that would be best. But if something were to occur, those disciples could serve as a spark of hope. They had become quite adept at preserving that spark. Titan observed Tinua's actions but did not intervene. Aside from his mediocre cultivation talent, Tinua was more than sufficient as a clan leader. Fortunately, his grandson Tailong displayed promising talent. Already at the 37th rank at a young age, potentially surpassing Titan in the future and becoming a titled Douluo of the Li family. Yet, another pressing concern loomed. He could not deny that Tinua's worries were not unfounded. Failing to eliminate Shaoyun would lead to significant trouble. The longer the delay, the greater the complications. If two soul emperors could not deal with him, must I personally intervene? The Li family currently lacked any soul saints. They had once possessed some, but they fell in battles against the Spirit Hall, and several severely injured members had passed away in recent years. The losses suffered during the betrayal by Tang Hao had hit the Li family and the Pa family the hardest. Now, beneath Titan, the strongest remaining were just a few soul emperors, 2 of whom were now dead. For the future of the Li family, it seemed that only he could personally take action to clear the obstacles for the young master. He felt no shame in exploiting the weak. With Qian Rinxue absent, Shaoyun took a brief respite to indulge in a warm bath before venturing out once more, initially intending to visit the Moon Pavilion for some music. He found himself walking past it instead. Recently, Shuaiku had become somewhat clingy, and according to Qian Rinxue's insights, Shuaiyu seemed rather pleased with this development. Were it not for Qian Rinxue's interference, Shaoyun might have already received a royal marriage proposal. He redirected his path to the Soul Arena, where the crowd was vibrant and their words melodious. The myriad of unique soul techniques might just spark some inspiration for his own creations. "Ah, my friend, we meet again," he greeted, spotting the individuals from Tindo Academy. Only the Shui sisters, Shui Binger and her sibling, were present. The others were absent. In such a vast city as Tindo, it was quite the coincidence to encounter them here, a true twist of fate. Shaoyun found the conversation amusing and replied to Shuaiyu, "I have heard an intriguing saying. If a man and a woman chance upon each other 3 times in a single day, their destinies are intertwined by fate." Shuaiyu's eyes sparkled like gems, curving into a crescent shape. Shui Bing playfully poked her sister in the waist, causing Shuaiyu to startle. To prevent her sister from babbling, Shui Bing gracefully remarked, "The Heaveno Grand Spirit Arena is the largest arena in the empire. I wish to see if there are any remarkable individuals present." Shaoyun feigned contemplation for a moment before stating seriously, "If we speak of the most outstanding individual in the Heaveno Grand Spirit Arena in recent years, that would undoubtedly be me." Fortunately, Shaoyun was quite handsome and possessed the requisite abilities, so such declarations would not repulse the 2 young ladies. All right, we acknowledge your prowess. I have already read about your illustrious deeds inscribed at the arena's entrance," Shuaiyu remarked, having perused the records beforehand. With that, the trio chose adjacent seats and entered the arena. Shaoyun casually scanned the audience, pondering whether there might be some hidden connections among the 4-element academy. He noticed the presence of the Huo siblings and Feng Xiaotian, as well as individuals from the Thunder Academy seated across from him. Upon spotting Huo, a sudden thought struck him. That audacious woman possessed an extraordinary skill known as melted ring, according to various rumors and the narratives crafted by fan authors. This skill held immense prestige, being regarded as a significant secret technique that offers tremendous enhancement to soul masters, aside from the martial soul fusion techniques. As per Ning Fengxi's account, only those with exceptional talents among soul masters could successfully cultivate it. However, he recalled that Ning Rongrong had directly employed it during the finals. After thorough analysis, it was concluded that individuals who pursued a singular attribute to its utmost extremes found it easier to master this technique. "Miss Shui Binger, do you possess the ability to execute melted ring?" Shui Bingo paused momentarily before shaking her head. "I have attempted to engage in related cultivation, but to no avail." "Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" Shaoyun casually elucidated a thought that had suddenly occurred to him. What would be the effect of merging the energies of all soul rings into a single soul skill? Based on the recollections of Shui Binger, it is generally easier for soul rings of the same attribute to achieve fusion. However, this requires formidable control and mental fortitude. She recalled that when she had attempted to merge the first 200-year soul rings, she had suffered severe internal injuries. Listening to Shaoyun's conversation with her sister, Shui Wei's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Sister, is this truly meaningful or not? Such invaluable experiences are carelessly shared?" She wanted to voice her thoughts, but recalling Shaoyun's earlier warning that frivolous remarks could disrupt their otherwise harmonious relationship, she shook her head and continued to focus on the arena. "Hey, sister. Look quickly, that person's soul skill is fascinating." As the 2 delved deeper into discussions about the concept and experimentation of ring fusion, Shui Wei suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. They shifted their attention to the stage. Indeed, it was intriguing. One participant wielded a blue metal brush, approximately 80 to 90 centimeters long, akin to an adult's arm, and his sole skill involved splattering ink and calligraphy. The former appeared to simply be the act of swinging the brush to disperse a pool of black ink, while the latter, as Shui Wei referred to it, was the crux of interest. This individual wielded his brush to inscribe characters, which unleashed various transformations that entangled his opponent, eliciting cheers from the audience. The soul weapon and skill were remarkably clever, yet heavily constrained. Only those tainted by the ink would be affected by the characters. Regrettably, he was somewhat advanced in age, being in his 40s and merely a great soul master. Had he been discovered and nurtured earlier, he might have achieved great potential. Shui Binger offered her commentary, and Shaoyun remained non-committal, abstaining from expressing an opinion. Although this individual was somewhat older, good things come to those who wait. And a worthy woman need not worry about finding a husband. With determination, one can indeed change their fate. Shaoyun, fortuitously, possessed the ability to facilitate such transformation. Not to mention the celestial herbs at his disposal, the medicinal materials accumulated from the game system, and the unused Shintian skill. All could yield significant benefits if directed towards this individual. I need to further investigate this person's background. I haven't checked on the cat girl in a while. I wonder how much she has progressed in her cultivation. After watching 3 or 4 matches, none showcased individuals of remarkable talent, prompting Shaoyun to consider leaving. Miss Shui Binger, shall we dine together? We can further discuss the concept of ring fusion. Before Shui Bingo could respond, Shui Ware interjected loudly. Why so formal? Calling someone by their full name is quite impolite. However, neither Shui Binger nor Shaoyun paid her any mind. It seemed that this girl was not genuinely interested in advancing her sister's prospects, but rather in observing the spectacle. In the restaurant, Shui Ware tastelessly sampled her meal. These two truly lack awareness of the atmosphere. What is there to discuss about cultivation in such a setting? They ought to get to know each other better. It is perplexing to witness 2 wooden souls meeting. With the absence of lively entertainment, Shui Ware felt exceedingly bored. She contemplated leaving, but she knew that if she did, her sister would likely follow suit under some pretext. Alas, having such an oblivious sister is truly exhausting. Meanwhile, the two conversed deeply and joyfully about cultivation matters. Shaoyun is not a traditional soul master. His unconventional viewpoints evoke a sense of curiosity in Shui Binger, a girl who has diligently adhered to her disciplined training thus far, stirring a subtle impulse within her as she stands at the threshold of the forbidden. Most of these notions remain in their nascent stages, and it is advisable not to venture forth alone in such endeavors. After all, not everyone possesses the aptitude to learn from me. Sensing Shui Binger's internal conflict, Shaoyun offered a gentle caution. Shui Binger, not one to be easily swayed, wisely refrained from recklessly testing uncertain ideas and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Your lack of humility is truly remarkable. As Shaoyun Duan raised his juice, clad in fresh attire and riding with spirited vigor, he embodied the essence of youth. In the presence of acquaintances, I had already tempered my exuberance. With a smile, Shui Binger suggested we conclude our gathering for the day, expressing a hope to meet in the finals. The Tindo team is guaranteed a spot, she remarked, although the Tianshui team possesses strength. Whether they can emerge victorious in the finals remains uncertain. No need to wait until then, Shaoyun replied with a smile. Our academy has a second team, of which I am the captain. I shall assess the situation to determine if I will participate. If you wish, we could also engage in a duel on the arena. Shui Binger rose, expressing anticipation for their future performances, playfully chiding the drowsy Shui Yuer. You are so lazy. If you were to devote yourself to training, perhaps you would have reached the soul sect by now. How can my meager talent compare to yours? Regardless, you are superior. I shall depend entirely on you when the time comes. As the voices of the two sisters faded into the distance, Shaoyun summoned the waiter to settle the bill. In the dead of night, Qianren Shui returned home after a busy day. Sister Shui, you seem to be in good spirits. Has something pleasant occurred? Today, Xuexing proposed that he represent the Tindo Empire during the finals and has garnered significant support from numerous court officials. With a flick of her sleeve, Qianren Shui seated herself, allowing her body to relax. However, Shui rejected the proposal, stating that I would lead the Tindo team to Wuhuan City. This is a promising sign. Shui clearly intends to affirm Xuexing's position. With this in mind, it may be prudent to eliminate Xuexing, should he vanish. No one would hinder our future plans. Shaoyun proposed a notion. No, Qianren Shui countered. If Xuexing wishes to ascend the throne properly, the presence of Xuexing is indispensable. An overt adversary is far easier to contend with than a clandestine schemer, as long as Xuexing remains. All those who oppose Xuexing will naturally rally around him. Upon reflection, this perspective indeed held merit. Xuexing served as a bait to control the shoals of fish. By the way, Sister Shui, does the Spirit Hall possess any information regarding the skill of Fusion Ring? I believe I have seen some records on Fusion Ring in my youth. Are you interested in learning it? Qianren Shui inquired with curiosity. With your current capabilities, It seems unnecessary to enhance through fusion ring, does it not? Shaoyun's true prowess has reached a level where he can slay a soul saint, albeit through a covert ambush. Skills abound, yet they never weigh one down. Shaoyun replied, "Very well, I shall inform grandfather." He instructed someone to deliver the materials regarding the Ronghuan. Nodding, Shaoyun rose. "Sister Shui, you have toiled throughout the day. It would be best for you to rest now. I have prepared a soothing aromatic bath for you." 3 days later, Qian Renshua summoned Shaoyun. Although the materials have not yet arrived, grandfather has dispatched a soul Douluo proficient in the use of Ronghuan to assist you. You may find him at the Duhan Arena, a place teeming with a diverse crowd, making it an ideal locale for clandestine activities. At times, the arena may even offer conveniences of its own. Navigating through the audience, Shaoyun located the soul Douluo sent by the Qian family, Gao Yuan, in a lounge area. An 88th level assault-type soul Douluo, with a mutated martial spirit of the Fire Eagle. Gao Yuan regarded Shaoyun with curiosity. The renowned prodigy of the Tindo Empire, he was well aware that few were unaware of Shaoyun's reputation, except in the most remote corners. His intrigue stemmed from why the Grand Offering had specifically chosen to send him. What is the connection between this young man and the Grand Offering? How could he warrant such attention, even bypassing the Pope? Gao Yuan, having been a part of the previous Pope Qian Xuanji's era, had achieved fame over the years. While his innate talent had been commendable, a missed opportunity during his training had left him with damaged foundations, rendering any hopes of breaking through to the title Douluo level unattainable. "Greetings, senior," Shaoyun addressed him with respect. Gao Yuan nodded. "The esteemed individual has already briefed me on the situation. I shall impart all that I know to you, but I cannot guarantee how much you will be able to learn. The capability of Ronghuan significantly enhances a soul master's prowess. Yet the difficulty in mastering it is equally formidable. You must be mentally prepared. Do not worry, senior. Even if I ultimately fail to master it, it shall not reflect upon your guidance." Shaoyun was entirely unconcerned, as long as skills could be manifested on the system panel. The accumulation of gold would resolve all matters. The two departed from Tindo City. The fluctuations of soul power associated with the fusion ring skill were rather difficult to conceal within the urban area. Deep within the Sunset Forest, the fusion ring, in essence, is a rare talent possessed by only a few, capable of integrating the soul power of all soul rings into the moth skill. When employed, varying degrees of soul power condensation and compression occur depending on the soul skill utilized. To harness the fusion ring, 3 prerequisites must be met: formidable mental strength, exceptional control, and a profound understanding of one's own soul rings. According to my understanding, the first 2 aspects should pose no challenge for you, Gao Yuan spoke confidently. As for my own experience, the sensation I felt upon successfully achieving fusion for the first time was akin to my energy melting and boiling. To initiate the fusion of soul rings, one must first break free from the constraints of the rings, allowing for the merging of souls. Now, begin with your first soul ring and, in the shortest time you can manage, consecutively employ all your soul skills. Shaoyun had already mastered seamless transitions, and had it not been for the fear of startling the old man, he could have deftly utilized multiple soul techniques simultaneously, wielding one in each hand. Indeed, it appears that your comprehension of the soul rings is quite profound. The next step is to find a way to incite a sensation of boiling and melting within your soul power, and then directly attempt to merge the soul rings. Following his guidance, Shaoyun endeavored for 3 or 4 days, striving to evoke the sensations of boiling and melting, yet he remained unable to grasp the elusive technique. Beyond accelerating the movement of water molecules to release a physical semblance of high temperature, he could find no further insight. Gao Yuan, uncertain of how to delve deeper into the instruction, recognized that the ability to fuse rings often eluded verbal explanation. He inquired, if convenient, "Could you share which soul beast you have hunted?" There was no secret in this matter. Ice Silkworm, Slime, Azure Flagfish, Thunder Eel, and lastly, the Ancient Tree King, which was hunted with the assistance of that esteemed individual. As curiosity about the relationship between Shaoyun and Qin Dalu deepened, Gao Yuan remarked, "Your soul rings, at a glance, exhibit no apparent attribute conflicts aside from the 4th soul ring. They seem rather harmonious. Therefore, I suggest you execute the soul techniques in the sequence of 5, 1, 2, 3, for several times, and remember that sensation, to see if you can evoke a feeling of fusion." Shaoyun made another attempt. After several cycles, he genuinely sensed a feeling of integration, yet something still eluded him. This repetitive endeavor persisted for several days, yielding little more than an increase in his soul skill experience. The old man and the young one exchanged glances, both lost in contemplation. There was no need for haste. As previously mentioned, mastering the ability to merge rings is not achieved overnight. It requires patience. In my own youth, I too invested considerable time before I stumbled upon the understanding. Shaoyun, however, disagreed. How could a skill stump the protagonist for 2 whole chapters? Elder, perhaps you could personally demonstrate the ring fusion technique for this junior to observe? After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yuan nodded. Very well. Watch closely. I shall slow the process as much as possible. Soul manifestation. A majestic flaming eagle phantom materialized behind Gao Yuan. Shaoyun blinked. An eagle? That looks more like a falcon, slender frame, long tail, sharp wings. Snapping out of his distraction, Shaoyun focused intently on the fusion process. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings shimmered into existence. Without any visible motion, the rings suddenly overlapped and merged, coalescing into a pair of colossal flaming wings behind Gao Yuan. For demonstration purposes, I shall refrain from displaying the more destructive soul skills. Well, did you glean anything? Shaoyun nodded, though the fusion had been swift. His heightened spiritual perception had caught something. He attempted again. The 2nd and 3rd rings showed faint signs of fusion. The 1st, 4th, and 5th remained utterly unresponsive. Tianmeng's soul ring essence is simply too vast, understandable, given its sealed state. Fusion 1T come easily. As for the 4th and 5th, their energies not only refuse to merge but actively clash. This makes no sense. Glancing up at Gao Yuan, whose flames were gradually subsiding, Shaoyun had a sudden epiphany. He wields a fire attribute beast soul. That boiling, melting technique might only be applicable to his own element. But mine is water. What defines water? Fluidity. Permeation. Trickling streams converge into rivers. Gentle rain seeps into soil. Shifting his approach, he began anew. Is it about to rain? Gao Yuan brushed a hand through his hair, finding it damp with dew. He looked up. The sky had darkened without notice. A thin mist settled over the surroundings. Ring fusion. Success. Shaoyun rose, and the soul rings visible on his surface had dwindled to just the one from Tianmeng. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th had all melded into one. Once again, Shaoyun experienced the overwhelming sensation of pressure that demanded release. He opted for his 4th soul skill, Thunder Realm. As the name suggests, it created an area of electric discharge. With a level of 78, Tianmeng was able to engage with the Ice Emperor, unleashing a spectacle into the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. The moisture content within the clouds was already substantial. Influenced by Shaoyun's skill, it manifested a scene of ominous clouds looming over the city. Gao Yuan was somewhat astonished. A 13-year-old Soul King was already remarkable, yet no matter how one pondered, it seemed implausible that even a successful melding of rings could have such a widespread impact, especially considering he had only fused 4 rings. Shaoyun was not particularly surprised. His soul power quality exceeded that of his peers by more than threefold, and he had also integrated 3 10,000-year soul rings, coupled with formidable mental strength, making such a scenario quite logical. If he were to incorporate the million-year soul ring from Tianmeng, perhaps this technique could envelop the entire sunset forest. If that were the case, might I not be able to contend with title Douluos? It would be prudent to choose a moment of solitude to experiment with the fusion effects of the Tianmeng soul ring. In this instant, Shaoyun felt an overwhelming confidence. As if he could conquer the heavens, the earth, and even the very air itself. He expressed his gratitude to his predecessors, acknowledging that this modest gift was merely a token of respect. Shaoyun presented him with a 3rd-tier offensive herb, for there was an abundance of such items, scarcely worth a few coins. Gao Yuan did not hesitate, accepting it outright, while reflecting on Shaoyun's potential. Perhaps the coming centuries would herald his era. Gao Yuan possessed considerable knowledge regarding the titles and their ephemeral nature. The longevity of a title drastically differed from that of the bearer. Moreover, with the protection of the 1,000 paths, the specter of untimely demise was unlikely. A new generation would inevitably replace the old. After a brief sojourn in Heaveno City, Gao Yuan departed quietly, his movements silent as a whisper. A few days later, Shaoyun returned to the Sunset Forest, intent on experimenting with the fusion effects of the Dream Soul Ring. Dream brother, if we fuse the rings, will it affect your seal? Not at all. I observed every moment of your training before. We are merely utilizing energy, which cannot harm the integrity of the seal. Use it freely. Dream wished to witness Shaoyun's soul skills unleashed through his own soul ring, delving deeper into the forest, ensuring solitude in the absence of soul beasts. He adjusted his inner breath and relaxed his mind. The fusion commenced, starting with the second, third, fourth, and fifth rings as a foundation. He absorbed the energy of the Dream Soul Ring. In an instant, the energy from the Dream Soul Ring completely dissolved the combined energies of the second to fifth rings. Fortunately, the experimental soul skills remained unaffected. He unleashed the domain of thunder. The ominous skies transformed into an arena of impending doom. Shaoyun's demeanor hardened. The time for showmanship had arrived. Let the thunder cascade, Qilin. With clarity restored to the heavens, a thunderforged Qilin roared as it descended. A colossal column of lightning erupting from the earth. Countless soul beasts scattered in terror, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Upon witnessing such an effect, Shaoyun hastily abandoned his plans to experiment with further soul skills, vanishing from the sunset forest in an instant, the energy of the fusion still abundant. Upon returning to the prince's residence, he relinquished all strength and collapsed onto the ground. Young Master Shaoyun, a maid, noticing his state, rushed over to assist him. However, upon contact, she found her touch left a deep imprint on his shoulder. Hurry. Notify the prince at once. Send someone to the Royal Knights Barracks for Yi Lingling. The thrill of experimentation had faded, leaving only the grim reality. During the experiment, he had felt no distress, but once the energy was expended, he realized he was on the brink of death. His meridians were utterly fatigued. Even slight movement caused excruciating pain. His muscles seemed to dissolve, and as the maid touched him, she left multiple depressions in his flesh, while he continuously expelled a viscous, yellow-brown liquid from his mouth. The maid cautiously retrieved the prince's token from Shaoyun and hurriedly exited. In the imperial court, Qianrenxue, half closing her eyes, listened to the mundane chatter of the ministers. When suddenly her right eyelid twitched. What is happening? It feels as though something is amiss. A palace servant entered discreetly, swiftly approaching her. Your Highness, at your residence. Her pupils contracted, and her expression shifted as she suppressed her concerns. Father, I have matters to attend to. I take my leave. She departed the hall without waiting for acknowledgement, seeking the maid to hasten back to the prince's residence. With outsiders present, she could not simply take flight. The two guards, the porcupine and the serpent spear, would remain close, providing covert protection. What is going on? Qianrenxue demanded sternly of the maid. The maid, clearly distressed, explained. We do not know. Young Master Shaoyun suddenly returned and collapsed on the ground. When I attempted to assist him, he instructed me to fetch the token for His Highness. Upon returning to the prince's residence, guided by the maid, Qianrenxue found the near-unconscious Shaoyun. After a brief examination, her heart sank. Summon assistance. Split into two teams. One to find Yi Lingling's mother, the other to the barracks for Yi Lingling herself. Not daring to move Shaoyun, she could only watch in fury. What have you done to end up in this state? Yet at that moment, Shaoyun was beyond speech, his eyes barely able to move. Minutes later, Yi Lingling's mother arrived, a powerful soul sage of the Nine Hearts Begonia, capable of performing miraculous feats of healing. Shaoyun, on the verge of demise, was revived through her efforts. Your Highness need not be so formal. Young brother Shaoyun is also the captain of my Lingling's team. He is not a stranger. Similar to the renowned alchemists of the Duki continent, esteemed support-type soul masters here also wield considerable connections and enjoy camaraderie. Especially with a revered healing item like the Nine Hearts Begonia, one could never predict when they might need to call upon such a connection, and thus, offending them was unwise. Moreover, Yi Lingling's mother had her own motives, should she manage to align Shaoyun with her family. The Yi family would certainly gain a formidable pillar of support in the future, although the Nine Hearts Begonia lineage could only sustain 2 soul masters at a time. The Yi family possessed other soul masters beyond merely the Nine Hearts Begonia. As long as one of the existing masters was alive, there remained the possibility for others to awaken different soul weapons. Shaoyun's exceptional talent and prowess made him ponder the possibility of joining the Yi family. The allure was so compelling that it left him feeling quite troubled. In gratitude for Ye's mother's intervention that saved his life, Shaoyun presented her with 5 4th-tier auxiliary herbs. Perhaps after breaking through the title limitations, the Nine Heart Begonia would transcend its lineage constraints. Although the effects of the Nine Heart Begonia were astonishing, Shaoyun still required a period of recuperation to restore his physical strength to its previous state. In the stillness of the night, Qianrenxue entered Shaoyun's chamber. Speak. What on earth did you do to nearly bring about your own demise? She inquired. With a sheepish smile, Shaoyun replied softly, I experimented with the fusion of soul skills. But I didn't anticipate the energy would exceed my control. Exceed your control? Qianrenxue questioned, her brows furrowing. Didn't he mention that your soul rings were 10 years? 1,000 years and 3 10,000 years? To what extent could the energy possibly be? Are you concealing something from me? There are indeed many things I have withheld from you. With an air of feigned hesitation, Shan resolved to divulge. I might as well tell you, Sister Shui. My first soul ring is not merely 10 years, but rather 1,000,000 years. Huh? Sharon Shui scoffed, delivering a playful slap to Shaoyun's forehead. 1,000,000 years? Why not claim it's 10,000,000? Gentle and warm soul energy flowed through his heavenly acupoints, spreading to his limbs and bones. The divine attributes of the angel martial spirit also aided in his healing. After spending more than half an hour together, Sharon Shui finally departed. After lying down for a period, coupled with the rehabilitation time, Shaoyun found himself at a standstill for nearly 2 months. The prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition was on the horizon. At Shrek, Yu Shaojiang was imparting vital competition details to the 7 participants. The Doling Empire region alone boasted over 100 advanced Soul Master Academies, including its affiliated kingdoms and principalities, with even more from the Starfall Empire. Yet ultimately only 33 teams would advance to the finals. The formal competition structure consisted of preliminary rounds, advancement matches, and the finals. Xiao-san, you must heed this. The use of concealed weapons is strictly prohibited on the arena. Violation may lead to immediate disqualification. Yu Shaojiang warned Tang San sternly, not wishing to squander this invaluable opportunity over trivial matters. Given Shrek's current capabilities, with exceptional performance, victory was within the realm of possibility. Furthermore, it was imperative to note that fatalities during the competition were strictly forbidden, yet this rule had some leeway, as the competitors were all young soul masters. And controlling their soul skills was not always feasible. As Yu Shaojiang continued his lengthy admonition, Qin Ming observed the spirited enthusiasm of the 7 juniors. Reflecting on his own missed opportunity to partake in such a grand event in the soul master realm, a regret he would carry for life. Xiao-san Mubai, you could afford to wait for the next competition, when your abilities would truly peak. The event occurs every 5 years, and the oldest among you, Dai Mubai, will only be around 23 or 24 then. Yet, Yu Shaojiang insisted on their participation in this year's competition, under the pretext that even in defeat, they would garner invaluable experience for future endeavors. Tang San, eager to prove himself, was impatient to showcase his talents. Flinder and Lu Erlong would not dispute his decision. Master, Xiao Wu inquired curiously, will there be titled Douluos participating in the competition? Her voice was laced with longing for the esteemed titled Douluos. The others turned their curious gazes toward Yu Shaojiang upon hearing Xiao Wu's question. Titled Douluos may not appear during the preliminary and advancement rounds, but there is a strong possibility in the finals. It is said that this year's final venue will be at the sacred ground of the Spirit Hall, Spirit City. There might even be titled Douluos observing. Rumor has it that one of the rewards for this competition includes guidance from a titled Douluo, or even the chance to take on a disciple. Really? Other titled Douluos may be present? Xiao murmured softly, her excitement barely contained. While Tang San failed to catch her words, Ma Hongjun was visibly thrilled. Guidance from a titled Douluo having such a mentor would be incredible. Flinder interjected with a sly tone from the back. What? Do you feel wronged having me as your teacher? Not at all. Ma Hongjun quickly replied. Without my teacher, I wouldn't be who I am today. If it weren't for you, I might have combusted during my first surge of evil fire. My teacher is forever my most beloved, respected, and cherished mentor. Flinder adjusted his glasses. Well, at least you know how to speak. The others erupted into laughter at Ma Hongjun's rapid concession. Yu Shaojiang clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. For now, you may take a few days to relax. Once the competition commences, there will be matches every day, and you won't find much time to unwind. The 7 dispersed to seek their own amusements. Daimubai sought to invite Zhu Zhiqing out, believing their relationship had sufficiently healed during this time. However, Zhu Zhiqing maintained her aloof demeanor, casting him a glance akin to that of a fool before returning to her training. Despite Yu Shaojiang's suggestion to relax, she dared not let her guard down. What if I had accepted Xiaoyun's proposal at that hotel? Would things be different now? Zhu Zhiqing mused, glancing at Dai Mubai's lax attitude, but quickly shook her head. What am I thinking? We are not related. Who would wish to offend the powerful Dai and Zhu families on my behalf? Ning Rongrong planned to return home for a visit, hoping to find any secret methods from Ning Fingxi to enhance her abilities in the short term. Ma Hongjun was, of course, fully engaged in his own pursuits. Since his last visit to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School with Tang San, Oscar had transformed into a training fanatic, spending his days in the simulated environment known as the kitchen, recommended by Yu Shaojiang. Tang San, perhaps awakening to new insights, took Xiao to Lu Erlong's former cabin to converse privately. Xiaowu, are you all right? Although Tang San had not sensed anything amiss during Xiaowu's earlier inquiry about tidal Douluos, he now noticed her increasing silence, a stark contrast to her previous vivaciousness. Torn between words, Xiaowu struggled to articulate her thoughts. She could hardly fathom how Tang San would react upon discovering her true identity. Silence enveloped her. I'm fine. Brother, do you have confidence in performing well during this competition? Tang San pondered deeply. If I do not encounter that Shaoyun, I should be all right. I wonder how Titan has been faring. His thoughts drifted to the previous connection he had felt with Titan, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Yet he hesitated to inquire directly. Do not worry. Even if I do cross paths with him, I have ways to ensure my safety. Titan, meanwhile, was astonished to learn that the finals would indeed be held in Spirit City, feeling as though fortune favored him. Gazing at the map from Douluo City to Spirit City, the pent-up frustration of recent days dissipated, replaced by a broad smile. Taiyu, he called out, summoning a robust figure who entered. Patriarch, take some men to these locations and observe the terrain. Understood. Shaoyun reflected on how close he had come to becoming a mere puddle of flesh, abruptly jolting him from his overconfident mindset. A sense of dread washed over him, realizing that only his years of accumulated resilience had allowed him to endure such an experience. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have suffered grave injuries. Let us split this watermelon. You take one half, and I'll take the other, he mused, practicing Tai Chi while recalling the sensations of that moment. The energy contained within a million-year soul ring is overwhelmingly vast. With my current physique, I would need to triple my capacity to withstand it. But to control the energy output would contradict the very nature of a soul ring's explosive potential. Perhaps without merging the heavenly dream soul ring, the second, third, fourth, and fifth rings would suffice for the time being. However, the prospect of such formidable abilities lying dormant was disheartening. Regrettably, he had not encountered any trading cards in quite some time. If he could trade for Lao Jun and learn some alchemy techniques to utilize the celestial herbs, his physique might multiply several times over. Without Lao Jun, perhaps Brother Xiao could assist as well. With these thoughts lingering, he returned to considering how to establish an energy regulation mechanism. Perhaps he could experiment with the rune magic framework or create a medium to serve as a transitional port. After completing several rounds of Tai Chi, feeling the stable flow of energy within him, Shaoyun exhaled a puff of white breath. It should be sufficient now, during the competition. I doubt anyone will compel me to unleash my full strength. After finishing breakfast, Shaoyun intended to visit the military camp to observe the training progress of the 6 individuals. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the maid who had previously summoned Qian Renxue from the palace. He offered his heartfelt gratitude, to which the maid humbly replied that it was merely her duty. After a moment's contemplation, Shaoyun earnestly stated, if you wish to leave the prince's residence and live a normal life, do not hesitate to speak to me. The maid, taken aback, fell to her knees in fear, exclaiming, Please, Master Xiao, do not say such things. If I leave the prince's residence for another household, I cannot predict what kind of master I might encounter. Sensing her distress, Shaoyun gently utilized his soul power to assist her upright. There is no need to panic. I have no intention of forcing you away. He then bestowed a modest sum of money upon her, signaling the end of their conversation. As he departed the city and made his way to the military camp, he heard Tianming's cautious voice. Young man, are you all right? What's wrong, Tianming? Shaoyun replied, puzzled. You nearly frightened me to death. If you were to perish, what would I do? You must exercise greater caution in the future. Always think things through. That sounds rather strange. Why repeat think things through twice? I have heard humans express it this way. Repeating it signifies greater seriousness, does it not? Let us not dwell on that. Regarding the technique you demonstrated 2 months ago, in my opinion, it could certainly rival that of the Ice Emperor. Otherwise, were you not just advising me to be more careful in the future? In the depths of Shaoyun's consciousness, the spirit manifestation of the little figure rolled its eyes at Tianming. Are you still holding on? After that move, you should know what my fate will be. Speaking of which, you're just an ice silkworm while I'm a regal ice blue emperor scorpion. How could we possibly be attracted to each other? What is going on in your mind? Also, this is the 3rd time, Tianming. As the saying goes, things don't happen thrice. Don't make me remind you again. After waiting for countless years, what's a few hundred more? Tianming sighed. You can't blame me for being impatient. You have given me hope. What is it that they say? If I have never seen the light, then I can endure the darkness. That is how I feel right now, with a constant itch in my heart. Shaoyun understood this sentiment well. It was akin to eagerly awaiting the arrival of a cherished figurine, feeling as though each day stretched into eternity. How about this? I promise that once I ascend to the human soul Douluo level, We shall take a trip to the far north and confront the Ice Emperor. Surely, that will suffice? With Shaoyun's displayed talent, there was no doubt he would achieve this within a decade. All right, then I shall continue my slumber while you develop at your own pace. At last, Tianming fell silent. However, his words lingered in Shaoyun's mind, and Tianming's eyes. Is that move infused with his soul ring truly capable of contending with the Ice Emperor's 380,000 years of power? Although Tianming spoke with unwavering conviction, Shaoyun felt a twinge of uncertainty. Tianming was more accustomed to eating and sleeping, despite having been hunted by the Ice Emperor for a time. He likely had little experience with the Emperor's true combat prowess. Moreover, to confront the Ice Emperor, one must inevitably contend with the Snow Emperor. It remained unclear whether the Snow Emperor had already succumbed to slumber in this era. Never mind, I will think about it when I become a Soul Douluo. Upon arriving at the military camp, Shaoyun was pleasantly surprised by the 6 companions who had developed a combined skill. This was a multi-person fusion technique, reminiscent of the Spirit Hall's 10,000 streams converging and the now-defunct 7 Shura illusions of Sanghui. By merging their soul powers, they could unleash their respective ultimate soul abilities through Dugu Yin. Aosa Luo, or Yu Tianhing. They also devised a defensive formation, wherein the 21 soul rings of the 6 combined to form a formidable protective barrier. In the original narrative, Tang San and his companions had employed similar tactics to subdue a rampaging 10,000-year soul beast in the Sunset Forest. Impressive. You have truly outdone yourselves. Having acquired new skills, they immediately sought to spar with Shaoyun, who readily agreed. The trio unleashed their attacks, Yu Tianhing's enlarged version of the Blue Lightning Divine Dragon. Nearly 14 meters in length, Dugu Yan's Poison Dragon Breath, which manifested a toxic shadow resembling the true form of their martial soul, and Aosu Luo's Shadow Frenzy, which instantly created dozens of phantom leopard shadows to launch a relentless barrage. The defensive barrier was managed by the Shijia brothers and Yi Lingling, whose combination of Xian Gui's indomitable defense and the unyielding soul power characteristic of the 9-heart sea flower proved exceptionally challenging. Shaoyun felt that even without his presence, they could trade blows with the Spirit Hall team for several hundred rounds, provided they avoided being caught off guard by Hulaina and Xiayu's martial soul fusion technique. I am quite astonished by your training results. If that is the case, let us conclude our studies early and observe the preliminary and advancement rounds, allowing us to unwind. I believe you also need some training. Dugu Yin provocatively gazed at Shaoyun. If you join us, our combined move could very well become the trump card in the finals. Me? Training? Bring it on. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves questioning their very existence, realizing the vast disparity between individuals. After over 2 months of grueling training under the rigorous drills of the Royal Knights, they had finally honed their technique into a seamless combination. Meanwhile, Shaoyun, after only a few attempts, was already able to coordinate perfectly with them. As he uttered peculiar phrases like "I will form the head, I will form the arms," he unleashed bizarre water-shaped soul techniques. Ultimately, he decided to represent their combined technique with an oversized salted fish thrust. Thank you, Captain Luo, for your care during this time. Here, take these medicinal herbs to replenish your strength. Having accumulated a considerable amount of first and second-tier medicinal materials, Shaoyun began distributing them as tokens of gratitude. Captain Roxon felt something was amiss with Shaoyun's words as he held the herbs, casting a distant gaze at the departing youths with a deep sigh. The soldiers nearby found this curious. Captain? Ah, if only I had possessed such remarkable training talent back then, Roxon lamented. 81. Prepare to commence. Captain, do you truly intend to take the field alongside those incompetent fools from Team 2? On their way back, Aosa Luo could no longer contain his curiosity and sought confirmation once more. Shaoyun sat outside the carriage, enjoying the breeze, and casually replied. Among the teams participating in this year's Tiando competition, there are a few notable figures. That captain, why not let me join in the fun? No way. Shaoyun firmly refused. With your limited skills, if you reveal your tactics in the initial rounds, you may easily be countered in the finals. If the Tindo team falters because of your misstep, can you bear the consequences? Upon hearing Shaoyun's serious tone, Osro dared not pursue the matter further. Shaoyun added that you are currently at level 41. Passing the preliminary rounds is not guaranteed. Yu Tianhing's expression grew grave. Is this year's competition truly that daunting? Stretching and shifting his posture, Shaoyun replied nonchalantly, "You will see for yourselves. I shan't elaborate further." The carriage meandered leisurely into the city. Shoyun's gaze swiftly fell upon a certain old rabbit accompanying Sangu on their shopping excursion. Without the guise of heart-wrenching crimson, how dare this rabbit prance about so boldly? After the competition concludes, he should be able to accumulate a fair number of physical points. Perhaps it is time to contemplate the Tianshui Nyoma, or rather, the Nyomeng. The attributes of water and lightning align quite harmoniously with Shoyun's martial soul. What was Tang San's original fifth ring again? The blue-silver something spear? If I recall correctly, it had the potential to evolve. The absurdity of his own soul ring assembly is truly remarkable. Tang San's lineage must have surpassed that of humans. Fortunate that a yin's essence is the gentle blue-silver grass. Had it been some ferocious beast spirit manifesting, one could only imagine the peculiar traits Tang San might exhibit. Verging on a half-beast form. Envisioning various half-beast appearances of Tang San, Shoyun couldn't help but chuckle. All right, we shall reconvene in 7 days. For now, let us return to our respective homes. Leaping off the carriage, Shoy North vanished down the street, lost in his thoughts. Ling Ling, would you care to visit my home first? We could brew some of the medicinal herbs my grandfather has stashed away for beauty and skin nourishment. The veil fluttered, and Yelling pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two disembarked and headed towards the residence of the Dugu family within the city. Oslo, would you like to come see my home? YTNHing suddenly addressed Oslo. Goodness! Oslo exclaimed in shock. Have you become so desperate since Yinzi's departure that you would resort to such measures? That is not my inclination. He cursed under his breath, his face darkening. Is your mind malfunctioning? After the competition, you should be applying for graduation, right? What I mean is, if you find yourself without a place to go, you may consider visiting the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Me? Oslo pointed incredulously at himself. Am I really eligible to join one of the top 3 sects? The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus? Surely that should be reserved for someone like the captain. After a brief silence, YTNHing frowned, uncertain. Someone like the captain should eventually become a revered figure within the empire. And for reasons unknown, I have a lingering feeling he harbors a certain aversion towards us sections. Tianheng, you two take your time. We shall take our leave first. The SH brothers paid no heed to YTNHeng's words. As a family of soul masters, they thrived without reliance on major sections. Oslo eagerly accepted. Let us go. Let us go. Why delay? Let us be off. Shoyn returned to the Crown Prince's mansion to confirm the details of the competition with Qian Arnsu, and then hurriedly made his way to the academy. Upon inspecting the condition of the second team, Shoyn felt a profound disappointment. Initially, he had instructed YTNHing and others to mentor these individuals for several days, hoping to ignite their ambition. They possessed considerable talent. With diligent effort, they would at least not perform worse than those from Seeing Who. Yet, these individuals seemed to learn nothing from their setbacks. After Shoyn took the 6 of them for an extreme challenge, they became utterly lethargic. Upon his return, engrossed in researching soul bones and practicing Ellen magic, he neglected these individuals. He could hardly muster the energy to engage with them further, as they were not his responsibility. Once he extracted Tang Sin's Haoyan hammer, he would no longer need to concern himself with them. Reverting to the role of the first team, the members of the second team could play as they wished. Few truly placed their hopes of representing the Tindu Empire in their hands. Pack your belongings and head to the city to await the competition, he instructed. The group hastily complied, eager to avoid lingering before the Dark Lord. Only 2 of the girls continued to cast flirtatious glances at Shoyn. Gu. Shaoyun furrowed his brows in anger. Get lost. What do you mean by bro? I'm much younger than you. He ordered the others to hurry to the city for preparations. But on his way, he encountered members of the education committee taking a stroll. Come on, Shaoyun, the reputation of the Tindo Royal Academy rests on your shoulders. He waved his hand, signaling that he would take responsibility. Days later, dozens of competing teams gathered at the temporarily renovated Tindo Great Soul Arena. The imposing figure of the Elephant Armor Academy stood out among its peers, drawing the attention of several young women in the audience. To participate in the grand competition, one must not exceed the age of 25. Marrying a competing soul master would be a beneficial venture, laden with fame and fortune, albeit with uncertain character judgments. I Shuya, Emperor of the Tindo Empire, representing the Tindo Empire and one of the hosts of this competition, hereby declare the opening of the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Applause thundered, yet the smile on Shuya's face appeared forced and lacking genuine joy. I hope that the young talents participating in this competition will deliver commendable speeches. Subsequently, Ning Fengji and Salis reached a consensus. The preliminary rounds officially commenced. The esteemed Salis, Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, would draw lots to determine the teams for the first 3 matches of the day. To enliven the atmosphere, the first round of the opening ceremony had a performance aspect. Salas raised his hand and rummaged through the box of lots, producing a badge. The host immediately announced, in the first match of the preliminary round, Songhua Academy competes against Xixing Academy. In the second match, Oakland Academy faces off against Flame Radiance Academy. In the third match, Shrek Academy takes on Tindo Royal Academy. Songhua Academy, being a prestigious institution, quickly regrouped despite losing its original members to Shaoyun's fierce sun-gathering cannon. As for Shrek, Tang-san, lacking any celestial herbs, was currently at the following levels: Daimubai, 17 years old, level 38, Oscar, 16, level 33, Tang-san, 13, level 37, Ma Hongjun, 13, level 31, Ningrongrong, 13, level 31, Xiaowu, 13, level 37, Zhuzhuqing, 13, level 31. With the presence of the Phantom White Tiger, advancing past the preliminary seemed assured. The match between Songhua and Xixing was highly contested, showcasing a dazzling array of soul skills. Ultimately, Songhua edged out a victory. The battle between Oakland and Flame Radiance Academy appeared more like a performance, yet concluded even more swiftly, with Flame Radiance emerging triumphant. Finally, it was time for Shrek to face Tindo Royal Academy. Tang-san, brimming with confidence, strategized, in this match, we shall establish Shrek's reputation. He adjusted his dark green uniform emblazoned with the words seeking advertisers. Following investigations by Lu Erlong and confirmations from Yu Xiaojiang, it became evident that Shaoyun could only be a member of the Tindo Empire's recommended team and would not appear at this stage of the preliminaries. Hence, Tang-san proposed that he, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Tai Long, Jiang Zhu, and Jing Ling take the field, aiming to swiftly overwhelm their opponents. Let them pay for what happened earlier. Yu Xiaojing nodded in approval, acknowledging Tang-san's tactical arrangement as very sound. The 7, filled with fighting spirit, proceeded to the entrance. Just as they vanished from sight, Flinders suddenly appeared. Where are the kids? They haven't gone on yet, have they? What mischief have you been up to, Flinder? Lu Erlong queried, noticing Flinder's serious expression as he adjusted his glasses. This is troublesome. I just saw Shaoyun among the participants from the Royal Academy. What? Ma Hongjun jumped in surprise. Upon seeing Shaoyun slowly walking from the opposite passage, the 4 from Shrek fell silent. Xiaowu recalled Shaoyun's previous actions towards Tang-san and the others and anxiously called out, Brother. Tang-san replied solemnly, No need to worry. We will face him eventually. This is just a matter of timing. Had he known Shaoyun would appear, Tang-san would have arranged for all 7 to participate, as they had devised several strategies specifically against him. Now, they could only gamble on this match. Feeling tense, the 4 were on edge, while Jiang Zhu and the others, having never faced Shaoyun, were bewildered by their reactions. Tang-san stepped forward, and Shaoyun, not wishing to waste time, remarked, I feel it is necessary to remind you that only 5 out of the 26 teams in this preliminary round will advance. To be frank, with Shrek's current strength, you stand little chance against the 4 Elements Academy. If you lose 5 matches, your prospects for advancement will vanish completely. Thus, this first match is crucial. Victory offers you a chance to advance, while defeat signals the end of your journey. His words were delivered with a tone of arrogance. Yet Shaoyun carried the confidence to speak thus. Nevertheless, the harsh reality of his proclamation was irksome. Shaoyun, we are not the same as before, Dai Mubai retorted, his demeanor suddenly stiffening, icy frost forming on his brow. Tang-san, out of respect for that individual, I can offer you a chance. If you entertain me sufficiently, I might allow you to advance past this first match. Tang-san understood the underlying implications. If he guessed correctly, Shaoyun was referring to the reputation of the Tang sect. However, Shaoyun merely mentioned it casually, seeking an excuse, leaving the rest for Tang-san to deduce. Taking a deep breath, Tang-san replied gravely, Very well. As a disciple of the Tang sect and master of hidden weapons, sometimes the facade of honor matters little. As long as hidden weapons are employed, dignity can be reclaimed. Though I cannot use hidden weapons now, as long as my heart holds them, it suffices. Shaoyun turned around. You all stand back. I wish to engage in a private contest with this brother Tang-san. Tang-san similarly addressed Dai Mubai and the others, prompting Dai Mubai to stiffly retreat to the edge of the arena. Xiao Wu seemed inclined to step forward but was gently restrained by Zhu Qing, who shook her head in disapproval. Under Titan's command, Talon followed Tang-san's lead, guiding the other two to the periphery of the field. The unexpected turn of events on the stage stirred a murmur of astonishment among the audience, leaving the host perplexed as he cautiously approached to inquire. Are you initiating a one-on-one match first, with the possibility of a group battle depending on how things unfold? Shaoyun casually responded to her. Dodo. The host of the Seoul Arena in Tindo City had been specially assigned due to the grand competition. However, despite having hosted numerous Seoul battles, she had never witnessed an opening featuring a one-on-one duel. Do these two harbor personal grudges? With no other recourse, she endeavored to revive the gradually silencing arena. Picking up the amplification soul guiding device once more, she proclaimed loudly. An unexpected turn of events unfolded as the two young soul masters sought to determine the outcome of their respective teams through a duel. What will the outcome be? Let us await the result with bated breath. In the VIP viewing area, Ning Fengji subtly shook his head. Upon seeing Shaoyun take the stage, he sensed something amiss, and the host's remarks further confirmed his apprehensions. It appeared that Rong would likely not shine in this grand competition. Your Majesty, shouldn't that child Shaoyun be among the promoted teams? Why is she? Xueye, perplexed, turned to Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe smiled. My younger brother Mu mentioned that merely observing from the audience is futile. It is imperative to personally engage and gather intelligence on various opponents. Understanding this, Ning Fengji praised Xueye. This child possesses extraordinary talent and a prudent mindset. She is bound to make a remarkable impression in the finals, bringing glory to the empire. Xuede. An elderly man stroked his beard, revealing a laugh that lacked vigor. Let us hope that with Lord Ning's auspicious words, the Tindo Empire will achieve resounding victory in this competition. Salaris wore a disdainful expression, while the reactions of the other spectators varied. Some, although unclear on the reason for the duel, cheered enthusiastically, hoping for a spectacle that would justify their ticket price. The atmosphere was both peculiar and fervent as Dodo promptly announced the release of their martial souls, signaling the commencement of the match. Tang San immediately employed Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, attempting to create distance. Yet, Shaoyun shadowed him closely, maintaining the same distance. The two darted across the arena, elusive and ethereal. If they were a male and a female, it might have appeared graceful, but with two young boys, it exuded an odd flavor. As they chased each other, time was squandered. Shaoyun, seemingly effortlessly, struck with a palm. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Tang San sought to dissipate the force. His arm was pierced through, and the surging power rushed towards his internal organs, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. The ninth In True Classic, Volume 2, Heart-Crushing Palm. This technique, akin to controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, dissipated the force. Although termed heart-crushing, it would devastate the internal organs of the afflicted while leaving the bones unscathed. If it were an external force-based technique like the crushing divine claw, there might be a chance to nullify it with controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. First soul skill bind. At such a close distance, you should find it impossible to evade. Tang San activated his first soul skill, as the blue silver grass danced through the air, successfully ensnaring Shaoyun. Master, the Haoyan hammer has revealed itself too early. Shaoyun, following Tang San's intent, was ensnared by the blue silver grass. After a brief moment, having confirmed that the blue silver grass seeds had fully parasitized, he exerted his strength to snap free. Immediately, Tang San activated the parasitism, and a thicker and sturdier blue silver grass erupted from Shaoyun's body. Yu Xiaojing, watching from the sidelines, was astounded. This was not right. Shaoyun's soul power was undoubtedly problematic. His true level far exceeded that of Xiao San, which accounted for the robust blue-silver grass that had sprouted from absorbing his soul power. Is there an issue? Lu Erlong wondered aloud. Wasn't Flinder just now wearing an expression of having seen through the truth on the large screen? He murmured that with the capabilities of the Imperial Crown Prince, manipulating the large screen could hardly be a trivial matter. The battle continued on the field. Shaoyun's fierce energy surged, severing the parasitic blue-silver grass. Tang San, you are truly a fool. The essence of blue-silver grass is its indomitable vitality, akin to a wildfire that cannot be extinguished. If you had devoted effort to enhancing your soul rings in this regard, you might have posed a genuine challenge. Instead, you foolishly resort to toxic enhancements. In the latter stages of the original narrative, Tang San scarcely utilized the earlier soul abilities of blue-silver grass, opting instead to commence with the fifth soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear. Tang San paid no heed to the trivial verbal sparring that could not shake Yu Xiaojing's esteemed position in his heart. He summoned his martial soul. sprouting dozens of slender grass leaves, employing techniques such as labor and yen fei, bat wing reincarnation, and locust stone to launch a flurry of attacks. Ah, little thief San. Let me reveal another application of blue silver grass to you. He deftly picked up a favored blue silver grass vine, executing the white python whip technique. Although Shaoyun had not rigorously trained this move, dealing with Tang San was hardly a challenge. The petals infused with soul power were ensnared by the azure black grass python, which then lashed at Tang San, spinning him several times. Realizing the predicament, Tang San enveloped himself in a web to bolster his defense. The grass python relentlessly entwined the web, pulling taut. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang San. He activated the Xinyu hand, reaching through the gaps of the web to grasp the grass python. Indeed, while the parasitic technique consumed the opponent's soul power, it ultimately remained my soul skill. There was no issue in accommodating my soul power. He infused his own soul power, vying for control of the grass python against Shaoyun. Meanwhile, his other hand was not idle. He unleashed the web once more to obscure Shaoyun's vision. Then, rather than advancing, he retreated, swiftly closing the distance to Shaoyun under the cover of the web. Increasing the distance posed no hindrance to Shaoyun. Rather, it imposed significant pressure on Tang San himself. Given the current circumstances, close combat was the only avenue with a glimmer of hope for victory. Controlling the crane to capture the dragon, ghostly shadow illusion, Xinyu hand. In Purple Extreme Demon Eye, these techniques are well known to Shaoyun, as he hails from the same Tang sect and likely possesses inner disciple status. Concealed weapons are ill-suited for this scenario. However, I do possess another trump card that he remains unaware of. In close proximity, I shall unleash the Haotian hammer with the chaotic cloak hammer technique, seizing the moment during his lapse in vigilance to secure victory. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of light akin to the purple extreme demon eye shone in Shaoyun's gaze. The 9 true classics, soul-shifting art. Such an unusual approach of drawing near suggests he intends to utilize the Haotian hammer at last. How troublesome. This fellow's spirit is remarkably resilient. Inducing a state of hypnosis without drawing attention proves to be quite the challenge. From the moment he entered and spoke, Shaoyun had been subtly guiding Tang San's subconscious with the soul-shifting art. However, should an outsider discern any hint of this, Shaoyun would expose a hidden card. It would be prudent to bide more time and proceed with caution. As Tang San successfully closed in, a dark black small hammer suddenly materialized in his hand, striking the careless Shaoyun. It appeared that Shaoyun was caught off guard. Shocked, Shaoyun exclaimed, "You possess another martial soul? Is that the Haotian hammer?" The revelation of the dual martial soul, the Haotian hammer, left the audience in utter astonishment. This Tang San, could he truly be a disciple of the Haotian sect? Those familiar with the Haotian hammer were taken aback by Tang San's identity, while others marveled at his extraordinary talent. Shui was consumed by thoughts. The Haotian sect had subtly supported the Star Luo Empire in the past. Did this indicate a potential alliance with the Tindo Empire? Although forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect, though weakened, still possessed significant influence. Should they gain the robust support of the Tindo Empire, even if they could not restore their former glory as the preeminent sect, they could certainly regain considerable vitality. In such a scenario, with the backing of the top 3 sects, the power of the Tindo Empire would surpass that of the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. With this thought in mind, Shui turned to call upon Shui Qinghe, whispering, "Qinghe, after the competition concludes, make contact with this Tang San and gather intelligence on the Haotian sect." "Understood, Father," Qinghe replied. Although there was a woman named Tang Weiwa in Tindo City who seemed to represent the Haotian sect, she was impenetrable, revealing nothing about the sect. Saralis cast a sidelong glance. Though he did not hear Shui Ye's words directly, it was evident to everyone what the other was contemplating. They were merely an outdated sect. Even if they were to re-emerge, what difference would it make? The Spirit Hall was teeming with experts, with the elders of the Worship Hall alone surpassing the combined strength of other factions. The current pope was a figure of great ambition and diligence. How could they, the decadent nobility consumed by pleasure, ever hope to compare? Ning Fingji pondered as well. Should they perhaps re-establish contact with the alliance of the top 3 sects to confront the ever-growing might of the Spirit Hall? Meanwhile, the Tindo team and others were bewildered. Is the captain truly being sent flying like that? Osro leaned against the railing, scratching his head. It feels somewhat implausible, doesn't it? That hammer did not seem to strike true. Yu Tianhing was certain. On the side of Yu Shaojiang, it is unfortunate. If only the Haotian hammer could be concealed until the advancement rounds or the finals. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Haotian hammer, Yu Shaojiang seemed to affirm Tang San's victory with an air of ease. Yet it was too early to relax. Shaojiang, Tang San's attack did not genuinely hit Shaoyun. It merely struck the barrier adjacent to him. Flandra and Lu Erlong observed with clarity. Shaoyun proactively withdrew using the force of the Haotian hammer. On the arena, he had already mastered the manipulation of the water barrier, and as soon as he noticed Tang San's left-hand movement, he was prepared, truly worthy of its renowned reputation. The Haotian hammer possesses certain intricacies. In that fleeting moment, the profound force nearly caused the water membrane to ripple. By controlling the water molecules, he meticulously sensed every detail of the hammer in Tang San's grasp, coordinating with him to accumulate the chaotic dance of hammers. At present, Tang San could manage only about 30 strikes, anymore, and he would lose control, risking injury to himself. Even if he could achieve a complete chaotic dance of hammers, it would bear no significance if he failed to land a hit. As Tang San danced, or rather, wielded his hammer, a faint layer of black vortex began to form around him. Shaoyun pretended to interrupt his assault, casually launching a barrage of inconsequential water projectiles. Though they appeared dense and formidable, they were ultimately meaningless. Your hammer pales in comparison to mine. Chaotic dance of hammers, 34 strikes. Tang San's mind surged with exhilaration as he shouted with conviction, bringing down a hammer with unwavering confidence. Shaoyun stepped back with an air of nonchalance, completely unfazed by the oppressive pull of the chaotic black vortex. Extending his right hand, countless streams of water intertwined, coalescing into a formidable hammer. Aside from its hue, which differed from Tang San's, it appeared indistinguishable. Could it be the Haotian hammer? No, something felt amiss. There was no aura of a martial soul. Was it a soul skill? What could it be? A mere touch would reveal all. Grasping the watercolored Haotian hammer, Shaoyun boldly initiated his assault. It resembled the true Haotian hammer in every aspect. When the two hammers collided, a thunderous sound reverberated. The clash was relentless, as if a demolition crew had descended upon the arena. Both parties exhibited exquisite techniques of force application and release, creating an illusion of equal strength. Yet, the truth remained known only to the two combatants. Tang San felt as though the Haotian hammer was entirely beyond his control, ensnared by the opposing force, compelling him to employ the chaotic cloak hammer method once more. Again and again, his arms began to buckle under the strain. Shaoyun's intent was not to learn the chaotic cloak technique. Rather, he sought to provoke Tang San into continuously evoking the martial soul aura of the Haotian hammer through this self-created soul skill ideally suited for it. By immersing his water in the essence of Tang San's martial soul, Shaoyun aimed to deeply perceive and simulate it. Water has the unique ability to penetrate. Once Shaoyun's water molecules fully absorbed the martial soul aura of Tang San's Haotian hammer, even true disciples of the Haotian sect would hesitate to declare it false. However, this battle was too brief. Tang San's stamina was waning. Damn, useless. As Tang San's hammer strikes grew increasingly feeble, Shaoyun resorted to another method. By shattering the Haotian hammer, the released martial soul aura would be undeniably genuine, albeit requiring Tang San a period of recovery. With a strike of 50, then 80. The first blow sent the Haotian hammer crashing into the arena floor. The second strike saw the hammer swell dramatically, a torrent of water surging from its base. The combination of Shaoyun's force and the impact caused the Haotian hammer to splinter. For 2 fleeting seconds, it held together before fracturing into shards. A shockwave erupted, sending arcs of black lightning splattering forth as Tang San screamed in agony, propelled backward and losing consciousness. Comparing the aura released when Tang San first revealed the Haotian hammer, the martial soul essence now emanating from the water hammer was approximately 65% of the original, barely sufficient. Once Tang San recuperated, he would likely utilize the Haotian hammer in the upcoming matches, at which point he could gradually replenish its aura. At the outset, it was stated that as long as Tang San's performance thrilled Shaoyun, they would be granted the opportunity to progress past the first round. True to his word, Shaoyun turned to depart. The opportunity had been bestowed upon them. However, if they could not even contend with a few incompetent members of the second team, then they would have no choice but to await the next competition, or perhaps there would be no future opportunities at all. In 5 years, the existence of the Soul Master competition itself was uncertain. Witnessing Tang San's grievous injury, Xiaowu cried out in fury. Stop. She instantaneously teleported behind Shaoyun, delivering a swift kick. Despite the double standards prevalent among people in this world, barring the saints, her retaliation was met with a punch that sent Xiaowu nearly folding in half, propelling her back to Shrek's ranks. Truly, a pair of divine beasts. Tailong leaped up to catch Xiaowu. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Zhuqing, although the previous defeat of the Nether White Tiger to Shaoyun lingered in their minds. They were left with little choice but to rely on their martial soul fusion technique for some semblance of confidence. Shaoyun cast a glance at them, revealing no intention to continue the conflict, instead moving to the edge of the arena and vanishing from sight. The remaining 6 members of the second team closed in, only to be overwhelmed by Dai Mubai and Tai Long, while Zhu Zhuqing clawed at them, leaving them utterly humiliated. In truth, from a surface-level perspective, the second team's soul power levels were not inferior to Shrek's. Yet, they lacked the resolute mindset and conviction to truly contest victory. Accustomed to lives of privilege, they often delegated tasks to subordinates. The avalanche was merely their superlative version of a challenge. Nevertheless, before such a large audience, especially in the presence of the emperor, being soundly beaten stirred a glimmer of ferocity within them. Their frenzied assaults left Dai Mubai and his allies scrambling. After a standoff lasting several minutes, they eventually succumbed, exhausted. Thus concluded the first day of the preliminary rounds. How is little San? Tang San was brought back to Shrek Academy, where Xiao Xian once again took on the role of healer. Administering sugar beans to Tang San, Xiao Xian's expression was somewhat complex. How many times has it been now? I seem to have become Tang San's personal physician. There's no need for excessive worry. It's nothing serious. The martial soul has merely shattered. With a few days of proper rest, he will recover. However, in the upcoming matches, Tang San should refrain from utilizing his other martial soul, Xiao Xian cautioned sternly. If the martial soul shatters again in quick succession, irreparable damage may result. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, understanding the gravity of Xiao Xian's words as a theoretical master. He couldn't fathom why Shaoyun bore such animosity towards little San, to the extent of resorting to such ruthless measures. Dai Mubai was indignant, questioning the need to shatter another's martial soul. What enmity could justify such actions? Ma Hongjun remained silent, breathing quietly, afraid to speak. Had he not been so brash with his words earlier, perhaps today's events would have unfolded differently. As Tang San lay unconscious, Xiao Wu held his hand, her heart aching. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, having little to say. There are always those who harbor inexplicable jealousy towards others, Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed with conviction. Shrouded in mystery, in my view, Shaoyun is indeed fearful of little San. Such a startling assertion stunned those present, as the master continued. He fears that once little San's talent matures, he will no longer be the sole unparalleled genius. He risks losing the fame and fortune he has amassed, which is why he persistently targets little San, seeking to utterly shatter his confidence. Strangely enough, there seemed to be a kernel of truth in his words. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain Shaoyun's relentless pursuit of Tang San, if it were merely a matter of past grievances. He ought to have focused his ire on Ma Hongjun instead. At the entrance, Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji paused. Yu Xiaojiang's words left them at a loss for comment. Exchanging glances, they both decided to feign ignorance. Master, Dean Flander, Ning Fengji greeted, to which the others promptly responded. As the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they were not inclined to treat him lightly. After some pleasantries, Ning Fengji introduced Xue Qinghe. This is the Crown Prince of the Empire, Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe smiled gently. Greetings, everyone. Please, feel free to address me as Qinghe. Flander, ever the shrewd businessman, was not so easily convinced. Your Highness' visit brings great honor to our humble Shrek Academy. I wonder what brings you here, Your Highness? Ning Fengji's arrival was understandable. Yet the purpose of the Crown Prince's visit was shrouded in mystery. I simply heard from my teacher about little San's condition and wanted to come and check in on him. But I hear that Shaoyun is one of your royal subjects. Is it not somewhat disingenuous for you to come to check in? Several of the younger individuals thought to themselves. However, Flander and the elders bore no significant grievances, stepping aside to allow the two to briefly assess Tang San's condition. It was my little brother who was overly excessive, Xue Qinghe assured the teachers. Rest assured, upon returning, I will certainly reprimand him severely. Xue Qinghe feigned displeasure and solemnly informed Yu Xiaojiang and the others. I will soon send some excellent medicinal herbs to ensure that the Tang San brothers recover swiftly, so as not to impede the progress of the competition. We are most grateful to your Highness. Flander beamed with a bright smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fengji utilized the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to assist with their healing. The two parties exchanged trivial gossip and departed amicably. Teacher, why has this prince come to visit Sangu? It feels so awkward. His subordinates are the ones who inflicted such harm on him. Ma Hongjun muttered. You fool. What do you understand? Flander chided, giving him a light smack. He is a prince. Must we expect you, a mere chubby boy, to comprehend his actions? Coming from an esteemed family, Yu Xiaojiang quickly discerned Xue Qinghe's true intentions. It appears the Empire wishes to establish a connection through Shaosan and the Haotian sect. Unfortunately, Shaosan has never returned to the Haotian sect. Otherwise, there could have been opportunities to manipulate the situation. Meanwhile, the members of the Tindo fighting team gathered for a meal. "Captain, did you go to such great lengths just for that Tang-san?" Osro inquired, puzzled as he picked up a piece of lamb chop. "You even shattered his martial spirit. I see nothing extraordinary about that fellow. Why such fuss?" "Huh? In my life? Shaoyun acts with purpose. There is no need for you, Osro, to question it," Shaoyun retorted. Before he could finish, Osro had already developed goosebumps all over his arms. "I never expected that lad to possess twin martial spirits." Yu Tianhing poured a cup of fruit wine for Duguyan. His curiosity piqued. "And one of them is the Haotian hammer. The continent has not heard from the Haotian sect in over a decade, once the preeminent sect, surpassing even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The world's foremost weapon martial spirit is indeed renowned, yet it was shattered by our captain." Osro shook his head, seemingly intoxicated. Dismissing the Haotian hammer entirely, Shaoyun uttered a statement that left others perplexed. "Tang-san is Tang-san, and the Haotian hammer is the Haotian hammer. The title of the world's foremost weapon martial spirit does not refer to all Haotian hammers, but rather to a specific soul master wielding one. The Haotian sect earned its prestigious title solely through that individual." "Who?" Duguyan asked, intrigued. "Who possesses such strength?" He was the previous sect master of the Haotian sect, now known as the legendary Haotian Douluo, once hailed as the invincible limit Douluo of level 99. Such figures still exist on the continent. The Shijia brothers responded in unison. "Why have we never heard of him?" "Because that was nearly a century ago," Yi Lingling's cool voice corroborated Shaoyun's statement. "When I was young, I perused my grandfather's notes, which contained some records. If I recall correctly, his name was Tangshan, and he had a counterpart known as the Sky Invincible, who was from the Spirit Hall." Osro, filled with fervor, suddenly rose and proclaimed, "Regardless of his past heroics, he is now but dust. The future is ours. Cheers." The others raised their glasses in unison. Shaoyun, filled with ambition, declared, "In the next 500 years, countless souls shall remember my name. The heavens, the earth, and the vast abyss shall tremble at the mere utterance of it." Upon returning to the prince's residence, he encountered Qian Ruxue in the grand hall. She was neither in her study nor resting in her chambers, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Her gaze beckoned Shaoyun to approach. "Why do you hold such animosity towards Tang-san?" she inquired. Since their acquaintance, she had never witnessed Shaoyun in such a state of contemplation. After a brief pause, he replied, "There are numerous reasons, yet it ultimately distills to a single sentiment. I simply find him displeasing." "Is that all?" she pressed. "Indeed, that is all," Shaoyun retorted. Qian Ruxue, momentarily at a loss for words, continued, "For now, exercise patience. Recently, I intend to glean information about Haotian sect through Tang-san. Should you still feel discontented, we may address it later." Shaoyun furrowed his brow. "You must have guessed the identity of that Tang-san, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He is undoubtedly the son of Tang Hao. As for Tang Hao, once I assume control of the Tindo Empire, I shall personally address the matter." Qian Ruxue's gaze sharpened. "It is best to address the trivial matters of little consequence while the snow falls, since it is Sister Shue's request." Shaoyun shrugged and nonchalantly replied, "Then I shall comply." After all, the Four Elements Academy will certainly provide him with ample challenges ahead. The following day, the preliminary rounds proceeded as usual. In the Shrek camp, Shaoyun discovered Tang-san, whose complexion appeared somewhat sallow. With the assistance of Ning Fingxi, the medicinal resources from the Imperial Prince's residence, and the support of the Soul Sage Auxiliary Soul Master Shao Exine, he had recuperated considerably overnight. While he was fit for normal activities, he was still far from ready for combat, due to time constraints on the first day of the opening ceremony. Only 3 exhibition matches had taken place. Today, however, 13 matches were concurrently held across various regions, excluding the automatically qualified Tindo team. There were 26 participating teams from the prestigious Soul Master Academies directly under the jurisdiction of the Tindo Empire. In theory, each team was required to compete against the other 25, culminating in a ranking based on their performance. The top 5 teams, along with those from affiliated kingdoms and neutral principalities, would advance to the knockout rounds for individual battles, a process that would take at least 13 days. However, the actual duration would likely be much shorter, as some teams, aware of their limited skills, showed self-awareness and would forfeit upon encountering insurmountable opponents, such as the Four Elements Academy. Shaoyun glanced at Shrek's true form, which exuded confidence. On the field were Daimu Bai, Zhu Shuqing, and Xiao Wu, along with 4 substitutes. Their opponents were a nameless, inconspicuous academy, which failed to capture Shaoyun's interest. He redirected his attention to the competition area of the Water Academy. As expected, the matches featuring the first female team of Douluo were the most captivating. This area attracted the largest audience, with every seat occupied. And even those at the back were standing, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they could hardly see anything from such a distance. Shaoyun, naturally, occupied the VVIP seat. Courtesy of the Prince's token, positioned in the front row, closest to the protective barrier. Aside from their match against the 4 Elements Academy, the 4 teams faced their other opponents with relative ease. On the field, Shui Binger unleashed a single soul skill, Ice Seal, after which Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba dispatched half of the opposing team. Subsequently, Shin Liuyu, with her formidable martial soul, the Enamel Crocodile, a powerful beast martial soul within the Water Attribute series, withstood the remaining opponents, while her teammates returned to eliminate the last of the adversaries. The battle concluded with cheers erupting from the audience, celebrating the stunning performances of the girls from the Water Academy. Meanwhile, the opposing team left the stage with their heads hung low, feeling humiliated at having lost to women. Shui Yuer enthusiastically acknowledged the audience, waving to them. When she suddenly spotted Shaoyun, she reached out to pull Shui Binger, exclaiming, "Sister, wait." Shui Bingo admonished softly, "Don't act recklessly in front of so many people. If others misunderstand, it won't be good for either of us." Shui Wei fell silent, stepping into the passageway to shield herself from the audience's gaze, muttering under her breath. In the stories I read, many beautiful relationships begin with a misunderstanding. What is wrong with a misunderstanding? A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. Shui Bingo halted, gazing seriously at her sister. "Xiaoyu, refrain from meddling carelessly in the future. If you are so eager to marry, I will return home after the competition and inform our parents to advertise for a suitable husband for you." Shui Wei clasped her hands together, pleading for mercy. And after taking a few steps, she murmured, "A gentleman's friendship? If you're not beautiful and he is not handsome, I wonder how you will maintain that friendship." Her words struck a chord of truth. Many relationships in this world often begin with physical attractiveness, aside from familial bonds and childhood friends clad in open-crotch pants. Perhaps there are others, but genuinely intriguing souls are indeed a rarity. After learning from Shrek's experience, the Tindo second team performed commendably in their second match. Being composed of students from the Empire's top-tier Royal Academy, inherently gifted, when they played to their full potential, they stood as a formidable force beneath the 4 elements, Shrek, and the elephant armor. They achieved a decisive victory and sought out Shaoyun to share their triumph, primarily to show off. Not bad, indeed, Shaoyun mused. It was rare to see such enthusiasm from a few otherwise lackluster individuals, and he felt it unwise to dampen their spirits. He invited them to their usual restaurant for a celebratory feast. After bidding them farewell, Shaoyun wandered alone under the glow of streetlights, meandering through the city. As he walked, he entered a dimly lit street. Being somewhat obsessive-compulsive, he stood at the center of the shadowy lane and suddenly spoke. "Come out, you shadowy figures." Long before the competition commenced, he had sensed an increase in the number of gazes scrutinizing him from the shadows, but had paid little heed, continuing his activities with a carefree demeanor. However, after watching the Water Academy's match, he felt an unmistakable, distinct scrutiny that radiated hostility. Reminiscent of the 2 warriors from the Sun Moon Forest, describing the essence of hostility is challenging. It primarily stems from an overly active mental presence leading to a wide-ranging projection of brainwaves, allowing him to perceive malicious intent lurking in the shadows. After aimlessly lingering for some time, the signs of their imminent actions became apparent. Shaoyun appeared to be performing a monologue, met with utter silence. Alas, it is always this way. These individuals believe they remain entirely concealed, their hidden presence remarkably subtle. The first soul ring, an interference, concealed in various corners. They fancied themselves as impeccable observers, yet they all revealed their forms. In total, there were 21 of them. However, it seemed they were strangers to one another, divided into 3 groups of 6, 6, and 8. The delineation was stark, with each group casting wary glances at the others. In a brief moment, the 3 factions exchanged glances, 2 of them affirming their common objective, to eliminate Shaoyun. The third group, however, had a different intention, to capture Shaoyun and return him for breeding, hoping to enhance their familial genes. The scenario shifted to 14 against 6. The faction intent on breeding donned the typical attire of nocturnal travelers, their heads and faces shrouded, clad in deep purple-black garments, each adorned with slender chains at their waists. Retreat. After a few seconds of standoff, the breeding faction deemed the situation unfavorable and wisely chose to withdraw. Regardless of their breeding ambitions, their lives took precedence. The other group allowed their departure, for their target that night was Shaoyun. Unnecessary complications could only drain their strength. Once they re-established their alliances, Shaoyun leisurely spoke. I must say, is it not a tad disrespectful for your strongest, the Soul King, to disregard Shaoyun's dignity? No one responded to Shaoyun. They seemed resolute, confident that they would end Shaoyun's life at this very moment. The somber waves of soul power melded seamlessly with the night. In an instant, Shaoyun vanished from his original position, and sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground. These two factions, one seems reminiscent of military personnel, while the other, judging by their emotionally vacant gazes, likely consists of professional assassins. Shaoyun swayed left and right, evading a barrage of over a dozen attacks that failed to find their mark. The group, seemingly composed of soldiers, suddenly reformed into a 2-4-2 formation, their soul rings reappearing as they channeled their spirit power into the front ranks. A combined attack skill? Having previously engaged in a joint assault with the 6 members of the Tindo team, Shaoyun was acutely aware of the telltale signs. This only reinforced his suspicion that this group was indeed affiliated with the military, though he remained uncertain whether they hailed from the Tindo Empire, the Star Luo Empire, or perhaps the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the opposing side not only created space for them but also coordinated their efforts. They launched harassment attacks against Shaoyun, denying him any chance to retaliate while simultaneously constricting his evasive maneuvers. Several crimson rings coalesced into a peculiar cage, and Shaoyun could sense an overwhelming, inescapable stench of blood. The sanguine haze of the prison formed around him. With a wave of Shaoyun's hand, a surge of water light spread forth, the purifying essence triggering a critical strike that radiated the brightest glow since Shaoyun's invocation of purification. The 16th moon illuminated the world in its silvery brilliance. The area, once shrouded in darkness, now basked in light, its warmth only slightly diminished compared to daylight. You are indeed cultivating with human blood, aren't you? The cause of the purifying critical strike lay in the heavy grievances or malevolence these individuals bore. Under the radiant aqua light, it manifested vividly. 8 figures were enveloped in a haze of pale gray, their crimson eyes glinting, fangs slightly bared like vampires. I'm quite curious about the taste of the blood of the continent's foremost genius. Could this allow me to transcend my limitations? Only one among them spoke. The aura of these assassins felt somewhat amiss. Expanding his mental acuity, he discerned that the other 7 bore the mental fluctuations of a speaker. Are they your puppets? The villainous monologue commenced, the assassin articulating slowly and deliberately, as if fearing the audience might miss a word. Indeed, my martial soul is known as the blood demon bat. Once bitten by my little darlings, the blood poison will bind your soul and body to my will for eternity. Just like now. Previously, during 2 probing assaults on Shaoyun, this individual had stealthily dispatched red bats to the backs of 6 soldiers from a suspected foreign nation. However, those 6 were no ordinary operatives. They remained ever vigilant, well prepared for such treachery. 87, I have yet to command. The soul power of the 6. Initially coalescing into a spear several meters long to strike at Shaoyun, instantly dissipated at the captain's command, transforming into 4 tiger head shields that firmly obstructed the red bat's approach. A thunderous sound erupted from within the shields, scattering the chattering bats into a thin mist of blood. The second toll of the bell resonated. The assassins were momentarily stunned. The third toll rang out. One assassin collapsed to the ground. What the hell? Such bravado, only to end up a joke? As Shaoyun blinked, 2 shadows suddenly emerged from behind the shield formation, brandishing black daggers. One swiftly pierced the heart of the assailant, pinning it to the ground, while the other swiftly severed the head of the attacker, preemptively averting any possibility of a resurrection. In 3 words, precise, efficient, ruthless. By now, one could surmise the identity of this group that had engaged in combat with Shaoyun. They were most likely an official assassin guild covertly nurtured by the Xingluo Empire. Thus, there was no need to prolong the charade. First soul skill, mist of the mind. It suppressed the opponent's mental faculties while amplifying one's own perception. Second soul skill, water form. The heavens shifted, and the void sword deity manifested. A 10-meter water sword descended from the sky, piercing the shield array. With a resounding clang that crescendoed with each echo, the shield ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force, shattering under the impact of the water sword. However, Shaoyun had no intention of taking their lives. Instead, he snapped his fingers, delivering a jolt of electricity that rendered them unconscious. intending to interrogate them upon their return about which visionary in the Xingluo Empire had the foresight to extinguish danger in its infancy. Huh? Did you not expect this? I am not yet dead. The voice of the Blood Shadow assassin resonated once more, prompting Shaoyun to turn his gaze. The corpse remained in the pose of a decapitated body, yet it was one of his puppets that spoke. A glimmer of insight flashed in Shaoyun's eyes. Is this the art of soul transference and rebirth? It warrants further investigation. He promptly encased all his puppets, along with the corpse of his own body, in a layer of ice. Moreover, the 6 royal assassins, who could potentially be the Starfall, vanished into the vastness of the night. Ensuring that the servants of the Crown Princess residence were oblivious, Shaoyun discarded them into his own courtyard, setting up a refractive barrier before hastening to seek out Qianrenshui. The study was ablaze with light. As one of the organizers for the upcoming competition, the myriad of logistical arrangements and personnel deployments rendered the official affairs exceedingly intricate and burdensome. Although Qianrenshui managed to limit her role to merely revising the suggestions of the responsible parties, she found herself quite occupied. Shaoyun is not a stranger, so there's no need to concern ourselves with trivialities. With a forceful shove, he opened the door, gazing at Shui Qinghe, who was draped in a nightgown. Sister Shui, hold on a moment. I have something of great importance to discuss. Let us proceed to my place. I wish to show you 2 magnificent treasures. Qianrenshui flicked her wrist, producing a colossal ink blot on the document before her, and irritably retorted to Shaoyun, "Speak properly." Shoyn, utilizing her martial soul abilities, extracted the ink-like substance from her, succinctly recounting the ambush that had transpired during the night. Setting down her pen, Qianrenshui adjusted her night attire and donned an outer robe. She decided to investigate. A few minutes later, after completing her examination of the assassin group, Qianrenshui elucidated to Shoyn. This appeared to be the Night Tiger Regiment of the Douluo Empire, tasked with undertaking clandestine missions. However, it is only during special occasions such as the Soul Master competition that they are able to infiltrate, for otherwise, they would not even gain entry through the gates of Tindo City. The Night Tiger Regiment? Shaoyun blinked. Who came up with such a dreadful code name? Dawn of Light. Peacekeeper, those sound far more appealing. Ignoring Shaoyun, Qianrenshui squatted before the current remnants, fiddling with a wooden stick and studying the puppets for a moment. This should be a fallen soul master, though she was not entirely certain. Suddenly, she called out softly, "Elder Zichuan." A deep voice resonated from the void, affirming, "The young master's assessment is accurate. This person is indeed a soul master whose desire for the dark path has led to the corruption of his martial spirit." Nodding, Qianrenshui added, "Dispose of him and hand him over to Salus. Check if there is a bounty on him." The void stirred with soul power, sweeping away the remnants of the assassin along with the puppets. Left behind, Shaoyun began to interrogate the 6 members of the Night Pot team. First, she used water droplets to administer a profound massage that penetrated their souls. As they drifted into a euphoric state, she employed the soul extraction technique to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. It was both unexpected yet entirely within reason. The Emperor Xingluo, who initially harbored no ill intentions towards Shaoyun, later received news of her decisive victory over Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, the 2 embodiments of the netherworld White Tiger. Recognizing the potential for trouble, he dispatched assassins. However, if he sent individuals of too high rank, they would find it difficult to infiltrate. Conversely, sending those of lower rank raised concerns about their combat effectiveness. Thus, he settled on a group of Soul Kings, hoping to test their combined assault to see if they could eliminate Shaoyun in one fell swoop. Originally, they intended to build up their strength and secrecy for a decisive strike. Yet, they did not anticipate Shaoyun's ability to compel them to reveal themselves. Nor did they foresee the presence of 2 additional like-minded factions lurking in the shadows. All right, that concludes the inquiries. Snow Sister, shall you handle it? Shaoyun raised his hand, reluctant to directly obliterate the evidence in this small courtyard, lest he taint the earth. Qianrenshui called out once more, instructing the elder of the thorned porcupine to dispose of them and send them to the Maze Canyon for the exploration of uncharted territories. Having just returned, the thorned porcupine was once again relegated to the role of a porter. After dealing with the 2 groups, Qianrenshui did not depart. Instead, she settled onto a stone chair in the courtyard. "I have heard whispers of your ambiguous relationship with Shui Binger from the Heavenly Water Academy." Shaoyun took a seat beside her. "Sister Shui, your inquiry in this manner feels rather peculiar." Pausing briefly, he continued, "If we are to speak of ambiguity, there may be a hint of it, yet it is primarily that we share a rapport as friends. You shall always hold the most significant place in my heart." "Sister Shui, Qian Rinxue scoffed coldly, choosing not to respond further as she retreated to her study. It seems the provocation is still insufficient. Shaoyun watched as the silhouette of Qian Rinxue vanished into the depths of the illuminated night. The incident of the nocturnal assault was merely a trivial interlude, failing to stir any significant turmoil. Shaoyun remained focused on the competition. On the third day, a significant match took place between the Kamikaze Academy and the Thunder Academy. The battle greatly satisfied the audience's imagination of young talents, as their moves were both extravagant and resounding. The air crackled with energy. In truth, both teams were evenly matched. Yet the Kamikaze Academy's ability to fly conferred an extraordinary agility in the air. However, the Thunder Academy also possessed many restrictive skills, such as the Thunder Beads and the Thunder Spider. Yet, they could not achieve the instantaneous control over the battlefield that Shui Bingo exhibited. Without the ability to control the entirety of the Kamikaze team, individual control became futile. The Thunder Academy found themselves in a precarious situation. "Captain, what should we do?" Lei Dong inquired of Yu Tianxin as they struggled to counter the aerial attacks from the Kamikaze Academy. Yu Tianxin, a level 40 Assault Soul Master and cousin to Yu Tianheng, had been overlooked for the position of heir simply due to being 1 year older. Frustrated, he left his family to join the Thunder Academy, determined to prove he was stronger than the chosen Yu Tianheng. However, he had yet to realize this ambition even after the Blue Electric family faced destruction. With a surge of lightning, he unleashed several bolts, which clashed with Feng Xiaoyun's wind blades in a spectacular display. Yu Tianheng offered no response to Lei Dong. Logic dictated that continuing the fight would only result in a futile stalemate, yet the burning flame within him refused to accept defeat. Delay. After a moment of silence, Yu Tianxin uttered a single word. The Thunder Academy, grounded, had a greater chance of victory in a war of attrition compared to the Kamikaze Academy. Furthermore, Yu Tianxin did not believe that the Kamikaze members could maintain perfect evasion indefinitely. The moment they revealed a flaw, the Thunder members would unleash a torrent of attacks. Feng Xiaotian quickly deduced the Thunder Team's intentions and called out to his comrades. "They want to engage in a war of attrition. Brothers, let us hit them hard." The Kamikaze members shifted their formation, encircling Feng Xiaotian in midair and beginning to spin wildly. As Feng Xiaotian rotated, his companions orbited around him, creating a swirling green tornado on the arena. On the sidelines, Osro exclaimed, "Captain, this is not..." "No," Shaoyun interjected. "This is merely a physical phenomenon caused by a fluctuation of soul power, unlike our soul fusion techniques that produce a unified soul skill." "Physical phenomenon?" Osro inquired, intrigued. "When you slap yourself, both your face and hand feel pain. That is a physical phenomenon." Osro rolled his eyes but then mused. If the Kamikaze members had mastered soul fusion, this tornado might very well sweep the Thunder Team away. Yu Tianheng observed the Thunder Academy's reactions, remaining silent. Despite Yu Tianxin's resentment regarding the airship issue, the two maintained a decent relationship privately. They were of the same generation, separated by only a year, sharing similar talents and numerous mutual interests. As the tornado approached, the Thunder Team realized they had made a grave mistake. In such a scenario, they should have combined their strength to strike at a single point. If they could sever the center of the tornado to disrupt its connection, they could temporarily foil the Kamikaze's plans and seize the opportunity to launch a concentrated attack. As the whirlwind drew near, the Thunder members finally understood the necessity of unity. Responding to Yu Tianxin's signal, they pulled back and regrouped, attempting to mount a coordinated counteroffensive. Yet, their retreat played directly into Feng Xiaoyun's hands. He suddenly broke free from the tornado, descending with force and directly propelling 4 members of the Thunder Academy away. 3 Soul Masters and 1 Soul Master. Yu Tianxin, shall we continue? With 4 members lost, the prospect of continuing a war of attrition for the Thunder Academy appeared bleak. Yu Tianxin had no choice but to accept reality. The Thunder Academy concedes. Feng Xiaotian, we shall meet again in the next round. Had it not been for the influence of his teammates, Yu Tianxin believed he would not have fallen to Feng Xiaotian. Defeating someone with innate full soul power would undoubtedly validate his superiority over his cousin Yu Tianheng. With the decision to concede made, there was little left to say. Yu Tianxin led his team off the stage with an air of dignity and grace, exuding the confidence of victors. "You all should return and rest." Feng Xiaotian turned to speak, eager to share the news of their victory over the Thunder Academy with his beloved sister, Huo Wu, in the shortest time possible. As Shaoyun made his way to the Shrek arena, he chanced upon a scene wherein a figure adorned in the garb of the renowned mobile game, Kings of Glory, circled a spirited young lady with striking red hair. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as though he beheld a queen, exuding impatience, as she playfully trod upon a silly husky with its tongue lolling and eyes askew. He attempted to envision himself and Qian Renxue in the roles of Huo Wu and Feng Shaoyan, respectively. A shiver coursed through him, prompting Shaoyun to shake off the unsettling thought. No, even in a confined space, such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. He quickened his pace, choosing to bypass the scene from a considerable distance. Upon reaching his companions from Shrek, he noted that Tang San was recovering at an astonishing rate. At this pace, it seemed he would be fit for the upcoming competition by the following day. His gaze shifted to the ongoing battles in the arena. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing remained among the contenders for the fight. It appeared that Shrek was leveraging the formidable Phantom White Tiger as a desperate gambit to secure their chances in the preliminary rounds. One must admit, this was indeed a shrewd move. Among all the teams in the preliminaries, none, save for the Tianxue team, seemed to possess a viable solution to counter it. The crux lay in whether they could conceal their martial soul fusion technique from the Four Elements Academy. If they could successfully keep it hidden, all would be well. If not, their chances of victory would plummet by 50%. As the day's matches had yet to conclude, the other members of the Tindo team began to depart. Finding little interest in the remaining contests, save for the bout involving Shenfeng and Lei Ting, it seemed more prudent to return and focus on their training. After observing Shrek's performance for a while, Shaoyun decided to take his leave. The chances of Shrek winning this match were considerable, and there was nothing novel to behold. He ventured outside, hoping to lure out a few more unscrupulous individuals. The previous group, who seemed intent on coercing him into breeding, had vanished. He wondered if they would resurface. Upon reaching the entrance of the Soul Arena, he noticed the monument, relocated due to the competition, which chronicled his illustrious achievements. Suddenly, he recalled how the game system had been eerily silent recently, merely cycling through daily, weekly, and quarterly tasks without presenting any intriguing new missions. How tedious. Friend, why linger at the entrance? Are you hoping for an unexpected encounter? Came the cheerful voice of Shui Yuer behind him. It was evident that they had won yet another match. Turning around, Shaoyun greeted them as usual. Hello. You all appear to be in good spirits. It seems your opponents did not challenge you too seriously this time. Shui Bing'er tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, affirming they were quite weak. On the other side of the gate, figures clad in red and green emerged. It was unclear what Feng Shaoyan had said to provoke the fiery Wu, who appeared exceedingly irate. Let me tell you, Feng Shaoyan, if our teams meet and you deliberately throw the match, do not expect me to acknowledge you again. Clearly, Feng Shaoyan had previously remarked something along the lines of, if you encounter the blazing fire, just let them win. His self-assured sentiment, dripping with false affection, was perceived as nothing short of repugnant by others. Suddenly, the game system emitted a chime reminiscent of the school bell from Shaoyun's childhood, long forgotten. Special mission, Ice and Fire 9 layers. This was invigorating, regardless of the method, time, or place. Accumulating 9 defeats against the Ice and Fire would grant them a unique and exhilarating experience, along with substantial rewards. Note, players should be aware that them refers to the female characters, but if players insist on choosing they, the system will respect their choice. Meow. Next up, the Water Preselection 2 mission rewards, 50, 500 free attribute points, a silver diamond item, and 2 medicinal treasure chests. Additionally, a new game feature patch has been added. This mission was indeed filled with indescribable excitement. And what about the last reward? A new patch? Hadn't that been stealthily loaded previously? Why was it now included as a reward? According to the latest regulations of the system, all members must maintain fairness, justice, and transparency, respecting the privacy of players, hosts, or even slaves. What? Slaves? What kind of system equips slaves? This question went unanswered by the game system, which once again fell silent. Now, back to the task at hand. This mission was indeed appealing. It was time to enhance his physical attributes to pursue the 10,000-year soul ring and the unlocking of Tian Meng's soul ring. Initially, he had planned to refrain from interfering when the second team encountered the Four Elements Academy, but now he had to alter his approach and prepare to showcase his skills. However, he might be perceived as a lunatic in the process. Shaoyun had no intention of leading the second team into the qualifying matches. During the preliminaries, the 7 of them supported one another and managed to perform reasonably well, but if they were to enter individual combat, their true capabilities would undoubtedly be revealed. At that point, Shaoyun would resemble Shrek, experiencing individual triumphs while the team faced collective defeat. After a brief stroll, he found no one exhibiting signs of eagerness. He returned to the prince's residence to cultivate, meditating on the runes. Hadn't his master mentioned that he possessed a remarkable talent for runes? Why then did it feel so challenging to advance? Could it be that the purple-haired old woman had spoken falsely? Despite the passage of time, his initial rune skill had yet to upgrade, while he found himself more adept in marksmanship. His focus on energy even allowed him to execute a feigned bulk. Wait, could it be related to luck? Perhaps his luck was diminished due to his transition to a gunner with an E rank? Unfortunately, lacking a job class card, he could not directly observe the specific data. How careless of him. He could only blame the moment he was entranced by the purple-haired old woman, completely forgetting the fact that luck for all gunners was -2, with only Z Long being an exception. However, it felt incongruous. After his return, he had consistently acquired rare soul bones and precious essence from 10,000-year-old soul bones. He sighed, contemplating what useless item card he might draw, intending to return to the magical realm to have his master verify whether his luck had truly declined. With his rune cultivation at a standstill, Shaoyun had no choice but to divert his efforts to other practices. Engaging in dual focus, he trained in marksmanship while conceptualizing his self-created ice escape soul skill. Regrettably, he had only achieved a score of 77 in chemistry during his best days, had he remembered those crucial molecular formulas. Mastering mathematics and chemistry would have rendered him fearless in any field. Alas, Shaoyun was merely half knowledgeable. Nevertheless, the creation of his ice escape technique was not without its merits. It essentially revolved around two concepts, low temperature and hardness. The latter was straightforward to describe, akin to the eternal ice found in cultivation novels. As for low temperature, its operational scope was vast. Simple frostbite and temperature theft, or advanced manipulation of energy particle movement, reminiscent of freezing an individual to prevent future revival. What was the name of Esther's ultimate move? Imoku Wu Liang? No, that was Tiet. Imokubo Bote? It seemed not. It was from a healing anime featuring the S-Class general, the sadistic yet pure-hearted beauty, Esther's. Her ultimate move, Imokubo Mo, involved freezing the surrounding space and time, a manifestation of high-end freezing and low-temperature applications. If interpreted through a Buddhist lens, it could be likened to the 8th level of extreme cold hell, translated as the Great Red Lotus Flower. Those who enter this hell suffer from extreme cold, their skin splitting and body shattering, resembling a great red lotus. Upon reflection, it seemed there were indeed many formidable ice escape techniques. In the welfare anime The Sacred Swordsmanship, the incantation of a 13th tier forbidden spell summoned a colossal ice dragon from the heavens, crashing down and freezing everything in its path. Moreover, Captain Shinigami Bai's prowess in water escape seemed scarce among experts, excluding the formidable figure of the three-light divine water, who was beyond reach. It appeared that few excelled in water escape. Qianrenxue, busy in the palace until late at night, returned to the prince's residence only to find that all the servants had donned winter attire. "What are you all doing?" she inquired, as two individuals huddled by the fireplace, their arms crossed. "Your Highness, we are not sure what young Master Shaoyun is doing, but the temperature in the entire prince's residence is significantly colder than outside. Even the well has frozen. The depth of a typical well is 10 zhang below the surface, making freezing conditions exceptionally rare." Qianrenxue proceeded toward Shaoyun's courtyard, gradually noticing thin layers of ice forming as she approached. Upon reaching the door, she found several centimeters of ice covering it. Raising her hand, the ice melted silently. She pushed the door open, revealing a courtyard draped in silver, with snowflakes dancing poetically in the air. Shaoyun sat at a stone table, entirely enveloped in a thick layer of snow, resembling a snowman. Qianrenxue's footsteps stirred a flurry of snow as she approached Shaoyun. "Are you asleep?" Upon getting closer, she sensed something was amiss. He seemed to be in a deep slumber. At that moment, Shaoyun was within his sea of consciousness, simulating and experimenting with his envisioned ice escape technique using his spiritual phantom. This should not have affected external changes, however, due to the runes. His actively radiating spiritual energy inadvertently connected with the outside world. Despite being in a fantastical realm, he was not entirely detached from his physical existence. Residing within the realm of biological matter, it was impossible to sever all connections. The prince's residence endured a winter's night even in the warmth of summer breezes. Until the following day's competition time, Shaoyun's biological clock awakened him, marking the end of that day. Observing the changes in the courtyard, he hurriedly used runes to restore everything to its original state. Revitalization. A warm, gentle breeze swept through the prince's residence, banishing all remnants of cold. The plants within the residence seemed to have grown slightly taller in an instant. On the competition stage, today's matches lacked excitement. The Four Elements Academy did not encounter one another, and Shrek faced no formidable opponents. However, the Heaveno second team clashed with the Elephant Armor Academy. A matchup drawn by Shui himself. Ningfingji, Salis, and Shui took turns drawing lots, and today it was Shui's turn. Although the Elephant Armor Academy was also not fond of Tangsan, their Yuanjin, a formidable 89th level Soul Douluo, had resorted to underhanded tactics, which Ningfingji exposed. Displaying the same shamelessness as Tangsan, it was now time for the Sea God to make his official appearance. On the high platform, the self-proclaimed heavenly phenomenon, Yuanjin, occupied the space meant for 3 or 4 people, reclining carelessly. Upon seeing that the Elephant Armor Academy's opponent was the Heaveno second team, he wore a disdainful expression but quickly furrowed his brow upon noticing Shaoyun entering the arena. Why is that kid here again? He immediately lodged a protest with Shui. Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, that Shaoyun must be a member of the Imperial team. Should he really be appearing in a qualifying match like this? Despite his inner disdain for Shui, he maintained a facade of respect towards the Emperor of the Heaveno Empire. Shui, however, held little regard for this opportunistic individual who seized the resources of the Heaveno Empire while covertly supporting the Spirit Hall, casting a glance at Shuqinghe. Shuqinghe stepped forward and spoke softly. Master Hu Yin, you are mistaken. While others may not speak, Shaoyun is not only the captain of the Imperial team, but he is also the captain of our Heaveno second team. His appearance is entirely appropriate. Moreover, the arrangement of competitors is at the discretion of the Royal Academy. With a few pointed remarks, Hu Yan's thick skin prevented any overt display of anger. Instead, he merely huffed in displeasure. He then gestured to his grandson, Hu Yanli, instructing him to use his soul bone as soon as he took the stage and to do his utmost to knock the members of the Heaveno second team off the platform. As both sides prepared to enter the arena, many spectators immediately called out upon seeing Shaoyun. Yu Xiaojiang even summoned several members of the Shrek team who had not yet appeared, regardless of their utility, to observe the match. If they could glean any critical information about Shaoyun from this battle, it would be worth it. Xiaosan, your focus has always been different from others. Observe closely. If you can identify any weaknesses in Shaoyun, that would be ideal. If not, you can still learn something. Knowledge knows no hierarchy, the skilled can be teachers. He was now stronger than you, and thus there was much to learn from him. Tangsan nodded in agreement, remaining silent. He has nearly recovered. And in the next battle, you will be able to take the stage for Shrek. Yu Xiaojiang then addressed Ma Hongjun, saying, Hongjun, you are the one among Shrek who holds the greatest promise in facing the Shaoyun. You must pay close attention and contemplate seriously. Ma Hongjun did not feel particularly hopeful about confronting the opponent, and expressing such doubts in front of so many people seemed to undermine Yu Xiaojiang's authority. So he merely chuckled nonchalantly. All right, fine. Noticing Ma Hongjun's lackadaisical attitude, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow. However, since Ma Hongjun was a disciple of Flanders and not Tangsan, he refrained from making any direct remarks. In the arena, Shaoyun waved his hand dismissively and said, I will take on 7. The members of the second team, obliging, immediately retreated to the edges of the arena. Had Shaoyun not participated, they had initially planned to put on a modest display to save face before conceding gracefully, ensuring that their defeat would be honorable and unblemished, allowing them to return home without facing reproach from the elders. Observing the situation, Hu Yanli felt an overwhelming surge of frustration and anger. So, you are Shaoyun. Your name has become a constant refrain in my grandfather's ears of late. You wish to take on 7? I shall see what capabilities you possess. As the host exited the stage, the battle commenced immediately. Activate martial souls, Hu Yanli bellowed, as the 7 members of his team summoned their martial souls. Their already imposing physiques grew even more formidable, towering half a head taller than Shaoyun. Hu Yanli donned an ivory-white bone helmet atop his head, which had a 90% likelihood of being less than 1,000 years old, probably obtained during his soul-hunting endeavors. If it were 10,000 years old, Hu Yanli would have kept it for himself to enhance his own strength. It is said that the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul is particularly adept in defense and possesses formidable strength. Thus, we shall engage in a contest of sheer power and defense. Shaoyun strode forward, gradually approaching them. As he spoke, upon reaching a short distance, he halted and gestured for the horses to be brought forth. How audacious! Hu Yanli bellowed with fury. Third soul skill. Mammoth charge. 7 colossal mammoths charge forth. Shaoyun began to practice Tai Chi in place, and simultaneously, a vividly colored Tai Chi diagram emerged around him. In truth, there was no need for any superfluous movements. Merely manipulating the water barrier with his mental energy to assume different shapes would suffice. However, standing there like a fool, doing nothing, appeared rather foolish. The movements of Tai Chi were far more pleasing to the eye, flowing gracefully and exuding charm. The seven-headed wild elephants charged into the watercolored Tai Chi diagram, immediately becoming disoriented and colliding with one another. Due to the structure of his skull, Hu Yanli managed to endure for quite some time. Yet he could only advance a little over a meter before being flung away, inadvertently knocking down two of his teammates. Damn it, that insidious trick. Hu Yanli rolled over, and his first soul ring illuminated. The elephants. Suddenly, the figure of Shaoyun appeared before him. Are you a fool? You believe everything your opponent says. How have you grown this far? The mimetic Haotian hammer struck down, one blow after another, sending all opponents out of the arena. The Tiando second team emerged victorious. A display of sheer brutality infused with an aesthetic of violence. The audience erupted into fervent cheers, many male spectators with their blood racing, howling in excitement. This match concluded the round of competitions the fastest today, becoming a topic of lively discussion. As the crowd exited, they engaged in fervent conversations amongst themselves. On the high platform, Hu Yanjin's face darkened as he left in a huff. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San returned to the Shrek battle zone, where the matches were still ongoing. Little San, what did you observe? He inquired about the recent battle between Shaoyun and Xiangjia. Indeed, I gleaned some insights. That Taiji technique was employed by Shaoyun to counter Xiangjia Academy's attacks, an exquisite choice to deflect immense blunt force. To dismantle such a tactic, one must deliver an extremely sharp point attack in an instant. Zhu Zhiqing might be capable of this, however, she currently pales in comparison to Shaoyun, who likely would not afford her the opportunity to strike. The others in Shrek also lacked the precision to execute such piercing attacks. Tang Sen pondered with arms crossed. If we were unrestricted, there are several concealed weapons specifically designed to counter such moves. As for the maneuver that allowed him to swiftly position himself before Xiangjia, we could evade using Oscar's mushroom sausage, but we must also consider his teammates. Regardless of how one calculates, Shrek's chances against Shaoyun are slim. If I could locate the celestial herbs documented in the Xiantian Baolu, my capabilities would transform dramatically. Alas, I have heard no word of them. Hearing this, Tang San fell into silence, prompting Yu Xiaojiang to offer reassurance. Little San, do not fret. I am devising a technique. After the preliminary rounds conclude, there will be approximately a month for refinement. If you succeed in your training during this period, confronting Shaoyun should pose no challenge. Truly, you are my esteemed teacher. Tang San exclaimed, eagerly inquiring about the technique. Yu Xiaojiang feigned mystery as they exchanged cryptic hints, just as Dai Mubai and others returned from battle. Huyan Tiger exhaled deeply, rubbing his shoulders. As a striker, he had also taken on part of the tank role, enduring considerable pressure these past few days. Little San, you're back. How did the match over there go? Tang San remained silent while Ma Hongjun smacked his lips. Incredible! Stronger than ever, he contemplated before adding, Dai. I doubt you could hold your own against him. Dai Mubai shot him a glare. You glutton, in times like these, you still raise other spirits while diminishing your own. After all, the man was not present, so a little bravado was inconsequential. Indeed, the water preliminaries are fierce. No matter how harsh the reality, it was not the issue. The inability to accept the brutal truth became problematic. In this regard, Master, you had the most authority to speak. Is there a more unsparing reality than lovers becoming siblings? I think not. The subsequent days were bland and uneventful. However, Shaoyun made some progress in developing his ice escape technique. According to his recollections, he devised an attack named Ice Dragon, descending from the heavens. So formidable. Let us name it Xiabing Longxiang. The might of a Do Huang was truly terrifying. Shaoyun emitted a hearty laugh, reminiscent of several Soul Hall elders. Ahem, one might say his voice was slightly hoarse. After recovering, Tang San participated in several competitions, effortlessly securing victories that rekindled his confidence and allowed him to shine. His blue silver grass, though delicate, proved to be troublesome when not countered, particularly in these lower-tier matches where its entangling and paralyzing toxins were exceedingly effective. On the 9th day, during the 9th round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy was fated to encounter the Elephant Armor Academy. At the onset, Tang San aimed to emulate Shaoyun's crafty approach, while the others managed well. The activation of Huanli's soul bone nearly sent Tang San flying out of the arena. Fortunately, with his ghost shadow perplexing track and the timely assistance of blue silver grass, he managed to keep his teammates in check. What a predicament for Little San. What course of action should we take now? The individuals from Elephant Armor were rugged and tough, rendering ordinary soul techniques ineffectual against them. Should I and Zhu Qing employ the spectral white tiger to conclude the match? Presently, Shrek needed to avoid any additional losses to enhance their chances of advancing in the preliminaries. Let us wait a moment, Tang Sin suggested. Indeed, their defense is formidable and their strength substantial, yet they are relatively sluggish in terms of speed. We shall engage in a war of attrition. Learning from the tactics of the Tindo Academy, they began to kite in midair. This maneuver inflicted trifling damage upon the Elephant Armor Academy while delivering a significant insult. Unlike the Thunder Academy, the Elephant Armor Academy lacked long-range attacks, relegating them to a position of passive defense against the kiting strategy. Come down and face me head-on if you dare. Huo shouted in frustration, but Shrek ignored him, steadfastly maintaining their aerial advantage. Fortunately, besides Zhu Qing, Shrek had not deployed any other female members, and with the cat-like figure donned in trousers, there was no worry of an inadvertent display. Shrek exhibited a roguelike demeanor, relying on incessant mushroom sausages to linger in the air. The Elephant Armor Academy appeared like a madman, impotently raging in the arena, their cumbersome bodies unable to leap effectively. Even when attempting a human pyramid, they lacked the agility to compete, and before two of them could ascend, Shrek had already evaded their efforts entirely. Ultimately, the unscrupulous Shrek emerged victorious. The audience erupted in boos, yearning for the visceral thrill of a fierce, blood-soaked confrontation rather than the child's play exhibited in this match. And they call themselves talented soul masters? They are no better than the 3-year-olds playing in the mud at our village. The cries for refunds echoed loudly, leaving Shrek no time to revel in their triumph as they hastily exited the stage. Observing this scene, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy suddenly found defeat more palatable. Huo glanced up at the platform, realizing his grandfather had left the venue at some point. Huo had departed long before Huo's impotent fury erupted, having been more irate during this match than when facing Shaoyun. Before the preliminaries commenced, the objective of the Elephant Armor Academy in this Soul Master competition had been to secure a top 3 finish, with no aspirations for the championship. This was partly due to their subservience to the Spirit Hall, and partly because Huo had gleaned through internal channels that the strength of the Spirit Hall's team far surpassed that of the Elephant Armor Academy. Yet, after such a lackluster performance, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap Huo against the wall. Meanwhile, as Shrek battled the Elephant Armor Academy, Shaoyun was also engaged in a match against Tianxue in the adjacent arena. However, the audience's jeers during this bout were even louder than those directed at Shrek. At the outset, Shaoyun formed a hand seal, causing a layer of ice to rise, enveloping the arena in a protective barrier that muffled all sounds. The spectators outside could only glimpse shadowy figures moving within the icy confines, with no sounds reaching their ears. What is this? Due to Shaoyun's connection with Shui Binger, the two sides did not immediately clash. Instead, they exchanged cordial words, leaving Shui Binger perplexed by Shaoyun's actions. There are certain matters I prefer to keep hidden from the audience, he remarked, casting a purposeful glance at his second team behind him. The members, sensing the gravity of the moment, quickly assured him, "Rest assured, boss, we will disclose nothing. No, we are blind. We will see nothing from here on." The host, caught within the icy barrier and unable to exit, spoke awkwardly. "Is it possible for me to leave first?" "That is not permissible." Shaoyun waved his hand dismissively. "To prevent any allegations of match fixing, you must serve as a witness. For now, I kindly request you and those behind me to remain together. Such a premium viewing seat is a rarity for most. Most individuals would likely not desire such a premium viewing experience. You wish to conceal your true abilities and fight us?" Shui Binger's eyes narrowed as she pondered. "If that is your intention, it is certainly not out of the realm of possibility." After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyun nodded. "However, over a year ago, during our spar in the frozen forest, did you discover any effective solutions?" Her expression remained indifferent, and she fell into silence. It was evident that she had not conceived any viable strategies. Even now, she had yet to fully grasp the true capabilities of Shaoyun's martial spirit. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her fighting spirit. If one were to falter merely once and be deterred from combat thereafter, it would be far wiser to abandon cultivation altogether and live as an ordinary woman, seeking marriage. Although repeated battles with repeated defeats may sound alike, their implications diverge greatly. With her ice-blue eyes ablaze with determination, Shui Bingo called out resolutely, "Come forth." Shaoyun responded with a sound. In the rear of the Tianxue team, Shui Wu danced gracefully, while snowflakes cascaded down. As they settled upon the Tianxue players, they enhanced their speed, strength, and a touch of spiritual energy. Conversely, when the snowflakes touched Shaoyun, they exerted a contrary force, slightly diminishing his power. Shui Yuer glided atop a wave, swiftly approaching Shaoyun. The azure waves surged forth, with a gesture of her hands. The waves beneath her feet transformed into a torrent that surged toward Shaoyun. Yuharu, Guqingba, and Qiuruoshui, clad in the ice ring armor released by Shui Binger, launched their attacks from 3 different directions, following the azure waves. Shun Liuyu manifested her martial spirit, and a water-blue crocodile tail lashed out, obstructing Shaoyun's line of sight. Indeed, they were an established, strong team. In just the opening moments, Shaoyun found himself ensnared in a siege. Shaoyun appeared to be in a precarious situation. The members of the second team seemed utterly indifferent, each lost in their own thoughts while commenting on the figures and appearances of several from Tianshui. I merely observed as one individual, having uttered not a single word, was struck down by a fist emerging from the ice behind him. Shaoyun's voice pierced the ears of the onlookers. "Mind your manners." Instantly, they understood, sealing their lips, yet their eyes were engaged in a frenzied exchange. The gossip is ripe. No wonder this oddity chose to make his entrance while Tianshui was in the spotlight. It seems this is his harem. Do you think it's just one of them? Or all of them? If you ask me, the likelihood of it being all of them is quite significant. Shaoyun raised his hand, effortlessly dispelling the encirclement. A perfect circular ring of water pushed the 5 assailants away. "This resembles my sister's soul skill that counters the ice ring," Shui Yuhao exclaimed softly, uncertainty lacing her tone. "It doesn't seem as formidable as the ice ring." "Sister, this is certainly not the case," Shaoyun replied with a smile. "It is merely the mimetic ability of my martial spirit. Since we share a good rapport, I shall impart a little information for free. I can emulate most abilities related to water." No sooner had he spoken than Shui Binger unleashed her ice seal. Shaoyun should have been instantly encased in ice. However, the frost merely reached his feet before vanishing without a trace. Shui Binger gestured for Shui Yuhao and the others to retreat. After casting a glance at Shaoyun, Shui Binger unleashed the ice confinement once more. This time, it did not even manage to touch his feet. As if having disowned something, Shui Binger attempted the ice confinement for a 3rd time. Shaoyun allowed her to act freely. During the 3rd freezing, not even the slightest trace appeared. "You are capable not only of mimicking water-related abilities," Shui Binger remarked with a grave tone, "but perhaps you can also directly revert ice back to water?" Although phrased as a question, her tone was resolute. "Indeed," Shaoyun acknowledged with an appreciative glance. "I can freely transform between water and ice. In other words, I am immune to ice." Shui Yuhao muttered under her breath, "How are we supposed to fight against that? He is practically our nemesis at the Heavenly Water Academy." The younger sister's fighting spirit waned considerably. "Not necessarily." Shui Binger refused to abandon hope. "Even if he is immune to ice, we will only know the outcome once we engage him." It appeared that ordinary attacks had no effect on Shaoyun. Shui Binger moved closer to Shui Wu, intending to initiate a martial soul fusion technique. Shui Yuhao and the others instinctively sought to provide cover, but were taken aback to find that Shaoyun made no move at all. "Are you all right?" Shui Binger called out, puzzled, from across the arena. "That commotion clearly indicates a formidable move. Aren't you going to attack?" "It's merely a martial soul fusion technique. It's not as if I haven't seen one before." Shaoyun waved his hand dismissively. "You are being rather naive, younger sister." "Who are you calling naive?" Shui Yuhao suddenly realized a gap in her understanding. Shaoyun chose to disregard her. The martial soul fusion technique of Shui Binger and Shui Wu, titled Frozen Desolation, Ice Phoenix, was nearing completion. The auxiliary snowflakes released by Shui Wu began to transform into sharp, icy blades. Their figures enveloped in a sphere of azure light vanished, and in midair, a magnificent ice phoenix, entirely composed of crystalline ice, emerged, measuring nearly 8 meters in length, with individual tail feathers extending over 2 meters and a wingspan exceeding 7 meters. "Shaoyun, in the state of our martial soul fusion technique, we can unleash 3 new types of soul skills, though I am not yet adept at utilizing them." Shui Binger's voice echoed from an indeterminate location. "If you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate to speak up." The first move, Ice Feather Strike. Countless ice crystal projectiles erupted from the phoenix's wings, somewhat akin to Shaoyun's soul bone technique of ice crystal explosions. However, theirs appeared incapable of detonating. It was merely a physical assault infused with a frigid chill. This proved ineffective against Shaoyun, as the closer they approached him, the more rapidly they reverted to droplets of water upon contact with him. The second move, Blizzard Tempest. The colossal ice wings flapped, swirling the snowflakes around to form a fierce ice tornado that bore down upon Shaoyun. With a wave of his hand, a water tornado surged forth from the ground, purifying Shui Binger's Blizzard Tempest. The third move, Ice Phoenix Breath. This technique, the simplest yet most powerful, concentrated the majority of the energy derived from their martial soul fusion technique into a potent exhalation. Shaoyun formed a hand seal and an ethereal ice dragon soared above him. In an instant, a dragon of equal stature to the ice phoenix manifested above him, exhaling a breath of frost that clashed with the other. After 3 exchanges, the ice phoenix disintegrated in midair, and the exhausted Shui Binger and Shui Wu plummeted downwards. With a flourish, Shaoyun conjured 2 spheres of water to catch them. Shui Binger wore a bitter expression. "I have lost," she admitted. The two had spent nearly a minute preparing to unleash their martial soul fusion technique, while Shaoyun had merely waved his hand to summon a dragon that rivaled the ice phoenix. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness was disheartening. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Shui Binger regained her composure and revealed a hint of jealousy towards Shaoyun. "I never anticipated you were a soul king." Just moments earlier, when Shaoyun unleashed the ice dragon, 5 soul rings had flickered briefly around him. Shaoyun maintained a graceful smile. "I am merely fortunate to have made some progress." With a wave, he dispersed the ice cover and turned to the host. "Please announce it. The victory belongs to Tindo Academy." "Very well." The trembling host, still in shock, nodded vigorously, preparing to declare, "The Royal Academy of Tindo." "Wait, what did you say?" He doubted his own hearing. Shui Binger, visibly displeased, interjected, "What are you doing?" Tianshui does not require such a hollow victory. Shui Yueter suddenly recalled the scene from a few days prior when she encountered Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian at the entrance, and she chuckled softly. "In the end, we both know the true outcome of our contest." Shaoyun offered a brief explanation. "However, the individuals behind me, should they be allowed to enter the qualifying rounds, would undoubtedly bring shame." Thus, Shui Bingo appeared somewhat relieved. "Once the competition concluded, I had a few inquiries." Shaoyun waved his hand, warmly inviting you to seek him out at any time. Amidst the victorious shouts from the host, Tindo Academy, Shaoyun vanished. The first stage of the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens had been completed. In the ensuing days, the competition grew increasingly intense, with numerous teams opting to withdraw voluntarily. The preordained schedule for the matches had been significantly condensed. Under orders, Qian Rinxue proceeded to the Royal Knights military camp to remodel the venue for the upcoming qualifying rounds. However, as the number of participating teams dwindled, the likelihood of Shrek Academy facing the 4 Elements Academy surged dramatically. As anticipated, they encountered the Blaze Academy. Without the fire immunity of the Blue Silvergrass, the Fire Dance siblings were not even given the chance to intervene, as their team was ruthlessly dismantled by the Blaze members. They could not even ensnare their opponents, let alone exert any paralyzing toxins or employ parasitic techniques to drain their enemy's soul power. This time, Zhu Zhuqing suggested utilizing the Netherworld White Tiger, but Tang San continued to shake his head. He reiterated his stance. The longer the Netherworld White Tiger remained concealed, the better. Tang San resolved to wield the Haoyin hammer. With the hammer in hand, he felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if the reforged weapon had gained additional weight. If it shatters a few more times, what then? Is this the legendary Haotian hammer? Huo Wushuang, sporting a headband and exuding an air of a quintessential villain, stood there with arms crossed, brimming with confidence. "Allow me to have a taste of your strength," he proclaimed. "In introduction, behold, ahead lies a robust sea cucumber, rich in nutrients. Let us quietly approach it. Trim the ends, and prepare it over flames. The flavor is quite delightful. Let us take it and savor it with the angels."